me when it starts. Are we live? Hello, 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 hello.
It always starts late for me.
Always starts, yeah, that seems to be the way it goes. Somebody tell me when I'm live. Chat room, wherever. Let me know when I am live, buddies, guys, buddies. It's starting soon. Demean, am I live? Are we
It
good
says
to
it
go?
started for me.
Okay, so it just started. All right, cool. Groovy.
Right.
Groovy Tuvy. All right. So, welcome everyone. How are you guys doing today? Is it cool? Is it cool? I'm doing horrible. I'm doing absolutely garbage because we have a bunch of Judases on the Discord. Okay. So, fun fact, we usually have like a bunch of dudes show up for these types of streams. We have like Jim and all that kind of stuff. Jim decided that this would be a cool thing to poach all of the people that usually come for the streams. He's doing a D&D campaign tonight, and he got 5 dudes who normally come for the streams to go do the D&D campaign with him, and he decided to schedule it Saturday night. He was going to do it Friday night, but then one of the dudes couldn't show, so they moved it to Saturday night. So we're going to be like 5 dudes short. So if anybody in the comments or in the text chat want to come up here and talk, well, there's going to be room. So just come on up.
Oh, they're all coming in all of a sudden.
Oh, what? They changed their mind? What happened? Oh, look, Lee here.
I don't know
What are you doing here,
about.
Lee? I thought you had the D&D campaign to get to.
I have no idea what you're talking
What?
about.
No. What's going on?
I
What
do
happened
not.
to your D&D campaign? I thought you had a D&D campaign to go to.
You're
Starts
skipping.
at 9.
Ugh. Okay. Well, Lee is joining us maybe for a little bit. Who knows? We'll see. But let's get this stuff started. So today we are doing a MCU movie tier list, which is probably going to be a really funny tier list to do. I have all the movies here. There are a lot of them. We're not doing TV shows. That's important. That's important to note. No TV shows. This is just the movies, and it starts at Iron Man, goes all the way to Fantastic Four. And so one good thing is for this stream, super chats aren't going to be needed to add movies because all the movies are here. But however, you can use a super chat to move movies up to the list if you want to talk about them sooner rather than later. That is an option if you want that to be done, because some of these movies we're not going to get to for a while. This is going to be like the weirdest stream because we're going to start off being relatively positive, and then throughout the night it's just going to slowly get more and more depressing as we just
With little bumps. There's gonna
as
be
the
little
quality
bumps.
just slowly degrades. And
There's
it's
a
just
couple bumps in the road. as
nothing.
they
A
say.
couple bumps, like last 5 or
Guardians?
6 years of bumps. I don't even know. Is it 10 years at this point? It might be 10 years. No, it's not 10 years. It's not 10 years. Now, when did Endgame come out? I don't remember. It came out a while. Doesn't matter.
2020.
Wasn't it 2017?
2020. In game on
They were-
2020.
Oh, so it was
5
5
years
years ago.
ago.
So it was 5 years ago. Okay, yeah. So I was right. That's,
Okay.
that's cool. Oh crap! I didn't change the the colors. I don't like the color scheme. So we're gonna go.
Wait.
Oh, I should note here. I'm gonna do the tiering a little bit differently. Usually when I do the quality of the tier lists, I usually just do it by, how good or how bad or whatever. Bless you. It's usually pretty simple. This time around, we're not gonna do that. S is gonna be where the better ones go, and D or F or whatever. The bottom of the tier list is going to be where the crappy ones go, but we're going to be doing this based on MCU. Like I personally don't think that there's really any MCU movies that are like top tier S-rated movies. Like even the best, in my opinion, are just good. They're not like great, fantastic, Oscar award winning. So
That one was good. That one was really
well,
good.
let me finish what I'm saying. So like if I was doing this tier list just based on quality of movies overall, I might not put any in S. I might put like the absolute highest ones might be an A. Generally for me. So we're gonna be doing this based on the quality as compared within the MCU, which I think is gonna change things a little bit. Some things that I would probably normally put at like B or C might go in A or high B or whatever, because we're comparing it with other movies in the MCU and not necessarily across the board and all. Like there is no MCU Shawshank Redemption or MCU Pulp Fiction. Like they don't. That doesn't exist. There isn't like just an amazing absolute 5-star film in the MCU. Personally, I think there's some really good ones. There's a couple of 4 stars in there, but I don't think there's any 5-star MCU movies. What's up?
I'll say for 4.5 for one.
I mean that's fine. You can think that there's some good ones. I mean, I know some for some people MCU movies are like well, at least when the MCU movies were coming out, like people would actually say that, oh, well, you know, the Marvel movie this year was like my film of the year. There was not a single year where an MCU movie was my film of the year. I always dug some other movie more than the MCU movies. Like I never thought that an MCU movie should have been nominated for an Oscar, for instance. I remember for years and years and years, people were saying that Winter Soldier should have been nominated, Black Panther should have been nominated, like all these different movies. I don't think that any Marvel movie was deserving of being nominated for an Oscar outside of maybe special effects, not like in writing or best film or anything.
Well, I could see action for Winter Soldier, but that's it.
Yeah, well, I would have to see what other action movies came out around that time. Like if that came out
That's
around
true.
the time of like Raid or something, no.
I don't think so.
No,
That's true.
You know, like I would just have to see what other movies came out. But if we're just comparing it to like American, I mean, also once the John Wick movies came out, they didn't stand a chance. I don't think it would. I don't think it would compare
Well,
Mad Max, Fury Road in terms of action.
I would argue that when they did Daredevil, I don't think the movies compared to Daredevil alone.
You're
combat.
saying the MCU movies can't compare to the show Daredevil?
No, not even close.
No, I don't think so, really.
Yeah.
And I don't even actually think that the Daredevil show had like the best combat. I just think it had good combat for a show. I don't think that it necessarily has great combat. Like if you go watch Warrior, it's on Max right now. It was a Cinemax show that has way better combat than Daredevil. I think that show.
Well, the Rings movies have better.
Trying to think what was the name of that one show that was on AMC. I think it was the martial arts show. The teenage kid had superpowers, and it was like about this Asian dude, and they had like the different houses that were at war with each other in like a post-apocalyptic world. Not the Borderlands.
Wow.
The something lands, the Badlands. That had better. That was another
Never
show.
heard of that.
It got really bad, but the action, the martial arts in it was like really really good.
I'm gonna flip
It was the one takes what I think sort of carried it. It was great action, and it was all just solid one takes.
But the only ones with one takes there was one take fight scene in all the seasons, but none of the other fights were in one take.
They had more than one.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, look at Set It Out. It says Into the Badlands was sick, then season 3 happened. I think that it wasn't just season 3 though. Season 2 got a lot worse than season 1. Like season 1 was the only genuinely good season, and then season 2 got bad, and then season 3 was whole. Because remember, the one of the probably the best character in the whole show, the Southern villain guy. I'm forgetting his name. He had the best lines in the whole show. He was great. They gave him like a brain tumor in season 1, and then in season 2 it started negatively affecting his like personality. What is that rattling sound? Okay. All right. If that continues, if because I think whoever that was, they know exactly who they are. If that continues, we'll move to.
Is it doing it now?
Yeah, it just did it.
I'm hearing you right now.
Okay, that's me. I'll turn that off.
Okay.
I didn't realize you could hear it.
Yeah, that. What was it? That was your phone or something?
It's my controller.
Okay. Yeah.
Controller.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
controller.
I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, I turned it off.
Yeah, please do. Okay. What were we saying? Yeah. That Into the Badlands was really good. They gave him a tumor in season 1, which was an okay storyline.
Tumor.
And then in season 2, it ended up like affecting his behavior, and he became a completely different character, which understandable. He had a brain tumor, but it was bad. It got really really bad, and it did. God, the dog, dude. Whoever has the dog, guys, control y'all's
dog down.
Control y'all's stuff. If there's a dog barking, mute yourself.
Seal.
All right.
Seal.
So let's actually get this started.
Put up that dog.
Let's actually get the Seal. I just said about the dog. You know there's a dog barking. There's no way you don't know it's happening, so you know it's you. Okay, he's not answering. So he's about to get started.
Reminding me of the. It's reminding me of that one scene from I'm trying to think.
What's up?
Grown Ups where the dog was barking and it was like super annoying, and so he yells at the guy to put the dog down.
Seal. Okay, Seal, you're getting server muted. Gave you warning.
Tisk.
That's
Disc.
is what it is. If he messages one of you guys, let me
The one-
know. But I'm
the
not looking at the
dust.
messages
Probably
right
busy.
now.
I have a feeling he's busy.
That's fine, but but if you're gonna do that, you gotta mute yourself before you walk away. Like this is just this is just common courtesy, man. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I don't rate the Badlands fights, by the way. I just watched like one of them.
they're good. Did you like them? The ones that you saw? I don't know. I don't know which ones you saw.
I watched the forest one. It was like 2 minutes long. It was alright. I think Daredevil did it better.
No, they got well. The fight scenes also got worse as the show went on. I would say check
it
out
was season 1.
I would say check out season 1. Season 1 was really good. I don't know about a forest fight. I would have to see what the fight is.
That's what the clip was called. It was him. It was the guy in a red coat, and he was fighting some people with melee weapons.
Yeah, I don't know.
He like
I don't
dodged a
know.
flip up a tree.
The fighting was less like something like John Wick or The Raid, and it was more like something like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, where characters can like jump from rooftop to rooftop, and there's a lot of wire work. And it's like stunt wire work.
Yes, that's just not my thing, but fair enough.
It's really well done. Warrior is more like something like The Raid. It's more realistic and gritty, and you know, it's less of that. Anyway, let's actually get to the lists before we move on. Okay, same thing as normal, just like every other week. As long we'll do like there's 30 something movies here. We'll do it as long as super chats and stuff are coming in and everybody's engaged. Once that stops, we'll end the stream whenever we want. If you want to move movies up for closer to the list, super chat it. Let us know. We'll move it up closer to list. We'll do it first if you super chat it. But for now, let's just do it as is. First up, we have Iron Man. I don't think there's going to be any arguments here, but maybe there is. It's top tier, right? Like it's one of the best ones.
Yep.
I say if it's not S, it's A
Here.
because it's really great.
It's A.
I would have to
It's-
see.
It's definitely a solid A for me because I do think it has flaws, but it's like one of the best Iron Man and just better Marvel movies. You know, and that.
Yeah, I can only think of a hand.
In
Like
the olden days.
the only movies that I can outright say are better than Iron Man are like the event films, something like Civil War
Yeah.
or like
Pretty much.
like
Age of Ultron. Well, maybe not. Oh, not Age of Ultron wasn't better than Iron Man.
Yeah, I would say I think it'll be low S probably by the end, but I do think it's
Definitely possible.
I think it's S as of right now.
It might be the only solo movie in this.
No, there's other
Winter
solo
Soldier
movies.
might be in no, I think
Winter Soldier.
There's some other ones. We'll see. Like I said, we'll
The
get
Hulk is literally is the Incredible Hulk on here? That's a solo movie.
Right,
That's the next. They're in order, by the way. They're in order of release. So
yeah.
So as we go down the list,
It's gonna get lower.
It's gonna get everything's gonna start getting lower. I feel like this is gonna be a very front heavy list.
You're gonna see clearly where
Seal is
fell
asking
off.
why he's muted. You're muted because you walked away from your mic and a dog was barking, and I asked you to mute yourself, and you weren't there to answer, so I muted you.
Yeah, sorry, Seal.
I'll unmute
put
you,
the
but
dog
if you're
down.
gonna walk away from your mic, you need to mute yourself, because like your dog was barking, and I kept saying somebody mute your mic, and you didn't do it. So yeah, do not walk away from the mic if you're don't ever and not mute your mic. It's like, because you never know. It's just very it's very inconsiderate of the other people in the stream.
I had to piss. That's fine, man. Just mute your mics next time, you know?
Yeah. All right.
I didn't expect that dog for literally 5 seconds.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you have to go and take a piss for a second, or you have to walk across the room, mute yourself before you walk away from the computer. It's just common courtesy when you're on, even when you're not streamed. If you're just like talking to someone on Discord, it's just common courtesy to mute yourself, because you never know what's going to happen when you walk away, and they don't want to sit there and listen to whatever crazy shit you got going on in your house. Actually, fun story. Well, not fun exactly. When I was in during COVID, I had to take these classes with for my hall. It was like electrical stuff. They made me go to classes and things. When I was doing that, at one point during the Zoom call, there was this one guy. He was like a cokehead. He had all kind of problems, and he walked away from the mic one day, and he didn't realize that his mic. There's actually twice something like this happened in this same little classes we were taking. The first one that happened was this guy walked away from his mic, and they got into a fight with his wife, and then he started viciously beating his wife with the Zoom call still on. Like viciously beating his wife, and we all heard it. And the funniest shit ever, the teacher just muted him and continued teaching the class, and like everybody was just sitting there like, are we gonna call the police? Like, what are we doing? We're just gonna
Did they?
we're just gonna ignore it? Is like, is she dead? He was turned in. Like they turned him into the hall. And so well the thing is, it was a strange situation. He was the son of the guy who's the head of the hall. So he got away with a lot of shit that a lot of other people couldn't get away with. But like once he did, like we were all sort of looking at each other and being like, it sounded like he was beating his wife, but maybe they were just getting in a very vicious argument. You know what I mean? But it was like, so we didn't want to call the police on a dude who could have just been yelling and throwing shit while his wife was in the room. But it sounded so hard like he was fucking beating his wife. And I'm just like, this dude's beating his wife. And I don't think anyone called the police. Maybe someone did. I don't remember. I didn't call the police. I'll be straight up with you. I did not call the police at all.
I mean, if I would beat her.
What's up?
Nothing.
Another thing that happened. Another thing. The same exact school. Same exact school. Something else happened where there was a teacher, and he walked away from his computer during class. And his wife was freaking out because there was supposed to be like one of the Black Lives Matter protests happening down the street. And his wife was super, super scared about it because she heard about all the riots that were happening. Now, to be clear, there were no riots at all in my city. We don't really have that here. And the actual Black Lives Matter protests that we did have had like a couple dozen people. Like we don't really have those same issues here. Like the city here is mostly black, so people aren't generally like, it's not really there's no like, you know, like we're not worried about police brutality and shit here. But when that happened, the teacher said something along the lines of, you know, oh, you know, don't worry, if any of those N-words come over here, I'm gonna shoot them or something like that. And he said that over the Discord, the Zoom call to a class of 30 dudes, more than half of which were black. And he got kicked out. He didn't get kicked out of the hall, but he was no longer allowed to teach at that point. They made him stop teaching. So it was like people. This happened. These classes were. This was only during like the COVID section of the thing. This wasn't like super long. We only had to meet up for these classes twice a week, and like it was like it felt like every month something crazy was happening with some dude walking away from their computer and saying some wild shit or doing some wild shit without realizing that their stuff was still on. It was funny. It became like this goofy thing where it's like, who's next? Like who else is gonna be stupid enough to not mute their call?
Was this a class or?
What's up?
Was that a college class or was it like a?
No. It was. I'm in the union, and they sent me to a class to learn a bunch of new stuff. It was like learning about like AV and electric vehicles and power stations because we were gonna start installing them and stuff. It was like that.
Okay.
These were all adults. These were all like the youngest people here were like, you know, 20 something, early 20s to late teens, but they were mostly in their late 20s to 30s. You know, it was a whole thing. Anyway, so next up we had, how old was the guy? Oh, the guy who got fired. Well, the guy who I think beat his wife, he was like in his late 20s. The guy who got fired, he was older. He was at least late 40s, at least, possibly late 50s or early 60s. But I didn't know him particularly well. I only spoke to him a couple of times. I don't think I ever spoke to him. I saw him around. I guess that's really all I could say. But it was funny. It was very funny. Anyway, Boomer. I don't know. Like I said, it was I didn't know him. Like I didn't know any. Like I saw him around. I knew he was the teacher to one of the classes, but he taught a different class that I wasn't in. So I didn't really know him. I couldn't even tell you his name. Like I wouldn't tell you his name anyway because I'm streaming too. I don't just out people like that. But like I couldn't if I wanted to because I don't remember what his name was. He wasn't my teacher. But I could probably, like, if I saw him again, I would know it was him. But yeah, I didn't know him like that. Anyway. Next up, Incredible Hulk.
A tier.
You think it's A tier?
I mean, I think it's probably one of the better Hulk movies I've seen.
Well, in the MCU, there's only
Hulk
one. In the
movie
MCU,
I've
it's
seen.
the only Hulk. In the MCU, it's the only Hulk movie. And actually, total, there's only 2 Hulk movies. So
that's true. There's an older one, wasn't there?
But we're not comparing it to Hulk stuff. We're comparing it to the MCU. As far as the MCU goes, It's kind
Pretty
of.
good.
I guess I would give it higher. Yeah, I guess I would give it higher than mid.
I mean-
it's not mid because there's some seriously.
Not really.
There's some seriously like movies here that I am just completely indifferent to and just could not care less for.
It has
And I
it
would
has
say Hulk's a
some
little.
things which others.
It's got some really cool fight scenes.
Yeah, like I actually like Abomination. I like that they decided to make Abomination just like an evil Goku. He just wants like strength and to get into fights. Like that's his entire
Just wants
purpose.
hands.
That's literally his whole. When I saw the movie, I'm like, that's just evil Goku. Like he's literally just evil Goku.
That's funny. That's
yeah.
funny.
But also the fight where they have like the sound wave trucks and he's like
Machine.
destroying the helicopter. Those are pretty cool.
Yeah. I love how he kicks the tiny guy across like 30 feet
That's the guy. That's the
all
guy
the
who
way
becomes
across the hill.
Abomination.
That was probably the funniest scene in that whole movie.
Yeah, that was the fight with the helicopter and the sound wave stuff. And that was against that. Well, it wasn't against that was against Emil Blonsky before he became.
before he
the
became
guy who
Abomination.
becomes Abomination.
I think this I still to this day wish that they would have gone with what Edward Norton wanted to do with the movie, because his ideas for the movie are exactly the kind of Hulk movie that I would like to see, but they just wouldn't take his advice on anything, which is why they ended up replacing him. They said he was very difficult to work with, but every time I hear him talk about what he wanted to do with the movie and hear other people talk about what he wanted to do with the movie, I'm like, that sounds like a better movie to me. That sounds like a way
really
better.
did.
He wanted to do a psychological horror film about a guy who
It
turned
makes
into a
sense,
monster.
too.
Like he actually wanted to make it like a legit character study of a sick
A
man
mad
who
scientist.
becomes a monster. And he talks about how every time he tried to make it darker, they made him take it out. All the stuff that he wanted to do, they made it change it. He wanted to do like American History X, the Hulk Marvel movie. You know what I mean? Like I was like,
Yeah.
that sounds great. I would love to see that. But we never got it. And then when they replaced him with Mark Ruffalo, we never got Hulk the way I think we should probably have gotten Hulk, and I would have liked to see his version. So
Yeah.
I'm never gonna love this movie as much as I feel like I probably would if that wasn't the case. But I don't think it's just like middle of the road. I think it's a little better than middle of the road.
To be fair, they did at least keep some psychological torment to Bruce Banner, but it's not really like as apparent as what Edward Norton was wanting to do.
There isn't really any psychological torment in that movie. If you watch that movie, it's just about a dude who happens. He's like my problem with the movie
Hold on, we'll be right back.
is
Are you
that
talking
Bruce
about-
Banner is essentially in that movie is just a guy. He
Are you talking about
just
2003 Hulk?
wait. What's up?
Are you talking about 2003 Hulk?
Are you watching the stream?
Yes.
Okay, you gotta be watching the stream because you'd be able to see it if you were watching the stream. We're talking about the MCU. So
But
the 2003 Hulk is not a part of the MCU, so it should answer your question right there. No, we are talking about the Edward Norton Hulk. If anybody is in this Discord watching and listening, you need to be watching the stream so you know what's going on.
ew.
If you clicked on to the stream video, you would know it's ranking MCU movies.
I feel like that should go to a B tier.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. So Motmot is watching. Motmot, is that your name? Okay. He says, didn't he bite a bullet at the end of the movie? No, he didn't. That was a deleted scene that they never put in the movie. It wasn't
The end
actually
of the movie we got was him like meditating, and then his eyes turn green.
Yeah, he was like meditating, but I think that Bruce Banner in that movie is very, like, he just seems like an average Joe kind of guy who's pretty smart, but there's nothing about his character that speaks Bruce Banner to me. Like he doesn't seem like a darker character. He's just kind of a guy, and that was kind of my issue with Edward Norton and why I didn't care that they swapped his character out for a new actor when they swapped him out for a new actor, because I was like, out of all of the main dudes in the Avengers at that point, Captain America, Iron Man, like he was the one that I was like, he's the most replaceable, because he's the character that seems least like the character to me, or at least like a character. It was just this dude. Whereas like Chris Hemsworth actually behaved like Thor, Chris Evans actually behaved like Captain America. Tony you couldn't replace Robert Downey Jr. as Tony Stark. So they replaced Edward Norton. I was like, yeah, whatever. I didn't really care specifically because I was just like, he's just kind of a guy. But yeah, I would have wished that. But it's again not Edward Norton's fault. It's just the way it was written. Does anyone think he should be somewhere other than A? I've heard someone say B. Why do you think he should be
I
B?
said B.
D?
I like the other B.
Oh, okay. Why
tier.
B?
I like Iron Man more, and I think there's better movies.
Iron Man's already in S.
Oh, Iron Man's in S? Oh, then... Okay.
Again, guys, you're outing yourselves. You need to be watching the stream so you know what's happening. You're not watching the stream because Iron Man is on S. If you were, it would be literally on the screen in front of you. It would be an S.
Like the only thing in S.
Okay. Now I've now warned 2 people. If one more person tells me something that's clearly they would know if they had the stream open, then we're just gonna mute you for the rest of the night because I'm not. Yeah, like that's the stream. If you're talking in the Discord, there's only 2 rules. You need to be watching the stream and not swear within the first minute so you don't demonetize the video. Those are the only 2 rules there are. So, like, if you're not watching the stream, I'm not going to keep answering questions. It's literally in front of you. We all need to be knowing what's going on.
Yeah, then it's A. That's
okay.
fine.
So, yeah, it's an A. Let's see. All right. Never mind. The question. Someone got a question? Oh, no. He doesn't have a question no more. All right. Okay. Next up, we have Iron Man 2. This is the movie where Disney took over. So, a lot of people don't realize this. Disney did not own Marvel when Iron Man and Hulk were being made. The first movie that they actually had influence on was Iron Man 2, and you could tell because the movie feels like just a sales pitch for Avengers. Like they were.
Didn't they replace him? Isn't that the movie they replaced one of the characters too?
They completely redid the entire screenplay. So originally it was supposed to be the Demon in the Bottle storyline, which in the comics is a story about Tony Stark dealing with his alcoholism. This was something that was set up in the first Iron Man, where they show that he very clearly has a drinking problem, and it was supposed to be paid off in Iron Man 2. But Disney didn't want them to have their main hero be an alcoholic, so they stripped it. Now, he still clearly drinks a lot, but they turned all the alcoholism scenes into, like, comedy scenes, not like, I have a serious drinking problem scene. And they changed it from... But he still needed to have some kind of problem, so his problem became this thing that was in his chest that was killing him. And it was like, that's way lamer than if he was just an alcoholic having to deal with his alcoholism. The villain was also supposed to be a female, and they told him, they said they didn't want a female villain, they wanted a male villain, so they swapped the villain out. The villain was supposed to be a character known as Iron Maiden, and I believe they were talking about, what's her name? The chick from Attack of the Show being Iron Maiden, I think was in talks for playing her. The chick from the Newsroom, Sloane Sabbath. I'm forgetting the actress's name. She's like half Asian. It's yeah, whatever. She's the chick from Attack of the Show. I'm probably the only person who remembers that show on TV. But she's been in a lot of stuff. She was in Magic Mike. Anyway, doesn't matter. She was supposed to be in it. So they changed it all around, and you could tell it feels... It's the first movie I would actually say that they came out with that's not good. I would actually say it's below average, but not terrible. There's still some cool stuff here. I would say
it's got entertainment value.
What's up?
It's got entertainment value.
It doesn't have zero entertainment value, and I don't.
No, I'm saying it has entertainment value.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't have zero entertainment value, and I don't hate it, but it's also not good. Like, I wouldn't actively. Well, no, because I wouldn't actively seek out to watch it again. And I think it's gonna get moved. There are movies that I'm indifferent to on this list that I would watch before I watch that. Like there are movies here that I just straight up don't care about that I would still watch before I watch Iron Man 2, because Iron Man 2 is a very messily put together. Like, there are movies on this list that aren't put together as poorly as Iron Man 2 that I just think don't add anything new, and it's just kind of a generic superhero film. But I actually think that Iron Man 2 is structurally not good. And even though it has some scenes here or there that I like, it's generally, the things that are wrong with it is a hill that I can't. It's not worth watching to get over that hill.
My reasoning for it not being in C is because as we go on, movies are going to get so much worse than this that I think it's just going to be moved up.
Yeah, but that's why there's also a D. There's a D category below C.
Well, D might be getting very thick then if we put this in C.
Well, I mean, that's because the Marvel movies get terrible. That just is what it is.
So in comparison to other Marvel movies, I think this is a B. In the grand scheme
But
of
if you
Marvel.
look at the list, B is middle of the road. I don't think that Iron Man 2 is middle of the road movie. I think Iron Man 2 is below average. And I would even say that Iron Man 2 is below average for the MCU movies. Up until recently. Up until the last couple of years. Like, I don't like, it's not an okay movie. I think it's closer on the bad side than it is on the okay side. I don't know. Maybe maybe it'll move. Does anybody else in the chat or anybody in the stream think that this movie should be in D or B instead of C? Because, I mean,
No.
like I said, we might move it up or down at some point, but I don't want to put it at mid because I do think it's bad. I think it's more bad than it is okay. But I do think it has some redeeming value that puts it above like the absolute worst level. I feel as though C is fine. Yeah, I think C is okay for now. Like I said, we might come and revisit it later on. But if other people think that B sounds better, we'll move it. Okay, next up is Thor: The Worst Thor. That's what I called this. I called this movie Thor: The Worst Thor for years. I hate Thor: The Dark World. I legitimately hate it. I think it's a terrible movie, and it would, if it wasn't for the fact that the later years got so bad. This was my least favorite film. This was my least favorite film in the MCU for a long time. Like, for years, I was like, the worst film in the MCU is Thor: The Dark World. And then Captain Marvel came out, and I was like, okay. And then for me, it was it was between Captain Marvel and Thor, and then Captain Marvel kind of edged it out as being worse than Thor. But I still consider Thor to be, like, bottom tier of these movies. I think Thor's awful. Does anyone like Thor: The Dark World?
I like the other 4 movies,
No.
but I do not like The Dark World.
Okay, nobody likes Thor: The Dark World. D to C.
That's my opinion.
You have to want to like Thor for it to even work as a movie.
It got too boring.
That's true.
Whoever that was, your volume is super low. Speak?
Oh.
Yeah, Seal. Turn your
Yeah, I
volume
watched
up
the
so I can
first-
hear you better.
I watched the first 15 minutes of it. I got bored, and then I just turned it off. I just watched the recap of it because I was not sitting through it.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. I would say it's the only good thing. Loki's scenes are really good. Like, only Loki's scenes are really good.
But you know what-
Anything that Loki is not a part of is terrible.
You know what movie has better Loki scenes in it?
Seal, bro, you have to turn your volume up.
Do you know what movie has better Loki scenes in it?
Probably a lot of movies, I would assume. Most of them.
Ragnarok. Ragnarok's just the better version of Dark World, in my opinion.
Ugh, we'll see when we get to that. 'Cause
Oh,
I have
that's a take.
I have my own issues with
Yeah.
Ragnarok, but I do think this is a terrible movie. I think that the Loki scenes are good. I do like Loki in the movie, but he's not in the movie enough to actually save it, and it is the dullest. It has probably the most boring villain in all of the MCU, which is saying
The
something. 'Cause
action's
the MCU
awful,
has some
too.
very boring villains. The action's terrible. The action is god awful. The chick, the chick that hangs out with his girlfriend is super boring. I'm sorry, not boring. She's super annoying. Yeah, I just generally don't like. Oh wait, is this the? No, I feel so stupid. This is the first Thor. I was looking at the picture thinking this was Thor: The Dark World. These are in order. Thor: The Dark World isn't until later. Okay, no, this is the first Thor.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
We
I can't believe
never
no one
got
corrected
Thor.
me. No one corrected me that we were doing Thor 2 and we haven't even done Thor 1
I
yet.
didn't.
It's
I
tiny
didn't
on my
notice.
phone.
It is. It's
I
on.
thought-
It is
yeah.
on. No, it's tiny on mine. Well, I know, but we're doing it in order from release. We haven't even gotten to Avengers.
I just thought you skipped them.
No,
I thought you just said
that's no. That was on me. I just looked at the picture and immediately thought Thor: The Dark World, but no, it's actually Thor. Okay,
then
so Thor.
it's
It
a
is
D
not
tier.
a. It is not a D. I think that it's actually probably closer to where Hulk is. I
I think it's a B.
I think.
Yeah, B.
Okay, I don't think it's a middle of the road movie because it works really good as a. It works pretty well as a comedy, and it works pretty well as a fish out of water story. I think the love interest is boring as hell, and I
Don't
think
you
the
doubt-
action's not that great. The Loki scenes are really good. Chris Hemsworth in it as Thor is really good.
4.
both of their scenes together and apart are really good. And
Okay.
and as long as you don't go in it expecting a superhero movie, because it's not a superhero movie.
That's
It's
fair.
really
You
a
know,
fish out of water movie. It works fine.
I have a hot
You know, I
take.
agree. That's fair.
I have a
I'd
hot
say
take.
Avon.
Like, I think this is the worst out of the introduction films of the original 4.
That's not really. I mean, that's not really saying much, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because they're
Most of
all. I think that most of most of the first Phase 1 movies are above average, but not good. I think
Wait, what's
I
the
think that's
fourth
almost.
introduction movie?
We're about to get to
Yeah.
Captain America, but
No, you said 4.
I mean, in my opinion, I think
the introduction
is-
movies.
I'm
There's
retarded,
Iron Man,
yeah, but I
Iron
don't-
Man,
I-
Hulk,
yeah,
I would
Thor, and
say
Iron.
this would
Yeah.
be a reasonable.
I just because they replaced Hulk, I was like excluding it as an
Yeah.
introduction movie.
Now,
I was like,
the
oh yeah,
question-
it's the same Hulk.
The question is, if it's an A, is it better than Hulk or is it worse than Hulk?
My opinion,
Worse.
I think it's worse.
Really, I'll be honest with you. I kind of think it's better.
I think the Hulk action kind of carries it.
But
into being a better
but if
movie.
you look at the action scenes, there's really only 2. Like the first action
And if
scene
you-
in the movie is in complete darkness. Came to see what's going on, and it's
Mhm.
actually kind of filmed like a horror movie, which I think was kind of a little bit of that Edward Norton writing that he had in
yeah, I
there.
agree.
But then then there's the one with the tanks and stuff like that, and then there's the one at the end with Abomination. That's it. The majority of
But
that
that's
movie
more.
is extremely dull. Like the downtime when Hulk's not on screen, it's not a good movie. It's very boring. There is almost nothing going on of substance throughout the whole thing.
are we just ranking this out of like, is this a good movie or is this like a good superhero movie?
Just a good movie, but it's just a good
Okay.
movie. But we're it doesn't like I don't ca- like I don't think there's a difference. I don't think you can say that something's a good superhero movie or a good movie. I think that if it's a I don't I'm telling you, if you go into Thor wanting like a superhero movie where he goes around and fights crime and stuff, then that's like, but that I think that's on you. That's your own mindset. I think that Thor is a good. I think not necessarily good. I think Thor is an above average movie or an above average superhero movie. I don't think it matters.
I mean, what I mean is, in like most of the movie, I feel like it's a bit too slice of life. That would be the best way.
yeah,
to
but why is that
describe
a problem? If it's good
I mean,
slice
when
of life, I mean, I don't necessarily think it's good
Like,
slice
as
of
an
life, but if
action
it is
movie?
good slice of life, it's fine. As far as I'm concerned, Thor's a more interesting character
Alright.
in this movie than Hulk. The villain of
Yeah,
that is
Thor is a
true.
better villain than the villain in Hulk. The action scenes aren't as good, but Hulk is mostly not action scenes. The downtime scenes in Hulk are dull and very little happens. The downtime scenes in Thor are actually really funny, and they're actually
So they're just kind of
actually
polar
quite
opposites
enjoyable.
then.
Or, but I mean,
I feel like it's the
can you
downtime
watch a
scenes that
comedy movie?
that really make the Thor movie better than the Hulk movie, honestly.
My biggest pet peeve is that it's like going to see a comedy movie and it's just sheer action with like one joke. And that's it was described. That's my biggest pet peeve.
Wait, you're
It's
talking
just,
about
like,
Thor?
Isn't the only action scene in that Thor movie where he fights the giant Uru golem dude?
No,
No.
there's one at the beginning.
There's one at the beginning where he fights the frost giants. Then there's one where he fights
Oh,
against.
right.
There's one at the beginning where he fights the frost giants. One, where he fights the
Agents, shield agents.
the shield agent. Oh
Was this a
yeah,
shield
that's
agent?
true. When he has to go get his hammer back, he fights the shield agents. Then he fights the destroyer, and then he fights Loki. So there's actually more action scenes in Thor than there is in Hulk.
I think it's a
Where-
better movie. Or like it doesn't like its downtime scenes are at least enjoyable. It's like watching a skit before they like have to get serious, and when they
Yeah,
get serious,
like I think
serious.
I don't think the Hulk or Thor, either of them, have amazing action sequences. I would say Hulk's are better for sure, but the more of the movie of Thor is enjoyable than the movie of Hulk because Thor is funny and Hulk is boring. Like it really
I'm
is.
gonna
a
be
boring
honest with
movie.
you. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I like the Incredible Hulk movie, but I would be lying if after a couple that after watching it initially, when I went to go rewatch it, I just kind of spaced out during the downtime scenes.
Yeah. So someone said unknown said that he's getting a lot of ads. You shouldn't be getting a ton of ads. I'm pretty sure I set it to low. It should only
Yeah,
be, you should only be getting like one ad
I'll
every
just chuck
every
ads
like
at you
10
anyways.
minutes. Yeah, you should be only getting an ad every 10 minutes or so. It might be on medium, but even medium is like once every 8 minutes. You shouldn't be getting that many ads, and the ads
I
should
haven't
be
had a
like
single ad.
they should be like 5 seconds long or something. I'm sorry if that's happening. That might be
Usually,
something.
it's only 5 seconds long until they add another ad after the ad.
Yeah, well, usually the skip button appears on because I've actually I've actually watched my own stream to kind of try and gauge how bad the ads are. It seems that when you put it on medium, it's once every 8 minutes or so, and it gives you a 5-second ad that you could press skip on. So I don't really, that doesn't
Not
bother
so
me.
bad, honestly.
But if
It's
he's saying that
tolerable.
he's getting a bunch of ads and he's missing a lot, I'm sorry. I've never had that experience with them. It might be an algorithm thing. I'll look into it and see if something happens. But
it's not really an algorithm. It's not an algorithm thing. It's just the YouTube way that YouTube monetizes itself is by just chucking ads wherever they can fit it.
So I'm sorry if it's too many ads. I'll reset. If anyone else is getting a too many ad issue, maybe I'll swap it to low because I do think it's on medium right now. So I'll swap to low for next time. I haven't been getting ads. Yeah, see, I don't think people don't generally get. Maybe it's like giving all of other people's ads. Like some people are getting a shit ton of ads.
He's
and
getting
other people
all
are
of
getting
ours.
any, and they're just like, you're getting our ads, basically. That would be annoying.
You're gonna get these guys ads.
Yeah, well, the ads. Well, I have to put the ads on at least a little bit because I mean, if there's no super chats, which like tonight there hasn't been any, which means this is probably not going to be a particularly long stream, then that means I'm not making anything at all. The ads aren't going to make me much, but it's going to make me a little bit. You know, it's something. It's a couple cents probably. It's going to be barely nothing. It's going to be basically nothing. But okay, so I'm putting
to buy you a quarter.
I'm putting Thor above Hulk, and I'm putting Hulk below. Does anyone think that it should be swapped the other direction? I think it would be wild to swap it the other direction because I do think Hulk's a boring
for
movie.
1 hour.
Usually I only get ads at the beginning of YouTube streams. Enough to get taxed. That's right, Steve. Just enough to get taxed.
They give you the right amount of ads to tax you.
Yeah.
Ruga,
All right.
So
next up we have Cat.
Ruga, I have a little. Can I tell a little story real quickly?
Is it relevant to what we're doing?
It was relevant to the conversation that you were just having.
Sure. Okay. Go ahead.
So it was back in 2019 when the sequel of the Lego Movie was coming out.
Lego
what?
This does not sound relevant.
I was watching a live stream, and then I got hit with the unskippable 2 hour. It wasn't 2 hours. It was the whole movie, the whole first movie length, and it was unskippable. And then there was another ad after that.
That's not an ad. That's just a movie.
No,
Like if I'm gonna go like watch a preview of here's a trailer of the new Supergirl movie, and then there's like a 2.5 hour ad that's just the Supergirl movie. I'd be like, oh, well, that's a pleasant surprise. Okay.
You know what's funny is that if you really are that
there's
impressed
more
about
ads.
Guess I'm watching.
more ads, yeah.
Man, that trailer was awesome. They spoiled the whole movie in the trailer, though. I don't get it. No.
It was very confusing. I don't understand. The movie wasn't even there. They showed the movie like right after too. It was weird.
All right.
So weird.
So,
but what's funny is that if you're that pressed about ads, there's a trick where you can close out the video and open it back in, and the ad will be shorter.
Don't fucking tell people how to leave my stream, asshole. What are you talking about?
But what I was going to say was,
thinking? Crazy.
I was watching a GTA 5.
I mean, I'm not saying you have to leave the stream.
I was watching like a Doomsday Hype stream because I think that's when it came out about that time.
I got you.
Then and basically they were doing it as like a marketing poll where they would play the first movie as an ad. Usually it was skippable, but this asshole turned his ads to high.
Yeah,
and made it.
It's fine. Hey, I don't hate him, man. He's just trying to make his. Like I said,
hate the game.
Like I said, well, it's just like this. People don't understand. Like this is people's jobs. Like people do this for like even if they have a job outside of doing the YouTube is still something that it's like a side hustle thing that they're trying to make money on. And it's like if he's streaming and there aren't a lot of people watching and they're not getting super chats and not engaging and not doing that kind of stuff, the only way he can make money is the ads, and the ads don't really like help really because the ads make you virtually nothing unless you have like 1,000 people watching at the same time for the most part. So it's like I'm not hating on him for that. That's the whole reason why he's doing this. All right, so next up we have Captain America. Okay, I actually think this one's really good. I don't think it's S tier, but I do think it's basically top of A. I think it's second to Iron Man in terms of the original movies, and it's probably the one that I've seen the most. I've actually probably seen this movie more than I've seen Iron Man, which is crazy. But
Yeah, I agree.
I do think it's
agree.
really good. I do think the action sucks. I do.
Yeah, I was thinking about the movie, and the only thing I would say it's S if it had better action.
Yeah, the
It's
action's
kind of the only
garbage.
drawback, I suppose.
No, the action's garbage. I also, it wins the award for probably the best costume in the MCU. I really like the World War II Captain America costume. I think that when Avengers got rid of it and they had that terrible costume to replace it in Avengers, I was like, dude, come on, where's the World War II costume? And then Winter Soldier brought the World War II costume back, and I was like, yeah, best costume in the MCU is the World War II costume.
Yeah,
awesome.
that was pretty nice.
Such a
Very
good costume.
pleasant.
Yeah, I know. I actually really like this movie. This is a good one. It's a good example. Like there's very little comedy in this movie. It doesn't have to be comedic to be good. Like me thinking the Hulk movie is boring is not because it's not funny. It's just not like the it's not interest. Yeah, there isn't a whole lot of entertainment value outside of the Hulk stuff. But I like Captain America even when he's not in his suit throwing his shield, beating dudes up and shooting people. I like him. His relationship with Peggy is actually pretty good. You don't usually get good romances in these movies, but it's not a bad one. I still think Iron Man's romance with Peggy is better in Iron Man 1, but the romance, well, it's kind of not even a romance in that movie, but it's the beginning of one.
The hinting.
It's getting there. There's clearly something there. The Peggy Captain America one is the second best relationship in these first 4 films, and it's not bad. It's good.
Yeah,
it's also the most tragic.
It really is.
Oh yeah, because he gets separated. Yeah, but then they wind up together by the end. You know, one thing that no one ever talks about when they wind up together after Endgame, he should be like a decade older. So they were both in their 20s when they met, and then he goes away, and he goes back to Peggy, and Peggy should still be in her 20s, and he should be like in his mid 30s.
He's
it's been like 10, 15 years.
He's a super soldier. He doesn't really age. Like
he does age because we see the old version of him in Endgame.
Well, he's not meant to age. We don't know how old he is at that point.
Yes, we do because Peggy just died a year or 2 before. They were both old
how
people.
Old?
Peggy dies in Civil War, and then literally 2 or 3 years later, when Endgame comes out, we see Steve as an old man. He's not considerably older than Peggy. He aged relatively at a similar rate to Peggy. But he should be 10 years older than Peggy.
No,
at that point.
That would have happened 5 years after.
Whatever the time span was, I'm saying Peggy died, and if he relived his... Well, honestly, it actually doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Because, the whole time... That's the thing with the later movies. We're going to get to Endgame, but the timeline doesn't actually make sense. Because it's he went back in time. Would he be in his same timeline? Because no, Peggy married somebody else and had somebody else's kids, and she had a totally different life in this timeline. So with him going back and living with Peggy, didn't he create a new timeline? How did he even get to the main timeline?
I do remember seeing a thing that
the movies don't explain. Anything that you come up with is going to be.
No, the movies don't explain.
Well, according to most people, I just did some googling to how old he was. He should be about 105 when we see him when he's in Endgame.
Pretty damn old.
He does. The super soldier serum makes him age differently.
Not really, because his wife. Not really, because his wife literally died a couple years before he did. So it's not like he was
seven. No, because he's 10 years older than her. Ish.
Sure.
Because of
but outliving your wife by 10 years is not super over the top.
Again, he's not dead. He's still alive.
Well, he died after that movie. We know he dies after that movie.
Do we?
Sure, he literally in the next movie they immediately show his grave. He dies after that movie. Now he didn't die immediately. He probably had some kind of old.
What was the next movie? What was the next movie after Endgame? Wait, actually, I should have it right here.
I think it was Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. We didn't see his tombstone as Spider-Man.
No, they didn't show his tomb. Actually, no, you're right. They didn't show his tombstone, but they did say he died.
Dead. I don't remember that at all in that movie. I only seen it once.
Yeah, no.
I'm slipping.
In that movie, they said that Iron Man was dead and Captain America was dead. So
I don't see how he was 100.
Because so he was like what? So he was like mid-20s.
When did Endgame come out? He wasn't in mid-20s.
2020.
No, I'm saying when he got frozen, he was mid-20s, right? And then he
No,
was
there's
in
no
hard
evidence he was
part.
mid-20s. He was probably in his early 20s, right out of high school when he joined the military. That's usually what age you join the military. We know he tried. It took him a while to try and get in, so maybe he was like a year or two older than that. But he was probably in his early 20s. And then
Well, how long was he Captain America? Was the other thing.
about I think Endgame happened 10 years after Captain America did, after Avengers did.
I think it was longer than that. Wasn't it based on our real time? I don't know.
I don't think so.
It was meant to be, but some of the later movies mess up the timeline. So like it's supposed to follow in like the year the movie comes out. That's what year it is. But then I think when the first Spider-Man movie came out, it like killed the timeline because it said that the Avengers thing that like the invasion in Avengers 1 happened like 3 years after or before it actually did. So now the whole timeline is like, wait, what? Where is it? Like it's very confusing now.
Okay, if you want the original one, it was 5 years after Endgame, and Endgame out in 2020.
What do you mean 5 years?
So-
What was 5 years after Endgame?
Well, because everyone gets blipped away, so it's 5 years in the future from when everyone
There is a
gets blipped.
5-year gap there.
Yeah, when he goes
Yeah, but
back.
maybe he
so
got
fifth-
blipped.
He didn't.
You don't know that. You
No,
don't know
but
if the
yeah,
old
that's
version
not-
of him
We
got
do.
blipped.
No, yeah, that doesn't matter though. Yeah, it's 5 years, but that's after Infinity War.
No,
then
I'm just saying.
Endgame happened.
Adding to his years, you have to add however long he was in our modern time.
Yeah, but even
And then
then,
Oh,
five
even
plus
years,
the
we don't
5
see.
years.
he looks virtually no different in Endgame
Yeah,
than he
but
does in
no.
Infinity
Yeah,
War.
but
He
you
just
can't say that because none of the actors looked any different because they none of them actually aged 5 years.
That's true. That's true.
What year was Endgame? What year did the actual movie come out? Does anybody know?
2023. 2023.
Yeah,
I was thinking
2022?
23.
Here,
I was
hold
thinking
on.
2023.
I actually should have this up because I was doing this earlier. Okay, where is it? Where are they? Here it is. Okay.
Uh,
2019, April,
Wow.
April 26th.
Okay.
2019.
Okay.
2019.
2019.
Okay, so it was 6
29.
years ago. So just do the math from 1945 or
So
whatever,
last
whenever he
year.
got frozen to 2019. You know, to 2024. That's that's like 80 years. That's fine. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. No, 60? Yeah, that's 80 years. So and if he was 20, so yeah, he'd be around 100. Which again, I it's old, but I don't think it's so old that like Clint Eastwood is 99 right now, right? Like it's not impossible for a dude to age to be 100. I think
No.
Mel Brooks is 99 currently. Clint Eastwood is in his late 90s currently. Betty White died at 99. Like it's not that uncommon. It is pretty uncommon. It's more uncommon than common, but it does happen. So I don't think that's super soldier. I don't think that's necessarily super soldiers levels of aging just because he made it to 100.
Well, he's also not an extreme version of a super soldier, so he wouldn't have an extreme version of aging.
I mean, he's a pretty extreme version of a super soldier. In Winter Soldier, he literally jumped out of a skyscraper all the way down to the ground.
Okay,
he
he
jumps
does
out of
some- I forget-
planes without parachutes.
Okay, the jumping shit is absolutely insane. Yeah, he does a lot of that.
He took out
Yeah,
a
and
jet by
I-
throwing his shield at it. That
that's
happens
super-
in Winter Soldier. They basically give him a massive power up between the first movie and Winter Soldier.
Yeah, I was thinking of the first movie, and I was like, oh yeah, each movie he does do just more and more crazy shit each movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they kind of have to because the first movie it was pretty tame comparatively. It's not like he doesn't do anything crazy. Like he
I mean,
does
he's pretty damn crazy. I mean,
he
he was
does chuck
wrestling
a motor
tanks in the first movie, so
no, he
No,
doesn't,
he wasn't
he doesn't
not.
wrestle tanks. He does chuck a motorcycle at somebody though. Like he just picks up a motorcycle and chucks it. That's probably the strongest thing I think he does in the first movie. Anyway, we got in there. Everybody agrees. Okay, let's go on to Avengers. I'm gonna be honest. I think this movie is super over celebrated. I think it's fine.
I think it's the bottom of A.
I would probably
Maybe like above Hulk.
I would put it It's weird saying that Thor is better than Avengers.
It's
I don't think
it's relative.
I don't think I would say it's not as good as Captain America, but it's not. But it's.
I will say this.
better, in
I
my
think
opinion,
we'll
than
put it.
Thor.
We'll put it above. I think we'll put it above these movies, and the reason why I think we'll put it above, even though I don't necessarily think it's better, I think we'll end up putting it above because I think it's more rewatchable.
That's true.
Like it's one of
It
the
is very
it's one of
rewatchable.
the most rewatchable Marvel movies that there is, even if I don't necessarily think it's all that great. Okay, I'm not saying that. Not that it's not all
it
that
does
great.
have
It's
some
not
good
bad.
entertainment value.
You know, it's not bad. It's not bad. I'm not hating on it. I just think the amazing, like, is it as amazing as people were saying when the movie came out? I don't think so personally. Like I don't really understand why people hate on the first Avatar movie and then just absolutely adore Avengers. Like I don't
know why people hated the Avatar movie anyways, to be
Well,
honest.
they hated the Avatar movie because the story was just Fern Gully. It was a very generic, basic, bare bone story, with really, really good, visuals. Avengers has
I
like
guess
not
so.
a particular Avengers for most of the movie is just a bunch of dudes on a ship arguing with each other, and
Movies are fun to watch.
Loki his character gets completely rewritten, and he's just a shitty character. And then he actually is a worse character in Avengers than he was in the first Thor movie. And I mean, the last
when you
fight
say
is
that,
against
do you
a bunch
mean,
of dudes they could solo. Like there's no challenge in this film. They just completely wiped the floor with the main villain of the Avengers didn't need to come together to solve this problem. They really didn't.
Two of the Avengers could straight up beat him without trying.
No, not two. He gets outsmarted or beaten by every single Avenger on the
I
team.
just meant in a fight. Two of them.
With the exception of Captain America, he gets outsmarted or beaten by every Avenger.
Wait, Black Widow included?
Yes, Black Widow.
Yeah.
Black Widow tricks him into giving her his plan.
So dumb.
She out manipulates Loki, who is
The manipulator.
like the ultimate manipulator. He's like god of lies.
The god of
and mischief.
tricksters gets out tricked.
He gets tricked by her, which is crazy. And then he gets one-upped by Hawkeye when Hawkeye shoots an arrow at him and he catches it, and then it's actually an explosive arrow and blows up in his face. He gets beaten by Thor.
Fair,
He gets beaten by Hulk.
See that coming.
He gets beaten by Iron Man.
By the Hulk.
Yeah, but he's a trickster, and he was successfully had a trick done to him, and he knows that the dude has trick arrows. Like, what are you talking about? He did don't grab the fucking arrow and just hold it next to your face. He got beat by Iron Man. The only person who didn't beat him is Captain America, who is one of the weakest on the teams, with the exception of the two human characers. But the two human characters also get the better of him. Whoever's washing their hands,
he's dead in the middle.
Please mute yourself.
Oh, sorry, I was refilling my water.
Yeah, it's cool. Just mute it.
Cap gets his punches in though. He gets a punch in.
Yeah, but he doesn't win. He very clearly doesn't
No.
win. He's the only
No,
person
he gets
who
his ass
doesn't get the
beat.
better of him. So and then the actual army that they send at him, I honestly think that Iron Man probably could have taken on that whole army. Especially if you go 1 year into the future where Iron Man has 80 suits, he would have easily been able to wipe out that entire army by himself.
He'd tell the Avengers
just
to go
one
home.
more year, and Tony would have easily folded that entire army.
Yeah, he would have. I actually think that the villains that he had to face in Iron Man 3 were more of a threat than the villains that they had to face in Avengers 1.
Who did he face in Iron Man 3? I forgot.
Killinger. Or not Killinger. Yeah, it was Killinger.
The Extremis.
The Extremis guy, yeah, with the fire powers.
Right.
They were way more
those
dangerous
guys.
than Loki.
Okay.
I think any one of those
really
guys would have been able to kill Loki easily and take on the Chitauri.
I don't know about killing Loki, but
of course, everyone else was He couldn't do anything against Iron Man, and Iron Man could not fight against any of those dudes. His suits were getting ripped apart.
we never actually really see him fight Iron Man.
Iron Man one-shots him the moment he comes into contact with him. When Iron Man shows up the first time, Loki instantly surrenders, and the second time he one-shots Loki across the room, and Loki passes out.
Well, the first one, it was hinted as a plan.
Sure, but he didn't surrender to Captain America.
No, because he had to make it look real, right?
Very obviously, I don't know. I feel like there's something there.
Well, I don't
Maybe
think he didn't do a very good
clearly-
job making it look good because everyone was like, he wants to be here. Like even Fury was like, why do I get the feeling he's the only one that wants to be here? They were pretty much all on board with he got arrested too easily.
Yeah.
So I don't see why he didn't just I think it was pretty clear. Even the stuff that we see him do in the movies, it just seems like Iron Man's more powerful. Like Thor has a rougher fight with Iron Man than he does with Loki.
Yeah, that's true.
In that movie. But yeah, so
range OP.
For now, I'll put it at the top of A. Killian, there we go. Killian. Someone just posted it down there. So I'll put it at the top of A. I will. but
Yeah. I mean,
it feels weird putting it there because I honestly don't think it's great.
I would
I think
say
it's
at
fine.
least behind Captain America, it's not without its flaws, to be
Well,
honest.
Captain America's not without its flaws either.
I mean, true, but
I would say
just kinda-
overall it's
I don't know.
overall I think that Avengers is probably
Action
like I
is
said,
like
it's
10
more-
times better.
it's more rewatchable. The
Yeah.
action is fun. It's very quotable. There's a ton of quotable lines in that movie. There is a certain like funness. I don't even know, that's not the right word, of seeing all
It's
of
got a
these
fun
characters
factor.
interact with each other. In
Yeah.
a way that like you just don't see that often, and when it does happen,
To be
it is
to be
cool.
honest, they do actually at least try to do the interaction between the characters in later Avengers movies.
Yeah, but this was the first time we saw it.
That's true.
It
That
didn't
is true.
happen
Yeah,
before
I'm
this
just saying.
movie.
I'm just saying.
And a lot of scenes that people think of to this day when they think about the interactions between the two different characters, they think of from this film. You know,
Yeah.
like there's jokes that I haven't seen this movie in probably 8 or 9 years, and there are jokes in this movie that I still remember to this day. Like when Thor talks to Black Widow about respecting his brother, because he's like, he is of Asgard, he is my brother. He's like, he killed 80 something people in 2 days. He's like, he's adopted. Like, there's a lot of really funny little one-liners in this movie that are very enjoyable. It's like I said, it's a very, very quotable movie.
Execution's pretty done well.
Yeah, it's not Joss Whedon's fault that the movie wasn't as great as it could have been. He was given a lot of limitations. Like, he wanted to bring Abomination back. He wanted there to be a scene. He wanted there to be a scene where Loki breaks out Abomination because he needs help against the Avengers, and he was going to send the Abomination against the Avengers, which would have been so cool. But Marvel decided they didn't want too many
Thor
characters.
versus Abomination.
Yeah, they didn't want too many characters in the film, so they told him he couldn't bring Abomination back. So because of that, he was left with a villain who wasn't capable of doing anything against the Avengers. So he had no choice but to make half the movie just them not getting along, and that was the movie. And it was like, damn, dude, I would have really liked to see Abomination in this movie. I think that would have been really cool.
I feel like, if he didn't have the limitation of that, I feel like all you would have
They
to
also
do
forced
is
him. They also
remove-
forced him into putting Black Widow in the movie. He wanted to put He wanted to introduce Captain Marvel in the first Avengers film, and they told him no, and instead put in Black Widow. So he had to force Black Widow into the movie when she was, and I actually think he fit her in relatively well for him not wanting to do her.
To be honest, with his limitations,
He worked
I think
with a lot of limitations.
He worked really well with his stuff.
He only did Avengers 1 and 2, and both movies he had massive limitations with them making him do stuff he didn't want to do. And I actually think he did a relatively good job. It's kind of like Iron Man 2. Iron Man 2 had massive limitations from the guy who was directing it. What's his name? The dude who does Mandalorian. I'm forgetting his name. The guy who
Pedro Pascal.
What? No, the director.
Oh,
you think
the director.
Pedro Pascal had anything to do with Iron Man 2?
No, I thought you were talking about an actor. I don't know.
No,
It's
that's
just
just
based out there.
Pedro Pascal is not in Iron Man 2. No, the director. I'm forgetting his name. He did his Thor, and he was in Chef, and he did the movie Chef.
Hold on.
And he did Cowboys and Aliens versus Aliens. Did a bunch of stuff. And he was in Swingers with Vince Vaughn. Anyway, doesn't matter. Yeah, he had a lot of limitations with Iron Man 2. I do think Joss did better with the limitations than Jon Favreau. Than Jon Favreau did.
I just looked it up. It was Jon
Favreau. Y'all are late. It also just appeared in chat. Y'all are late. I got it first. Ha. Y'all feel like fools. Fools, I say.
Right. I must be a fool then.
So yeah, I'll put it at the top of A right now, but I think that's probably going to start getting pushed back as we get farther up in the.
It's like giving a kid a single tub of Play-Doh and he recreates a miniature version of a Greek statue.
I see that you are not educated enough to actually name a Greek statue, so you just said generic. You could have said the Colosseum. You could have said anything. You could have. Why would you say a Greek statue?
The only reason I didn't name a specific one was because there's like
you can't.
You don't know any Greek statues is the reason.
The only reason
why.
I didn't name it is because I can't name it.
Yeah, you just say you can't. You don't
know.
I
could name one.
Then why didn't you name?
And the
something
Colosseum's not a statue. That's a.
Then don't name a statue. name the Colosseum. You know that that's a thing, and that he could have built with Play-Doh. Why does it have to be a statue? If you don't know the names of any statues, don't use a statue. Name a Greek statue right now. Come up with a name for a Greek statue. Go. He just used that one.
What?
Who?
He just used that one, and I bet you if I asked you right now, is it actually Greek, you couldn't tell me if it really is or not.
I mean, it is.
Are you sure?
I am 100% sure.
I don't believe that you're 100% sure.
I know for a fact it's
I'm going to laugh my
a Greek
ass off
statue.
if he looks it up and it's not Greek.
He's Googled it now.
I know he is. He's
I
100%. He's 100%
He's
talking slower because he's trying to buy himself some time.
I have not even Googled it. I am not Googling it. I'm not doing it.
You already Googled it. That's
God
why.
damn it, it might be Roman. Fuck. No, it's Greek. It's Greek. Okay, I know for a fact
you
it's
were
Greek.
Googling it. He's definitely Googling it.
I'm not Googling it. I am standing on the fact that it's Greek. I won't even dare to look at the Google.
I'll Google it right now. I'll be honest. I don't know. I have no idea if it's Greek. Is the thinker?
I don't think it's Roman.
From Greece.
I know there are a bunch of statues that are Roman because of the Roman invasion. I don't think it's. I'm pretty sure it's Greek. I'm pretty damn sure it's Greek.
Okay, so Siri's too dumb to know the answer to the question, so I have to. So at least you, if you're right, you got one up on Siri. Is the thinker a Greek
One
statue?
up on Siri isn't even a good thing.
No, Siri couldn't do that shit. The thinker is not a Greek statue. It is a 19th century French sculpture by Auguste Rodin. So you are 100% not correct, sir. That makes you 100% wrong.
All the Greek gods have a statue. You could have picked one of them.
You could have picked any. Yeah, there's any number of statues you could have picked. What about the one without arms? The one with the
the one without arms.
What's that
Isn't
one?
that,
I forgot her name.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. The chick without arms.
Yeah.
Get you with
She's either.
Okay, we're changing up. We're deleting this tier
What's the
list.
chick-
We're deleting this tier list,
Venice
and
de Milo.
we're doing Greek statue tier list from this point on. No more MCU.
No, isn't she the one? Isn't she No, I don't. Is she Venus? No, she's not
Yes.
Venus. That's
Yeah.
Was it Venus?
Venus de Milo. Yeah, that's
one without the arms. Isn't that Hestia? I could be wrong. Hold
Venus. I literally looked it up. It's Venus de Milo.
It's Venus. Yeah, I knew. I remember. Okay. I remember it's Venus because the pose of it is pretty much almost every Venus.
Liam, you have no excuse for not knowing this stuff. This is your history, man. This is on your continent. This is on your continent. Yes, it is.
No,
it's right there.
I'm on an island. I'm on an island.
That's
bro.
like saying. That's
Yeah.
like. So that's like me. That's like. It's still your. It's still your continent. Europe is a continent.
No.
You don't know what continent. You're
I know
part
it's
of?
a continent.
Okay, they're
It's
all.
Europe,
You're all on the same
man.
continent.
But what what the Romans were off conquering, we were off conquering. You know.
Uh-huh. Look, if someone asked me a question about Texas, I'd be able to answer it. It's right there. Like, Greek is right there for you. You can get in a little rowboat and you'll be there by morning, okay?
You're treating this guy like he's a Viking.
Yeah. Well, it's cross. I use the slowest boat I can think of.
I have Celtic blood.
Celtics?
I could be a Viking. Yeah, Vikings.
Perhaps.
That's.
Do you slay dragons, perhaps?
That means your mom was raped. Not your mom, sorry.
Whoa.
An ancestor of some kind.
Wait a minute.
Not a mom, sorry. Not that soon. Some ancestor was likely
Out of
raped by
pocket for
Vikings.
that one, Ruga.
Gonna take that, Liam. You
100%.
just accused your dad of stuff.
No, I
Oh, no,
didn't.
that's
Just
crazy.
because his mom was raped doesn't mean I was talking about his dad. All right.
Fair enough.
Okay. Yeah, it could have been raped by anybody. I could have raped her. It wasn't his dad.
What?
Okay. Liam, I am your father. I'm actually probably old enough to be Liam's father. Maybe.
No,
I would have had to have
no.
had a kid very young. What was it?
At 6.
You're 6?
No, at 6.
I raped your mom at 6?
You would have had to.
You don't know how old I am. How do you know I would have had to rape your mom
You
at
said
6?
you're 30.
No, I said I'm in my 30s. I've never told anyone how old I am because I don't know.
Really? Why are we having this conversation?
I don't.
Wait, you don't know your own age?
I stopped keeping track after high school, and my parents stopped keeping track. So I don't know. I could probably look it up. If my license.
Hey, wait, you can look it up. That's funny.
I don't keep track. I don't know.
Know your birthday? Like day, not the date.
I know the day. I don't know the year.
Fair. That's fair.
I'd have to go look it up. It's I don't know. It's over there. I don't know anything about me. I don't know where my people are from because my dad was adopted. He was an orphan, you know, and I've just straight up never even bothered asking my mom because I don't care. So I have no idea where my people are from at all. I'm just an American dude, just a white dude born in America. That's all it is to it. I just don't care enough about anything that happened before my existence. None of that. Nothing matters. Life only started mattering the year I can't tell you because I don't know what year I was born, but that's the year everything mattered. Everything before that was a mistake. No, okay, so we're an hour in, no super chats. So we're probably only gonna do a couple more and then we're gonna end it because I'm not making any money and it's Saturday night and I could be doing other things. I got a fine ass Chinese bitch who wants to come over. So let's see. We got Iron Man 3. Where are we going with Iron Man 3? Oh, right, Iron Man 3. I think this movie gets a lot of like hate for no reason. Well, not no reason.
I think it was a good movie.
Not enough of a reason.
Iron Man 3 goes above Avengers.
Okay,
in my opinion.
So, Jesus, what the hell? Did everybody become hipsters? When this movie came out, everybody hated it. They thought it was awful.
What?
Yes, this was what.
No,
right.
that's true. A lot of people did.
First Marvel movie I saw in theaters, and
Everyone
I loved
hated this movie when it came out. They hated what they did with the Mandalorian. They hated the bait and switch.
Oh, the Mandarin.
Sorry,
no,
yeah,
I loved what they did with the Mandarin.
They hated what they did with the Mandarin.
Juxtaposition
They hated the bait and
from
switch
the comic
about
story.
No, not that. They hated the bait and switch that they built up the villain to be what's his face? The actor Ben whatever.
Killian.
And then they swapped it out and it was actually Killian was the real villain and not this Mandarin character who they built up for the first half of the movie. This was a massive thing that everyone hated. Like, it was constant. Like, I don't think I couldn't run into a single person who liked this movie when it came out.
I
remember
everyone hating that
took
choice.
Inspiration from did play it straight and had the Mandarin actually being the villain, which is why I think it works better in the context of the MCU for him not to be the villain, and I actually liked that twist. So I liked it.
I actually think the twist is terrible. I think it's a terrible, terrible twist.
Yeah.
I think it's an awful twist.
Why did they
I don't think it
change
kills
his
the movie like a lot of people do, but it is a terrible twist. The problem is that they set up a really you can do a villain twist like that. The problem is that the villain that they set up at the beginning of the movie, the Mandarin, is far more interesting and charismatic and just a better character than who we ended up having to do. Like we thought that Killian, they told me a little while. Killian, they told that at the beginning of the movie, Killian is a villain. We know he's a villain, but we think he's a henchman to this other bigger, greater villain that is the Mandarin, who is built up slowly throughout the movie as this vicious, like really cool character with like he has a cool way of speaking and he's violent and he's intelligent. His intelligence is enough to match that of Tony Stark's. He attacks Tony's home and nearly kills him. He's like this cool terrorist character who's starts his own army on the other side of the world. And then we end up finding out, okay, well, that's actually bullshit. That whole character was fabricated. And in reality, who the real villain is not another character, like a bigger character. It's a lesser one. It's the dude who we thought was his henchman the whole time. Like, that's lame. Like, if you're going to swap out the villain for another villain and do this twist, you have to make sure the villain you replace him with is better. Or a more of a threat, or a bit like you can't downgrade
at least
with a villain twist. Like you can't and they did downgrade. They 100% downgraded from what we thought we were going to get. That's my issue with the twist. If we would have gone in thinking that Killian was the villain the whole time, and then it was a twist, and then we found out it was actually the Mandarin, and it was like this big terrorist dude, that would have been a lot better. I think that would have been like, oh shit, this big massive reveal. That would have been cool. But what they did is we went in thinking, we literally walked in the theater thinking we were going to get a really cool villain, and then they took it away from us and replaced it with something shitty. And that was a problem.
Yeah.
And it was all for a message
it
was all because of a message. It was a message that the director was trying to do, where it's like the real, like basically the message the director was pushing through the movie, which I don't even necessarily think is a bad message, is that they like to keep you like basically people in power will like to keep you distracted on looking at things on the other side of the world as the main villains when the truth is the villains are right next door. Like all of these people will tell you, you gotta work, you gotta like. I mean, they still do that to this day. I mean, hey, look what's going on with Russia and Ukraine. Hey, look what's going on with Israel and Palestine. But like in reality, look at what's going on right here in our own country and the people who are fucking us on a day-to-day basis. And that's kind of the message he wanted to push. But in this case, I think it's a message that made the movie worse, the way it was done. So yeah, I don't like the twist. But I don't think that kills the movie, and I think the movie's actually pretty good outside of that twist. Anyway, what were you saying?
Yeah, I really like the whole Alaska.
I mean, Killian was actually a pretty
go.
threatening villain when he actually was during that final scene. So.
I don't care. He wasn't as interesting. He wasn't good. Like
Killian?
And we he wasn't like I mean his powers were dangerous, sure, but who gives a fuck? Like Mandarin was a more interesting does it matter at all that okay, let's say you're watching The Dark Knight, and then all of a sudden the Joker leaves the movie halfway through, and then, he wasn't the villain. Instead, here's this other guy with crazy superpowers that's more powerful than the Joker. Would you have given a shit? Or would you have been annoyed that you just lost the Joker in the fucking Dark Knight movie? You probably would. It doesn't matter how powerful they are. You had a more interesting villain before, and now he's gone, and there's something missing from the movie because of that. The way they built up the Mandarin was really, really good. Like, I wanted to see him meet Tony and see them interact because he seemed like a fascinating dude, and the way that he was being played by the actor whose name is slipping my mind was really, really cool. But it just didn't. It sucked, wasn't it?
Killian was a good action figure, but the Mandarin would have been a great character.
Yeah, the Mandarin would have been great.
Well, in the comics, the Mandarin is actually how they portrayed him in that movie. He is this terrorist.
Everyone knows
really
that.
big throne, shit like that. And
the Mandarin is not like he was portrayed in the movie. To be honest, a Mandarin is a Chinese dude.
No, not at all. That's what I'm saying, and that's why I enjoy it in the movie because I was thrown off. Not that it necessarily works, but I think it works in the context.
I think it's weird that his name is still the Mandarin. Because, his name's the Mandarin in the movie, but he's actually, Middle Eastern, So it's why is his name the Mandarin? I do think that's weird. They moved his location, but his name still stayed, the Chinese
The actual
name.
Mandarin's in the MCU, we just don't see him yet.
Yeah, but they didn't plan that. They did that later because they didn't. Because of the backlash that the movie got. That's what, originally, that was, the Mandarin was supposed to be just a creation of Killian. And Trevor Slattery, and that was all it was. And then everyone hated it so much, and this is why I know that oh no, people hated this. They really hated it. The backlash was so bad that Marvel came out with a short film after the movie came out that revealed that there actually is a Mandarin, and just they were basically Trevor was just taking the name the Mandarin, but it was a totally different character, which actually makes it even more lame. Because they didn't even make the dude. They didn't even make a original dude. They just literally took the name. I mean, shit. Killian in Iron Man 3 straight up tells Tony Stark, "I am the Mandarin," but he knew that the Mandarin was an already existing dude out there somewhere. That he just stole the name. Why? That's so dumb. It was whatever. It was whatever. But I do like the movie still, even though I think the twist doesn't work. I think it's funny. Yes. I like the characterization that they give to Tony. I don't mind the kid that much. The action's good. I like the fact that he has a bunch of fucking suits, and at the end of the movie, there's 30 suits against all of Killian's dudes. I like the fact that this is probably the first film in the MCU where the villain was actually a legitimate threat to the hero. Because before this, the biggest threat was Ironmonger and Iron Man. And even then, it wasn't necessarily because Ironmonger was so much more powerful than Iron Man. It's because Iron Man's suit was busted, and it wasn't working properly. In Iron Man 3, he had he had all these suits, and every time he couldn't even touch Killian. Every time Killian even touched him, he would completely destroy his suit.
Armor?
Yeah, and it would just completely take off one of Tony's limbs. So it was this constant thing where he's just running basically most of the fight because he just couldn't do anything about it.
I think he wears 5 suits at the end.
That final action
he keeps swapping between a bunch of them.
He's dropping out of his suit.
They keep getting red.
Dude.
Yeah, another complaint that people have about the movie is that the suits seem way too not durable. Like they're too delicate. They fall apart too easily. Which I think there's some. I don't think it's a fair criticism, because the only one that we see fall apart like that is the one that he can control, like when he's not near it, remotely. And this is the first time he's ever used that technology, so it kind of makes sense. Whereas in the other ones that fall apart, it's because he's fighting against Killian and these other fire beings who are capable of slicing through that shit. And you also have to think, if you want to do the whole scaling shit, his suits are made out of titanium. He says it in the first movie. That means that Killian's got to be like well over 3,000 degrees. Like well over 3,000 degrees. This dude's like 5,000-6,000 degrees bare minimum to be able to slice through the titanium armors like it's butter. Like this dude's you couldn't even stand next to this dude without getting like second-degree burns across your face.
Don't they get so... Well, wasn't there a problem in the movie where they would explode because of the heat they had?
It was possible to happen, but it was like it was whenever they became that person.
They either gained the powers or they exploded. I also don't like how Tony took Pepper Potts' powers away. There was no reason for him to do that.
Pepper Potts had power?
Yes.
Oh, right.
He gives her the extremis.
Right.
Like he does it originally to put it to her because he thinks it's gonna kill her, and he does it to fuck with Tony, and then she ends up succeeding and actually acquiring the powers. And Tony's like, "Oh, I could fix this," and Tony takes away her extremis powers. Just let her keep the. That would have been so cool if Pepper Potts would have had extremis powers from that point on.
Yeah, it would have actually made her look cooler in the Avengers Endgame movie
it's
too.
Not like the comics, but it would have been cool. So just
You're right. You're right about that. I think we can blame the actress on this one. That chick is weird, and I don't think she really wanted to be that involved from that point on, because her
really
role
didn't,
is getting very, very minor. And if you see what she's doing now, she is not normal.
No, she's a weirdo. But that doesn't. But to be fair, it's not so. That was the last Iron Man movie. After that, like Iron Man 3 is the last Iron Man movie. After that, he's only in team up movies. That's why her role is smaller. Because her role was always big in the Iron Man films. There was never.
She's
an
a
Iron Man
side
4.
character in a.
Yeah. She's like she's close to him. She's not a main character in the Iron Man movies, but she's the second most important character. In the Avengers movies, she's like fucking 15th billing, if that. Like she'd be even lower.
So that's very generous.
She's like she's well, especially by Endgame, she's like 40th billing. But in Avengers 1, I think 15th billing is probably fair. She's got one decent scene, before you just get a ridiculous number of Avengers. But yeah, no, I like this movie. Should it go above Avengers? I don't know.
Yeah.
I think
I don't know.
It's really close.
I'll put it below for now. I could put a vote on it. Does anyone
I think it's less rewatchable.
I feel like it's fair.
Yeah. Does anybody think let's see. We're gonna make a poll. We're gonna start a poll. Iron Man 3.
Iron.
Yeah, there's an R right there. Can't you read? So good.
Yeah, I can read.
Let's see. Above.
Couldn't even fucking finish the sentence before he said it.
Avengers. Below. Avengers. There we go. Start poll. I'm sure a lot of people are going to think that it shouldn't be anywhere near here. It should actually be lower or whatever. But I don't know. That's where we're going. You guys need to spread your opinions more, so I know what the fuck you're thinking. Let's see. The movie got overshadowed with it. Wasn't Pepper played by Gwen? Yeah, she was. Still is. Yes. I hated that part so much, even though it's deliberately showed that you can control it. Yeah, like, that's the thing, though. There's no reason to take the powers away from her because, it's not something that they can't... No one is ever shown not being able to control it. Also, the fact that Tony was capable of curing her of it, it makes you wonder, couldn't Tony give himself way more powers than he did?
They basically... By Endgame, they say Tony could almost do anything he wanted with technology.
I mean, they didn't say it, but they certainly showed it. Like, he literally, discovered time travel overnight. And they still tried to make us believe that the chick from Wakanda is smarter than him, the 15-year-old.
You know what was?
She is not.
She's 15?
Dude, okay.
She was 15 in the first Black Panther movie.
I see.
Yeah.
It's
Do you
because
mind
they
if I
say it's
go on a
because
side tangent about this?
it's the tech they give her, but she's at like people don't realize that Wakanda is so ahead of where Tony was in terms of
Is
technology.
ahead. True. But like Iron Man caught up to them and kind of even surpassed them by a pretty quick mile.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not only did he discover time travel before them, he went to space before them.
Before them.
I mean, I
Yeah,
would
before
argue.
them.
Oh,
the
yeah,
nanobot.
yeah.
Tony,
Tony, they keep trying
far
to.
as
The
Tony.
movies, you'll start to notice as we get through this list, the movies start to get more like away from reality as we continue on, and they just stop making fucking sense. And they do a lot of really stupid shit. I'm sorry, but saying that Tony, like the insulting thing, we're gonna get to. We might get to them, but we'll get to them later. But they start disrespecting a lot of the older characters, and they start adding in a lot of stuff that's just strange and just straight up, oftentimes just contradicts stuff that we've seen earlier in the movies. It's just really not.
The new Ironheart show is just
We're not talking about the show.
Bad.
We're only talking about the movies. Right
I know
now.
we're not talking about the show, but I just want to, because you brought up the Ironheart girl from the Wakanda movie. She is such a bad character overall.
I didn't bring up the Ironheart girl.
I had.
Oh,
she's in that movie.
You talked about the 15-year-old Wakandan girl.
I wasn't talking about Ironheart. I was talking about Black Panther's sister.
Shuri.
Yeah,
right, my bad.
Shuri is said to be the smartest character in the MCU up to Endgame. She was considered smarter than Bruce and Tony.
By who?
I mean, she's probably second place.
In the movie, it's specific. Like, there's literally a line in Infinity War where they're trying to help Vision, and like basically, I forget the exact line, but basically, Shuri says like, "Oh, why didn't you bypass the fucking Infinity Stone to remove it or whatever?" And Bruce is like, "Oh, because we didn't think of it." Because Bruce and Tony, and then she condescendingly says to him like, "Oh well, I'm sure you tried your best." And then she does some shit that Bruce and Tony couldn't do when they were building him Ultron. In the first place. And then you have
Wait a
lines
minute.
like,
Wait, hold up.
What?
Didn't Tony have to leave before helping Vision?
What are you talking about? Leave before helping Vision?
When Vision got attacked and he got to Shuri to be helped, Tony wasn't there at all. He probably would have figured it out, but he couldn't because he was busy.
Tony and Bruce came together to make Vision.
Yes.
The body was already built, but the actual bringing it to life was done by Tony.
The mind.
So what Crazy Nano was referring to was during Endgame, Vision went to Wakanda and Bruce was
Infinity
there.
War, not Endgame.
Infinity War, yes, my bad. They went to Wakanda to try and get the stone removed from his head, and during that time,
Tony wasn't on World. He was on totally different planet. He was on Titan.
He could have figured it out, but he was off world. So
because he and Bruce originally was the one who put Vision together. And when Bruce was trying to figure out how to remove the stone, he's like you're gonna kill him if you try that. And then she told him, well, no, you could do it this way. And it's like, why didn't y'all do it this way? And then he's like, oh, because we didn't think of it. And he was talking about him and Tony. So basically, when him and Tony made Vision to begin with, they didn't make it as well as she would be able to make it, essentially. And also,
that's when they were
I believe Kevin Feige specifically stated that she was the smartest character in the MCU before the movie came out. I could be wrong about that, but I'm almost positive there was a statement where he said
probably
that.
Right. It wouldn't
just like he said Captain Marvel was the strongest character in the MCU before that movie came out. Like
please come. It's another diss of the author situation where he's just bullshitting because he doesn't know what he was talking about.
No, he's just an extremely he's a very, very liberal person, and he was very into all that stuff that was going on around the time. He was very into the Black Lives Matter movement and the gay pride and the female empowerment. And when Ike Perlmutter left Marvel, who was the previous guy who was like in charge of a lot of the movies, he had to work with Kevin Feige together. Once he leaves, you start to notice a lot of weirdness appearing in the movies with like the male characters starting to be a little disrespected, and there's a lot more of the diversity and stuff being put in the movies because that's stuff that Kevin Feige cares about. I don't
Yeah.
actually care that much about all that stuff. What I do care about is that Ike Perlmutter was just better at making movies. To be honest with you, he was just a lot better. Like the last movie that Ike Perlmutter made before he left was Captain America: Civil War. Like that was the last one that he actually did. And then like
Probably still one of my favorite movies.
Yeah, and then like after that they started getting very strange and bleh. They just weren't
like,
they just slowly lessened in quality over time.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say Shuri's not a badly written character, and she is pretty smart. I would say she's at least second in the verse, if you want to say.
Because then
she's not smarter than Tony.
Well, I mean, I don't like that either. Because then I don't like that either. Because then you'd have to put her above. You would then have to put her above all the scientist characters. All of she's a 15-year-old child. You would have to put her above Bruce Banner. You know, I don't buy that. I don't buy that you'd be able to put her against Bruce Banner or Hank Pym. You'd have to put her above. You'd have to put her above the original.
Hank Pym exists too. I forgot about.
Yeah, you'd have to put her above the original. You'd have to put her up against Rocket Raccoon, in terms of her genius. Rocket Raccoon's even smarter than Tony. Apparently,
it might be worth mentioning that IQ is not necessarily the same thing as knowledge. She very well could be.
But they don't say
potential.
No, no.
They talk about IQ specifically, though.
They don't say IQ. They don't say IQ. They just say she's the smartest.
They just say smarter. No one talks about IQ or knowledge.
No one said knowledge or IQ. They just said smarter. And I think that's bullshit. Like I think that's complete. Yeah. I think that's complete ass.
One thing the MCU brings up. One thing the MCU bring up about like, oh, Tony had all this shit. Shuri had way more shit to start off than anyone else did.
What do you mean? Oh, yeah. You're talking about when? Yeah, she's a princess.
Well, no, I mean like the technology she has. They're at the most advanced place on the planet.
No, I get you. Well, like I wouldn't have an issue if they said that Shuri was smarter than Tony when Tony was 15. Like we know that Tony built a full-on motorcycle from scratch when he was 9. This is stated in Iron Man 1. Like he was a super genius. He graduated from university. I forgot what university when he was like 12 or 13. Like he was a super genius. If you would have said that Tony if you want to say that that she was smarter than Tony at 15, I wouldn't necessarily be like but trying to say just for brownie points for your movie series to be like, hey, yeah, this little girl, because she's, you know, this little African chick, she's smarter than the smartest characters in our entire series. We're just introducing her, and we've already earned your respect for these other characters.
That makes her smarter than Ultron, and Ultron was an AI and had a whole plan.
Well, you know, if she's the smartest in MCU, that would make her smarter than Ultron. That would make her smarter than Hank Pym and Rocket Raccoon.
Yeah, it's bullshit, honestly.
Well, it wouldn't make her smarter than I was about to say the High Evolutionary. It wouldn't make her smarter than him.
I mean,
he hadn't been introduced.
Would make him...
No, because he hadn't been introduced yet. But like, there's a certain point where I'm like, bullshit. like she doesn't have. I feel like writers,
genius characters.
I feel like people like Kevin Feige need to shut up about stuff like that. And he's like, just make the movies and allow the people watching the movies to come to their own determinations of who's the strongest and who's the smartest. Because when you start saying, this is the smartest, this is the strongest, and he never does it to like characters who've been around for 15 years. He's always does it to the new character that's about to come out in this movie. So it immediately pisses everybody off. Like it immediately pisses, because it's like we don't care about this character, and just because you said that, we now are going into the movie liking this character less. Because you just said.
I genuinely wonder if what's going on. If you don't mind a slide aside.
Yeah, because I never go on tangents on this channel.
Stuck in the 80s, and they're making the new one bigger and badder because they're expecting to sell a shitload of toys.
No, I think there's
cool.
I think there's a certain point where it's just like, I'm trying to sell this new movie that's coming out, but it's also getting on the nerves of a lot of people who are. Because the thing is that there's these like political movements, right? There's like the Black Lives Matter political movement, and there's the fucking all these different political movements.
You're not gonna explain this shit to me, dude.
Yeah, but there's people
boycotting Disney since Ray.
It's not like I don't boycott. I just don't watch movies I don't think are gonna be good. But it's like when all of these characters who are the most powerful, most awesome, most amazing ever just happen to always be in these categories of these very divisive political movements. I mean, you make something political that doesn't even necessarily have to be political. Like, it would annoy people they came out with a new movie and it was just like some white dude, right? Like if Wonder Man was being played by a white guy, we're like, oh, Wonder Man is the new smartest character and the movie's not out yet. We would all be like, well, no, fuck that. We've already been attached to this. No, we're not just gonna, yeah, fuck you. And we're automatically gonna not like Wonder Man. But if there's also like this political sort of point to it where it's like, okay, Black Lives Matter stuff is going on, people are like super annoyed by that. There's like the country's split on it. Oh, also here's this little black girl that because we're hitting diversity quotas, and now this chick is also gonna be the smartest character, smarter than all these other characters. Like now you're just adding more fuel to what already would have been a small fire. Now it's a big fire because now it feels political, even though it may now for Kevin Feige it most certainly was political. He's a very political guy. But I'm just saying, like even if it wasn't political, it would have felt political, and it would have gotten on people's nerves to just out the gate. So, but I think that whether she was a little black girl or a white dude, people still would have got pissed. You don't introduce a new character before the character comes out, tell them that they're smarter than the characters that they've already fallen in love with for the last 10 years.
Yeah,
that's just a dumb thing. That's just a dumb thing to do.
That's true.
I think it's really dumb to even. What? Go ahead, Normal.
I still think She-Hulk saying she's
speak faster.
I'm sorry. Saying she's deal with anger more than literal Banner being hunted for years.
No, that's a different conversation. That's a different conversation. I'm not worried about that. That's a whole different conversation. That's a whole different conversation about them like disrespecting older characters. We're not even up to that point yet in the movies, but. Yeah, they made so many mistakes going as these movies continued on. Some of which I do think was extremely political. Some of which was just really dumb, like against common sense. Of like, even if there wasn't politics involved, this would have like annoyed the shit out of people. But it just made it worse that the politics were involved. What's up?
I just think it's intellectually flawed in general to say that one super genius character is smarter than another super genius character. Because how can you even quantify or prove that?
It wouldn't be about proof. You don't have to prove
Tony
anything.
doesn't have access to vibranium.
You don't have to prove anything.
No, I'm
if
saying
you say if the creators,
smarter.
Yeah, but you don't have to prove it. They're made up characters. Like if I say I'm smarter than you, I would have to prove it. But if you're just if a person's writing a book and there's two characters, he's like, this one's smarter. It's like, oh, you didn't prove it in the story. I mean, you could say death of the author and that it doesn't like correlate, but yeah, it's not prove it. It's not that's not the point. That's not what matters. What matters is like you should just let people enjoy the stories that they're engaged with. And allow them to come to their own conclusions, and stop trying to down certain characters to make other. Basically, what's the word? There's a word for it in comics. I'm forgetting the name. I don't remember the exact word. Basically, don't make one dude job just to hold up another character, especially when that person you're making job is someone who other people really really like. It's just a bad way to go, and it's gonna make people immediately fucking hate that new character, because we can see what you're doing.
Right.
Like everyone can see what you're doing.
Which is why I'm saying I'm agreeing with you that what he said was stupid.
Yeah. So Mika Lau says, "Are you gonna do a video game movie dateability tier list?" I don't know, dude. I'm not sure how much longer I'll be doing tier lists because the last month or two, these tier lists have been super fucking dead, and I don't know why that is. I don't really know what's going on. If it's like a time of year, summer, people are just doing other things, but summer's over now. So I don't even know, but we were having
started for a lot of people.
Yeah, it was like we had like a really good run of like 6 months in a row with super active chats.
I can't speak for everybody, but in Pullman, Washington, the college just started up.
I don't know. I can't tell you.
People in the age bracket that do this might be busy.
Maybe, but no, it was like we were super good. We were always having super chats. A lot of people were talking and stuff like this. I mean, Mika Lu, this message, are you going to do this video game blah 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 tier list? He messaged that a while ago, like before we went off on the tangent about Shuri, and there hasn't been a message there since. The chat rate is at 0. It's like I don't know what's going on with if the algorithm's fucking with me or what's going on, but yeah, it's just a lot of these streams have slowed down significantly in the last couple of months. I'm not saying that I'm gonna stop doing the streams, but like my last stream was 3 hours long. It was the shortest stream I ever did, because like there was no super chats, there was no engagement. It was just like, okay, well, I'm not gonna fucking sit up all night with like if I lost interest. Also, my AC went out, which was another that was a pretty big one. I mean, there were times where there were people coming in constantly, constantly doing super chats, constantly engaging, telling me to move things around the tier list. Hey, do this. Hey, talk about this for a little bit. I'm interested in this. Super chat that, and it's like it was really engaging, but the engagement has basically slowed down to a halt for the last couple of months, and I don't know why. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Hopefully, the algorithm will pick it back up. But if this continues for like another month or so, I'll just stop doing I'll just stop doing streams altogether because if it's not worth doing it, then it's just there's no reason to do it. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. But I mean, we'll continue doing this one. But like I said, I mean, how long has this been going on? This has been going on for almost 2 hours, an hour and 40 minutes, and there has not been a single super chat or anything like that the whole time we've been going. It's just like it just shows a lack of engagement. If people aren't interested in doing it, that's why am I doing it? All right, next one. Okay, now we're at Thor 2. Is that right? Yeah. Now we are finally at Thor 2. Okay, all the stuff I said before.
Opinion on this one already.
I already gave my opinion on this one. This is a piece of shit. This is an absolute piece of shit movie. I think it's bad for a long time. Oh, thank you, Normal Comic. Is it Normal Comic? Normal Comic? Is that comic like like a comic book, or is that comic like comedy? Oh.
That's comic like a comic
maybe
book,
a comic book.
Could be he's a normal comic. Like he likes to go and he likes to tell jokes. He's just a normal comic. Nothing weird about him. He doesn't have any weird fetishes for his mom or like to rub feet. He's just a normal everyday comic. You know what I mean?
Why is that one the first one that comes up?
Because that's weird.
Because it's weird. Because that would be not a normal comic if it was. Actually, I would argue feet stuff would probably get to the point where it's pretty normal. There's a lot of people who are into feet stuff. You'd be surprised how many people are into feet stuff. But thank you, Normal Comic, for the $10. Very much appreciated, sir. Okay, so next up we have I already talked about this earlier. I hate the Thor: Dark World. I think it's a terrible movie. The only thing that's good about it is Loki. It's dull as dirt. Villains awful. Fights are boring. It's very gray looking. The whole movie is super gray and just uninteresting to look at. It's really bad. For a long time, I thought that this was the worst film in MCU history until we got to Captain Marvel. Like for years after this movie came out, I was like, Thor: The Dark World is the only legitimately bad movie that Marvel's made. And then
it's very forgettable.
And then it wasn't even.
I've actually never finished it because
I remember it. It's just bad. I remember it. I remember the whole movie because it's bad. I remember a lot of it. I just don't like it. But it's and then Captain Marvel came out and I was like, oh, okay, so finally Thor: The Dark World's got some competition. Cool. So I just spoiled the next 10 freaking movies that are gonna be on this list because I don't like it. Like I said, only good thing about it. Oh, sorry, smacked my mic. Only good thing about it is Loki. His scenes in it. He's a great improvement in this movie from Avengers. But that's it. And it's not enough to save the movie for me. I don't ever want to watch this movie again. I've seen it maybe twice. I didn't want to watch it the second time. Didn't like it the second time. And no, I'm good. I don't like it. I think it's a bad movie. It's a really bad movie. And that's saying something because I really don't like the Thor movies. At all. Thor 1.
Do you even remember what the Dark Elf guy's mission was? What was he trying to do in this movie?
Malekith's whole thing he wanted the ether. Well, it wasn't a power. It wasn't the Power Stone at the time, but it was the ether, which was going to alter reality or whatever. But it was stuck in Thor's girlfriend for some reason, and I don't know why it went inside his girlfriend. It just did, and they wanted it back because he wanted to go to war with Asgard. Jane in these movies too. She's very boring. They had a really good actress, and they did nothing with her. Nothing. Oh my god, what a wasted actress.
They butchered her so badly in the third one. I mean, the fourth one? Yeah, Love and Thunder.
I don't think you can butcher her because there's literally there's nothing interesting about her. I'm surprised if Natalie Portman even did it. They must have offered her a lot of money because there's no way she played that character because she was super interested in this character and her story. Because she isn't a character. There's nothing. I can't say anything about her other than she's a scientist of some kind. Like there's some, she's dull as yeah. This is
I mean,
the
she's
first
in the Viking then apparently.
This is the first dull. This is the first D movie. Yeah, D for dull. This is the first D movie. And now we're moving on to the Winter Soldier. I would say Winter Soldier's S. Does anyone think Winter Soldier's not S?
No, I say you got it.
No, put it up there.
Oh, it's S.
Is that,
it's a great movie.
Everyone, okay. Now, is it S above Iron Man or is it S below Iron Man?
Was Winter Soldier the one with the weird like computer guy? It was like the scientist Arnim Zola in the computer.
That's what you're remembering from the Winter Soldier?
No.
That's the only thing I didn't remember.
Below or above
I know, right? That's like, you don't remember you don't remember Falcon being introduced or a relationship that Captain America had with
No.
Black Widow.
If Arnim Zola, the computer thing, is in that movie, then below Iron Man. But if it's not, then above Iron Man.
Why does that matter? It's one scene.
I'd say
because it's just shitty and it's stupid. He takes over the entire.
He's claiming there's one scene that sucks in that movie, but not one scene that sucks in Iron Man.
But I don't think you remember the scene because you just said that a computer Zola takes over Shield. That's not what happens. Zola doesn't take over.
I can't remember if that's in this movie or in a different movie though.
Zola doesn't take over Shield. Shield gets taken over in Winter Soldier, but Zola's got nothing to do with it.
He's taking control of a bunker. What's that?
Whoever it was.
He's literally just locked in a computer. No, Shield gets taken over, but why is that bad? That's the movie that you find out. That's the movie that you find out that all of Shield is
was Hydra. Was like
not all of it, but like a lot of
Yeah,
people. They basically had a bunch of they're not technically sleeper agents, but they had a bunch of double agents working for Shield that were actually like Hydra agents, and that was like, and then
I'm mixing two movies together. This is the movie with the elevator fight.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, this movie's sick.
The Zola shit is also in this movie though, so I don't know what you're thinking of. And the Hydra shit is also in this movie. I don't think you're confusing it with another movie.
It's been a while since I've seen.
I think you're just forgetting the movie.
Most likely, yeah.
I think above Iron Man.
One thing I thought that was stupid about this movie, and it wasn't the movie itself, it was how Marvel did it. This movie came out while one of the seasons of S.H.I.E.L.D. was coming out, and both the S.H.I.E.L.D. show and the movie Winter Soldier, the twist of the movie was that Hydra had invaded S.H.I.E.L.D. and then took over and started so no matter what, you were getting spoiled on one of them. Whether you were getting spoiled on S.H.I.E.L.D. or getting spoiled on the Winter Soldier
Unless they came out on the same day.
No, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a whole season. So it's like if you watched the film, if you watched the movie first, then you would go to watch S.H.I.E.L.D. and it would then be revealed to you that it's all, there's the whole Hydra thing happening, which was a big twist in that movie because one of the Hydra agents was the main character of the show. Ward in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was if not the main character, the secondary main character behind Skye. And you end up and the love interest of Skye, who is the main character, and he ends up being a Hydra agent that tries to kill them all. And it's like a big twist. But it's completely spoiled for you if you went to see Winter Soldier already. And if you watch that season, that episode first, and then go watch Winter Soldier, you know what's going to happen beforehand. It was horribly done. Because they literally, you can't watch either one without spoiling the other. One of those were going to get spoiled if you were into both of those things.
Yeah.
Which I thought was so weird. I don't even remember which one I was spoiled on first. Because I watched the show and watched the movie. But I
did not watch the show.
It's definitely spoiling the Hydra stuff, but I didn't realize Grant Ward was going to be one of the Hydra agents. I haven't watched S.H.I.E.L.D. in fucking forever, but
yeah, S.H.I.E.L.D. It's a big thing. Like I would actually say you should watch the show almost first, because in the movie it's like it's a thing. Like it's like, oh, Hydra, they integrate. I was like, oh, that's cool. In the show, literally one of the main characters and the most beloved character on the show ended up being a Hydra agent. Like it's a big spoiler for S.H.I.E.L.D. It's kind of a spoiler for Winter Soldier. It's a massive spoiler for Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was never great. I wouldn't even say it was necessarily good. but the characters were actually like pretty likable, and like I think that show really only survived because people liked the characters, and Ward was a cool character, and the fact that Ward ended up becoming like a Shield agent or was a Hydra agent, and the villain, the villain of that season, well, one of the main villain, one of the Shield agents that ended up being a Hydra agent, was Bill Paxton, who's awesome. That was the last role he ever did before he died. He was a fucking villain of like season, I forget, of Agents of Shield. He died shortly after doing that. So yeah, that was also pretty cool. But yeah, then that's actually one thing. So a lot of people, and this is kind of a tangent, we're gonna talk about DC for a little bit, just for a second. The Superman film, which I know me and Liam like a lot. I don't know who else likes the Superman film.
I haven't watched it yet. Just gonna take my
I
headphones
like
off.
it a lot. It's a good movie.
I'm not don't worry, I'm not spoiling it.
Okay.
I'm not spoiling it, Doug. And Liam, don't spoil it either. This is not a spoiler, but I will say they ended up releasing Superman on VOD, on video on demand, and earlier than they wanted to, and people were saying, "Oh, this is bad. Like when you put your movie on VOD, it means it's not making a lot of money and you're losing money on it." And James Gunn came out and said the reason why he did it isn't because it was losing money, it's because you need to see it in order to see, like, they wanted people to give people the option to see it before Peacemaker because they tie in together very closely. And he's like, you need to be able to see it for Peacemaker, and for people who can't go to the theater or won't go to the theater or whatever, can't afford it, you have this VOD option so you can see it, so you know what's going on.
So they just wanted everyone to watch it as soon as they could.
Well, a lot of people thought that this was an obvious lie. And I thought it was obvious lie too until I saw the first episode of Peacemaker, and I'm like, oh, it's really heavily tied into Superman.
Yeah.
So
I saw Peacemaker.
So it's like, yeah, no, there's only the first episode of Peacemaker's out, of season 2 of Peacemaker. Only the first episode's out, and in that first episode, there is like 6 big references to Superman that not only spoil the movie of Superman, but also that are seemingly going to tie into the rest of the season in an important way. And I'm like, okay, like maybe
That's
he's
dangerous.
not full of shit. Like maybe he's not full of shit. Like you kind of have to see Superman before you see Peacemaker. So DC's kind of doing the same thing. That I would say it's a little better because at least one of them comes first. Like you can choose to not be spoiled if you watch Superman before Peacemaker. Really, the only danger here is watching Peacemaker and spoiling yourself on Superman. But for Marvel, it was literally it didn't matter which one you watched, you were being spoiled for one. But yeah, so I will say that before we move on, if you have not seen the Superman movie yet and you want to see Peacemaker and you care about spoilers, I would suggest watching Superman before you watch Peacemaker because it will spoil the movie for you. Like literally the first episode spoils several stuff, and it's just the first episode. I'm sure once the season keeps going, they're going to spoil more because it seems like what the events of Superman pretty heavily tie into the events of Peacemaker, season 2, which is pretty cool. Also, there's a really funny retcon. Did you see the retcon, Liam? You remember the retcon in Peacemaker with the Justice League?
Oh yeah.
I was like, this really? Like I thought they were gonna do a thing where like we're actually in a very similar universe that's different from the previous one, but they just like literally wrote out the DCEU Justice League and replaced them with the Justice Gang. And so for people who aren't aware, again, not really a big spoiler. It's literally the last time on. At the very beginning of Peacemaker season 2, they do a recap of season 1, and it's almost perfectly a recap of season 1, just like you would expect it to be. But every scene where they mention the Justice League, they swap it out for Justice Gang. And at the end of Peacemaker season 1, the Justice League show up, and then Peacemaker makes a joke to the Justice League, like basically making fun of them, saying something about like Aquaman fucks fish or something, and they swap it out. And instead of the Justice League that show up, it's the Justice Gang that shows up. And Peacemaker looks at it, and he says some shit to Green Lantern, and Green Lantern is like, "That I hate that fucking guy. He keeps telling people that I'm into. He keeps telling people I'm into puke stuff."
He tells a joke to the black chick earlier in one of the recaps about how he like took him on a flying carpet, like Guy did, and then he threw up, and like how Guy was kind of into it.
Yeah. He like basically he roasts him. It's a recap of season 1, but with added scenes or altered scenes that are more heavily tied into like stuff with the Justice Gang and the Superman movie than it is with the DCEU. It's like they just like redid the opening. So I thought going in like, oh, this is cool. The opening is gonna like it's like this is telling us that it's in a different universe, a different part of the multiverse. Like season 2 is following a different version of Peacemaker. It's basically the last Peacemaker with the same events that went, but it just happened slightly different. I'm not sure if it's really gonna do that or if it's just like, nope, here's just a retcons and we're gonna move on and it's literally just the same dudes.
I think they're gonna move on.
I think they're just gonna move on. I think you're right. Like, but when I first saw that, I was like, "Oh, cool. Maybe the Peacemaker from this other universe with the Justice Gang is gonna meet the Peacemaker from the DCEU."
Oh, sorry. Is that what you meant? No, confirmed. It's in the trailers.
Yeah, that's what I thought may have happened at some point. Or maybe not meet him, but like maybe there would be like some.
No,
sort
they
of
do meet. It's in the trailers.
No, I've seen. Well, did you see all of episode 1?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not what it is. Yeah. So, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe at some point they will. But I did think it was kind of a funny joke that they literally just like.
The trailer scene looks different though. Like it's a different one.
It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, literally the whole recap of season 1 was different. Like it wouldn't surprise me if the trailers altered things so that
I know
you'd
what
be
happens
surprised.
at the end of the first episode, but it happens in the trailer, but with a different like version.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't be surprised if they changed things in the here's what's to come because they want to surprise you when the scenes actually happen. I actually don't mind that much. I don't think a lot of people don't like it because I think it's like false advertisement. I don't have any issues with people hiding shit. Like in the trailers to get you interested, and then you watch it and they surprise you with something you weren't expecting. As long as it's not like promising you something that it cannot deliver on. Like for instance, Predators did something like that. Or if you ever saw the movie Predators with Adrian Brody,
Alien Earth did that too.
Yeah, Predators. In Predators with Adrian Brody, there was a scene in the trailer where Adrian Brody's standing there, and there's like one Predator little like aimer laser light that appears on his body and it goes up to his forehead, and then all across his body are like hundreds of Predator laser lights that appear all over his body.
I remember that.
That's like supposed to be like, oh shit, he's going after like fucking 30 predators. In the actual movie, it was only the one laser light and there's only 3 predators that he goes up against. So it's like people felt really gypped because the trailer advertised that was literally just a lie advertising that there was going to be a ton of predators in this movie and there was only 3. But so that was a lie. But I don't think just altering scenes slightly so like you think something's gonna happen, but you know, oh, these characters are gonna like get into a fight. But in this scene where he punches him, in reality he actually stabs him in the face and he dies. You weren't expecting that. I'm like, oh shit, that's cool. Like we still got the fight. Just don't lie to me in a way that makes me feel like I was ripped off or gypped. But I don't mind if you lie to me and give me something that I wasn't expecting that's actually like better or more exciting or whatever. That doesn't bother me. Like anything, it's contextual. It depends on how you do it, you know. Or like the Hulk fighting significantly in Infinity War. Were there scenes of the Hulk fighting significantly in the Infinity War trailers? I don't remember that.
There were scenes of him being in it and fighting.
Straight up a part of the final battle, sprinting behind everybody, greened out and everything.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That is right.
I
They
do remember
did false advertising, guys.
I do remember
that.
That
pissed me off so much.
I
I remember seeing. Oh man, the toys that showed Hulk breaking out of the Hulkbuster. Fuck those guys. They completely.
Well, okay. So to be fair, they did record that scene was made. It wasn't in the final film, but there are actually deleted scenes that were released on YouTube. I think you can watch them on YouTube, where it actually does show that he's fighting in the Hulkbuster and the dude's fighting him and he's like, come on, man. And the dude he's fighting, I'm forgetting the name of the guy he's fighting. He's ripping open the Hulkbuster suit and Bruce Banner is begging the Hulk, like, come on, we gotta figure this out, man. Come on. And then they figure it out and then he busts out of the Hulkbuster and starts fighting him in the Hulk thing. And then there's another deleted scene where he meets up with Black Widow after that fight, and Black Widow's there doing the whole like, oh, the sun's going down, big buddy, when he's trying to like big guy, where he's like, she's trying to turn him back into Bruce, and then when she does
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and then when she does that, he's like, hi Nat, and she's like, Bruce, and he's like, yeah, we figured it out, and like that they did film those scenes. They just weren't. Yeah, they just weren't in.
That's
the
a
final.
lot better than what we got, even if they did Professor Hulk after.
Yeah,
it would have made it better with that context existing, because we would have had that scene that would have been more impactful and actually enjoyable to watch.
And Professor Hulk wouldn't have been introduced off screen in between movies.
Exactly.
It would have happened at the end. I don't know why they took it out, swapped it.
I mean, that's the thing, because they said the reason why they didn't go through with it was because they wanted Hulk to stop being the solution to the Avengers' problems, which makes sense until they go to the next movie to just be like, oh, here he is.
I think they changed. I think they changed their story because they absolutely changed their story because
That's fair.
The writers, Russo brothers, actually stated the reason why Vision and Hulk, like years after the movie came out, they said that the reason why Vision and Hulk were written out of the movie is because they were too powerful. That's literally all they said. They was like, they're too powerful, and we just didn't know what to do with them, basically. So we wrote them both out of the movie. So Vision gets damaged at the very beginning of the movie. He doesn't even get a chance to fight. He literally gets stabbed in the back immediately, and killed off by the end of the movie. And Hulk gets fucking owned by Thanos and never appears again. So it also one thing, I think that they did a really bad job in like visually telling us what was going on with the Hulk, because in the fight between I'm sorry, not the fight, in the movie of Infinity War, everyone that I talked to who watched the movie thought that Hulk was scared of Thor and didn't want to come out because he got his ass so beat so bad he didn't want to come out. What the Russo brothers said is that he did. Yeah, what the Russo brothers said is that what was going on with that is that Hulk was tired of Bruce Banner constantly calling on him every time he was in trouble, and he didn't like that he had to just keep coming out and fight people for Bruce, and he was refusing to come out because of that, not because he was afraid of Thanos. But the movie did not do a good job of actually visually showing us that, because I thought the same way, that he was just so scared he didn't want to come out. Like everyone thought that.
Everyone said was no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You needed to say more words.
Yeah. No, it was. I just think it was a bad. Well, my biggest issue is with this whole thing. Kevin Feige sat down with Mark Ruffalo and asked Mark Ruffalo what he think the Hulk's story arc should have been, and Mark Ruffalo told Kevin Feige what he wanted his arc to be, and Kevin Feige decided to put that character arc that Mark Ruffalo came up with in the movies across the next 3 or 4 movies. So that's what we saw in Infinity War, Endgame, and the Hulk movie since then. It's the idea.
So that was all Mark Ruffalo's idea. Jeez.
A variation of Mark Ruffalo's idea, which is another thing. It was like Mark Ruffalo does not understand the characters of Hulk as well as Edward Norton did. Because when you hear Edward Norton talk about the Hulk, he talks about a version of the Hulk that I think all of us would have liked more. Again, I do think his version was boring in the movie, but we never saw his version. We don't know what his version would have looked. Did you know that American History X is essentially his movie?
Which movie?
American History X. Like, he basically directed American History X.
Yeah.
Like he didn't direct him. Like the director of American History X has disowned that. I don't know if anyone here has seen American History X. It's a really good movie. The director of American History X disowned the movie because he said Edward Norton took the movie from him and completely re-edited it and even shot new scenes to add into it, and he absolutely despised it because it wasn't the movie he was trying to make, and he disowned the movie. He's like, this is not my movie, this is Edward Norton's movie. And then American History X came out, and it was actually really fucking good. And I'm like, honestly, I don't care what movie you wanted to make, because this is a pretty good movie. Like, I get it to a certain extent. You're the director, I know, but ego kind of got to his head and stuff like this. And you could say ego got to Edward Norton's head. Edward Norton is a very difficult person to work with. Like, every story about him talks about how difficult he is to work with.
If you're the director, how do you even let that happen? Because you're the one who's in charge at the end of the day.
Well, no, it depends. I mean, it's like for instance, if you're directing, say, Adam Sandler in a movie, Adam Sandler's almost always in charge.
No, that's true.
Like, if the actor is big enough and he's powerful enough and he has enough pull, his word is over the director's. It depends. It really depends. So
is Edward Norton like big enough to do that?
Yes. I mean, everyone here knows his name. Do you know the name of the director of American History X? Because I don't remember it.
No.
Okay.
For those who haven't pieced it together, Edward Norton played Jesse in Breaking Bad.
No, he didn't.
He didn't?
No, he didn't.
No.
Edward Norton was the narrator in Fight Club. He was in The Primal Fear. He was in what's the Boston movie where the corrupt cops? I'm forgetting that movie. Anyway, he's in a lot of stuff. He's in a lot of movies.
Yeah, Jesse's played by a guy named Aaron Paul, which is not even anywhere close to Edward
Nobody
Norton.
here has seen American History X.
No. It's on my list to watch later.
Wild. It's really good. American History X. Okay, so Edward Norton. We're not going to go off too much on a tangent here, but for people who haven't seen American History X, American History X is a movie about Edward Norton. He plays a Nazi. I put him in one of my Oz survival challenges. He plays a Nazi.
Did you?
Yeah, he's in one of my Oz survival challenges. He plays a neo-Nazi, like racist, horrible person who does a bunch of crimes, kills 2 black guys, and then he gets arrested and goes to prison. And the story shows him in prison as well as after he gets out of prison, and he kind of like basically his character development as he goes from being a really, really hate-filled, like racist Nazi guy to basically regretting his actions and becoming a better person. But then when he gets out of prison, he realizes his younger brother has joined the same Nazi cult that he was in, and then he spends his time outside of prison trying to get his brother out of that same outside of that cult before he goes down the same path that his brother did.
Sounds like a pretty good movie.
It's a really good movie. It's a really good movie, and it's one of his darker films, and that's actually saying a lot from Edward Norton movie. It's really good, but yeah, like he basically directed that movie according to the director and stuff like that. He basically directed the movie, and he was trying to do the same thing with the Incredible Hulk because he didn't like the direction the movie was going, and he wanted to be in this psychological thriller horror film, which I to this day still want to fucking see. I would still like to see that movie because it should have been a horror film. It should have been a psychological horror film. But, Disney took over and they didn't want to do anything complicated. They just wanted it to be a fucking normal horror. And then Kevin Feige had the gall to say the reason why he doesn't make Hulk movies is because nobody wants to see any Bruce Banner. They only want to see the Hulk. And they can't have the Hulk on screen for an entire movie, so they just stop making Hulk movies. That is not why you stop making Hulk movies. You stop making Hulk movies because Universal owns the distribution rights to Hulk. That's why you stop making Hulk movies. It has nothing to do with the fact that Hulk is Bruce Banner's a boring character.
Marvel have been like that for ages, though, right? Like they've had so many rights issues.
Yeah, well, in the 90s they were going bankrupt, so they started selling all their movie rights to different companies, and then they've been spending the last 20 years trying to get them all back, and it's slow
weird.
going.
It's confusing. It's confusing to me why they can't just buy them all back, considering they have the biggest movie franchise in history.
They can. They had an opportunity. Sony offered to sell them Spider-Man after Amazing Spider-Man 2 failed miserably. Not failed, but failed for them. And they offered to sell it to Disney, and Disney didn't want to pay the price that it would require. They could have had Spider-Man back.
So they just don't want to buy it, okay?
Yeah, they just don't want to spend the. They just don't want to spend the money.
Sidekick for Thor.
They just.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't want to give Disney Spider-Man. I think Sony's doing fine with it as
I think they're. Well, I don't love this current Sony Spider-Man movies, but I think they're better than if they gave it to Marvel to Disney for sure. But yeah, no, they were. Jesus, I just fucking ripped out my shit. What the hell was that? I just ripped a piece of my chair out on accident. Okay, no, it's. I don't love the Spider-Man movies, and we'll get to it when we actually get to the Spider-Man movies. But I have problems with them. But yeah, I mean they're fine. They're okay. we'll get to it when we do. The next movie that we have to talk about, which Jesus, we have 13 people watching. I might end the fucking stream.
You gotta put Winter Soldier up there first.
I don't have to. I don't have to.
Well, no, you don't have to.
I don't have to.
But
I can move Winter Soldier. I can move Winter Soldier all the way back here. Like we could do it after Fantastic Four.
Do it. You won't.
I won't.
You're gonna do it, bro. Come on.
I won't. There, we did it. Boom, it's done. How do you feel?
So do what you want.
How do you feel?
Rouga, I just want to say real fast.
What's up?
I just want to say real fast. Maybe if there's ever a time where Universal just decides to lay off the chokehold they have on the Hulk, we might be able to get another Hulk movie.
I don't care. I'm not interested in watching this Hulk at all.
I
wouldn't want to if they announced a Hulk movie tomorrow. If they announced we're gonna do World War Hulk, I would not give a shit. Like I don't care. I have no interest in this version of Hulk. I have no interest in this version of Thor. I don't have any interest in this version of Doctor Strange. I have no interest in most of these characters. The only character
Marvel's killed off interest.
The only character that I would say that I still like that exists within Marvel currently is probably Rocket Raccoon.
Yeah.
That might be the only one. Yeah, probably. Spider-Man's okay. I don't hate Spider-Man.
I'm kind of. Oh, I can't wait for that new Spider-Man movie. To be honest,
I can wait. I'm not.
I've seen clips.
What,
Like behind the scenes clips.
See, no clips are out. There aren't any clips.
If you're talking about like the leaks of the movie shooting it, that's less clips and just
there's no
kind of like a reveal.
Yeah,
Clip.
There's no clips. Anyway, let's go to fucking Winter Soldier. Let's go
back to the thing. Yeah.
Let's go to Winter Soldier again. I don't know. I mean, there's 10 people, so I don't know how long we'll be doing this, but whatever. So Winter Soldier. The only reason why I'm still doing this is because last week I only did for 3 hours and I felt bad because I ended it so quickly. Because I mean, there was a lot of issues that I was dealing with here. Like my AC was out. And I had a lot of editing to do because I had to have a video out by the next morning, and I knew that I wasn't going to do it if I stayed up too late and all this kind of stuff, and I ended it quickly, but I ended it way too early. But, I mean, now it's just like, Jesus, I made like $3 since this stream started. It's like, Jesus Christ. Okay, so I'm sort of only staying out of yeah. I had a dude comment on the video when it went up last week, and he was like, "Man, only a 3-hour stream. I like to watch these during work, and I can't watch it during my whole work day because usually these are like fucking 7 hours, and you could watch it during the whole work day." And I'm like, "Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I had to leave early, blah 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 blah." But so I'm staying a little later because of that, and hope I would feel bad if the dude only got like the people who like.
He's
to
gonna
watch
comment
this.
about that now.
Yeah, well, the people, there are people who watch these, who don't come to these streams because they can't make it because they go to sleep for work the next morning. And then when they're at work, they like to watch the whole streams and it fills up their work day. There's a lot of people who do that. There's like a solid 200 people who watch these streams, 200 or 300 people that watch these streams after the, I get messages about it all the time. Like, oh, I love watching your live streams during my day work. So I feel bad when I end them early. But, I mean, there's nothing you could do about it. There's just, I mean, I'm not going to stay up 7-8 hours every Saturday night for nothing. You know what I mean? I could be working on the next video and maybe get a video out a little earlier than I otherwise would. There's a lot of or I could just play a game and enjoy my Saturday. That's always an option, a break. All right. So next up we got Captain Soldier winner guy of America, and we all already agreed S. Did the poll happen below? Wait, what is? Oh, that poll still.
That was for Iron Man 3.
Yeah, that was for Iron Man 3. I thought I put up a poll for I could have
You never did.
Oh Jesus, I feel bad.
never did.
Well, okay, well, just if we're in agreement, I don't have to. Is it above or below Iron Man?
I think it's above.
Does anyone else think it's below? Anybody else think it's below?
I'm fine. I'm fine either way as long as it's in this.
Okay. Well,
I'd have to rewatch it again to remember what I didn't like about
So
it.
I have decided
There's
it's
one thing
above.
that bugs
so
me,
basically,
that I can't remember.
Liam decided it was in high, the top of S. So because of Liam, it's a top of S. And Key Ninja agrees with you. It says it should be above. And Alex agrees with you. It says it should be above. Left my eye diverged by bringing up Hall. Yep, that's how these streams work, man. You say shit, we react to shit you say. All right, next up we have Guardians of the Galaxy. I really like this series. I would say now maybe this is kind of a leap. I don't actually think it's much of a leap.
Guardians of the Galaxy, the first one?
Outside of Captain America. Because I think Captain America is kind of a cheat because Civil War is like basically an Avengers film, but I do think that Guardians of the Galaxy are the best series. Is the best series within the MCU.
100%. 100%.
I think that's safe to say. Yeah.
Yeah. I
think
this first movie really sold me on the Guardians of the Galaxy. To be honest,
it's good, dude. It's a good movie.
I loved this movie.
A lot of people, funny enough,
with that. Even if you disagree with that, this movie itself has to be S.
Yeah.
I like it. I really like it, and I think the arc is
the third one in S. I don't know about the first though. Maybe high A.
I also think the arc between the characters works the best. So like
yeah,
like they all feel like natural continuations of the previous movies, where oftentimes the other films in this franchise, when they do sequels, they don't. They feel like sequels to like the group movies. Like Iron Man 2 feels like a prelude to Avengers, and Thor, the 3 Thor movies feel completely disconnected, like they're not even sequels to one another. This actually feel like the relationship between Gamora and Star-Lord and all these other characters actually feels like it gradually gets closer as the years go on and the different movies happen. Yeah, no, I think, would anyone have an issue with it if I put this in S?
No, really not.
Would anyone
The funny thing is about the Guardians of the Galaxy is that a lot of people, when the movie was first announced, I believe a lot of people were just kind of uninterested in it. Like they didn't know what the Guardians of the Galaxy were. And then the movie came out, they went to go see it, and everyone pretty much loved it.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually... Well,
Yeah,
people
it's
forget
generally-
that was kind of the case for most Marvel movies when the Marvel movies came out. Like, pretty much for a long time, everybody loved all the Marvel movies as they were releasing.
I think I kind of have to disagree there, just because, like, a lot of people didn't know who the Guardians of the Galaxy were, but we all were, like...
wanted to see it.
We were all like into the Marvelverse. This is like when it was riding.
Well, that's
high,
not necessarily
really good.
the only reason. The trailers for Guardians
then
sold it
hard.
It was so strange looking, and it was like there's a tree and a raccoon. I was like, this looks crazy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna enjoy this, and it was really good. I liked it. It was a lot of
really
fun.
And that's what I loved about Guardians.
Yeah, generally this and like almost every single every movie after this of the Guardians of the Galaxy is just incredibly good.
So
someone
should guys, you can't all talk at the same time. One thing that I will say, someone did bring it up, and it's true. I did forget about it. This movie has a really, really shitty villain. Ronan is one of the worst villains. He's not the worst, but he's one of the worst villains in the MCU. He's extremely boring. He has one memorable scene where he threatens Thanos. That's pretty cool. But outside of that one scene, I don't give a shit about this dude at all. So I'm gonna put him at the top of A. I'm putting him at because if we're talking about the MCU S's being basically perfect movies or nearly perfect movies for the MCU. Not like perfect movies, but as perfect as you get in the MCU. I think that the fact that the villain sucks and all of his scenes are mostly
I think the action's kind of weak too.
I'm gonna play devil's
because the prison scene was pretty cool.
But like the Ronin fight was kind of awful.
Well, there wasn't a Ronin fight.
There, Drax has one.
Yeah,
you're talking about when they're in the town. When they're in the town at nowhere. Yeah. But it's not.
Awful.
True, but it's not an action film. It's a film with action, but it's really a space adventure film. Adventure films usually don't have a ton of action. Like if Winter Soldier had bad action, that would kill the fucking movie. But it's not a big deal that Guardians doesn't have a bunch of action.
I don't think it is.
It's mostly a like fun adventure space romp.
Yeah.
With that's also like kind of about the characters meeting and get like it's I don't think that the bad action, or I'm not even necessarily gonna say bad action, but the underwhelming action is going to, it doesn't kill the film for me. The bad villain does because there's many. Yeah, the bad villain kind of does because there are like a lot of scenes devoted to Ronan and he sucks in all of them, except for the one Thanos scene. It is really cool. It kind of sucks when he's like, after I take over this world and destroy them all, I'm coming for you, Thanos, and I'm like, oh, it's gonna be cool, and then he dies and never goes after Thanos. It would have been cool to see him actually, and then after he threatens Thanos, Gamora's sister, whose name is escaping me, Nebula. Thank you, Nebula. Nebula's like, you're gonna kill my father. And he's like, you have a problem with that? And she's like, no, I'm going to go with you. And I'm like, dude, this is like kicking off a really cool possible storyline of Ronan going after Thanos with Nebula. And like, this is, oh man, they could like make this a part. This could have been a part
very well.
That could have like continued on into future movies and stuff. And then Ronan dies. And it's like, oh, okay, well, never mind. That one scene that could have been really cool setup for the future. Like so often the Marvel does setups for the future that I don't care about. Like, you know, in Avengers 2, they have the weird Thor hot tub bath scene, and you know, and Iron Man 2 is constantly just setting up the Avengers, and all this setup I don't care about. It's bad setup. The one time there's actually some cool setup about the possibility of Ronan going on a manhunt for fucking Thanos. It doesn't actually. It's not actually set up, and it's just like a scene, and it's like, and now it makes Ronan look even worse because he had this big threat, and he's like, you couldn't take out one planet, dude. You're no way you would have done anything to Thanos even if you tried. Even with the Power
wrecked
Stone.
by the fucking Guardians.
Granted, he got Uno'd reverse very badly by Star-Lord and his friends, so...
It's not necessarily that he got Uno reversed. It's that he was standing there distracted by, you know, Chris Pratt acting like a fucking idiot. I'm not calling Chris Pratt an idiot. I'm saying like he was like dancing. I keep calling him Star-Lord was like the dancing stupid shit, and it's like, bro, just touch the ground. Just touch the ground right now. Just he's clearly distracting you. Nope, not going to. Okay, you lose. Fuck it. You deserve it.
But in that they actually show consistency as character where he does kind of suck. Like he sucks in all those scenes, and then at the end, the reason why he loses is because he sucks. Just sucks.
I like Thanos.
You know?
I like the Thanos scene. I'm not going turning my back on that. I enjoyed the Thanos scene.
I like.
I'm not saying that's bad.
Like,
it's cool.
I like that scene, but I'm just saying, like, I think it's kind of consistent. And honestly, that whole breakdancing like joke is pretty good, and it wouldn't have worked on any other villain. So, the fact that Ronan kind of sucks for me personally,
but he doesn't suck throughout most. But he doesn't suck throughout most of the movie. Like there's really, again, yeah, this is Jesus. Like the end of the, like he gets the Infinity Stone, the Power Stone. And then at the end of the film, when he actually comes face to face with the Guardians, he does these like little like purple blasts that just kind of knock them aside. The writing is doing a lot of heavy lifting here, like for just like Ronan should be able to kill them at any time he wants to. He just doesn't because the plot doesn't want him to. It's kind of making. I'm not gonna lie, this kind of make me want to put it down lower, because I totally forgot about a lot of this stuff. I enjoy this movie. I like it. But there are some serious problems.
I think you would have to just debate.
I feel like most of it is because of Ronan.
It's still it's an A right now, and it's still above Avengers. And I do still enjoy the movie more than Avengers, but I am starting to see the cracks in the armor, and I do think it can't possibly be S.
I think it just holds it. Yeah, I think it just holds it back from being S. That's the only thing.
I mean, if you want to keep it in A, you could say it's another very rewatchable movie.
Mr. M thinks that Guardians should be in B. I got a question, Mr. M. Are you asking me to move it to B, or are you just saying that you think it should probably be in B? Or are you just like...
Probably.
Because you're saying that we could put it to B. We can. I don't feel like it deserves to be under Incredible Hulk. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't deserve to be under the first Thor movie.
I could see lower, like maybe below Avengers.
Should I move Incredible Hulk to mid?
You should completely You'd have to completely redo the list. I didn't realize all those movies were done. Sorry, I joined too late. But yeah, no, I think it's B tier because like the action scenes to me left a little bit more to be desired. I expected a bit more for a space film.
No, we agreed with that. Yeah, we agreed the action. What we've said already is that we think the action scenes are underwhelming. They're not very good. We think the villain sucks, Ronan. Other than his one scene with Thanos where he threatens Thanos, that's pretty cool. And the entire ending when he gets the Power Stone and just for some reason won't kill the Guardians, even though he can at any time he wants to. He just chooses not to, and instead hit him with these little purple blasts that knock him over a little bit. It's like you should be able to completely kill them. I'm pretty sure he doesn't use those purple blasts earlier in the movie to instantly kill somebody. I'm almost positive he does.
He literally puts it against someone's head and just
he snaps someone.
Yeah, so it's like, why did he do that to the Guardians? It's plot armor. So yeah, I do say, but would you move it so low to B to where it's below the Incredible Hulk and the first Thor movie?
No,
it's still a more enjoyable film and a better written film than those.
The thing is, we have to remember is we're at the high point of Marvel, so there's no B right now. But the more you look in,
big problem. I think the big
it's very top heavy right now.
You can still leave it at A. The problem I had mostly also with is that Ronan came across as flat.
He's cutting off a lot. Can you guys hear what he's saying?
No, not at all.
You're cutting off a
He's
lot,
cutting
man.
off.
Cutting off a ton.
Hold on, let me fix some shit.
Okay. Well, okay. So just because I think
what the fuck?
For now, I am gonna move Hulk down to B because I'm starting to see what's in A right now, and I'm like, okay, Hulk does not compare to Guardians. It does not compare to Avengers.
I think Hulk will move back up, but that's just my.
You think it will?
Thought. I think it will.
I think other things will move.
I think things will go below. I think it'll be the top of B. And I think it'll stay the top of B. But I think A is going to be a relatively big category, and I think that D is going to be a really big category.
D's going to be fucking enormous.
There's going to be a whole lot of consistency of B's and D's when it comes to throughout these Marvel movies.
Yeah, when we get to the later ones, I feel like a lot of B's. The D's, the bottom ones are going to be pretty low. I still want to keep Captain America in A. I still want to keep.
I think Captain
Iron Man
America
3 and
A.
Avengers in A.
I think this looks good.
They're better than middle of the road movies. And I think Thor isn't as good as them, but I do think it's miles better than Hulk.
Entertainment value really carries.
I think Hulk is overall a boring film, and I don't think that that Thor is boring necessarily. It's not what everybody wanted. It's not boring. It works as a fish out of water comedy. It actually works really well in that. The romance is kind of shit, but honestly, the romance.
And they never follow up on it.
No,
they do. In fact, they just don't do it very. They just don't do it very well. You know what?
Yeah,
okay, I'll move Thor to the top of B for now as well, because the romance is shitty and the action sequences are shitty.
I see it.
And it does feel weird putting Thor next to Avengers and Guardians as well. Like that is weird. I do think the movies in A are
Is this better?
Yeah, I mean I heard it. So that's better.
Right. Hopefully that fixes it. I had to connect some shit, rewire a couple things.
I got you. Wait, you're super loud. Let me just turn your volume down just a bit and you'll be good. If you can.
I think 4 should still be an A.
You would put it in the same category as Guardians of the Galaxy in the first Avengers film?
I would put it at the bottom of the category. Yeah.
Well, I think there's going to be more
as we go on, it's going to. Yeah, I was going to say right now.
It's going to get pushed down as we go up. Okay, well, look, I'll keep it in high B. If we end up having to put it up because it doesn't match the rest of the shit.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, you sound fine, man.
Yeah. So I'm gonna keep it as it is right now. Okay, it's in B. We'll move it up if we, because like I said, we're gonna, as we get through the list, we're gonna be adding stuff to A. Well, again, I don't know how much longer we're gonna be doing this, because again, it's been, I've made $10 in almost 3 hours. Like I'm making
tragic.
Yeah, this is
a fraction of minimum wage.
South America wages. What is this? No, but we'll go.
They're giving him euros instead of dollar bills.
M just got here. I'll feel bad if I stop after M just got here. Good. Okay, so the next movie is I'm keeping Guardians at the top of A because it does have problems, but I still think it's like I would watch it again before I watch any of the movies below it, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, absolutely. All right, next up we have Avengers 2. I think that this movie is unfairly judged. I really do. I think that, here's the thing. On one hand, I think that everything the first Avengers movie does, Avengers 2 does better. But I also think Avengers 2 has a bunch of stupid shit added into it that's trying to, basically set up stuff in the future that should not have been in this movie. So it's kind of a mix. Well, the weird Thor scene about Thor going to his little weird bath thing because they want to set up for Ragnarok. That was really weird. But if you go to the character camaraderie, way better in this one than it was in Avengers 1. I mean, the party scene at the beginning and the trying to lift the hammer scene was great. Those were both really, really good camaraderie scenes. The villain's better than Loki was in Avengers 1. I actually really like Ultron.
100%. Ultron. I really wanted them to keep him in, and bring him back at least. But I really wanted to see more of Ultron. To be honest,
I'm glad they casted David Spade.
His motivations are so boring, though. His
motivations really aren't. His motivations
are almost the same as before.
His motivation.
that his motivations aren't just humans suck, kill them all. He was technically planning on killing them all, but he was more like trying to help them evolve and make them better. But in that reality, he realized it's probably not going to go well anyways. That's why he was just probably going to erase them anyways.
Yeah.
Well, if you have, it depends on how you're looking at Ultron. Like, if you're looking at Ultron as his own character, he's just an AI that wants to take over, that wants to destroy everything because he thinks humans are dangerous. If you're looking at Ultron the way he should be looked at, which is an extension of Tony's personality and beliefs, he works a lot better. Because the whole thing is Ultron, his entire existence is teaching you things about Tony that will then later come back to play in later films. In this film, like they literally tell you in the movie. They literally say, like, why does Ultron believe that the only way to save humanity is by destroying it? Where did he get that from? And they come to the conclusion that he got it from Tony. Because that is Tony's belief, is that and that's exactly what he does. Tony is okay. It's shown in this film as well as later in the future Avengers movies that Tony is perfectly okay with stripping people of their rights and all different kinds of things if it means to protect the planet. He will do literally anything to protect the planet, even commit acts of evil in order to do that. This is something that he has that he shares with Ultron. So it's a pretty.
There's a lot of moments in the movie where you can see, like, Ultron is literally just Tony from Iron Man in 1 before the accident. Like, he quotes old Tony quotes. The way he acts is like he
and the funny and it's so cool because he himself, Ultron himself, does not like being compared to Stark. He thinks he himself is an individual completely different from Stark, but he is so close to Stark, and that's what drives him insane.
Comparing,
he's so close to Stark.
That's also comparable to the original Tony. He hated being compared to his own. No, Tony hated being compared to his father.
No,
because like in the first movie, you're like, you're just like your father, and he kind of brushes off Obadiah as like, no, I'm better than he ever was. Like he's got this.
That doesn't happen in the first movie.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, that
dude?
doesn't happen anywhere in Marvel. That line's never in Marvel.
Nothing you have said about Tony is true at all. You say he's like the old Tony before
he's not
the
like
accident.
The old Tony. No, he's not. Yeah, like
he's not.
He's like the current Tony. The old
Tony's beliefs.
I would say it's the opposite. The old Tony was the type of character who was more about privatization. Like if you watch,
he was naive.
It's not. Well, no, he was not naive. No, naive isn't the wrong word. It was the wrong word. He was definitely irresponsible, and he was egotistical. But I wouldn't say he was naive. He just didn't care. Like he wasn't. He didn't even think that this is something that was on his radar.
He's being tricked his whole yonger life.
It's not necessarily that he was being tricked though. It's that he was so selfish and just like into his own shit that he just didn't even bother looking. Like it wasn't like he was easily being tricked or like he didn't care because it wasn't on his radar. Once it did become on his radar and he saw that his like the people were getting his weapons, he completely changed his whole stuff around. It wasn't naivety. I think naivety is the wrong word. But I do think
ignorance.
He was being lied to his entire time. Obadiah was lying to him.
Yes, but that's because he was lying to him. But the thing is that Tony wasn't putting himself. He wasn't hands on when it came to his own company. At all.
No, I'm just agreeing with you. I don't think that's naivety. That's him being lied to. It's something else.
I don't think he was willingly ignorant because he didn't know that there was anything to be ignorant about. He was a mechanic. He enjoyed designing stuff. He designed the weapons. He designed all the stuff. He liked to drink and design and build. That's what his whole thing was. And he allowed Obadiah to take over the business side of it. And then he realized that Obadiah, on the business side of it, was doing all this crazy stuff. Yeah, he was not doing the stuff and then once he figured that out, he immediately took more of a hands-on approach. Which is what caused the fallout between him and Obadiah. That and Obadiah trying to kill him at the beginning of the movie obviously didn't help.
And my point is nothing like Ultron at all.
Ultron is like Ultron is like later versions of Tony, not early versions. I would actually say that Tony at the beginning of the series has a very like libertarian view on things. Like he believes in privatization, that the government should, like he's literally in Iron Man 2, he's fighting against the government because they want to own his weapons, and he's like, nope, this is mine, I'm not giving it over. And he was fighting the government to keep his stuff.
I'll
and
take back my statement. I'll agree with you.
Yeah, and then by the later movies, he's literally like he literally in Civil War he literally takes the opposite stance to where he's like, no, America should. And actually, a lot of people, and maybe we'll talk about this when we get to Civil War. I think a lot of people have a very bad view of how the Civil War movie deals, because I've heard the argument that Tony and Captain America are on the wrong sides, where Captain America should be on the government supporting side and Iron Man should be on the more free libertarian, I don't want to give up my rights side.
I've heard that.
I think it's a misunderstanding of both characters, because Tony over time that would be the case. Tony would have sided with in Iron Man 2 or Iron Man 1, Tony would have sided with Captain America on their side. But over time he has seen what happens when carelessness is I mean, literally in Iron Man 2, he has his weapon, and he's like, no one's going to come up with anything like this for another 10 years. And then Whiplash shows up with the exact same technology the next day and starts using it to cause all kinds of fucking problems. And he ends up getting into a big fight, and his girlfriend almost dies. And not specifically because, like, oh, okay, so this is what it, like, yes, he's using his weapons for good, but, like, Whiplash wasn't. And there's, like, it's like, you know, it should, and this, like, a lot of this stuff was changing. His view on stuff was changing little by little. And then when in Avengers, when he saw the aliens out in space, he was like, we don't stand a chance. Like, we're all gonna die, and now I'm gonna do anything that I have to do to protect the planet, including making decisions that are against the planet's best interests in terms of, like, their freedoms and their rights and all that kind of stuff. He's slowly going through this process of changing. Captain America is from the very beginning is all about freedom, doing what you want. Like, he's a 1940s like right-wing Republican type character. That's what that shit was all about. Freedom, justice, the American way, all that kind of stuff. That's his whole deal. Captain America consistently throughout these movies goes against America if it goes against the American ideals that he fought for back in the 1940s. Like, he is not just somebody who follows America no matter what it does. Captain America stands for the ideology, like the ideals of America, not the country or government of America. So
that's what I always liked about him, to be honest, is that he never stuck to the stigma of the country.
Yeah, it makes the sides that they were on made sense for where their characters have been.
They both in both of their movies, they had completely diverging or opposite progressions as they went along. That's why they're on the opposite sides.
I heard I saw a YouTube video while back, and I couldn't stand the position. It was like some therapy thing, like movie therapy or something, where this therapist watches the movies. I don't remember. And they were watching the Marvel
I've seen that guy before.
Cinema therapy.
I think it's two dudes. They both sit on recliners and they talk about movies.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Anyway, and they were going over the character of Captain America, and they came to the conclusion that Captain America, over the course of the movies, changed from being a more right-wing character to being a more left-wing character as he slowly fell out of love of his own country and his government. And as I've watched that person's channel, I realized that person himself is very left-wing, and that's probably why he came to that conclusion. Captain America never went from right-wing to left-wing, and the idea that he was for his country all gung-ho and then slowly fell out of love with his country over the course of the movies is, again, a misunderstanding of his character. Captain America is probably the only character in the entirety of the MCU that's never had a character arc at all. He's never changed one bit throughout the entire course of the story. He is the exact same character when he goes back as he was at the beginning. It's the world, like, literally the directors of Winter Soldier has directly stated that Captain America's entire story is that the world around him is changing, and it keeps trying to force his ideals to go in directions outside of what he is comfortable with. It's the world around him changing, and he needs to react to it, not him changing. He even, by the end of literally the end of his arc is him going back to the 1940s because he never felt at home in the modern era. Like, he never got into any relationships or dated anybody. They made this very clear when he was talking in Winter Soldier, when he was talking to Nat. Like, he never really did. He never really settled. He never got his own home. He only lived in places where the government paid for him to be. Because he just wasn't. He never felt home here. He never set up a life here. He always felt like a visitor or an intruder from another time. When he had the opportunity to stay in the past, he took it because that's where he always felt that he belonged. That's where his ideals match. That's where the love of his life was. That's its entire character. That's why no one got pissed when he went back. Like, it made sense for his character to go back. So this idea, I completely disagreed with you said it was called cinema therapy. I completely disagreed with them when they came to the conclusion that he like altered over time and went from being like a more liberal type character that was like anti-government and all this. He's like, he was never pro-government. That was never the point of his character. It was
anti-Nazi.
I thought I was completely
He's anti-Nazi, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mr. M says good night. See y'all later. All right, CM. I'm sure he's gone already.
He saw how the government was changing from what the American ideals were at the time that he was in the war,
more or less,
and he eventually stopped being on the American government side because they weren't being for the people anymore, and ended up being. Yeah, just basically that. There's a lot more to it, but we could talk about that later when we get to Civil War, though.
Shakespearean description, man. Shakespeare.
You know what's funny? Rouga,
I want to say more, but I just.
What's up, other dude, white guy? What'd you say? Sorry, I don't know. I don't know who was talking. Some dude who sounded white. Go ahead.
He can basically be boiled down to like being a paragon and a person out of time. Like, those are the two tropes. If you wanted to make a clone of him, just like below those two things, you'll get a pretty decent Captain America clone. But the idea of him changing his opinion goes specifically against the tropes that he's based on. Like, I just find that idea completely ridiculous.
Yeah,
it doesn't change.
I don't know.
The world changes around him. That's the whole point of his character.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally the writers, the directors of Winter Soldier said that's the whole point. And they're the Russo brothers, and they're the ones who eventually did Infinity War and Endgame. So they basically took over his entire character arc from that point, and they always said the world changes around him. He doesn't change for the world. That's his whole
in a
thing.
way, I think I think even Captain America agrees with that. That's why he fucks off at the end of all of this.
Yeah.
That's why when Spider-Man describes him like the way Tony told him, as like a person who thinks he's doing right but is wrong,
and that
is
makes you dangerous.
Really accurate, you know? Yeah, that's really accurate. And even he agreed with that. And maybe he agreed with that. He was like, good point. So, and then he fucks off at the end, like saying, like, if you need me, I'll be around. So I think even in essence, Captain America comes to that same conclusion that, like, yeah, I'm a fish out of water. Maybe I should just.
Oh, I mean, he knew that. I mean, he
knew.
He
and let the world do its thing.
No, I mean,
he knew that when he woke up
like,
70 years in the future.
He knew that. I mean, Captain America was never the type of character that wanted to like change the world necessarily. He just wanted to protect people and keep them as free and with as much liberty as possible. Like, that was basically his whole thing. But I mean, for the most part, they kind of. Well, see, the thing is that I think the MCU worked really well when you had Kevin Feige and Ike Perlmutter, because people don't like it when I talk about politics, but for a lot of this stuff, you have to talk about politics because stories are very oftentimes based on politics. If I don't talk about politics when I talk about art, I'm not talking about a massive part of the story that the character that's being relayed. Like, literally, Civil War is you cannot talk about that movie and not, like, the whole conversation is about liberty and safety. That's a political concept. You could essentially swap it out with gun rights and it would work the exact same way. It's literally, that's what the conversation is about. Like, for me to just completely bypass that and not talk about it, I don't even get, how can I even talk about the movie fully? You know what I mean? So, like, when Ike Perlmutter and Kevin Feige were working together on these movies, you had a nice mix. Because Kevin Feige is a super, super liberal dude, and Ike Perlmutter is more of a right-wing guy. And Ike Perlmutter was always a guy, like, there were very right-wing characters when Ike Perlmutter was around. Like, I would argue, obviously, that Tony Stark in the first Iron Man was more of a right-wing character. fucking Captain America was very clearly more of a right-wing character. And as Ike Perlmutter got phased out and Kevin Feige took over, you saw a massive shift in the films. Like Civil War, you have a right-wing idea against a left-wing idea, government control over your rights, or smaller government control and the freedom to the people. That's a right-wing idea versus a left-wing idea, right? Or more so an American right-wing versus American left-wing idea. But the hero of the film is not Tony. Tony is the antagonist. The protagonist is the right-wing guy. The thing. And it's not like they didn't have liberal movies too. They did have liberal movies too. I mean, I think you could pretty easily argue that Guardians of the Galaxy is a liberal movie. But as the movies went on, there stopped being interesting conversations like Civil War with the Captain America and the Iron Man, and there stopped being like how Tony Stark, who starts off as a more right-wing character and becomes a more left-wing character over the course of the films, and what happens to make him go in that direction, and all this kind of stuff. And all those interesting conversations completely stop. And it just becomes essentially propaganda for different political movements, because you no longer have the Ike Perlmutter and the Kevin Feige there, who are both bouncing ideas off each other. You just have Kevin Feige. And it got really shitty. But I miss the movies like Civil War that had these sort of interesting conversations between these two sides. And it sucked that we lost out on that. Anyway, what's the next movie? We got Avengers 2, right? We went way off on Avengers 2.
Ultron?
Wait, what's up?
Get back to Avengers 2.
Yeah, we were talking about Avengers 2.
One thing I really liked in this one was how they introduced.
Let them talk. Two people don't talk at the same time. You heard someone talk, and let them finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, one thing I really liked about this movie was Wanda. I hate Wanda now, but when she was introduced, she was a pretty palpable threat, and she actually started the Hulk versus Hulkbuster fight, which I think is a great fight in this movie.
I like her that's a pretty decent fight. I like her conversation with Hawkeye at the end of the film during the final action scene, where they're like he's like, look, I'm just doing with a bow and arrow. And he's like, look, you go out there or you're not, like, save as many people as you can. Like, it's a pretty good speech he gives them. He gives her, and then it's and then her walking out of the building and deciding to fight and help people. It's like, that's a really good moment for her, and that's a really good moment for Hawkeye. I like the fact they focused so much on Hawkeye after he got kind of the shaft in Avengers 1, and Hawkeye became a way more interesting character in Avengers 2. A lot of people don't like the farmhouse scene. I think the farmhouse scene's pretty cool. It shows a lot of.
I
cool...
think it's.
I like it. Yeah.
I think it's a great scene.
Yeah, it shows a lot. Well, it's not just a scene. It's a large portion of the film. It's a lot of characters interacting with each other.
Doesn't surprise me because a lot of people aren't there for character.
Wait, let Doug finish. What were you saying, Doug?
It doesn't surprise me too much that not a lot of people liked it, because so many people just aren't there for actual characters. They're there for heroes to throw fist, so they just get bored and then don't even pay attention at that point. And that's why they don't like those kinds of scenes.
Well, they like those kinds. They like those kinds of scenes. I think it's more. It's kind of like Thor, right? Like Thor, I actually think does have a lot of decent character moments between the different characters, like Thor himself and stuff. There are decent character moments, but it's not like superhero stuff necessarily. It's more like slow hanging out shit, you know? And honestly, people are really hating on the Superman movie currently for a lot of stuff. And it's like, I don't like the freaking, there's like a 10, 15, Liam, how long would you say the talk between Lois and Superman is at the beginning of the movie? It's like fucking 10 minutes of the movie.
5-10 minutes.
Something like that, yeah. 5-10 minutes.
It's just a conversation between two characters for a large portion of the movie. And I think it's great. It's a really solidly done scene.
I have problems with that movie, but like that's.
I do too. Yeah, I have issues with it, but that's not one of them. Like I don't mind movies slowing down. People, the reviewers were saying that Liam, we were talking about Angry Joe or whatever, and his opinion. His opinions on that movie completely turned around. He's made like 4 movies.
He's done another video.
He keeps making video. Like the first video he made, he was very negative towards the video. He's like, it's like a 6, and even saying like he gave like a begrudging 6. And the only reason why it wasn't like a 4 or a 5 is because he was Superman. And then as he came out with more videos, he's like, I like him more. But now he just straight up likes the movie, and it's like, what the hell? It's like, what happened?
Nice.
Okay, it's to the point where they're just hating because of the Man of Steel movies.
I don't think
he is the most over the top Superman fan. I was watching his video. He brought up that Superman movie, every day since he's done that video, like his latest video.
Yeah, he says he's watched it like 5 times in theaters or something. I didn't watch all his Superman movies. I watched 2 of them. Sorry, Superman reviews. I watched the first review he did. I don't think I even watched the spoiler one. And then he made a 4th one. And then after the 4th one came out, I watched like the first 5 or 10 minutes, and he was just like loving on the film, and I was just like, didn't you fucking hate it? So I saw his first review and the very beginning of his last review, and it was totally different like outlook on the movie. So it's funny, and you told me that his spoiler review he was like way more positive on it. And I just found that funny that it's like he just constantly got more and more positive until now he's just like, this movie's fucking great. You don't understand. And I was just like, Jesus. Okay. But I do think
you actually changed my opinion on the Superman movie.
I think Superman
watched
was great.
your review on your other channel.
I liked it a lot.
No. I liked the movie, but there was a certain aspect, the character that's introduced at the end. I don't want to spoil. But I didn't like that character, and then you said it makes sense why that character would be like that, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, that makes sense, and I changed my opinion.
Yeah, I love.
Okay, so maybe he had a similar thing.
One thing I do want to say, because I thought about this today. Literally, I don't even know why. I haven't thought of Superman in weeks, but I thought about this today, and I found
not spoiling it.
Small spoiler, very small, but you can mute it for a second. It's very small. But okay. So you know the dog thing when he goes into Lex's office and he's like, "Where's the dog?"
Yeah.
Okay. So when you're watching the movie, it's just like, okay, he just cares about a dog, right? It's just like the dog, he doesn't want the dog to get hurt. Okay, fine. Until you realize at the end of the movie that it's Supergirl's, and Supergirl just lost her entire planet, and she just found out about it. And if me and you were right, Liam, and the whole thing is that she's doing this sort of party girl drinker thing because she's like mourning the loss of her planet. She can't deal. Superman wasn't going, which I think that is the case because they're basing it off a comic that is literally about her dealing with the destruction of her world.
Yeah.
So I do think that's the route they're going. But if that's the case, then Superman saying, "Where's the dog?" is not because he wants to protect a dog. It's because that's the last thing that his cousin has of her homeworld. It adds a totally different layer.
Well, it adds
to
a lot more.
why...
There's also the layer of if she comes back and like her the last piece of her home's gone, she could flip out and kill people.
I don't think that's necessarily gonna do that. She might kill Lex. I don't think she's gonna kill us.
Yeah.
She might kill Lex.
Well, she could crash out violently, but she's not gonna cause world havoc.
Well, like I'm just saying that
she could.
when you realize that she's dealing with this thing and the dog is like the only thing that she has left, it really makes sense more so. It's not just Superman looking after like pet sitting. It's like he's literally looking after every time this dog gets in danger, something happens. The reason why he's putting so much care into this dog is because it's literally the last thing his cousin has of her home, and it will fucking destroy her if anything happens to it. I thought it meant a lot. I thought that was a lot more it made me appreciate the whole dog scenes a lot more in the movie than I did otherwise. I just thought it was. Did you guys see that video? There was a video. No more spoilers. But there's a video that came out. It was a short on YouTube. That if someone could tell Doug if he left that the spoilers are done. But there's a video on YouTube with James Gunn basically having a conversation behind the scenes of Superman. Of Superman with the actor David Cornswell who plays Superman, and they're talking about he's trying to explain okay, well, if I say this in the scene, this doesn't make sense, blah blah blah, and then James Gunn was like, no, and they're have a legitimate conversation on set about how his character of Superman feels at this moment as he says this line. And then once he tells him, Cornswitch is like, okay. And then he goes off, and it's a really cool behind the scenes moment that you don't see. You see behind the scenes stuff, but you never see behind the scenes stuff where a director is literally guiding an actor and and then they're kind of arguing a little bit, but still working together.
I like it. I think it's a good showing for making a character.
It's called a collaborative effort.
Yeah. Well, did y'all see the video? Because it's actually a really cool little short. And I'm like, they should release stuff like this behind the scenes stuff more than, because it's always interviews, but it's never just them working and them just being okay, well, you should go in and
I don't think it happens that much.
Well, it happens all the time on sets. It happens all the time on sets. I worked on sets. I went to school for film. I've been on many films. That happens all the time. They're constantly arguing with things. They like not necessarily like not arguing, but like you said before, a collaborative effort of them like, this is how I understand the character, or like, how would I go about this, or like, I don't really agree with this part of the script because this thing, like, wouldn't he do this? And then the director will be like, okay, but like, what about this, like that? And that's constantly going on back and forth all the way. And it's some of those interesting parts about making a movie, but we never see that. And I feel like that video was something that I think most people will never see in their whole. They'll watch 1,000 movies and they'll never see anything like that, with just like the director and actor and how they work together and what it actually looks like on a set when this is happening. And it was really cool to see that in a short, that they actually released that to the public. But I think they should release more stuff like that, because that's really cool.
Yeah, I would love to see more stuff like that.
Did anyone
It's
tell
pretty
Doug?
amazing
Did anyone tell Doug that he can come back?
I have a question.
Somebody tell Doug that he can come back.
For this Marvel tier list, is Howard the Duck a part of this?
No, it's not MCU.
No.
Oh, well, you said Marvel. You just said Marvel.
But he's not got a movie.
No, Howard the Duck does. Howard the Duck
Marvel movie tier list.
Howard the Duck does have a movie. I thought I said MCU. My bad. It should say MCU. No, that was my bad. No, this is just MCU movies, not Marvel. I should have specified. Actually, I'll edit it right now.
Yeah, that would make things easier.
Yeah.
I guess that means like. So Sam Raimi's films don't count, right? Because
no,
Howard the Duck exists.
No.
Sam Raimi's films are now a part of the multiverse, but I guess we're just going with the main MCU timeline.
Duck
right?
tits in the Howard the Duck movie?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He appeared in Guardians of the Galaxy, actually, briefly.
I believe that movie was produced by George Lucas.
It was.
I'm almost positive it was.
It was the first. I think it was the first Marvel movie ever. It was the. I think it was. No, not. Yeah, I think it was.
I don't know.
Or
To be honest, I thought that was the Beaver Dream.
No, because I think there were Marvel movies in the 80s. They weren't very good, but I think there were Marvel movies.
I thought that was the 70s. I thought the Howard the Duck was the 70s. Well,
The Incredible Hulk.
No, that was the 90s movie.
Yeah, that
the
was
Incredible
the
Hulk
70s.
had a 70s. There was a 70s.
No, the Incredible Hulk was a show.
That was a show.
That was a show.
That was a show.
That wasn't a movie. Yeah.
All right.
First Marvel
Okay, so
movie.
who here thinks that the second Avengers is actually better than the first Avengers overall?
I do.
Me, I do.
I think it does all of the important
I think
things.
it's better than Guardians.
I think it does all the important things better than Avengers 1 does, but it's a much messier movie overall. Which is why I think Avengers is usually the more beloved movie, because it's less messy and it's far more
cohesive.
Yeah, it's more cohesive and structurally it's a better movie. But the actual individual scenes and the villains and the conversations and all of that is, I personally think, probably better in Avengers 2. I really wouldn't care.
I feel like Avengers.
It wouldn't kill me if it was below or above Avengers, but I don't want to. I wouldn't want to put it much lower than that, I guess.
I want to put it above Guardians.
Who wants to put it above Guardians?
Me.
I wouldn't.
Who else wants to put it above Guardians?
I wouldn't.
Above Iron Man.
Guardians 1 or 2?
The first. We haven't done Guardians 2 yet. We've only done Guardians.
I mean, I don't think it matters so much for the first one.
3.
Above Iron
I
Man.
would put it above Captain America, but below Iron Man 3.
Above Captain America,
personally,
but below Iron Man 3.
Nah, I gotta say above Iron Man 3 because of those other.
Okay, literally everyone is
Iron Man
saying
3.
something different, so we're gonna have to make a poll. Like we're gonna have to make a.
The entire final fight with the floating city. It's such a slog to get through. It's
I have a
so
question.
boring
I have a question. I have a
to
question.
me.
I have a question. I have a
Besides
question.
Pietro.
I have a question. How many people in this Discord are currently watching this stream?
I am.
I am.
Okay, so everybody. So that's 9 people, and there are 11 people watching the stream.
Oh God.
Yeah.
So 2 other people. So we
what?
can't
That's 12.
vote.
I see 12.
God
I see
damn.
12.
Come on, guys, vote for
Oh yeah,
us.
one more.
It's
God
gonna
damn.
be 50-50 watch.
So like doing a poll won't even fucking matter, really. I'll
Maybe be a poll between the 11 of us.
I'll start a poll, I guess. Shit. Okay. Where should who's this? Now there's 9, so we just lost 2 people. Let me see. Wait, I see
It says it's 14.
Oh, am I?
Wait, so that means just us then?
Okay, now it's just 13. Whatever.
Yeah,
I
what
think it's
the,
better than the first Avengers, honestly. Where the fuck is Nano? I wonder why Nano's not in here.
Here, just muted.
Oh, what the fuck, Nano? I mean, I don't use Discord, but love these lol. They're my go-to listening stuff for gaming games on the weekend. Well, I'm glad you're here, AJ. Yeah, I don't know how much longer I'll be doing them because they're getting less popular over time, and I don't know if it's because the algorithm's fucking me, or if people are just losing interest to these types of streams. I'm not really sure, but I mean, there was a time Doug can remember. There were a time I would get like 70 people at a time, like for most of the night. And then it would eventually drop at the end of the night. It would drop to like 40 or 50. Now, if I hit 40, that's like the high point of the fucking night. Like, look, the highest point I've had tonight is what, 29? Yeah, that used to be like abysmally low for my streams, but now it's like it's kind of normal. 13, I wouldn't imagine ever having 13 in my stream. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Maybe it is UFC. I have no idea what's happening, but I'm
not tonight. Not this weekend.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep doing them for a bit, but we'll see if I don't know if it continue. I'm not gonna be. I'll tell you this: if they keep becoming this unpopular and there's no super chats and nobody's watching it, it's literally just me and a bunch of dudes in the Discord talking while like there's 5 fucking people watching. 6 months from now, I will not still be doing these streams. There's no reason for me to, if that's the case. I
have a question though. How come you stopped your game streams? Stop doing those.
Well, those were always something that I always did rarely, and those were always less people would always show up to those than these. You know, the tier list streams, the debate streams were like those were the killers. Those were the ones that everyone wanted to come to. But now it's sort of got.
I really wish that more people were interested in the debate streams because I specifically just played through the Dishonored series again and read The Corroded Man.
People
so
vote.
I could argue for Corvo.
Well, so people vote for the debate streams. When I put polls on Discord and YouTube, debate streams win in the voting every time I put it, but they lose. But less people come than the tier list streams. So I don't really.
That's whack as shit.
Yeah, I don't really get it, but it just is what it is. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to do this fucking thing. We got Avengers 2. It's in A, but we don't know if it's going to be above Guardians, above Avengers, or above Iron Man.
I'd sandwich Avengers 2 in between Avengers and Iron Man 3. That's just me.
Okay, is it gonna be top? Or let me see what else. Above Avengers, or I guess above Avengers or below Avengers.
Above Guardians.
Avengers. Below. I said top. That's what top.
I think you're the only one arguing for above Guardians. I think everybody else here thinks that it's below Guardians.
All right, top above Avengers. Okay, so top is above Guardians. I'm right. Above Avengers or below Avengers. There we go. Start poll. You guys can. Well, I mean, like I said, there are a large majority of the people who are actually in the Discord are actually in the stream. I don't even know why we're still doing this, but whatever. It is what it is. We're gonna.
All right, all 5 of you. Let's see it.
Quicksilver.
They all know.
Well, so Quicksilver is actually an interesting thing. So this is kind of funny, and Fox really got over on Disney. So Avengers 2 was coming out, and they had already announced it, and all the entire cast of the movie was already out. And in the cast, it was announced that Aaron Taylor Johnson was going to be playing Quicksilver, and then X-Men decided they were going to make their X-Men movie, and they were going to make the Days of Future Past, and they had this and they had this whole thing where they had this whole scene where they went and picked up Juggernaut, and Juggernaut was going to help them get Magneto to escape prison. But then someone at Fox was like, "Hey, DC, like Marvel is about to use Quicksilver. Why don't we throw Quicksilver in our movie instead of Juggernaut? And then when our movie releases first, we'll beat them to the punch." So they did. They released the movie with Quicksilver instead of Juggernaut, and their Quicksilver was so much better than the Quicksilver that Marvel had, that Marvel just killed their version of Quicksilver because it was like it was fucking.
Rouga, do you remember the reaction to the Quicksilver? Like remember when they revealed the costumes. Everyone was sort of like, oh, the MCU one's gonna be so much better than the Fox one. I don't know what Fox was thinking. Do you remember?
Yeah,
that
no, people
reaction?
hate. Yeah. No. You're right. People, because the Petrov in the X-Men movies didn't have a Russian accent. The one in Marvel did, which people liked because he's supposed to be Russian in the comics. His suit was more accurate. His design was more accurate. He was played by a more liked actor at the time, and yeah, and then they had this other dude. He was like this skinny kid with like a silver jacket. And he looked
American,
ridiculous, and he was American, and like all this different stuff was completely different. And they were, and like everyone was, he's right. Everybody was saying that it was going to be the Marvel version was going to be way, and also X-Men hadn't had a good movie in a while. That was another big one. Like the last movie before this one. The last movie before this one.
First Class well received? Wasn't First Class well received?
First Class was well received, but they lost the director of that movie. He didn't come back for the next one. And before that, you had X-Men 3, and I think they had X-Men Origins Wolverine. In between that as well, they had X-Men Origins, which everyone hated. So like they were like kind of, it wasn't doing very well. And then this movie came out, and I actually think that Days of Future Past is better than First Class. A lot of people think First Class is the best. I think that Days of Future Past is better. But yeah, no, they killed it, and it just kind of tells you the whole like stop judging things before it comes out, because everyone hated Heath Ledger before that came out when they saw the pictures of what he looked like in that movie before it actually released. Everyone hated his design. They're like, they're like, that's stupid. He's wearing face paint. His skin's not dyed white. Like you got him having this long hair and like this hobo suit. Like what are you doing with the Joker? And then it came out and everyone loved it. So that's why I don't like judge things because I find out that an actor's going to be in it or because of a design choice. Like it doesn't. Sometimes that shit.
Yeah, I really hate the idea. I really hate the idea that comic book accuracy automatically means something's going to be good. Like I know he didn't direct it, but the Tim Burton Batman movie, he basically just made shit up, and I think that's a great movie, even though it's not technically comic book accurate.
It's not great. It's not great. That movie's got some real fucking problems.
I thought it was fun. The one with the penguin, Danny DeVito.
I love the Joker in it. I love the Joker.
It's very. You could tell. You can kind of tell he made up things on the spot because there's a lot of shit that just straight up doesn't make sense. There's literally a scene in the movie where they talk about the girlfriend of the chick of that he had in the first movie, and like it creates a plot hole. like there's a lot of stuff that's problematic with that movie in terms of the writing. I think that I think the best.
I think it's just fun.
I think the best thing about it. I think the best thing about it are the actors. If Danny DeVito didn't play Penguin and Michelle Pfeiffer didn't play Catwoman, it wouldn't have been nearly as good as it was. But it's not the movie's good. Like even the lines that they say aren't good lines. Like Danny DeVito played the shit out of that Penguin, but he wasn't like Penguin wasn't a good or interesting character in that movie. He basically was just filled with like sexual innuendo jokes, innuendo, bunch of sexual innuendo jokes. He was constantly trying to like
innuendo.
Innuendo. Jesus, I don't know. What I'm constant set with the fucking dude invented the language. What can I say? No, it was like constant sexual innuendos. He was like coming on to Catwoman, and like she would like reject him, and he got pissed at her, and it was like this whole. It was weird. It was not. Yeah, it was weird. But there were cool things about it for sure. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's great. I would say I like it, I guess. But not everything I like is good. You know, I can admit that. I can say that I like things that aren't very good. I don't think it's absolutely good. Okay, so it looks like everyone is voting for below Avengers.
Everyone's wrong. It's fine.
So below.
It's okay to be wrong, bro.
Like I like Age of Ultron, but I don't think it's better than Guardians.
Below
or Avengers.
Definitely not.
Boop and poll. Okay, below Avengers and poll. Boom. There we go. Poll has been ended. All right. Next up, we have Ant-Man. Oh, great! Now we have, as the kids call it, the mid movies. Ant-Man is so fucking is so middle of the road. It's the second most middle of the road movie.
I think it's the best middle of the road, though, isn't it? It's better than Hulk and Thor.
It's better than Hulk.
Hulk and Thor. It's better than
Good
Hulk
action.
And Thor,
it's better than Hulk.
Decent comedy.
It's better than Hulk.
Likeable characters.
It's better than Hulk. Is it better than Thor?
Thor doesn't really play into his fantastical comic. Like, look, I know
I
it's
don't
not comic
care.
guy,
I
but,
don't.
like,
I don't
doesn't
care
really
about
play-
that. I just care about if the movie's good. I don't really care about how much it feels like a comic book or a superhero movie.
I guess it's fair.
I think
overall,
it edges
better
out
than Thor.
for just.
I'm trying to.
I,
I'll give it. I'll give it
think
better.
the
I'll give
real
it better
reason
than
it would
Thor.
edge out
I don't
Thor
think.
is
I don't
because
think you're
so much of that
entirely
movie
wrong.
takes place in fucking New Mexico.
Yeah, it does make sense to put it over Thor now that I think about it.
Yeah, I don't.
It's
It
more
doesn't. It doesn't
memorable.
kill me.
It's not-
It
it's
is funny.
Memorable B movie. It's
Put
the most
Avengers
memorable.
Age of Ultron. Oh, put
I can't
Avengers
think of
Age
it.
of Ultron above Avengers. $2.
Hey.
Look at you, Nano, spending the big bucks. Go, look at that.
$2. Come on,
There
man.
you go. Avengers Age of Ultron above Avengers. There you go. All right.
$2
First Thor
for
movie
2
was
seconds.
so boring to me. Okay, so we talked about this earlier. We already went over the 4 Thor movies, so we're not going to recover it. But essentially, the first Thor movie is really only boring if you're going in looking for an action-packed like comic book, superhero movie. If you go in understanding that it is a fish out of water comedy, it actually works really well, and it is very funny. It's not as funny as Ant-Man, which is why we're going to put Ant-Man above it, but it is actually pretty funny, and it actually does have some legitimately good scenes. The scene where his father boots him out of Asgard is really good. Loki is a pretty damn decent villain in that film. The romance does not work at all, not even a little bit. But the comedy works. The fish out of water stuff works. The action doesn't necessarily work. But overall, I think it's not. I don't think it's boring. I think Hulk's a way more boring film. Like outside of the action sequences of Hulk, like with Hulk, all of the scenes with
The only good part about Hulk is
Bruce
Hulk.
Banner.
Right?
Yeah, all the
Like,
shit
I think
with
we all
just
agree
Bruce
with
Banner is so boring, and that's not the case for Thor. The downtime scenes with Thor are actually very funny. Like, I mean, think about how many times, like, if you really look back, like, there's a lot of very memorable jokes. Like, Thor gets knocked out, like, 4 times in that movie, and the joke works every single time. Like how he tries to escape the hospital. He's like, "I dare you stop the might of Thor," and then they put him with a fucking knockout thing, and then he immediately just smacks his face on the fucking window.
Narcotics, yeah.
And gets knocked out. And then he's like, at the beginning of the movie, when he shows up, and Jane Foster's like, "Whoa, what is he? He's a crazy guy." And he's like, "You dare threaten Thor with such puny a weapon?" And then she tases the fuck out of him. He passes out. Like, he's constantly getting shit on throughout the movie. It's actually pretty funny. There's a lot of really funny scenes in the film about him just not understanding how things work and him being depowered from when he was originally powered. Like, it actually works relatively well. It's just like a lot of people went in wanting a Thor movie where he's like going all over the place just fighting dudes and fucking with like all kinds of crazy Norse shit, and it's not. I mean, you also have to remember this was a movie that came out when Marvel was producing its own films before Disney bought it. They didn't have the budget to make a bombastic Thor movie, so they had to just have Thor was just in some small town. They just like built, it wasn't even an existing town, just a couple of buildings they threw together that were sets, and it was like a desert town, and it was like looked boring, and it was like because they didn't really have the funding to do otherwise.
Yeah,
it kind of was the way it was.
Not to go off topic, but going off the super chats, which would you between Crazy Nano and normal comic, which one would be more, I don't know, valid?
Okay,
$2. Yeah.
So normal comic. The way it works here is it works like an auction. Normal comic. In order to outbid Crazy Nano's placement, you have to put more than he did. You can put
Can I put a counter? Can I put a counter in the fact that maybe since the poll did win in that favor, maybe that kind of edges it out?
Nope.
Like maybe Nano
capitalism.
I would go with
normal.
I would go with the fact that normal already gave $10 prior to the beginning of the stream.
That's actually a fair point to make. That's a fair point to make. But he did not. But it wasn't a part of the auction. Like, he could literally post 1 cent and he'll win, and it'll go over. Which is
the Nano just post. Okay, whatever. You just let them do that.
Above the first event.
It's like a spade was like, we're just gonna end this towards that.
Oh wait. Put Age of Ultron above the first Avenger. Okay. All right. Well,
he's saying keep it.
There you go. Put Age of Ultron below Avenger. Okay. Well, there you go. Normal. You got what you wanted anyway. Capitalism. Okay. So now he wants it above, right below Avengers. There we go. That's how it works. Okay. So that was nice. Are we gonna keep going? I don't know. Okay, so we got Avengers. So we got Guardians of the Galaxy, Avengers, Avengers 2, Iron Man 3, and then
Civil War.
Captain America. So that works. That works. Yeah, poor Nano. Like literally poor, like he's poverty stricken. Nano. That's what we call him.
Hova broke.
I thought we called him Goddamn Nano.
Huh?
I thought we called him Goddamn Nano.
Yeah, it depends.
Sometimes.
Here for today, he'll be poverty stricken. Nano. There we go. Yeah, I'll even capitalize your name for you. There you go, Nano. See, it's not disrespect. We don't disrespect the poverty stricken, okay? But they are poverty stricken, so we'll laugh at them a little bit. Broke ass bitch. Okay. Next we got let's damn you. Okay. All right. Next up we have Civil War. Yes. Okay. For a long time. For a long time, this was my favorite MCU movie. For a while, I would say S. I would say top of S as of right now.
I'd say top.
I like it better than Winter Soldier.
I have one problem with this movie, and it is how overpowered Captain America is through the whole movie.
He's not overpowered though.
How?
He beats up fucking Iron Man.
I guess there is an inconsistency.
He decks Spider-Man when Spider-Man decks Winter Soldier and Falcon.
He doesn't deck him though. He doesn't deck him.
He wasn't saying specifically he decked him.
Yes,
he does. He caught his arm and then straight up like held it there. Spider-Man did. Like he caught Bucky's arm and straight up just twisted his wrist.
Yeah. Wait, I keep.
Yeah.
I dropped something.
No, I'm saying that the scene where like Spider-Man's like restraining him and he like launches Spider-Man.
No. Yeah, but you have to see how he does it though. He doesn't overpower. See, when you look at he uses his superior weight to pull Spider-Man off the ground.
I don't care how much more you think he weighs than him. Spider-Man's so much stronger than him.
It doesn't matter how strong you are. That's the point. It shows a different experience. He uses his. It doesn't matter how strong Spider-Man is. If you weigh more, you can outdo it. See, when he catches the fist, it's just a punch. When he catches the fist of Bucky Barnes, Bucky Barnes is not specifically using his weight to lift up Spider-Man, which he would be able to do, but he didn't. He was actually trying to like outmuscle him. Captain America didn't try to outmuscle him. He literally just used his weight to pull him forward, and then he ends up beating Spider-Man, like quotations, not by actually beating him, but just dropping something on top of his head that he can hold up and just leaving him there, so that he would have to like lift it up and like it would take him time to get out from underneath it.
He can stick to walls. How is he pulling him?
Because he's not always stuck. Because he's not always stuck to shit. Because Spider-Man is also not particularly well trained in this movie, or trained at all in this movie, and there's no reason for him to be. Spider-Man went into this fight believing that it would not be an issue for him, that he would easily overpower Captain America, and Captain America surprised him by doing something that he wasn't expecting. Now, if you want to say that it wasn't choreographed in a way that showed that to its like best ability, maybe there could be an argument there. But there is a very clear reason as to why he was able to beat him and Bucky and Falcon couldn't. Bucky and Falcon were just trying to beat him in an outright fight, and all of the tactics that Captain America used were not actually fighting him straight on. He was using a higher level of intelligence and combat experience, which worked just fine.
Which is perfect for his character.
Yeah, it also works for this version of Spider-Man, who's considerably younger and not experienced in combat at all. Yeah.
I think they say he's never had a fight at that point.
Isn't this Spider-Man's first big mission?
Frankly, if I'm not mistaken.
One thing I will say that super annoyed me about the MCU that happens later, in this movie, we very clearly see that he has spider sense, and then when he has his own solo movie, he doesn't have spider sense, and he doesn't unlock it until the second movie. There are multiple scenes in Civil War where we see him use his spider sense. It's really irritating that they removed it for the first movie. I don't get they didn't. I liked how they showed it too. Like, it was very subtle. If you didn't know that he had spider sense, you could watch this fight and not even be aware that he has it. But there are multiple scenes where he's like talking to somebody, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere he'll have these like wide eyes, and then move out of the way when something's about to hit him from behind.
I can describe the scene.
Yeah, like there's like the scene,
like he's fighting Bucky and Falcon. He's fighting Bucky and Falcon, and then while he's fighting Falcon, Bucky throws something at him, and then before Peter gets hit, he's like, "Oh God," and then ducks.
Yeah, it happens throughout the whole thing. Like there's visual indicators that it doesn't show it the same way that say like the Sam Raimi movies showed it, where it was like slow motion. Like it didn't show it like that, but it was way more subtle. And you could just tell that he knew shit was happening before it actually happened, and it was cool. And then in the first movie, he doesn't have it at all. And then in the second Spider-Man movie, he like acquires it. And I was like, what the he already had it. Like it's crazy. Like, did you not watch Civil War? Or did you just not notice that he had?
Well, Infinity War also had him have
To be fair, at least the third one did give him a Spidey sense back, like completely. Like he just straight up has it.
No, but that's still a retcon that they took it away from him in the first place.
To be fair,
that is true.
Is it really retcon when Infinity War established it again? Like Infinity War, which takes place.
It is a retcon when they make the first Spider-Man movie and he doesn't have it. That's a retcon. And then literally Spider-Man 2, at the beginning of Spider-Man 2, he doesn't have it again, and then he acquires it in that movie. By the end of the movie, he unlocks the ability to use spider sense.
I was gonna say,
I will say he has one of the best Spidey sensors I've seen, at least in the third movie, because he was able to detect the. Yeah, he was. Because he was able to detect the Green Goblin before he even became the Green Goblin.
That was actually pretty cool. No. It's not that he could detect the Green Goblin before he became. The moment he became the Green Goblin, he was aware that Green Goblin was there.
He was aware that he had.
Yeah, like he was aware
the scene where he was using his spider sense to keep the cube away from Doctor Strange.
It's like
time, people.
Should we backpedal because we're kind of going far ahead? We should probably save this for when we get to Spider-Man.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
But, I'm just saying, it's just something that was annoying me that they took away his spider sense in this movie. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We all have Civil War at the top. This is a good movie. A ton of like really really cool scenes happen in it. I
love the last fight scene between the.
Okay, here's another thing. Everyone talks about the introduction to Spider-Man. I actually think that Black Panther gets a way better introduction than Spider-Man does.
Agreed.
That is true. That is true.
I think that's not a hot take. I think everyone agrees with that one too.
Do they really? Because in theaters, when I was watching this film in theaters, and there's a scene where the Iron Man like leaves or whatever, and then there's a picture of New York City, and then big letters it pops up on the screen, Queens. Everyone like screamed in the theaters because they're like, "That's Spider-Man. Where is he?" Yeah. Like every time Spider-Man showed up in his suit, people screamed. Nobody screamed for Black Panther in my.
Well, that's just because Spider-Man's more recognizable.
I will say I did like Black Panther's introduction, but I like Spider-Man more. Like I'm not trying. No hate on Black Panther. I just kind of preferred Spider-Man. Like I'm glad they did Black Panther, right? I'm glad they did that.
If Black Panther would have stayed the way he was in Civil War for his own movie, I would like Black Panther more than Spider-Man in this universe.
Agreed.
But
he was very good in his own movie, though. I really liked his own. I watched it recently.
He got shitty in his. Well, we'll get there when we get to his movie. He got nerfed. It's not nerfed. He was not as interesting. He was way more interesting.
It was nerfed too. It was kind of nerfed too.
His writing was.
We'll get there. We'll get there when we get there.
Honestly. We'll get there when we get there.
We'll get there when I fucking talk about it. It's my goddamn stream. But it's Captain America. Black Panther in this movie is fantastic. I still remember the not necessarily his introduction scene, but the scene after his father dies, where he's sitting there like rubbing his ring, and Nat goes to sit next to him and talk to him, and him and Nat are talking, and I forgot exactly what Nat says. But he's like, he gives the speech about his father, and he's like, my father believed that when you died, you went down this route, whatever, and you went to all of the past ancestors or whatever. And then he's like, I am not my father. And then he stands up and he's like, don't worry, I'll handle this myself. He just walks off, and the way the music swells and like his face, it's like the determination. I'm like, oh, this dude's a beast. I can't wait to see this dude. And it was
one thing. One part of storytelling I really like they did is they showed the difference between like Bucky normally and when he's Winter Soldier. when they have him like turn into like get mind controlled, and he like runs through the entire Avengers. Which he would like never be able to do.
No. I get you. The difference, the difference in his behavior and how he fights and the way he. Yeah, that's true.
He was more robotic, Terminator-like.
Yeah, another thing also that people, I don't think that people forget, but Black Panther was whooping Bucky's ass throughout this entire movie.
He really was. That's what I was going to say.
I don't know when he not when he's Winter Soldier though. Like they have a fight when he's like mind controlled.
It's definitely more in T'Challa's favor than Bucky's. Even when he's being, I'll concede that he does better, but yeah, no, Black Panther is definitely even then.
No, I like the storytelling of showing he does better when he's mind controlled.
Yeah, the fights do. Yeah, the fights actually. Multiple of the fights have storytelling just within the fights and the way that they think and the way that they outmaneuver each other and stuff. I agree. It's pretty cool.
Even Tony's brief fight with his like single-handed Iron Man, his brief one-on-one with Bucky was fucking cool.
Yeah, and then Bucky shoots the gun after he catches it with the hand, where it's like, okay, Bucky's like trying to kill. You know what I mean? Like there's some good stuff, and I mean we haven't even talked about the fight at the end. Between Bucky, Captain, and
that was a crazy fight.
We skipped the first fight between Winter Soldier and T'Challa though, as well.
No, we talked about that.
Yeah, we said he gets his ass beat.
Briefly.
What else do you want to say?
I mean, well, okay, go ahead.
No, I was like, what do you want? If you had something to say, fucking say it. We talked about it briefly because it's brief. He comes up, he kicks his ass. It's cool. But I mean, there's not a whole lot else to talk about other than he
T'Challa's clearly shown to be like a level above.
Say something about that last fight. I really love how it ends.
How he came on the scene ready to kill.
Okay, you guys were just talking over each other, and y'all all were aware that y'all were talking over each other, and nobody stopped talking. So
I literally just stopped talking.
You did, but I'm saying like it went a while. Actually, I think he interrupted you. To be honest, I wasn't necessarily talking to you. But yeah, just
I interrupted.
Yeah. I think you interrupted the white.
Okay.
We don't know what Nano is.
That's very fun how to say that.
Man, I feel like I lost my identity as a human being.
Nah, he's a white. No, I mean, hey, it's
Before
only
they
fair.
used to call me
I've called him the black guy before, so it's only fair that I called you white. No, but
I'm not even white though. What do you mean?
There was a dude. Nah, you're basically white. Wait, what are you talking about?
Not fair enough at this point. Might as well just.
What are you talking about? You're Lebanese and white. Right?
What?
Wait, who am I talking to right? Who the fuck am I talking to right now? Nano? Nano, what are you?
Yeah.
American.
I'm American, but I'm like Hispanic, Latino. I'm something from somewhere in Mexico.
Okay, so
he's something of a Mexican.
Okay.
I'm something of a Mexican and an American.
Are you so what do you mean by something of a Mexican and American? When you say are you like Mexican and Native American?
No, just like standard American.
So white.
Like the white man and the brown man.
Okay, so you are white.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Liar and racist. What's the I called you white.
American. How's that racist?
Because I called you white. Because I called you white, and you said in disgust that you weren't white when you were white. You're a self-hating white.
I didn't say I was not in disgust.
I am not these piece of shit white people. These garbage.
I'm not this powdered donut.
Word for word, that's what he said. Anybody can rewind it.
That's literally not what I said.
That's 100%.
I second that.
Play the tape. Play the tape. Play tape.
Let me see. Hold up. I gotta change his name again. This is poverty stricken.
I didn't even realize you named me poverty stricken.
Well, Rouga, I want to get, you actually got it wrong. He said I'm not one of these pigskins.
Oh,
I didn't say that.
White.
It's even worse. You better be careful. You better be careful, Nano. You're gonna get deported. It's gonna be
deported.
You're gonna get deported. It's gonna be bad.
I will switch sides. I promise.
Now you're white. Just a second ago, I'm not white. Crazy. I'm Hispanic. Now the second Trump kicks down your door, okay, I'm white. I'm totally white now.
The second ICE shows up.
This is what they're gonna do. They're gonna bring you to the wall and they're gonna make you sit on top with one leg over in Mexico's side and one leg on our side.
It's like, they're gonna clone me and send one to the other side.
No, because then that would just be a mixed breed on both sides. You gotta have
a mixed breed.
Yeah, mixed. Yeah. A filthy muddy mixed breed. I got called. I got called a racist so many times today. There was one dude in the
today
in my videos that there was one dude in my videos that spammed. Jesus, like 40 comments across all my videos calling me a racist because apparently in one of my videos I said nigger, and he's like, you're a racist, and I was like, I say whatever I want, and I'm like, you want to believe I'm racist, fine, but I say what I want, I say it when I want. Your opinions don't matter. Nobody cares. I don't care. I'm not pushing this fucking bullshit racial hate shit that you want to do where I can't, like, I gotta feel like it's fucking like words are fucking the Voldemort never say it shit. Like I don't play these games. I don't play these games.
Like if my white cousin could say that word, then how is it racist? I just don't understand how a word itself is racist.
I don't care. I'm not getting in the conversation about it with people. You're not going to tell me how to speak. No one is going to tell me how to speak, and nobody knows anything about my mind, how I think, what I believe. You don't know me. So calling me racist is a bullshit, meaningless nothingness. I didn't really use online. I wasn't much a part of it when like the society was fucking falling apart and people were being canceled and terrified of speaking out. But I've never in my life once ever had to think about what I had to say and if I had to say this or will this offend people. It's never been something I've ever had to do in my life, and I'm not going to start doing it now. Like it's
I plan to run.
If you're offended by shit ever. But yeah, no, this dude commented like 40 times. He commented on one of my videos being like, your comment section is filled with people just calling you out for being a racist. I'm like, where? They're all you. You're just one dude that just keeps calling me racist over and over in my whole comment. It's literally one guy with 40 I think it was like 38 comments when I looked at it. It was 38 comments of him just saying that I was a racist on different videos, and it was like 12 videos. Like back to like it's weird, and I was like, okay, whatever, cool. I mean, you're helping the algorithm reach this racist. That makes you a racist, I think. Racist by proxy.
I know, I love that stuff. They end up shooting themselves in the foot with their own actions because he's supporting you by giving you comments.
A lot of comments.
It was a lot. It was a lot. Yeah. Yeah, and apparently
commented many times.
A lot of words.
And he was messaging on my videos about things that I said in my videos. So he was watching the videos. It's not like he was just commenting and leaving. Like he was actually watching them. So it was like he was like referencing shit that I said in my videos to me and saying I was wrong about this kind of stuff. Also, you're a racist. And I was like, you're like really like you're one of my most loyal supporters. Honestly, I don't really understand like what's going on. Like this is a weird. I feel like you're like a self-hating dude who's just like I don't know what's going on, but I did find it very funny. Anyway, what do we have next? Okay, so we're all in agreement. Civil War is at the top. Next we have Doctor Strange. Okay,
Doctor Strange.
Remember how I said that Ant-Man is like the second most like middle of the road Marvel? Okay, this is the first middle of the road Marvel movie. I don't care for this movie that much. I think it is. I am completely indifferent while watching it. Yeah, to me, I feel like the more so than any other MCU movie, they're like, let's take the formula that we've created and just do that and add nothing different with it. The only thing that's in it that I think is different with the formula is the mirror dimension. And the ending. To be fair, ending where they don't actually have to fight and defeat the villain, but instead he just has to, I've come to bargain. That's pretty cool. Outside of those two things, like 90% of this movie is just middle of the road basic bitch shit. Like I just don't care.
I'm trying to like go through stuff in my head, and nothing about this movie really pops out besides the two things.
The villain is one of the villain. God, they wasted Mads Mikkelsen in this film. You had the perfect Doctor Doom actor, and you wasted him on this dude.
Hear me out. Generic Doctor Strange villain. That seems like a better idea to me. I don't know, bro.
Dude, it was terrible. It was awful. And then he didn't do anything. He didn't say anything. He's more boring than Ronan. He's more who did I say was the previous like most boring villain of these movies?
Ronan.
Malekith from Thor?
No, Malekith. Malekith's more boring, but he's second. He's just above Malekith on the list of most boring. There should be another list I do at some point if I keep doing the streams.
The villains?
No, just like yeah, like not villains, but like most boring to like least boring, you know? Because everybody says that the MCU doesn't have any good villains. So it actually might be interesting to do an entire stream where we actually see like, well, let's actually put them on a tier list and see which ones are good and which ones are bad, and then we can like kind of figure out for ourselves if the villains are actually shitty.
Yeah, it will be bottom heavy. I know that for a fact.
Tyler. What movie? Oh yeah, Doctor Strange. If you're asking me what movie we're on. Yeah. So Doctor Strange, I'm gonna put it below Ant-Man.
Maybe above 4. I don't know. I think they're close.
I don't know because the whole movie is so
I say above 4 because the action is better.
Boring.
It's
The
so
action is
dull for
better
most of it.
I mean, did you have 2 points for Thor like you did for Doctor Strange?
Yeah, I actually think the movie's pretty funny. We talked about how I think it's funny. It's actually a pretty decent fish out of water comedy. It has some really decent emotional moments. Him getting kicked out of Asgard is really well done.
That's a high point in the MCU, to be honest.
Yeah, all the scenes with his father in that movie are really good. Even at the end when he earns his stuff back, every scene with Loki is really good.
Yeah,
like Loki's whole arc, the acting between Loki, where he's screaming at Odin after he finds out he's a frost giant. And he's like, you couldn't love me. Yeah, that whole, there's some great scenes in Thor. There really is.
Dormammu was good, but he doesn't compare to that, yeah.
Well, Dormammu's good, but he's not, I wouldn't say he's good. I would say the scene that he's in is good, but it's not to the very end of the
that's
movie.
That's a bad way to say it.
Yeah, he's only in the very end of the movie, and then the mirror dimension stuff is kind of cool, and that's it. Outside of that, it's really outside of those two things, it's a shittier version of the Iron Man.
Above it.
I would say it goes above Hulk.
Below 4.
Above Hulk.
Below Thor.
Above Hulk, below Thor. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't think it's bad. I just think it's a shittier version of Iron Man perfected the formula, and this is a lesser version of the Iron Man formula.
Yeah.
It's basically the exact same formula. Actually, a lot of people think that they're the same character. They're not. They're very different characters because Tony was never selfish. He was egotistical, but they suffered from two different things. I would actually say that Stephen Strange was a bad person, and who has to become a good person. Tony was never a bad person. He was just he just didn't think about other people. He was self-absorbed. But the moment he found out that his weapons were being used to harm innocent people, he immediately went hero mode. Doctor Strange, it takes the whole fucking movie for him to finally be convinced to do anything heroic at all. Even though he knows people are dying, he just wants to get his hands. He's a much more selfish character than Iron Man.
Well, even when he was a doctor, he was basically like, unless it's high profile, I don't care.
Well, yeah, that's his starting point. Like he's a bad person at the beginning of the film who has to become a good person. Tony's a good person at the beginning of the film. He's just very self-absorbed, and he's not aware and doesn't really think about it, and he's just kind of into his own thing. And then the moment he finds out about it, boom, he grows the fuck up and he tries to deal with it because Tony was always a good person. That's the main difference between their two characters. They are very different characters from those two perspectives. But yeah, a lot of people say they're basically the same character, and they're not. I think that's completely false.
Nothing alike.
There's similarities in their story and the way their story plays out, and literally, Doctor Strange just straight up steals the fucking plot structure of Iron Man. It's literally the same plot structure. But other than that, yeah, they are different characters. What If episode about... I've never seen the What If show. I don't know anything about it. Strange was the villain, and he was in that one. Yeah,
boring.
I've never seen. I saw a video popped up on my feed on YouTube. I didn't watch it, but it popped up on my feed where it was something like, "What if season 3 killed the What If show or something?" Apparently it was so bad that according to this video,
it got really dumb.
It's going to just basically kill the show, and they're thinking about shutting down the show because of how bad the season.
They should.
White man with OT equals the same. That's true. They are both white men with goatees. That is a fair point. I changed my mind. They are the same character. I forgot about that fact.
But Strange is slightly grayer, so he's clearly a different character because he's slightly older.
No, they're the same.
Is he?
No?
Is Strange older?
They're the same.
Is that?
Well, I mean, he's probably.
I
mean, Strange might be older than Tony in Iron Man because the movies were made however many years apart. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what the ages of these people are. I think Robert Downey Jr. is older than
yeah,
not,
I think
not
I'm talking about the
Robert Downey Jr.
characters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows? I don't know. I like how they met each other. And
Benedict
they
Cumberbatch.
can't stand each other. Like the whole thing is like that. Like everyone says they're super alike, and then they meet each other. Like fucking hate this guy. It's just like
Yeah.
it's funny. But okay. Next up we have Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. This is.
I think it's
better than one. I think it's better than one.
I
agree.
I think it's considerably better than one.
I'd say it's top of 8. Actually, I'd say it's top of 8.
I think it's considerably better than one. I think the villain Ego is one of the better villains of the MCU. Not saying a ton because I actually don't think the MCU has that many great villains, but I do think that. And I mean, dude, fucking I was about to say Russell Crowe. Kurt Russell. As like Russell. What? Oh, God, dude, come on! Like that's a villain casting right there. But no, Ego's
very good.
I like Ego a lot. They further all of the different plot lines. They dive into Drax's story a little more.
Yondu.
All of the Yondu stuff is fantastic. There's so many scenes in this movie, little character moments that I'm like,
Michael Rooker.
I love that. Like when Yondu. I like the scenes between. Now a lot of people think about the scenes between Yondu and his death and his relationship with Yondu and Rocket have some of the best scenes in like the MCU
who
in
you
terms
are, boy.
of their.
Yondu's funeral is really good too.
You're me, you know.
He's
Rocket.
like, you always this much of an asshole.
Yeah, Rocket
like
gets
the
to go
one time-
off. What's up?
That was the one time we see Rocket actually accept being called a raccoon. Like he does get upset, but he doesn't like full on lash out at him like normal because of what he said.
Yeah, like he understands each other. Oh, that's not something we actually didn't talk about in the first Guardians. When Rocket's one of the best characters in the MCU. As of right now, he is the best character of the MCU. After Tony and Captain America are now gone, Rocket is the 100% best character in the MCU. The scene in the first Guardians where he's yelling at Drax and he's like, "I didn't tell him to rip me apart, put me back together again and again." Like he's this. They lay the seed in the first film that he is this self-hating creature who believes himself to be a little monster that no one could possibly love or care about or anything like that. And that plot line goes through that movie, the second film with all his relationship with Yondu and their conversations, all the way into the third when we finally get his backstory and see why he felt that way the whole time. Rocket is fantastic. I really like Rocket in the MCU.
And the second movie does so well.
Yeah, the second movie. I really do like the second movie.
They do they have one of the action scenes, one of the first action scenes, where he takes out like an entire group of people by himself with technology. And
Yeah.
It's like his engineering
he takes out all of Yondu's guys.
The Ravagers.
With all the different crazy tech, and he just wipes them all out. Yeah, and you can see like Rocket's not just like a smart dude. He's actually like really, really good at combat and shit as well. He doesn't just stand on Groot's shoulders and shoot people. Like he actually has his own like really cool stuff. Yeah, no, Rocket's great. But it's about more than Rocket. The Gamora and Nebula relationship was built up in this movie. It was really good. Like the fact that Nebula was constantly trying to kill her in the first movie, and then it was trying to kill her in the second movie. And then you end up finding out that like there's this anger about her, Nebula actually really loved Gamora and she felt betrayed by Gamora since Gamora never helped her. And it was like why do you like and Gamora just Gamora was kind of the bad guy because she never she just saw Nebula as just some chick who was being captured by Thanos the same as she was, and it's like she was going to do whatever she could to help herself, and she was going to excel. And then every time she excelled and Nebula couldn't keep up, Thanos would torture Nebula for it, and Gamora didn't even think about it. She's like, I'm just doing this for my own survival. But then in Guardians 2, Nebula is like, you were my sister. And like, I don't even think Gamora ever thought about it like that. Like, she never thought of Nebula as a sister. And then at that point, it was like, oh shit, this bitch is my sister. Like, I grew up with her. Like, yeah.
Really?
Like,
in Guardians 1, Guardians 1, she wanted Nebula to come to the light side. She's like, yo, don't go with Ronan, you dumb fuck. Come join us. She's like, no, and then leave.
Yeah, but
So I don't know.
That's not the same because in the second movie, their relationship and their in their history is explored and gone more in depth.
Hold on. The reason why Nebula wanted to go with Ronan is because Ronan was going to kill Thanos. That was the entire reason why she stayed on his side.
Yeah, but Ronan was losing, and then she still chose to just fuck off.
Still did feel betrayed by Gamora. There was still that animosity. That's why.
Yeah,
that's
for
also
sure.
the reason why.
The only sad part is I feel like this is the peak of that relationship because they what they do later with Gamora, where they reset her as a character.
They don't reset her as a character. No, wait, what? No,
it's not a reset.
They don't reset her as a character at all.
They brought a different timeline version of her.
No, they don't.
There's a different version of her.
Gamora. I'm sorry. I thought you said.
Yeah.
I thought you said Nebula.
No, Gamora.
Yeah, Gamora
Nebula
dies.
fits.
Gamora. So here's the thing, and we're gonna get to it when we get to it. But so there was the whole thing about James Gunn getting booted out of MCU because they found some joke he made on Twitter like 10 years ago and he lost his job. So he was not around when they made Infinity War. He wasn't a part of the discussions of what they did with the characters at that point, and it wasn't believed that he was going to come back to do Guardians. So they killed off Gamora. They did a bunch of stuff to the universe of the Guardians of the Galaxy that completely ruined his plans for the third Guardians movie. So when he came back, he had to completely do something. He had to do all new stuff because you killed off Gamora, right? Like the movie Guardians 1 and 2 was doing such a good job at building up the relationship between Star-Lord and Gamora, and then Infinity War skipped all of it and it was they're just in a relationship now. And it's didn't that just kind of kill the slow burn relationship buildup that was building across the first two movies? Just to have them together now. That was.
I thought they were already in a relationship.
They
I thought
weren't.
It was just a secret.
No, not in 2.
No.
No, they were. They were
no.
I'll admit that I wasn't aware because I'm not good with relationships.
Pretty sure.
No.
They were not together at the end of 2.
It was a will they, won't they still in 2.
It was still a slow burn. They were slowly getting together. Because the idea was that Gamora and Star-Lord had to grow as individuals before they got together. And this was something that they were building. Both of them had to change because Star-Lord was extremely immature and Gamora was anti-people. She was very antisocial. And these two people had to grow. And over the course of the first two movies, they were becoming these sort of people where you could see a really good relationship forming there. And then Infinity War, boom, relationship together and skip all of it. And I was I guarantee you, if James Gunn was not kicked out of the MCU, that they would not have been together in Infinity War. And in the third movie, you would have seen that relationship actually blossom into something. But instead, he had to completely rewrite everything specifically because they killed her off. Totally different writers and totally different directors that had nothing to do with his plans for the Guardians characters. Just suddenly put a giant wrench into it. I still like Guardians 3. We're gonna get to Guardians 3, but that sucked that he had to fight that because I would have liked to
Guardians.
See. It was a lot of build up for that relationship that we didn't get a payoff for because it just happened off screen and then they kill her. And that was a bummer.
Yeah.
I would have liked I think he probably could have had a really, really cool written moment where they actually do get together, and that would have been cool to see on screen. For that slow of a build up to not get that was a real bummer. I think that was a bad idea to just have them together. No, that bummed me out. But that's not this movie's problem. This movie's really good. I think that this movie
S. Easy.
I think it's S.
Yeah, I agree.
Is it better than Civil War? Is it better than Civil War? Is the question.
No, it's not better than Civil War.
No,
it's not better. It's not better than Civil War. But I personally,
I prefer it to Civil War, but I wouldn't say it's better.
I probably
so much more nuance in Civil War, an actual detailed story writing that goes on throughout the entire thing.
No, so does Civil War, but the nuance is different. The nuance, there's some.
I was speaking on behalf of Civil War.
Oh, you think you think Civil War has more of a
payoff? I'd say Civil War is more of a payoff in the universe because there's a lot of consequences.
No, I don't even think there's a discussion to be made that it's above Civil War. I think Civil War is better.
Yeah,
but I think there's a good discussion to be made that it's better than Iron Man and Winter Soldier. I know people aren't gonna like me saying that because I think a lot of people would put Iron Man and Winter Soldier as the top of the MCU total, especially for solo movies. But
For solo movies, yes, but not for team movies.
Well, I mean, technically, this is a.
I don't
it's
count.
a team
I
movie,
don't
but it
count
should
Guard.
also count
I
as
don't.
a solo. It's not.
I
It's a
don't
team
count
movie.
I'd say it's a team movie.
It's a team
count it as
movie.
a
Well,
solo.
it's not an Avengers movie. Like Civil War is an Avengers movie. You know, this isn't an Avengers movie. This is.
But that's why I. That's
It's an
why I don't
Avengers
count
movie
Civil
all
War
but the
as.
name.
Yeah, I don't count Civil War as a solo movie. Like I don't count Guardians as a solo movie.
Lost Soul is asking us who we sided with. I think anyone with any sense would side with Cap. He's literally the protagonist. The movie makes a stance against Tony's beliefs. Like if you're siding with them, you're basically siding against what the movie is essentially aiming for, trying to be the bad guy. You know what I mean?
They even make him wrong in the movie. Like they clearly show he's in the wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, the movie goes out of its way to.
Tony even says he's wrong.
If you want to say,
Tony even admits.
Now, if you want to say, what side were you on when the movie came out before you watched it? Like, who did you agree with before you actually watched the movie? Maybe, I mean, I could see you still watching the movie and then coming to the conclusion that, well, I know the movie took a stance saying that Captain America was right, but I disagree with the movie and I think that Tony was right. You can make that stance. I think most people, especially in the U.S., would side with Cap because it's basically the entire point of it is between government control and privatization, and America's far more privatization than government control. I know, Liam, you're kind of an outlier, but Europeans in general are far more open to maybe not so much anymore, but they've for a long time we're a lot more open to government control over the things in their lives. So I think Americans will more so. I wouldn't be surprised. Now I know they would never do this, but it would not have surprised me if in the United States it was called Captain America Civil War, and in Europe they called it Iron Man Civil War, and it was like he was like the hero of the movie. You know what I mean?
Two different movies. That'd be sick.
Hilarious.
Not two different movies. Not two different movies necessarily, because then they would have to remake every single movie after that. Not two different movies, but basically advertise. Like here they advertise the whole privatization aspect, and over in Europe they advertise the government control aspect. I mean, again. I mentioned this in one of my videos, but y'all's national anthem is about loyalty to the government and the crown. That's literally in y'all's national anthem.
To the king.
The queen. You don't know your own
the king.
national? No, it's to the queen.
No, it changes because the queen's dead, so it's the king now.
Your national anthem changes.
So if we have a king or queen, yes.
Yeah, if you look it up now, it's the king. Oh well, sorry.
That's you're
talking. Yeah, why would?
I didn't know the song changes. You can't change your national anthem every time you get a fucking different
we changed one word.
It's still changing it. That's weird.
What, are we going to say God save... Are we going to say... Rouga, are we going to say God save the queen when she's dead? No.
Yeah, well, yes, because the song isn't talking about... Because the song wasn't talking about her. The song's existed for over 200 years.
No, it does. It literally, at one point, brings up her reign.
No, not about, hers. The song came out in the 1800s. It talked about the queen of the time. It talked about that. I mean, really, if you listen to the lyrics of the song, it's not talking about the queen necessarily. It's talking about the crown as a whole.
Yeah.
But it's just back at that time, the person who was in charge of the crown was the queen. But yeah, it's weird that your national anthem would freaking change. You know, when we change the line of the national anthem, like the entire fucking country goes to war because they can't stand.
I can imagine, yeah.
Like they fucking hate it when you change a single line. I remember when oftentimes when they'll have people come up and do the national anthem at like baseball games and football games and stuff, American football games. People will say they'll take out the under God part. They'll take out like the God parts of the national anthem, which super. What's up? Say again.
I just said heathens, just making jokes.
Yeah, which like really pisses people, like unbelievably pisses people off when they remove that. Like even people, there's even people who are atheists who will like come up and be like, "What the fuck did you just do?"
I've been seeing a lot of that lately of atheists.
I'm an atheist, and I think that's fucking stupid.
There's been a lot of you guys popping up, like defending a bunch of random things like that about Christian stuff just being removed. It's been refreshing.
Because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
You guys are the ones who came up.
If you're going to be logically consistent, you have to be. Like there's just certain things that you shouldn't take it. Like Christmas. Don't take out Christ of Christmas. Whether you're a Christian or not, it's called Christmas, right? If you like you know, like the calendar and the way the calendar works and all that. It's all based on Jesus' birth. Don't go changing it because it's the best system that we have. Don't go changing things because you get a fucking you know pity party over Jesus being you know the center of our calendar. There's just a lot of stuff that yeah, it's dumb. We are a founded Christian nation. It is in our anthem. It's in the Star Spangled Banner, which is the anthem. I don't know why I said that twice. It's in our Constitution. It's in our Pledge of Allegiance. It's in everything. Like you literally can't get away from it. Like it's literally what the entire country was built upon. So it's just it's stupid. Like why would you? Yeah. It's dumb. If you disagree, I don't know. It's a dangerous thing to be. I guess my issue with it all is it's a dangerous thing to start removing important aspects out of what the building blocks of your country are if you don't have a suitable replacement.
Right.
And a lot of times people like the whole like people want things to replace it. Like they want, you know, communism to replace capitalism, and they want all this different socialism to be like more of a thing. And they like all these people they're trying to replace things, but it like our system like that's not. There's no evidence that will work. Like you don't know. Like the people who argue for like capitalism, like oh no, there's never been like a working capitalist society, but that's because they're not true capitalism. True capitalism would blah 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 do this thing. It's like why are you trying to change a system that is currently flawed but it's working and that we should probably fix to make better, but you want to throw it all out to use a system that's literally never worked. Ever. Like it's the weirdest shit ever. And that's kind of the same thing with God. You want to throw out all the principles of Christianity and stuff out of the country, but you don't have anything to replace it with except your own ideas of what you think are right and wrong.
Here they're trying to do
your
that.
Atheistic ideas. What's up?
Well, here they're trying to replace Christianity with Islam.
Well, I mean, I would say, I mean, that's not good, but at least that's one system being replaced by another system.
I would take no system over that system.
No, I'm not saying it's good. I am not saying it's good, but at least it's one system being replaced by another system. Over here, we're not replacing one system with another system. We're just getting rid of the system. Like it's almost like an anarchist sort of a mindset, even though they're not coming from anarchists. It's like we don't like Christianity, so we want it pulled out. We want all the rules and laws of like. It always infuriates me when people, and again, I'm not Christian, but it always infuriates me when people say I don't need the Bible to tell me what's right and wrong or good or whatever, and I don't need the Bible. Like I just do it based on my own. What do you mean you do it based on your own anything? You grew up in a society that guided you towards Christian values your entire life. Even if your parents and grandparents and great-grandparents weren't Christian, American values are based on Christian values. That's what built our country. You literally cannot be an American and claim that Christianity has had no influence on how you think. The reason why you're not throwing gay people off the top of fucking buildings right now is because Christian values says that that's not cool. Like that's what the Islams are doing. So it's like it's so crazy to me that like you say all the things that you think are right and wrong, you know, don't murder, don't steal, don't blah blah blah, and then you realize like half of the shit you just named came directly out of the fucking Bible. It's like you just don't know it because you never read the book. And then I always like it when I hear people say things like oh no, the Bible's fucking stupid. No, I'm never gonna read that. That's so. And no, they'll say like it's that's a shitty book. Fuck Christians. Fuck the Bible. And I'm like, you ever read it? And like, no. It's like, well,
I've read it.
What are you
doing? It's a shitty book. It's horribly written. It's not supposed to be well written though. It's a book that was written over the course of like 4,000 fucking years.
Well, okay. I wouldn't say it's
a
collection of historical text, maybe.
Well, it's not. Well, it depends on like it's not a. If you're reading it as like if you're reading it like you would read it's not, you can't read the Bible like you're reading a novel. If you're reading the Bible like you're reading a novel, then that doesn't mean it's shitty written. It's shittily written. You just need to. That would be like me reading a dictionary and being like, this is a shitty written
story.
Like, it's not a story. It's a dictionary. I know. It's meant to.
Yeah,
it's got a certain purpose.
Proverbs are just proverbs. It's not like a story.
I mean, there are sections of it that are a story,
but it's very well written.
It's supposed to be speaking about
Proverbs.
Proverbs. I mean, there's a lot of different things going on.
I'm talking of Proverbs specifically.
Fair, but I was getting at
The word
the whole
itself?
Bible.
Well,
I was
anyway.
getting to, but I was going to get at to the whole Bible being historical documents, and you got to treat it as such because it's what it is. It was a bunch of people scribing what had happened and what they had witnessed, and that's what the Bible is a collection of all those surviving texts. Because there are some of them that did not survive, very small number, but in the Dead Sea Scrolls, there were like a scroll or two that did not get added because it was just too deteriorated.
Yeah.
The Dead Sea Scrolls are fan fiction.
That's what founded the
But
Bible. What are you
yeah,
talking about?
I also think it's really important to read multiple different versions of the Bible. Like I actually just bought a New International Version so I could see what the difference is between that and like the King James Version, for example. And
There's the King James version.
How
The
just
King James
one word.
Yeah, the King James version is a big difference. Like the King James version,
Yeah.
a lot of people, I would even say,
It really is.
Well, like it would like justifiably so say that if you read the King James version, you're not even reading like a real Bible. Like it's very different.
Pretty much.
Anyway,
It's pretty interesting.
Let's get back to the actual. Let's get shut the fuck up.
Superheroes.
How about I was just saying that. Was there an echo in here? Okay, so let's get back to the thing. Yeah, no, I do have issues with the way that with the whole taking Christianity out of shit. It's stupid. There's no reason to be doing that. Whether you're Christian or not, it's dumb. Anyway, what's
Spider-Man.
next? Next up we have
Spider-Man.
Did we actually no because we actually didn't say where we're put. So are we in agreement that
Yeah,
it
we
goes
did.
above Iron Man and Winter Soldier? I don't think we got an agreement on that.
No, we did.
Liam, that's where you want it to go. Did we get an agreement from everybody
No.
else?
I agree.
Okay, everyone
Oh,
agree?
I said I would put it above Civil War personally.
No, I'm cool with that.
Nah, it's below
Civil War.
Someone's gonna fucking pay for it to go and fucking D or some shit. Watch. Just to piss off Liam. It seems like every time Liam wants something somewhere, someone wants to move it.
I want it in D, guys. Oh, please put it in D.
They're gonna be like, okay, put it in F. Make an even lower tier. All right.
Oh, but like some people think
we're
that
not
the movie
arguing
is
religion
bad, though, now that I
anymore.
think about it.
Tyler, you're lying. He said lower. They're arguing religion. We weren't arguing religion. We were discussing, and it wasn't necessarily. I mean, I guess it kind of was religion, but it wasn't an argument, and it's over. So relax. It's fine. We're good.
Now it's Spider-Man time.
I just don't. I don't like. I don't like. I understand that it's YouTube and there's a certain like, what do you call it? Like there's an expectation that you're in a certain field, stick to your field sort of thing. If you're a movie reviewer, just review movies. If you're doing this, just do this. But like, I don't like this the very strict of like there are topics you can't talk about and only stick to your fucking category of conversation. I like talking. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but I like talking. So I talk about a lot of different things. And some of those things are religion, and some of those things are politics, and some of those things are dick sizes or whatever. Just whatever I want to talk about, I want to talk about. Liam, how big's your dick?
That silence was loud.
That was loud, bro. That was a loud silence. That was crazy loud.
Below average.
Oh man, I'd never. Oh Jesus. Okay. Next up, we have Spider-Man. Okay, so I'm gonna do for the first time on this list. I'm gonna have my like movie critiquing quality brain, and I'm gonna have
sneaking behind you.
What? Not
I heard
me.
a door creaking.
No,
Okay.
not my door's locked.
That's my bed.
What the fuck is wrong with your
You got
bed?
springs in your bed?
He pulled his dick
I
out and just placed it on the bed.
suggest-
That's why he was silent. He's like, how do I
How do I
don't
measure
know.
this?
How many meters is my? I don't know. I gotta get out my yardstick
I want
to measure
my
meters
my
for some
my
reason.
Oh, no,
my tape measure
someone's-
only goes to 2 meters, so
What
2
tape
plus.
measure only goes to 2 fucking meters? Goddamn British
Well,
people
one-
with their fucking tape measure. My tape measure goes 30 feet. it's a lot farther. If your tape measure is not long enough, you got problems. That's a problem.
Don't
in itself.
judge my. There's
Okay.
nothing wrong with tape measure
So
size.
let me get back to Spider-Man. Okay, so on one hand, I have like my critiquing brain where I talk about the movie and the quality of the film, and on my other hand, I talk about my like Spider-Man enjoyment and the quality of the character and comparing him to Spider-Man as I know Spider-Man, and those are two very different reviews that you would get of this movie. If I'm if I'm looking at him as a Spider-Man, this is my least favorite Spider-Man that we have put to screen yet. I do not like this version of Spider-Man. I like Tom Holland, and I think he can be a good Spider-Man, but the way he is written here is so uninteresting to me. He is incompetent. He doesn't seem very smart. He's constantly having to like chase after Iron Man and other superheroes who are better than him in basically every way. He acts too much like a kid, and I understand that he is a kid, but he acts like he's supposed to play a 15-year-old in Civil War, and I feel like he acts like he's fucking 12 when he in his own movie. Like he doesn't act like somebody who's like a competent superhero, and it annoys me. I don't like that like his suit is based off Iron Man technology, and that they just give him a suit. I don't like the fact that he's obsessed with joining the Avengers, and he doesn't like care that, or he doesn't care as much about protecting the little guy. He's more interested in the whole Avengers thing. He's Miles Morales. Basically, what they did was more people should be mad about this. They white-faced Miles Morales. They call him Peter Parker. But they literally just made him Miles from the comics, and I don't like Miles from the comics. I find him uninteresting and a more boring version of Peter Parker. So in that way, I don't like this character. I don't like this version. Take that completely off the table and just talk about it as if it's just its own standalone movie and Spider-Man doesn't exist outside of it, and this is just their interpretation. I still don't really like the main character. I don't like that he's incompetent. It's not as bothersome if I just not think of him as like not Spider-Man. But I still don't really like it. I do like the villain. I think it's a little too jokey to the point of being kind of annoying. Not so much that there's a lot of jokes, but the jokes go on for way too long, and that's kind of irritating to me. It's fine. Outside of that, like it's okay. I wouldn't.
I think the action is doo-doo in this movie, though.
Kinda, yeah. I would say because of the villain and Tom Holland's likability, I would say it should be probably the top of B or the very bottom of A. But I struggle to put this at A. I really do struggle.
I wouldn't put it above Ant-Man. I think Ant-Man's a better movie.
I'm putting my top
Curious,
bottom.
Rogan, what was your thoughts on Ned?
On what?
Ned, the character, Peter's friend.
I don't give a shit about Ned.
All right, he's like the most loved character by most people. So
why?
Really?
Because he makes people he makes people laugh, and I think it's all because of the one scene where he was in the computer lab
jacking
and
off.
So he claimed, he was jacking off. Yeah,
it was
just
funny.
to buy time.
It was a funny scene. It was not a bad scene. I do think it was funny.
But I don't like him as a character overall because of that.
I don't dislike him I don't hate him.
He's there.
He's fine. He's the kid character. I feel like this. It almost feels like to me that this movie was a movie that was trying to appeal to the generation
like MJ.
after me, but they were kids when I guess Generation Z, but when Generation Z were still teenagers. And I think it did a really weird, bad job of appealing to young people for the most part. These didn't actually feel like young people. Like it felt like an old person's idea of what a young person is like, kind of. I don't know. I do think the villain was cool. I like the villain. I like the Vulture and how it was done, and it made me laugh at times for sure. But outside of that, I didn't really. I don't know. But again, I think this is one of the ones.
Movie.
This is the first movie that I got to that I think I'm legitimately biased about because I don't like this version of Spider-Man. Like I don't think that I'm biased about any of the other ones. But I do think I'm probably biased about this version of Spider-Man. So maybe I shouldn't even say anything about this character, and I should just kind of let you guys.
I think your placement was fair.
Spider-Man Homecoming.
I think your placement.
Bottom of A. I love this movie. Ooh.
Oh.
$20.
Yeah, you heard me.
What the fuck is CA? What is CA? I don't even know what CA is. What kind of money is CA?
Is it not Canadian or something?
Oh, Canada.
Canadian.
Right, Canadian dollars.
That shit.
Okay, Canadian dollars. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, what the fuck? Because the dollar sign and then the CA confused me because I was like, what's the dollar sign? Okay, all right, yeah, no, I've seen that before. All right, so
how much is that in real dollars?
Tyler says no. Well, I mean, anyone can outbid him if they want, but he did say
if you can bid more than $20, yeah.
More than 20 Canadian bucks, which is not a full 20.
Yeah, all right, which is
American
more than $2. More than $2, guys.
It's not more than $2.
So if you put,
it's I think I had 44, and now I have 59. So somebody do that math, and that's what it correlates out to.
Wait,
What's up?
Is the dollar difference that much? Canada to America?
No.
It's not a big difference, but there is a difference.
Is it more than the pound?
Yeah,
It's like
technically
it's like a dollar. I think it's literally like $1 difference.
I don't know how much
America's obviously ahead.
I know that the 20 he just gave is like 14.40 in USD.
So according to Google, $1 Canadian is 72 cents United States.
So yeah, like $15 would be enough to outbid him in US dollars.
Yes. So like if I go to Canadian to US dollar, let's see. Well, actually, I'm actually curious about this now. I'm legitimately curious. What is $20?
Anyone got $15? Anyone got 15 American dollars?
That would equal 14.46 in. I'm not even looking at it for that. I was just curious. It's 14.46 in United States dollars.
It's 10.69 in the Great British Pound.
Jesus.
So who's not broke? Who's not broke?
We're double what you are now, almost. God damn.
Yeah,
I thought we were closer. Yeah,
we're not doing so well here.
If it's $10,
no, pounds.
Isn't that like $1 in the UK?
No, I think the pound's worth like $1 and a half, or $1 like 40 cents.
Some national currency today.
Fuck. Well, then what's your dollar? I thought a pound was your dollar.
Dollars are pounds. Yeah, isn't your
your pound? Yeah, your dollar's a pound, right?
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Am I going fucking crazy?
That is, yeah.
Okay, he's not answering, so I'm assuming I'm not going crazy. All right, he's going crazy. He's I don't know. All right, so anyway, so we got bid. It's the below A. I don't really care for this movie. I've only seen it once. I never really cared to watch it again. Didn't like Spider-Man. Didn't think it was that good. I thought it was kind of funny. And I liked the villain, and that was about it. And
thought it was below Ant-Man.
Yeah,
if I had to place it.
I don't think it's below Ant-Man personally.
Well, someone wants to. Well, he fucking super chatted. If someone wants to super chat it higher or lower, they're perfectly willing to. Okay, so next up we have Thor Ragnarok. Okay, so here's the thing. For a long time, I said that Thor Ragnarok was the start of the downfall of the MCU. Oh, put it in C, $16.
I agree.
Damn. C.
No, well, I don't know if I would say it's that bad.
I'll put it above Iron Man in C, because Iron Man 2 is definitely right. Okay,
I respect that.
Spider-Man went down to C. That's damn, bro. Oh man. Okay, so next up we have.
even he thought that was too bad. He was like, maybe it's not that bad.
Jesus. Well, C is like below average. I don't think it's a below average movie necessarily.
And this is below average Marvel movies.
A surprising number of people are agreeing that it should be in C, though. Alex also believes it should be in C, which I'm not. I didn't know. I was expecting to get a lot of blowback from some of the placements that I'm putting, but a lot of people are agreeing with me. Because
Marvel
I always
has kind of gone down under.
Wait, what's up?
Yeah.
Marvel is kind of going down. Is kind of going under.
We all get into the bad part.
Yeah, I realized what I said. I realized what I said. Yeah,
they're going to Australia. That's such a terrible company. They're moving to Australia.
You know what? You know the analogy kind of works because you think about it. 80% of Marvel is now uninhabitable because of how shit it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so let me get back to it. For a long time, I thought that Thor Ragnarok was the start of the downfall of Marvel. I'm starting to kind of change my mind on that. Because I think that you could probably say, let me see, hold up, because I don't remember what the ones before that were.
Yeah, where can you pinpoint it?
Give me some. Hold up. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, Spider-Man: Homecoming, Thor Ragnarok. Probably Spider-Man: Homecoming.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was clear. It was clearly worse than the previous ones.
It probably, yeah, probably. I mean, look, because you had. I mean, look at Phase 2, right? You got Iron Man 3, Thor: The Dark World, not a good movie. Captain America: Winter Soldier was great. Guardians of the Galaxy was great. Avengers: Age of Ultron was really good. Ant-Man, you guys like. It was different enough. They had a lot of issues on that movie about the director leaving and having to get a new director and having to change the story at the last second. So they do have a little bit of leeway. Peaked at Captain America: Civil War. Doctor Strange was a basic, average bullshit movie that was like, and then you had Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, which I loved. And then after that, Spider-Man Homecoming was like, I'm trying to think about how I could word this properly. It's see, my whole thing about Ragnarok and the reason why I think that was the downfall is that was the movie where they started to disrespect their own characters. That was the movie that they decided that comedy was more important than like quality writing and making a good story and all that. That was the one where they stopped caring about continuity. That was the story where like serious scenes no longer mattered and had to be completely undercut with the stupid comedy.
Well,
that all started in Thor Ragnarok.
Can I intrude?
What's up?
Can I intrude on that?
Yeah.
To be fair, well, not to be fair, for an explanation, they just let Taika Waititi, the director, do what he wanted because Taika looked at the adaptation.
No, I don't care about the
comic
reason.
And then said,
I don't care about the reasoning. I don't care about the reasoning. I'm saying that's where it started. That's where it started. That's where
it's kind of wild to me.
That's also where that and a little bit of Spider-Man as well. That's also where you started getting a lot of the more liberal ideas of again, not a negative that there's more liberal ideas in the movies, but the liberal ideas eventually get out of hand to the point that it just becomes fucking insulting and Disney goes to war with its own audience. Spider-Man is the first movie. That's the movie where they start recasting all of the characters, where they start pussifying all the male characters. When I say recasting, I mean like recasting them as different races and stuff like this to try and
like
diversify the films. Not just MJ, both of his love interests, MJ and the other one, Ned as well.
Wait a minute. Oh, what? His friend. Okay, they're saying he had two love interests.
No. Yes, Yes, he had two. He does have two love interests. MJ was his love interest in the first Spider-Man. MJ wasn't his love interest. It was the other black.
It was random.
No, it wasn't a random. She's in the comics, and she's white in the comics. MJ is a white redhead in the comics. Ned is not Hispanic in the comics. That's where they made Spider-Man less competent and weaker. There was a ton of diversifying stuff. And again, it wasn't bad in Spider-Man. I'm not saying any of that was a negative in Spider-Man. Well, I think the pussification of Peter is a little bit, but I'm not saying that the diversity. But this eventually exploded over time to get the MCU that we had now. It was the start of the downfall of the Marvel. And I always figured, and I think Ragnarok was really like a much larger point than Spider-Man No Way Home, Homecoming. But I think Homecoming did start it. It was like they literally retconned Peter to make him less competent than he was in Civil War when they last wrote him, to where he was dumber, he was failing almost the entire movie,
weaker,
much significantly
losing
weaker.
Powers.
He no longer had his thing. Yeah, they made him a lot shittier as a character, or not a character, but as a kind of a character, but as a hero. They made him a worse hero, and you'll start seeing this throughout the movies as all of these heroes become worse and worse and worse, and they stop being characters to look up to and to aspire to be, and they start just kind of becoming like a bunch of dumb fucks that can't do anything. Because like you'll see, we're gonna get to the next couple of films, and this is gonna be the case on basically all of them leading up all the way to Captain Marvel. But yeah, that kind of started with Homecoming, which makes sense considering that Ike Perlmutter left after Captain America: Civil War. So you had Doctor Strange, which backstepped, I think, Guardians of the Galaxy, which was basically, the Guardians movies have always been under the control of James Gunn. Thank you. They've always been in control of James Gunn. That's why they're kind of the best movies in all of the phases, to be honest with you. And then the first movie after Captain America, other than Doctor Strange, obviously, was Spider-Man. And from that point on, it's every single movie has this stuff in it, and it just progressively gets worse as the films go on and on and on. Like I said, it's not bad that it was in here, but it does get to a point where it becomes a problem and it starts negatively affecting their stories. I think Thor Ragnarok is a funny movie, and that is the only thing that I can say positively about it. It is bad in every other regard.
Taika
takes it to 11, and
that was going to be my main point for Thor Ragnarok.
Yeah, his whole like.
There
are so many horrible things that happen to Thor in this movie that you don't even notice because they're all played off as jokes. The only one that's taken kind of seriously is when his father passes away. But outside of his father passing away, all of his friends die. He doesn't care. He has to murder his sister. Doesn't care. All of Asgard gets destroyed. Doesn't care. All of those are played for laughs. Every single one. Bruce Banner loses multiple years on his life trapped inside of a monster. Played for laughs. Doesn't matter. It's like this shit should affect people, but nothing affects them because it's all played for jokes. And it's not until Infinity War where Thor actually talks about how he's lost everything. And it's like, you didn't even notice that he lost everything in Ragnarok. Like, you watch the whole movie and everything's just a jokey. You didn't realize that all of his friends die in that movie, all of them. And there's never a moment where he even registers
don't they
to
cut
him.
the scenes? Isn't there scenes cut of his friends dying?
No, it's in the movie. His friends die in the
kills them
movie.
unceremoniously, right?
No,
Yes.
Hela just kills them.
Hela kills all of them on screen.
Yeah.
No, there's like a scene. What's her name? Like Sifith, the female one.
No, Sif
she
was
like gets.
No,
Sif is still alive.
She's not in the movie. She was doing her show with like the show where she has like all the tattoos, and she couldn't make it in the movie. They couldn't get her.
Oh, Agents of Shield. She was doing Agents of Shield.
Not Agents. No, she was not in Agents of Shield. She was in one episode of Agents.
She was. She was in Agents of. She was in Agents of.
She was in
That's
one
another
episode, but
briefly.
that's not why she missed it. She had her own show where she played this amnesiac chick who had a bunch of tattoos and stuff. And the whole concept of the show is each of the tattoos on her body was like a message to herself that after she lost amnesia on what.
That sounds very familiar.
It is. It's literally the plot of the Christopher Nolan film.
Girl with the dragon tattoo.
Oh yeah, the
girl with the
guy.
dragon.
Never mind.
Starts with a M, I think, or something. Yeah,
It's not girl with. It's not girl with.
Okay, I'm getting a scene confused from Thor Ragnarok.
We're talking about Thor Ragnarok.
Sorry, for Love and Thunder, I was getting a scene confused.
Yeah,
from that one.
Sif doesn't die in that one, but she like loses an arm. Yeah, basically, like I said, all of the movies just start disrespecting the shit out of all the characters after this. It's real like this is where you're gonna start seeing me rate movies extremely low. Like now we're gonna start filling up. We're gonna start filling up.
Infinity War 2.
I've spoken to a lot of. I'm not saying every single one, but I've spoken to a lot of people who fucking love Ragnarok. And they love Black Panther. Like I think I've spoken to a lot of people who say that the downfall
I'm one of those people.
After Endgame. Actually, some people will say
before that.
Some people will say that Endgame was good and Spider-Man that came out after Endgame was good, and then after that's when it goes downhill. Some people will say Captain Marvel was the start, but then Endgame and Spider-Man was like a kick up, and then it started. Most people think it's around that time. Like Captain Marvel was the place where it was sort of like No, I think it's probably around Spider-Man, the first Spider-Man movie, but it's 100% it started with Ragnarok, bare minimum. And yeah, I'm gonna talk negatively about almost all of the movies that we got coming up for a bit. I'm not saying there's no good movies left. There's a couple good movies that I'm gonna talk about, but yeah, there's this is basically where I kind of tapped out of MCU, and I like very few of these films. So let's
What ones haven't you seen, by the way?
When I stopped watching entirely.
Which ones you haven't seen?
I saw Shang-Chi. Oh, I saw Shang-Chi. I saw the Multiverse of Madness. I saw Eternals.
Okay.
I saw all I saw all the Spider-Men. I saw Thor: Love and Thunder. I saw Guardians 3. And I saw Wolverine and Deadpool, and that's it. So I actually saw more than I thought, because there was actually a time. No, I know what it is, because there was actually a time where the last movie that I saw, I saw Spider-Man. And that was it. Like that was the only movie that was super. Because like I said, I kind of dipped out after like a lot of people were dipping out after Endgame. I dipped out before Endgame. Like there was like multiple movies in a row I didn't like. And then then I came back after I hadn't seen a lot for a while, and I watched Spider-Man, and I thought Spider-Man was okay. And then I dipped out again for a really long time, and I didn't come back until I think
Multiverse of Madness.
Nope. No. Well, I eventually I went back to them after it was like years. I just let the movies build up. because my sister had Disney Plus, and I went back and watched some of the ones, and I'm like, yeah, maybe this will be good, maybe this will be good. So the ones that I just named are the ones that I went back to see. Like some of them I didn't even want to. I didn't even care. Like I didn't care about Black Widow. Didn't watch it. Was not gonna watch it at all. I wanted to check out Multiverse of like maybe because like they brought Sam Raimi back. Let me try Multiverse of Madness. Didn't like Multiverse of Madness. Didn't like Thor: Love and Thunder. Yeah. So like there was a couple that I came back for Guardians, but like there was just a lot of it. So I basically went back and watched a lot of these on Disney Plus. A couple of these on Disney Plus, but it was like years after they were out. So I kind of caught back up a little bit, but yeah, there's still a lot of these I have not seen. But anyway, well, let's move into this one. So where are we putting Ragnarok? I'm saying
D.
absolute max. I'm not going to put it at D because there's a lot worse on this list, but I do think bottom of C is.
I'm going with D. I think this movie was
doable.
fucking trash.
It was funny. I won't take away that it was funny.
I think
This movie's actually really.
What's at the
I
top
don't
of
think
It's
it
got
was
a lot
funny.
of really epic like fights.
No, it isn't.
Like
It's got
going
Hulk.
after Surtur immediately. Come on.
Hulk. No,
That's
going
not
after
there's
Surtur
one.
immediately
There's
puts
one.
it up at least a
There's
little bit.
one okay fight between. There's one okay fight between Hulk and Thor. And it's just kind
And
of for
Fenrir.
it's just kind of
And
feeding
it's
off
ruined.
nostalgia.
And it's also ruined. The fight is ruined.
The fight, there is no fight against Surtur. The fight against Hela's not really good.
Nah, she sucks.
Would
Yeah,
you say Hela
yeah.
was
To be
a bad
honest, I
villain?
will say
That was
this
a
Was she a
was
bad villain?
That was a highlight of that.
She was a serviceable villain. She did what she needed to do. Like we didn't know
She had
anything
a
about her.
personality and everything.
She was very
better than.
She was very one note for the whole movie, and then there was one scene where she just exposes her backstory to a character that should already know her backstory, and then that's it, and then that's where we get her character, and then she just continues to be the same one note character that she was. Like, you can't make a character has to be good without the backstory. If a character's not good, then you give us a backstory. That doesn't suddenly make the character good. So, like, you can give a backstory that explains that character.
They were really relying on her shattering Mjolnir.
Like her power level. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you could probably argue that, not probably, I think you can argue that Hela was stronger than Thanos.
Yeah, I mean, like...
You know what I thought they were going to do when they announced Thor Ragnarok and Hela was going to be in Thor Ragnarok? And still to this day, I thought it was an amazing idea, and I'm sad that it popped in my head and that Marvel didn't actually do it. I thought
ruined your expectations.
I thought that they were going to make Hela, because this was before Infinity War. I thought that they were going to make Hela the death that Thanos was in love with.
That'd be interesting.
That would have been a good idea.
Actually,
That's what I thought they were
That
going to
would've
do
been
with her
more
character. Because
interesting,
they
yeah.
introduced, because we were already getting trailers for Infinity War, and they had not yet introduced Death. And like that's the whole story with him, is that he's in love with Death. They completely changed it for the movie, but we didn't know what his story was yet. So I was like, okay, well, there's we have Ragnarok, Black Panther, and then Infinity War's coming out. So I thought that Ragnarok was going to set up Hela as the Death that Thanos was in love with, and that's what they were going to do. So I was actually super excited for Ragnarok. It looked like a cool, fun action movie, and she fucking breaks Mjolnir. I'm like, oh, dude, that's like Endgame level shit. Like I thought, like you would see Hela and Thanos in Infinity War, and they were going to be like not necessarily a team up, but basically he was whatever. I figured they were going to change it from the comics for sure, and I don't have any issues with that. But they would still have that sort of love aspect between these two characters. But they didn't end up doing it. They just completely like washed their hands of the whole I'm in love with Death situation, and it was kind of it was a bummer. But yeah, and the way they actually ended up using Hela, even though she's technically like probably the strongest character that we've seen at this point, because there's no evidence that fucking Thanos can break the goddamn Mjolnir. So, and then they just kind of get rid of her, and I mean, she was boring to begin with, and I don't know. It seems to me that the Taika Waititi didn't
like
really want to make a movie at all, or a comic book movie, or a superhero movie. He just wanted to do the same shit that he always does, which is basically just put a camera and just have a bunch of people tell jokes and riff off each other, and then post it together into
awful.
some kind of movie, and then release it.
I say Loki does suck in it.
What's up?
Loki does suck in the movie. Loki sucks in Thor Ragnarok.
Everyone sucks.
Most characters suck in the movie. I mean,
Yeah, but I say Loki suffers the hardest. I'd say Loki
Thor suffers the hardest. What are you talking about?
Loki's not even the worst in that movie, to be honest.
Okay,
with you.
so here's the thing. Liam, I actually think you're wrong about that, about Thor suffering the hardest, because you got to remember, Thor is coming off of the Dark World in this, where he was the most boring character you could possibly imagine. So he's an improvement from the,
really
from the Thor from Thor. He's an improvement from Thor to the Dark World.
That's sad.
He is an improvement, but he's like I thought he was redeemed in Infinity War, and that didn't last long.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
I didn't know why they had to do him so dirty in Endgame by just making him like your average Joe, but with a hammer.
So people are saying it should be. People are saying it should be top. People are saying it should be top of C. It's not a good movie. It's a funny movie. It's not a good movie.
To be honest,
it's a funny movie.
It's one of those fun bad movies where you watch it and you know it's
Iron Man
shit, but
2
it's
is
just
a
kind of
better movie
it's
than
very
that.
entertaining either way. But it's just really bad. It's
My
balls.
issue with this movie, and it's something you cannot escape, is that it is a sequel coming off of previous movies where we know that Thor has a father that he loves, cares deeply about Asgard and the lives of other people around him, and has a group of friends who are his like blood brothers in arms, and who cares very much about. All of this shit is destroyed, and he does not seem to give a shit at all. There's no way that I can get around that, and it's constant throughout the whole movie. It's just constant jokes, and it feeds even more into the whole the superhero is an incompetent dumbass that the Spider-Man started. Like, Spider-Man did it with the Spider-Man, and now Thor is doing it. Thor was a lot of things. He was never incompetent. He was always capable of doing his things. Now he's a fucking idiot. He throws a goddamn ball at a wall, and it comes back and smacks him in the face. It's funny. It's humorous, but it also turns him into a dumbass. Valkyrie is unpleasant as a character. It doesn't even make sense. Like, he gets a fucking taser strapped to his chest, and they start shocking him, and the electricity is actually affecting him. Like, that worked in the first movie because he lost his powers. He's got his powers now. How are they shocking him? Like, the movie doesn't even care about like
lightning comes off of his eyeballs.
Adaptation of the Planet Hulk story. That means it's good. It's good because
Wait, wasn't the whole thing with Ragnarok that Thor wasn't relying on his power because he thought it came from the hammer, and so he had
no.
There's nothing like that in the movie. In fact, he uses electricity when he fights against Hulk in the arena.
I know he is kind of no. He's kind of right. He's kind of right, but not really. He's all he really does is he realizes he can generate lightning himself, and the hammer was a conduit for his power. That's the only like realization he gets in that movie.
Yeah.
Which is stupid and completely
it's
stupid, and it completely goes against the concept of the first movie. Like Odin doesn't lock his powers into the hammer if it was a conduit, then he wouldn't need the hammer. He lost his super strength and everything when he didn't have the hammer. He lost literally all his powers. He was just
turned into immortal. He was basically just turned into immortal.
Yeah, if he's not worthy of the hammer. So now you're saying it's just a conduit? It's not a conduit. That's a retcon. They retcon the previous. They retcon the previous.
I might be misremembering the word, but I'm pretty sure he says it was always like conduit. Like,
I don't think you're wrong.
Power.
I don't think you're wrong.
You're not wrong.
I think that's exactly. He has a vision with Odin. I remember the scene. I think you're right.
Yeah, he had it. For
the scene went. He's nothing without his hammer, and then Odin goes, "Are you Thor, the god of hammers?"
Are you Thor, god of hammers?
Like, oh yeah, I'm the god.
Exactly.
Yeah. But but I mean,
that was when he was fighting Hela, and she was gaining power over him, and he had that whole vision.
Yeah, Odin also did state like plainly that the hammer was not his source of power in that conversation. So
that's true. But it's a retcon from the previous movies where it's very clear that when he does not have the hammer, if he's not worthy of the hammer, he doesn't have his fucking powers. It's like Taika Waititi did not watch the movies. And you don't want to know something? We know Taika Waititi doesn't watch the movies. Fun fact, Taika Waititi was going to get a job to make a Star Wars movie, and he went up to...
Actually, he's still on it.
No, think about it. It's never going to come out. And
I know,
and no. This is funny. This is true. This is a true story. He was given a role to make a Star Wars movie, and the first thing he did was go up to Natalie Portman and ask her if she wanted to be in a Star Wars movie.
And he didn't realize that she
that she's one of the most important characters in the entire Star Wars universe. Yeah, he had no idea. He doesn't know anything about these series. He doesn't care about them. Stop hiring this dude. Like, it's crazy to me that they've hired that they're going to hire people like Taika Waititi and Rian Johnson to make Star Wars movies, but Sam Witwer is right there. He's right there. Give him.
Yeah, he really does want to do it.
Like the goat.
Give him
even
something.
if they hired him, they just strain him down, wouldn't they? Even if they hired him, wouldn't they just tell him not to They just tell him what to do. They wouldn't let him do his thing, wouldn't they?
Why would they let Taika Waititi do his thing and they wouldn't let Sam Witwer do it?
Because that doesn't make any sense. Fun guy. No, because Taika Waititi's a fun guy.
I'm not even saying that you necessarily have to make Sam Witwer a director because he's not a director, but make him a producer on like every. Basically, make him the Tim the not Tim. It's Tim Filoni, the Filoni guy. Just make him Filoni. Just have him be a producer on all these different shows and movies that can kind of guide the stories and
give him overall directive ability.
Basically, Feige.
Wiseman
give him Captain Kennedy.
Yeah, he's I get that he's an actor, but he and maybe he's not a good storyteller. Maybe he can't write or whatever. But fucking Kevin Feige doesn't know how to write. He's not a writer. He's a producer. Let him be a producer on this stuff. Let him replace Kathleen Kennedy over Star Wars.
He knows more about Star Wars than anyone I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's actually insane.
It's scary how much about Star Wars he knows. So let him do that. I bet you the first thing he does if he ever got put in charge of Star Wars as a producer is he would immediately call George Lucas and ask him if he wanted to come on as well as
probably.
I guarantee
we had
that's
a conversation about Star Wars, and you quoted him, and I was like, and everyone was just like, "Oh." Okay.
Wait, what?
Like he said, I can't remember. We were having a conversation about Star Wars before, and someone quoted him, and everyone just agreed because if he said it, it's probably right about Star Wars.
It's funny.
Like I think everyone just sort of accepts that if he says it about Star Wars, it's like 99% accurate.
Yeah, I honestly, not honestly, he knows more about Star Wars than George Lucas does. Because he also knows about the entire extended universe, which George Lucas doesn't necessarily know about. Like this dude, like I talked about this before on one of the streams, but there's a video that came out a while back. It was on the Schmoes Know. They used to do this thing where people would come on and they would have like questionnaires about movies, and they had a Star Wars one where they had Sam Witwer and Freddie Prinze Jr. on one side and the dude from Collider, John Campea, on the other side. Because John Campea is a really huge Star Wars fan. And John Campea and Sam Witwer went head-to-head on the Star Wars questionnaire. And despite John Campea being a really, really knowledgeable Star Wars guy, Sam Witwer beat him in every single category on every single question about the absolute. I even think he corrected one of the questioners at one point because they asked a question that he was like, well, no, actually, he knew the models of ships, the colors of the models of ships, what the ships were made out of, like he knew every little intricate little detail about everything Star Wars is. It was crazy to watch.
Knowledge.
It was crazy to watch. Knowledge. You're watching this, and you're how does this guy not have a job in Star Wars? Like, why is he only voice acting?
Didn't we have this conversation? Didn't you talk about this guy in a stream before?
Yeah, similar. You've probably, you've definitely, you know who Sam Witwer is, even if you haven't. Like he voices Maul in all of the animated stuff now. He's been doing it for years. He voices the Emperor in all of the animated stuff. He played in Being Human, a show that was on Sci-Fi Channel. He played this fan. He's actually a really big, handsome, buff dude. Like he should. He looks like a leading man in movies, but
he's sort of like the Star Wars Henry Cavill.
Rouga, me, Jim, and Lee, we were always here.
Always have been.
Yeah.
Like since I was born.
Yes.
No,
I was in the room.
From the stream.
I was in the room.
I was gonna say we always been.
I mean, have y'all just been sitting? Have y'all just been sitting silently in the fucking room for the last?
Yep, entire.
Why?
All of it.
Why?
Yeah, totally.
Yep.
Totally.
I'm fucking purging this. I'm purging this system. All y'all are getting purged. Okay, so I think we've gone over Ragnarok. Tyler said I loved Being Human. I enjoyed it. I think it had a weird ending. It had a very, very strange. It had some strange storylines and a very strange ending. But Sam, that was where I originally like ran into Sam Witwer in stuff, I started seeing him there, and then I ended up finding out later that he was in like Maul and all this other stuff, and I started seeing him pop up. Then I started seeing him talk about Star Wars and stuff, and I was like, yeah, that's the dude from Being Human. But for me, he's always been the dude from Being Human because I watched Being Human. It's a pretty. In case y'all haven't seen Being Human, it's a remake of a British show, except just like all American remakes of British shows, it's a lot longer and it goes on into different directions. But basically, it's about three roommates, a werewolf, a vampire, and a ghost that all live in the same house, and the fucking weird shit that they get into because it's a weird fucking situation to be a ghost, a vampire, and a werewolf under the same roof. What's up?
Is it better?
Have you? I haven't seen the British version.
Have you played?
But it's pretty good. It's decent.
Have you played Detroit? Have you played Detroit Is Human?
No.
Game is peak.
That's
like
random.
that is
We're not
literally one of the best games of all
going
time.
on a massive tangent starting to talk about fucking
I was
Being
just
Human.
gonna say.
I was just talking about with Sam Witwer and stuff. Like, I was talking about relevant stuff, but yeah, we're not gonna go off on this whole thing. But let's get back to the thing. What's up?
He was also unfortunately or fortunately in Supergirl. I just wanted to mention that.
He played Doomsday in Smallville, I think. I might be wrong about that, but I think he played Doomsday in Smallville.
Sure. Doomsday doesn't. Yeah, he does. No, you're right. Yeah.
I think he does.
Yeah, he does.
I'm almost positive he does.
The hottest take I have, the best Superman show is My Adventures with Superman.
Yeah, tangents, dude. Get back to Vision.
Okay, we were talking about y'all were starting to talk about Superman.
Right, fair.
So saying,
yeah, it's fine. I think the Adventures of Superman is shittily written, but it's.
I mean, in my opinion, that is the best version of Jimmy because he's an actual character and not just, basically not just.
Go watch Smallville and then come back.
There's better versions of Jimmy. There's considerably better.
There are. I'll admit that.
Okay. So
Black Panther.
Yeah, he played it.
Okay. Black Panther.
Yeah.
Black Panther.
My question is, why is it so bad?
D tier.
I hate this fucking movie. I cannot stand this movie. I hate this movie because there's black people in it. No, I'm kidding. There's too many black people in this movie. No. The reason why I hate this. The reason why I hate this movie is because this movie is so narcissistic, egotist. This movie is such utter horseshit. Okay. So let's. It's a movie that's made about African people, right? And it's trying to show Africans and in their blah blah blah. But it's this Americanized, just disgusting, like arrogant view of it all. You know, like okay. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about, just so I'm just don't go on this hate tangent without like explaining. Okay, so
you have to describe your racism. You have to defend your racism. No, be racist like me.
What? So the whole thing about like the end of Black Panther, right? I'm gonna give you an example because I think it's gonna be the easiest way to tell you what I'm talking about because it's hard to explain it because it's late and whatever. But okay, so the end of Black Panther, right? Y'all have all seen it. T'Challa decides that he will now have his country be open to the public. Like he's going to open it up and he's gonna go out and he's gonna try and help the people around the world that look like him because he wants to avoid the stuff that happened with Killmonger. So the first thing that they show him do is go over to the United States, the first world country of the United States, where black people are probably the best off anywhere in the entire world outside of like here in Europe, basically, and decides to like build affordable housing for black people in America. How fucking you're making a movie about Africans? He lives in Africa. There are literally over 10 million slaves in Africa today of black people being enslaved. There are people starving to death. There's poverty. There's warlords that are literally taking over places and massacring people, butchering them and hanging their corpses out to dry. There are so many horrible things going on in Africa. And the people who made this movie are so arrogant in their own self-obsession. They're Americans. They are American black people that they decided to write a story where Wakanda wanted to help black people and he comes over to fucking America. They take a movie that's supposed to be about Africans and they just post it and it's all just a self-pity party for American blacks in a way that I find fucking disgusting.
I have a question. What's your opinion?
Sorry, Jim, but I thought the best like place to be like not be like racially discriminated was like the Netherlands.
What does that have to do with
He said Europe. He mentioned Europe.
I said Europe. I said Europe and America would probably be the best places on earth to be black right now. But my point is that the arrogance of saying that an African king wants to help black people, and so they come over to the United States. Instead of just, I don't know, looking outside your fucking country border at the guy right there who's probably starving to death. Like, it's just, the everything about this movie feels like it was made by an American who is like just like making a pity party about themselves. Like you have,
it was made by an American white guy.
He specifically, no, it wasn't. It was made by a black guy. He specifically dresses like the costume designer of this movie literally said that they dressed all the villains in blue because they wanted to give the idea that like blue is bad because blue equals police officers. So the villains of the movie are all dressed in blue to push the whole anti-cop. That's literally what the costume designer said, and Brian Coogler, the director of the movie, also said the same thing.
Holy shit.
Are they a bit slow?
Blue is the color of trust.
There are so many things. Like, people don't realize what you realize that Killmonger's entire plan in the movie is to kill all the white people, right? Like, that's literally his plan. He literally says his plan is to go and kill all the people that doesn't look like him. Like that's his plan. And the movie's argument in it isn't that he's wrong. It isn't that it's that he's wrong. It's that he's right, but he's going about it the wrong way. T'Challa agrees with him by the end of the movie. Like, he agrees with him, and he stops him anyway because he thinks that he's going about it in the wrong way. But he totally agrees with the idea of that he is right about going and slaughtering all the white people. Like, his plan in the movie is to get all of Wakanda's weapons, arm all of the black people in the world, so that those black people can then turn on the white people and kill them all. That was literally his plan in the movie. Like, this movie.
I feel the hypocrisy in that statement.
This movie is fucking ridiculous. It's so fucking stupid, and it pushes this idea. It poses as this movie that's supposed to be about African people and like the problems that African people are going for and all of that, but it's not. It's a bunch of rich black Americans who are pushing ideas that are so bafflingly stupid that none of these people could possibly understand whether or not any of this shit is even true. It's just it is the height of the whole Black Lives Matter thing, where they were just trying to appeal to the Black Lives Matter situation. And it's garbage. It is a trash piece of shit movie. The fights are bad. The CGI is bad. The movie's bad. T'Challa is way less interesting than he was in Civil War. He's completely overshadowed by Killmonger. Killmonger is actually well acted, and he's very charismatic, and I actually do like Killmonger, despite the fact that his whole goal is to kill all the white people. I can like a bad person or a person with a shitty goal. I mean, they're a villain. Who gives a fuck? I can like them. But the fact that the movie supports his decisions as being the right thing to do, the soundtrack of this movie is also very good, but the movie actually supports his decision on this. I would say the best things about this movie is Killmonger and the soundtrack. Outside of those two
Killmonger
things,
dies in the first, and Killmonger dies at the end of the movie.
So, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, can I give my honest opinion?
I suppose.
I wish they would actually keep some villains around and not just Thanos. Because I swear to God, if they kill Doom immediately...
Thanos is dead, you moron.
Yeah, Thanos is dead.
Yes, but you realize Thanos was in multiple movies before they killed him off.
Yeah, but there's other villains are still alive. Mandarin's dead.
Villain.
There are other characters. It doesn't really matter because they don't utilize the villains that they keep alive all that well. Ghost is alive. Yeah. She came back in Thunderbolts. Abomination is alive. He came back in She-Hulk. Like, they do keep some of the villains alive.
Wasn't Abomination in Shang-Chi?
No.
Maybe.
Oh, in one scene for a cameo. Yeah, but not like legitimately. Yeah.
Okay, to be honest, I did not watch the She-Hulk show because I heard a lot of bad things about it.
Doesn't matter. Look, Abomination's look. There are other villains that are alive. They just don't use them after they use them the first time.
Take an example like King. He's one of the major threats of Marvel. And in the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie, which I like the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, they're not bad. It's just like they kill him off like that. Not even gonna hype him up or anything. Just kill him off.
Kang's not in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, Kang
the Conqueror.
Not in Guardians.
Have you watched the Marvel? Have you watched the Marvel?
Okay, you're talking about the first one, which was the guy that was underneath Thanos trying to get the Power Stone. That wasn't Kang.
It wasn't.
No,
Or
Kang
wasn't Kang
Kang was in the
Quantumania.
Ant-Man movie. Yeah, Quantumania.
Yeah, Quantumania.
Kang was
Yeah,
in Quantumania,
and also
skip-
the Loki show.
I did skip Quantumania
he was
because
in Quantumania. He was in the Loki show, and he sort of still had some effects due to him creating the TVA.
Well, Kang's gone now. He was written out.
Yeah, he's
But no, like, people are actually people in the thing are people. It's funny. Like after again, this is another one of those movies that I thought my opinions on would probably be disregarded or be disagreed with because a lot of people like Black Panther. But like a lot of people are mentioning how it's a super advanced society that somehow works off of a trial by combat for who leads them, which is absolutely ridiculous. Isn't
that how it's written in the comics though?
I don't know or care. It's still stupid. It would be if it happened in the comics, it would be equally stupid in the comics. I don't really care. I mean, honestly, I don't know. I don't read Black Panther comics, but like
it's how it works in the comics.
I mean, I'm sure. I don't really care. I think it's stupid. It's very, very stupid.
It's stupid.
But what is the king having to be the best fighter? Do you think that if we put a bunch of fucking MMA fighters to see who would be president, that would work out particularly well?
Okay. Actually, hold on. In all fairness, I do think we'd have better leadership if we just had MMA fighters fight and become the leader of America.
With all that,
I don't know about that. There's a lot of dumbasses. I don't know if I want Sean Strickland running the fucking country.
Yeah.
He'd just be like, you have to eat 10 pounds. You have to eat 10 protein bars a day, or you're getting exiled.
Do you want John Jones as your president? Like,
you know what? You convinced me mostly because I realized that Logan Paul would probably get into MMA.
No, he wouldn't. He would fucking lose. He would fucking lose. Yes, he would lose. He would never make it to president.
He cheats. He actively cheats, though.
He can wrestle. He can wrestle. You know, he can kind of strike.
He can semi-box, but that's not that impressive.
Can I say something? He actively cheats. It's been proven multiple times that he cheats. Logan Paul.
Are y'all talking about people, the Pauls that go after old and or retired fighters?
Yeah. Again, he can semi-fight. He'd probably win against like a random guy or like some really like terrible fighter.
All right. Where do you guys think that's? Hey, guys, shut up. Let's get back to the list. All right. Where do you guys think that
Black Panther? I can see where you're coming from. It is.
I do see what you mean. Those films are glaring.
When you put it that way.
I also like it too, so it's just kind of sad to think about it like that.
I don't see how people could see it the other. Like literally at the beginning of the movie, they save a bunch of Africans from being enslaved. That's literally the opening of the movie. And then at the end of the movie, when he's like, "Okay, we're gonna start helping people and actually go out," like literally his girlfriend. The whole thing was like she left Wakanda because she wanted to help people, and he decided, okay, we're gonna open up our whole country and go help people. And the first thing he does is go to the fucking United States.
So
stupid.
The reason why he went back is because that's where the whole thing with Killmonger and his father started, and his uncle. That was the only reason why. I'm not defending it.
But it's stupid because he literally has slaves in it, and the idea that Killmonger, like, what the fuck? Like, it doesn't even make sense. Killmonger's father was killed by his brother, who was the king of Wakanda. Why did he want to kill all white people? What the fuck did white people have to do with anything that happened to him?
Because they're obsessed with the slave trade, and that's basically the whole reason.
No, I'm saying that has nothing to do with Killmonger's story. Why did he literally says just outright he wants to arm all the people that look like him. And he wants them to turn on everyone else. He wants the black people to rise up and kill all the white people. What does that have to do with his backstory of having his father killed by his brother? That's black on black violence, baby. What the fuck that's got to do with us? Isn't that
not wrong? Rouga. Just like real life, when it's black on black, it's always the blue's fault.
It's like the fucking. It's like the I mean, like the whole thing. It's like the whole thing where they dress up. Where they dress up all the villains like even the I know again it was confirmed by the director and the thing was like we're gonna dress all our villains up as blue because it's like police officers. What does that have to do with the movie? Like, what does where in the movie is a police officer ever do anything wrong or screw him over in any way? Or like, I don't understand. Is it just because the people who are making this movie are black liberals from California and they're just riding the fucking Black Lives Matter train that was very anti-police at the time? Because it's got nothing to do with the movie that you actually released. There's nothing about police in this movie that says that they're good or bad. You just made their costumes blue so that we think of the police when we watch them do their evil shit. And all the villains in this movie are black.
No, hold on.
Can I say something?
I was just gonna say something to you.
Let him say something. He started first.
Okay, so
no, black guy, not you, motherfucker. Other guy.
I was about to be like, again.
Yeah,
you were second.
Let the black guy defend the black guy.
Well, no, I wasn't going to say that at all. What I was going to say is that, to your point, they literally have a white CIA guy helping them throughout the whole movie. The person you would think that would be against them. So I understand what you're saying. That's all I wanted to say.
I did want to state, I think it would at least be C because of Killmonger and the soundtrack. I feel like Thor 2.
Yeah, look, look, Slick. Look what Slick is saying. This is a good point too. This does sound like a cold ass line out of context. But if you think about it in the context of the movie, it doesn't make sense. Killmonger says, "Just bury me in the ocean with my ancestors that jumped from ships because they knew death was better than bondage." What the fuck does that have to do with anything that happened in this movie? He was not enslaved. There's nothing in this that has anything to do with slavery. This is specifically a American liberal black mindset being shoved into this movie that's supposed to be about African characters. And why does Killmonger have this mindset? We don't see anything in his storyline that says this. Why is him a American black soldier that has built a career with the United States military telling a king from Africa that he would rather kill himself than be in bondage as a slave? He's not a fucking slave. He wasn't going to be enslaved. He was about to be arrested for murdering a bunch of people. God, I fucking hate this movie. I really do. I really hate this movie. I hate this movie.
You brought those issues, and they were apparent.
Could I put some more? Could I say something real quickly?
What's up?
Go ahead.
If they actually did try to make if they put actual competent writers who were trying to make an actual Black Panther movie, it could be really good. But it could have been really good if they stuck to his character, since even his character doesn't really feel like Black Panther.
I don't know how true that is. Black Panther was always a character that was made as a pity party for black people. And I think it was an unnecessary pity party for black people because there are already a lot of really good black characters that are not pity parties for blach people, like Luke Cage,
Miles Morales,
Blade. No, that is absolutely a pity party. It's not a pity party, but it's that's more of a diversity thing. But not just creating a black, just because you create a black character doesn't mean it's a pity party. But when you create a black character that's based in Africa that is just so happens to be one of the smartest characters, one of the best at fighting. He's from an African city, a country in Africa that is the most technologically advanced and superior country to any other country on Earth, knowing that in real life all of the black-run countries are probably the worst off. The only some of the lower Asian countries might be worse, but they're some of the worst places to live are the black countries. I think everybody would pretty much agree with that. And you could say it's because of them or not because of them, but it's a pity party. It's trying to make people feel good. They're trying to make black people feel good about. But I don't wasn't Blade already doing that without being condescending? Wasn't Luke Cage already doing that without being condescending? I just feel like it's very condescending.
Black Lightning.
Yeah,
I don't know Black Lightning.
Don't talk about. Don't say what Black Lightning used to be white. In the original comics, he used to be white, and
I don't know anything.
And how he transformed is by yelling the N-word.
I think it's funny. I think it's funny how so many heroes that are just black people have to have black in the name.
Black in their name.
I do. You don't? Do you find that funny? I've always found that hilarious.
Yeah, I do. That finds me.
Why do they have to have black in their name?
Miles Morales, Static Shock.
Miles Morales is not black. that does not have black in his name.
He doesn't have black in his name.
He doesn't have
Why would you?
I'm listing off.
You're listing off dudes who don't have black in your name. That is and the worst examples too.
That's what I'm doing. I'm listing off. I'm listing off people who don't have that in their name to prove that it's not everyone.
I didn't say that everyone. I said there's a lot. There is a lot.
Is it Titanic? Is that his name in DC?
Mr. Terrific. Why are you naming characters that don't have black? I know there are characters that don't have black in their name.
I'm trying to prove you. I was trying to prove you wrong.
You're not proving me wrong.
You're
not proving me wrong because I didn't say all black heroes have black in their name. When did I say that? I said it's funny how many black heroes have black in their name. I never said all.
It's
so
only
I don't know
really
how you're trying to prove.
It's only really a couple though.
It's not a couple.
It's not that much.
It's
I can
way
really
more
only
than
think
a
of
couple.
Black Samson and Black Panther, to be honest with you.
I mean,
we
just said Black Lightning.
Black Lightning.
I forgot
You just
about
said
that
Black
one.
Samson and like literally Black Lightning, not Black Lightning. I meant Black Panther. That's only 3. And I think
because that's
Black
all
Panther,
we've said.
I think Black Panther doesn't mean like racially and just like racially
No, it
discriminative.
clearly does.
It's not
thought that just
really
meant, like,
racially discriminative because
part of
Panther
it,
he
but-
is a Black Panther.
Yeah,
Puma
that's-
is a
Panthers are
Black
mostly
Panther.
black anyways.
I don't. How
It's just
are
kind of
you-
weird because it's just so coincidence.
It's not a coincidence. There's I'm so confused. There's like it's well known that there are a lot of superheroes with black in the name.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's not.
Is that
Then
not
do
what he was
name.
fucking arguing? He just said he was
No, it
nesting characters
was.
without black because
That
he wanted to
literally
prove
was
me
his whole
wrong.
point.
That's
Yeah, I was
literally
just-
what you just
I was
said.
literally just trying to say that there is a. That
Wait,
was me.
what?
I was just trying to say
Hold
there
on.
is a lot of supers who don't have black.
I
or
never
black.
said there
That's only
wasn't. I
Your
just
point
said there's a
doesn't make any
lot that have
sense.
black and I don't understand where you're coming from at all.
From your mother.
No.
Not gonna make that joke, but what
good. Great joke.
You seem very confused of what we're talking about. I don't
He
understand.
can't make his own point, so he's just gonna like do a terrible joke and be like, ha 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 ha.
No. No, but what I was gonna say was the main reason is you list off 3. The
I can
only 3
list
that
off
I can
more.
think of are
Black
those 3.
Goliath, Black Adam. Those were just 3 that popped on my head. There's a bunch, dude.
Well,
Black Adam isn't black.
Adam
Yes,
is
the fuck he is.
Middle Eastern.
He's not Middle Eastern. He's
wait.
technically Egyptian, and they've made him black in the comics. He's essentially black now. Yes,
No,
Black
you can't.
Adam.
When did they do that?
Huh? Well, they
But
casted.
how's-
Well, they casted the Rock to play him.
Yeah, I know the Rock
He's
is
Samoan, though.
Samoan and black.
Yeah,
He's
The Rock is
Samoan and
Hawaiian.
No, he's black. He is
Black and
black.
Samoan.
He is Samoan and black.
Yeah, isn't his dad black?
Yeah.
Yes, his dad's black and his mom's Samoan, I think.
Yeah. So he's mixed race, but he's still black. But
Also,
Yeah,
it should be noted Black Adam was not originally Egyptian. He was changed later. So he was actually
Wasn't he?
black originally,
Yeah.
then made into Egyptian, and now he's kind of back to black.
Was he?
Yeah, he
Man,
was originally
that's
created to be
Back
black.
to black.
I always thought he was
Isn't-
a Middle
isn't that an
Eastern, so they're
AC/DC
what's up,
song?
rule?
What's up?
point is, it was a
what'd you say?
stupid. Your point didn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand what you were trying to argue because you were saying you were trying
I
to
was
prove
just
me
trying to
wrong.
argue that.
What?
I was just trying to argue that there isn't that many like supers that.
I
have
just
black in their
named
name.
5 off the top of my head without even using Google. If I use
Well,
Google,
is it
I
'cause we
guarantee
can't
you I'll
know-
get you another 5. There's how many white superheroes are there with white in their name because their skin is white? There's like 1.
And that would
Yeah.
be White Wolf.
That would be
The
White
one I-
Wolf. That is a villain of Black Panther. No, I don't think he's a
Panther.
villain. Is he a villain?
Which is
There's Black. He's
a
literally
hero
just the opposite
or
of Black
something.
Panther. It's the
pretty
only one.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
So
not saying
then
there aren't
you're
other
just
heroes
racist?
with white in their name, but it's not because their skin's white. Like with black superheroes, black in their name is because they're black. Like it's the only reason why it happens. It's very strange. I don't get it, but it is what it is. Oh shit! I gotta sneeze. My bad. Sorry,
Bless
guys.
you. Bless you.
All right,
Bless you,
so
Luca.
I hate this fucking movie. Like I said, I think there's 2 things that are good about it. That's the villain and the soundtrack, and literally nothing else. I will put it basically
Well, the
interchangeable. I guess I mean I have it. I if I put my emotions in it, how much I really just distaste for this movie, it would be a lot lower. It would probably be a D. But be.
I mean, it has good fight scenes.
No, it doesn't.
Does
Name
it?
one good fight scene in this movie.
The 2 fights against Killmonger, the fight where he fights the
the fights against Killmonger
guy.
fucking suck, dude. Go remember it. Like one of the last fight against Killmonger is just a CGI rubbery fuckfest that looks horrible, and the other one is a very basic like spear fight, like spear and shield fight. It's fine, I guess. It's very average. Especially coming off of something like Winter Soldier that has like legitimately pretty great hand-to-hand combat scenes. There isn't nothing in Black Panther that comes even close.
Yeah, and still with Civil War.
I just have a question real quickly.
What?
So,
Rouga, are you a conservative or a conservative? Conservative.
I am not conservative. No.
Okay. I think both liberals and conservatives are weird people.
I don't think that. I don't think that people who are liberals or people who are conservatives are weird. I think that all people usually have some weird. Any faction or group you want to look at, there's weird people in it. I don't think that just inherently being conservative is weird or being
they're
or being
racially weird. Like in my opinion, they're on the opposite sides of the scale. Liberals are overly sensitive and can't think a joke for the life of them.
No, I don't believe. I do not. I guarantee you, there is probably a liberal in this room right now that is not weird.
Right here.
Look at that.
I mean, no.
Boom. There's one.
Get a load of that guy.
They're not.
I've kept my mouth shut. I've been pretty respectful. I'm not like jumping up and down.
There's weird. There are weird, over the top, oversensitive, like fucked up asshole versions of Christians, of liberals, of conservatives, any group, police officers, any group you want to look at, every single one.
Mormons.
Sure.
Mormons.
Jews, why not? Name one. The answer will be yes. But that
I was just gonna say Mormons. Like I
don't care.
Every Mormon I ran into are just like nice people.
It's fine. Like all of them.
I don't even know why.
They all have like weird shit in them. Like every single one. They have something weird inside in their whole thing. It just is what it is. So I don't care about groups. I don't.
If you get a group of more than 10 people together, one of them's probably an asshole. That's just a rule.
No chicken. We are not debating. We were talking about Black Panther and how it's a piece of shit movie and I hate it, and then it got onto like race stuff. But it's not a debate. It's more so a discussion. And then he asked me if I was conservative for some reason.
Honestly, I do have to say, just like I used to put Black Panther higher, but you really have convinced me. The single point that they go
What's the villain? The villain carries it.
Those problems. Yeah. Oh man, that's such a good point.
Well, it's a pity party. It's a movie that is a pity. It's a movie that's a pity party of a bunch of entitled black liberal dudes who came together and made this movie, and they think that their problems are worse than the problems of Africans. And they think that their problems are it's like it's so the entitlement and just the sheer fucking disrespect. I hate this fucking movie. I legitimately hate this movie.
Rouga's hatred aside, I think the movie by itself doesn't really stand on its own.
No, I've said legitimate things that I think are actually bad with the movie outside of my
that's what I was saying.
Like,
I was gonna say the only thing.
The villain and the villain and the soundtrack are good.
The villain carries it. I think the villain carries it.
Even still, the villain is like a solid 7 out of 10. Not even like.
If we're talking about the MCU, he's like top 3 or 4.
I believe that. Yeah, that's fair.
There aren't that many in the MCU specifically that are above him, but I mean, that's not enough for me to put it. I can't even put this shit at average. Like it's overall not a good movie.
I think it's bottom of C makes sense to me.
Yeah,
that's fair.
That's fair. It's not good. You know what movie? Actually has.
Make a new tier.
You know what movie actually has the
make a new tier called racism.
You stop interrupting people. You know what other a movie that came out that has basically the exact same plot as Black Panther, but honestly I think it's better. Aquaman. It's damn near a shot for shot remake of Black Panther.
Yeah, I've heard.
Just underwater.
Like the first or second?
The first.
I see.
They are literally the same movie. From the trial by combat to twice the trial by combat to him coming at the end and beating him and all that. Like there's a lot. The fact that it's royalty trying to take over the crown and being turned into a fugitive from the crown. Like they're very similar movies. I actually like Aquaman, but Aquaman is a movie that actually does have really good action sequences. The action scenes in Aquaman are legitimately awesome.
I mean, the second one in
the first Aquaman.
I'll take the second one is hot garbage.
I mean, I don't know if that's a hot take. I'm sure people don't like the movie, but the Aquaman in the fight, the action scene with Aquaman in where is it, Rome or Italy or wherever, where Black Manta catches up to. That's another one, Black Manta. There you go. Where Black Manta catches up to him and starts like
villain though.
It's a villain. It's a villain. Yeah, but he's still he's a superhero villain character. You get what I'm saying? So that's what are we up to? Like 7 fucking characters that all have black in the name because they're black. No, but Black Manta.
Black Manta's black.
Yes, he is. Black Manta fights.
I thought it was just a suit.
Nope, he's black. Black Manta, when he attacks Aquaman, that whole sequence there where they blast him through building. Who here has seen Aquaman? Because I feel like
I have.
Okay, so y'all know what action sequence. That's
I
a cool.
But I can't really remember it that was good.
Fun. That's a really good
Yeah,
action
the first
sequence, right?
action sequence with the submarine.
That's pretty
That
good.
whole thing.
That's pretty all the fight scenes are really, really solid. Even the fight at the end is pretty good. It's a little CG heavy towards the end, but that's one thing I think DC has always been better at their action scenes than Marvel has. Marvel's been pretty lacking in the action department.
Well,
what about
civil?
Okay, I know we haven't got to the movie yet, but what about Deadpool versus Wolverine? I love those action sequences.
We're not there yet.
Well,
yeah, we're not.
Pay
there.
for it and we'll talk about it, bro. That's my reply to that.
There's some there's some good there are some good there are some. I'm not saying there's no good action sequences in Marvel. I'm just saying overall I think DC is generally better. Even if you don't like the DCEU, there's some good fucking action scenes in those movies, man.
All right.
Like the fight scenes were like the reason. I mean, it's to this day, the Batman warehouse fight in Batman v Superman is one of the best, like just straight up best action scenes. Like that was probably the best action scene of that year.
That wasn't a bad action scene. Yeah,
that was awesome.
Yeah,
sucks the movie was hot ass.
Yeah, I'm not saying the movies were good, but the action.
It was really good until Batman was just like, "What, Martha?" Oh. And then
that whole fight
exploded.
That whole fight scene between them was dumb.
The story was dumb in Batman v Superman. Some of that I said as a joke.
I don't remember it going. It sounded like you just busted whenever you said Martha. Oh.
Yeah. When I did that, it was his head explode. That was it.
Wait, hold up. Yeah, chicken. Yeah, the VC, it's open. You just click on the link up top. I got the link posted, pinned at the thing. Let me see. Yeah, DCU is great.
What's the next movie? It's Infinity War.
The next movie is Infinity War, and after this, it's going to start going super fucking downhill.
Next year.
I think the movie. Okay, so my issues with this movie, are the treatment of Vision and Hulk are big ones. Actually, Hulk's entire storyline in this movie sucks. And for the most part, that's kind of it. Overall, I like this movie. Yeah, I like this movie. So,
in my opinion, it is the best setup Marvel movie.
Well, no shit. It's got. 20 years of it.
I mean, Thanos is really solid. Just a really great villain.
Hold up. I got a negative. Okay, we're disagreeing. Thanos is a piece of shit villain.
You don't like him?
I don't like Thanos.
Yeah, and the MCU version is absolute garbage.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about Thanos. Okay, Thanos his design's good.
Oh Lord.
A conqueror. He's a conqueror.
How about you let me say the words that I want to say instead of trying to guess the words I'm trying to say? Thanos is he's well designed. He has good lines. I'll give him that, and he's extremely well acted. And I think that does a lot of the legwork for the character. But when you actually look at the character's motivations, his mindset, and how his writing is, he makes zero fucking sense. Like the idea that he is going to wipe out half of all life and that will solve, like, he's supposed to be this we're supposed to buy into the fact that he's this super genius guy who came up with this. I mean, look, 100 years ago, our population was half of what it is now. That's how fast the population increases. Killing half of all life didn't fix his fucking problem. That's not how, like, it wouldn't have fixed his problem. And then after that, he went and destroyed the Infinity Stones, and then just like continued living on a farm, like, oh, with a safe universe. No, the universe is still gonna be fucked another 100 years from now. I don't understand how that solved your problem. And but like there's so many issues with his mindset and the way he says, like, you're supposed to buy into the fact that he's smart, but he's really fucking dumb. Like, for instance, we know that he researched and he looked up Tony Stark. We know this. The director has said that he did it, and he mentions it in the movies, like, you know who I am? He's like, yeah, I know you. And he's like, he knows Tony Stark because Tony Stark interested him after the events of Avengers 1. So he knows everything about Tony Stark. He's researched him. He understands who he is. Okay, he respects him and all that. That's cool. He didn't know that Tony Stark built clean energy. He invented it. That would solve his fucking problem. What clean energy is energy that doesn't take up resources. That's what clean energy is called. The arc reactor in his chest literally does the thing that Thanos is trying to kill everybody for.
Does Tony actually, I suppose he does use that to...
He doesn't have the arc reactor in his chest anymore.
He has... It's in his chest in the suit. It's not inside his chest, but he has it on this. While he's fighting Thanos, literally 2 feet in front of his face in the chest of Tony Stark is the thing that can cause his problem. It's
not like Tony hides it either. Like,
it's right there. It's out in the open. In fact,
he literally
has
it on his clothes too.
It is directly stated in I want to say Avengers 1, at the beginning of Avengers 1, like a while back, that the entirety of Avengers Tower is powered by clean energy. They literally say it in the opening scene of the film.
We actually have one in Iron Man 1. There's an arc reactor, like giant arc reactor.
Yeah. But they never used it because they just did it to appease the hippies. But the whole thing is that Thanos' entire goal throughout his film is that the resources are finite, and that we're going to deplete all the resources, then we're all going to die. But Tony solved his fucking problem by creating clean energy.
You see,
one element of it.
I always saw it to be just a delusion left from the trauma of his entire civilization starving to death. And that's why he holds this true belief that he is unshakable about. Not because it's pure stupidity. It's just because he's already dead set on this. He does not believe that anything else could solve this.
But his plan wouldn't solve it because humans double their population every 100 years. For instance, we're at like nearly 8 billion right now. Back in 1970, we were at like 5 billion. Like, our population literally doubles every 100 years or so.
You know what's funny? You know what makes it worse for Thanos?
What?
Ironheart.
Oh, Ironheart.
I didn't watch Ironheart.
Haven't seen it.
We breed.
I won't spoil anything in it.
Go ahead.
No
dude.
one's gonna watch it.
Nobody cares.
We
not
don't
watching
care.
it.
Does anyone care?
Yeah, that series is hot ass.
It establishes that all you need to do to replicate the power of an arc reactor is just use a regular house fan.
Hilarious. Wait, what a disrespectful thing to do to Tony Stark.
Exactly.
Like, the whole idea is that Tony built it in a cave, and it was this, and none of his scientists could figure it out. Yeah, but none of his scientists could figure it out at his company. It was something that only Tony could do, and we're supposed to buy that. Fuck Marvel, dude. Fuck.
The worst thing. It disrespects Tony. It disrespects his entire family lineage. Because remember, in Iron Man 2, literally the arc reactor, the new element for it, was given to him by his father through that map.
It disrespects Electro and Doc Ock as well, because in No Way Home they were looking at that shit and it's like, all Electro needed to do was just get a house.
Yeah, well, that's so fucking stupid. This is stupid. The MCU is dead. We're not even to the deadening of the MCU yet, but we're gonna get to it soon enough. But yeah, I mean,
some films.
I think that Thanos.
Yeah, admit some of those.
I like the actor, and I like the way his lines are delivered, and the way he behaves. He's cool. I like that. I do. Basically everything else about his motivations, his intelligence level, the general storyline they gave him, how it basically it amounts to being a fucking environmentalism message. Are you fucking kidding me? Thanos, the end all be all villain of your entire saga over the past 10 years,
Mad Titan
is the Mad Titan. His whole plot is a fucking is a shitty environmental message that isn't even done as well as Avatar, which is crazy. Like, that's wild that you can't, like, I don't think they also retconned him from previous versions, because like they already introduced him as this mad dude who, like, the version of Thanos that they introduce in Infinity War and Endgame is not a character that would rip apart a little girl and replace her parts with machine parts. Like, the stuff that they say about him in the previous movies about, like, all the horrible shit that he does. This is a different character. Like this is a completely different. They describe him as he is in the comics, where he just is obsessed with death and murder and destruction and stuff. All this, and he tortures people and maims people. And the stories that Nebula says about him, about all this, like, ripped her eye out of her head when she was a child. Like that's something that maybe the High Evolutionary would do,
Rouga.
But not Thanos.
Rouga, he's literally obsessed with death. Like,
not in the movie. Not in the movie.
No, I mean, yeah, but like, still, he's actually obsessed with death herself.
No, he's not. Not in the movie.
Not in the
movie.
movie.
I mean, not in the movie, but in the comics.
We're not talking about the comics. We're talking about the dude. Are you, like, confused about what our conversations are about? Because we're talking.
I thought y'all were comparing the movie version to the comic version.
I'm not comparing anything to anything. I'm like, if you just gotta listen to what people are saying. I am specifically and only talking about Thanos from the movies. I didn't bring up the comics once, and I said that his shit doesn't make any sense. You're confusing yourself, because I didn't say anything that would even slightly correlate to what
you brought up the comic.
Yeah, no one brought up comics at all in any point in this so far. I brought it up for Spider-Man like an hour and a half ago. What were you gonna say, Jim? I think was talking.
Yeah, unironically though, I do think a death storyline in the movie would have been semi-cool. Have, like, Death show up in, like, visions or something. That would have been pretty sick.
I would have been okay with them do the death storyline that he's actually obsessed with. Like, that would have been fine. Like, the environmentalism thing is just weird. And this is kind of what I was talking about when I was saying, like, you're going to start noticing that the stories after Civil War get more and more left-leaning. And it does get to a point where it starts hurting the story. Now, you can say that environmentalist message for Thanos is not hurting the story. But this is just the beginning, dude. It just keeps going until you basically get movies that are just straight up propaganda for different political ideologies, which I think was a bad idea. There were left wing and right wing sort of leaning movies throughout the MCU, but they start getting super left wing and to the point that the actual story starts suffering, and that's just, and this is, like I said, it started with the first Spider-Man movie. And now we're here, and they literally made the main villain of the entire series a fucking environmentalist, which is absolutely insane. And the people argue that he's right, which is wild.
Wait, is left wing supposed to be liberals, or is that right wing?
Environmentalists are usually liberal.
No, like, okay, so he would be
you're
left.
That would be left. You're oversimplifying it. You can technically be a right wing liberal or a left wing.
It can be. It can be either or. It's not
a liberal can be right wing.
Strictly.
It's not. Yeah, but it's no. But I'm talking more about basic American ideology, where it's left wing or are generally speaking more environmentalists than right wing for the most part.
Yeah, generally. Again, yeah. Same.
I'm not being specific. I'm not being, like, specific and really talking about it. But, like, the stereotypical left wing person is, like, super heavy environmentalist, whereas conservatives don't care as much. Anyway, this movie, I'm not saying it's bad. It's not. I like it.
I think it's ass.
I don't think it's ass. I think it's
A.
Oh,
S.
S. Yeah, I'll put it at S. I put it at S.
Yeah. Honestly, I think it would be better at, like,
even, like, okay, all the negative stuff that I just said about Thanos, it's true. I stand by it. I don't like any of that stuff about Thanos. Having said that, when you're actually watching the film play out and you're actually, like, engaged with Thanos, you still like him. Like, you still like him as the character that he is, because he's played so well and because he has such good lines.
He's an enjoyable villain. Very
yeah, you like seeing him, even though like all of this stuff, like things like continuity errors and you know, things that you would normally say that are bad shit to have in these types of stories. If you're enjoying the movie in the moment as you're watching it all the way through, it doesn't really matter. Like that stuff doesn't really make that much of a difference. Do you guys think it is above or below Civil War?
Below.
I think
it's below
above.
Guardians.
Not below Guardians, but like in between Guardians and Civil.
And someone in the comments is saying, "Don't forget to talk about Star-Lord's stupidity."
What?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I think it's dumb.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's dumb. I don't like it, but it's fine. I think yes, only a moron would have done that. But I guess you can also argue that Star-Lord is kind of a moron. I suppose.
Yeah, he's never shown to be particularly smart.
I mean, yeah, he has the
He has shown to be very.
He's shown to be smart. He's shown to be smart.
He's shown to be hot-headed, though. He has been shown to be hot-headed at
I'd say tactically he's smart, but I wouldn't say overall he's smart.
Emotionally.
Are y'all forgetting that he was like taken when he was like 6?
No. Why
What
does that matter?
that have to do? What the fuck are you talking about?
Of course, he's kind of stupid.
What?
He didn't have any. He barely had any education.
Okay, he was raised by pirates when he was really young. I don't see how that makes
You
him.
really think they educated him?
Do you do you think that going through school on Earth, public school, would make him smarter than raising on an alien spaceship where the technology is far superior?
He's also mentioned to be a really good mechanic, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, that has nothing to do. Like he's smart. I would actually argue the Russo brothers write him. The Russo brothers write him. Wait, what? What about me? The Russo brothers write him dumber than I think James Gunn writes him. James Gunn writes him as immature, not stupid.
I can only see it somewhat due to that he is hot-headed at times. Very hot-headed.
I mean, you do have the scene where he said, "I came from Montana," and you know.
That's ignorance about Earth. He doesn't know shit about Earth. So
he was taken when he was like 6. That'd be like asking
that's also.
me what
Well, it doesn't matter. Well,
born
no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's also a Russo brothers scene.
Yeah, true.
That's not a James Gunn scene. James Gunn, also, can you think of a point where well, I guess I can think of one time when he was hot-headed, and that's when he shot Ego. But I wouldn't even necessarily say that was hot-headed.
No, that was understandable.
He's literally just told him that he killed his mother, and then he pulls his guns out and shoots him. And it's not the same situation with Thanos where it's like we're about to beat him right now, and you're stopping us from saving the world. Whereas Ego, for all he knew, Ego was gonna die when he shot him. You know,
I would like to say though.
My question is, why did he pistol whip him and not just like shoot him?
He did.
He didn't do it. Yeah. Well, it wouldn't do anything.
Oh, you're talking about Thanos.
It wouldn't do anything either way.
It wouldn't have done anything. Yeah, it's just doesn't matter.
They do shit.
But like, what other scenes would you say that he's hot-headed in?
I wouldn't say he's
No, but you didn't say he's hot-headed. The other guy said he was hot-headed.
No.
I
didn't say he was hot-headed. I said
not you. The guy who said he was hot-headed.
I suppose I was mainly thinking of the Ego scene.
That's really the only scene.
Then again, it's not that uncomparable because
it's pretty incomparable.
Thanos just kidnapped his
but one
lover
one is clearly something that is stupid, and the other one isn't necessarily stupid. Like there's a difference in intelligence level between shooting a guy who just said he killed your mother with you having the intentions of killing them because they said that, and you literally Iron Man be like, we almost got this off, chill out, and then him still doing it anyway. Like and then after he lost, he goes up to Iron Man. He has the gall to be like, we lost. Like they make him dumber. The Russo brothers write him dumb. I think James Gunn is a lot better at
he has one good scene in the Russo movies.
This is kind of the way that I feel about a lot of the different. I don't actually dislike the Russo brothers as writers. I think some people write certain characters better. Like I think Joss Whedon writes Hulk better than Russo brothers do. I think Russo brothers write Captain America really well. I think James Gunn writes the Guardians better than the Russo brothers writes the Guardians. Like it's certain. You can tell that.
Can I add something about
after
James
I'm
Gunn?
done fucking talking? Jesus.
Seal.
There's like a Jesus Christ. What was I saying? Certain writers throughout the movies are better at writing certain characters than other people. I'm not necessarily saying that the Russo brothers are worse. Well, actually, the Russo brothers don't write their own movies, so that's like a complete point. But the characters that are written in the Russo brothers movies, whoever those writers were, weren't necessarily bad writers. They were just bad for certain characters and better for others. I think they did a lot of cool things with the writing and a lot of bad things with the writing. I think they did a lot of like they wrote Tony Stark is a good example of them writing the character completely opposite of what he was before, but it actually kind of working because it fitting along with sort of a character arc. But like you can actually look at the sort of Jon Favreau era of Iron Man 1 and 2. And even 3 is kind of he's an outlier, those sort of things. And then the later Russo brothers, who's cracking their knuckles?
Liam. Liam's either cracking his knuckles or very slowly.
I don't know what the fuck he's doing. He's slowly snapping the necks of babies as he walks down the room. I'm just imagining like the Invincible scene where Invincible is walking down, cutting everyone's heads off, but it's just babies. He's just snapping each of their necks. Like Jesus Christ. No, but yeah, but like it's kind of like that way. Like different writers are better at writing different characters. I think Joss Whedon was the last person that wrote Hulk well, and I think you could say the same thing about the Russo brothers when it comes to James Gunn. James Gunn is better at writing Star-Lord and most of the Guardians than the Russo brothers are.
Yeah, fair enough. I
let the other guy talk who was trying.
Can I finally? Okay, so and James Gunn is just good at writing in general. He's just good at writing characters in general. The Superman he wrote, I feel like it's better than Snyder's Superman. I mean, anything's better than Snyder's Superman.
I didn't understand everyone's fear when James Gunn took over DC. I think James Gunn.
Gunn is an amazing writer. In my opinion, he's an amazing writer.
I think he's good. I think he's fine. Like I think he's good.
I'm not gonna. Suicide Squad 2.
He's not fucking. It's not a Martin Scorsese movie, but it's good. I like it. And
I think I can.
Go ahead, Jim.
He fixed the
Go ahead, Jim.
He fixed Suicide Squad.
Go ahead, Jim.
Seal.
Go ahead, Jim.
I think they were mainly just worried that it was just going to be Marvel again. Everyone's going to be really quippy. It's going to be not really great stories. I think that's where a lot of the worry came from because he was mainly a Marvel writer before.
No, he wasn't.
He took on.
That's the thing. That's so that he made movies. Okay, he made tons of movies before he ever showed up at Marvel.
That's how people saw him.
He's only made. He's only at the point that he was announced to be the creator of DC. He had only made 2 Marvel movies. That's it. He made Guardians 1 and 2. People to this day are like, oh, he's only good at making ensemble films with misfits. Did you not see his entire fucking catalog of films before that?
Yeah, a lot of people didn't.
He made. I mean, look,
him
Slither is a really fucking solid film that is not an ensemble piece. Super is a pretty good film, not an ensemble piece. Like most of his movies before he started making movies for Marvel were not ensemble pieces. So it's like.
Did he write for Breitbart?
He's only made. No, he didn't write for it. He was the producer on it. The only films that he's made that were ensemble pieces were Guardians and Suicide Squad. People who say that he's only good at making ensemble pieces, where I've seen many reviewers say that, did not watch his catalog of films before Marvel at all.
Did he make the first Suicide Squad or no?
No, he made the second
he didn't.
one. The first one was made.
Sense. The first one's awful.
The first one was made by. I forgot the name of the director. He made not Training Day. I forget what movie he made. I think he made that cop movie with Jake Gyllenhaal.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
It's a cop movie with Jake Gyllenhaal. It's a fucking.
But just to say, I feel like James Gunn is really good at writing superhero movies. I mean, have you seen the show Creature Commando? In my opinion, that's probably one of the best shows. One of the best newer shows that comes out of DC. That came out of DC recently.
In all fairness, that doesn't help the argument. It's another
your bar is in the dirt, bruv.
It's another misfit ensemble piece. Which, granted, it may be good, but that doesn't. It's not a great help for the argument.
Oh, here's something. Here's something. Here's something.
I just want to admit.
Here's something. We actually talked about this I think last stream. Shockingly, he wrote Lollipop Chainsaw.
Yeah, I remember that.
The video game, which is wild that he wrote that game. I don't know how much of it he wrote.
What's that?
But it's
what's Lollipop Chainsaw?
He co-wrote it with the
video game.
Yeah, he co-wrote it with the original writer.
You know there is a Twisted Metal show.
Let's get no, none of that. Let's get back on. Let's get on task. We're not going off
into Ant-Man and the Wasp
into random directions with fucking.
Ant-Man and the Wasp, solid beats here. Solid beats here.
I think it's another middle of the road movie. I wouldn't. I mean, it's worse than the first Ant-Man for sure. By far.
Is it better or worse than Hulk? Because I think it's worse than.
In my opinion.
4, and I think it's probably.
Do you think it's worse than Doctor Strange? Doctor Strange was. It wasn't terrible.
I think it was worse than Doctor Strange. I don't necessarily.
Yeah.
I have to. Okay, the one. Well, let's think of the good stuff for this film.
Better action.
Here's the thing. This was yet another example of the hero. This was the first example that we've gotten thus far of the hero not only being dumbed down, because we've been having that for a couple of movies now, but also beginning to be replaced by females. This was the first one that did it. Ant-Man was a incompetent dumbass, and the competent awesome one was the Wasp. And I actually like the actress. I don't have any issues with the actress or whatnot, but this again wouldn't have been a problem if this was one movie or whatever, but this started becoming like a thing across most of their movies, and actually almost all their movies, other than the ones made by Sony, which like the Spider-Man movies. But for the most part, this kind of became a theme. I didn't like Scott Lang was no longer clever or competent in any way in this movie. He just turned into a fucking joke character, which was a real bummer from his last thing. And I think normally you would say like, oh, well, you can't say that makes the movie worse, but I think you can say it makes the movie worse when it's a sequel and you completely start rewriting the character to a point that he acts a little differently. The action scenes weren't particularly good. I didn't mind Ghost. I didn't mind her. I think that she needed more scenes with actual dialogue. She was kind of a not character. Like her character was essentially entirely built up by one scene of her talking to Scott, which was pretty good, and a backstory. I actually like the actress. So a lot of people don't know who that actress is. She is unbelievably attractive in real life, but also she plays in this sci-fi show called Killjoys. And she's really good. She plays like this badass like bounty hunter mercenary chick who has like a group of other bounty hunters, and like she's like fucking, she's sexy and she kicks ass, and it's actually a pretty fun show. It's not like a great show. I don't know if anyone actually used to watch the shows that came on Sci-Fi, but there was a time where like 80% of the shows I would watch was on Sci-Fi because they just had constant, even if the shows weren't good, they had like constant interesting shows coming on around all year round. Killjoys was one of them. She was in it, and then it was announced she was going to be Ghost, and I was like, "Cool, the bitch from Killjoys. This is going to be good." And then they didn't do anything with it, which was a bummer. Yes.
You've seen a sci-fi. You constantly watch sci-fi shows, right,
dude?
Did you watch the Hannibal one,
dude?
Oh my brother!
Getting off fucking topic. Stop trying to swap to other topics. We're trying to talk about this. Like I'm talking about one actress, Ghost, who was in this other thing, but it's all correlated to her character and who she played in Ant-Man and the Wasp. I'm not going off and starting to talk about totally different shows. Okay, we're trying to stick.
Didn't they in Quantumania? In Ant-Man and the Wasp, didn't they basically give her like a fake out death? If I remember,
I don't think they didn't kill her. No, they didn't kill her. She got away at the end.
She's not dead. Yeah, because she's in. I believe she's in Thunderbolts, isn't she?
Yeah,
she is in Thunderbolts. No, he's saying a fake out death. No, they didn't give her a fake out death. Not that I'm aware of. She's she's alive by the end of the movie. I think she actually has a lot of based on just Ant-Man and the Wasp. I think the character had a lot of potential. I haven't seen Thunderbolts, but I hear that she's basically ignored and she's like the least interesting character in the movie.
I don't think she does anything. I'm thinking, and there's not.
I've heard that she. I think everyone knows this spoiler, so I'm just gonna say it. If you have a problem with it, go away.
No.
She kills Taskmaster. I've heard that.
Yeah. That's it.
I mean, honestly, good riddance. I hate that version of Taskmaster.
Everybody does, but
hopefully we can get a new one.
Yeah, overall, I don't
Taskmaster.
Overall, I don't really like this movie. I'll be honest with you.
I think it was better than the Hulk. Maybe worse than Doctor Strange.
They pull a freaking kill the Justice League for.
Okay, I'll put it below Doctor Strange and above the Hulk. That's fine.
Wait, are you talking about the image where it basically shows Deadshot killing the old Deadshot?
No, I was saying they replaced Deadshot with Deadshot. I was gonna joke that they're gonna do the same thing with Taskmaster. Just black
Instead
Taskmaster.
of the female one. Instead of female one, it's just Taskmaster, like an actual Taskmaster.
I've got to correct you guys. The Taskmaster in the MCU is not Taskmaster; it's Task Bastard.
Well, a bastard's a man, so it would be Task Bitch.
True.
Basically.
Yeah, if you wanna say it that way.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah,
next up, Liam's favorite movie, Captain Marvel.
I love this movie. All right, boys. Let's talk about how great this fucking movie is.
Okay, so I feel like this is the point. I feel like this is the point where we just start dropping everything in D. Captain Marvel. I hate this movie. It's basically interchangeable with me for Thor: The Dark World. I think
nothing redeeming about it.
I think that the villain could have been kind of interesting because he was sort of charming and stuff, and then you end up finding out he's not a villain. He's barely in the movie, and everything else is like, it's hard to watch. I would actually say it's not. You know what? Thor: The Dark World is better because I actually do like Loki in that movie. And while I do like I think I could have liked the villain of this movie that ends up not being a villain. Like I found Thor: The Dark World boring. I found Captain Marvel hard to watch because every character in it was irritating. So
agreed.
Yeah, I would say it's worse. So I would put it below Thor: The Dark World for sure. The one character that I kind of thought could have been cool but didn't actually do the things that would make him cool is not enough to put it up any higher. It's a bad movie. It took this long since Thor: The Dark World to come up with another. Like for the long time I was like, Thor: The Dark World is the only like legitimately terrible fucking movie. And then like I seriously hate Black Panther, but even I can say that the soundtrack was good and the fucking villain was good to watch on screen. But Thor was absolute trash.
Can we just like open the pits of Tartarus and like throw this movie in there, pretend it never happened?
It's in D.
I think
I agree with it being in D.
I want to mention.
I agree with it being the pits of Tartarus.
What's up, Jim?
Literally.
Jim.
I despise the fact that they did a sort of red herring villain, thinking it's gonna be a Skrull, and then it's actually her like mentor, and the mentor isn't even like a good fight. Literally, the fight lasts 2 seconds. She just literally rushes at him, throws him into a hill, and he's like practically dead.
Well, yeah, they wanted the whole thing. This is what I'm talking. When I say that they eventually get to the point where they're just basically propaganda pieces, this is a feminist propaganda piece. This whole movie is feminist propaganda. I think Black Panther is Black Lives Matter propaganda, and this is feminist propaganda, and you're going to start seeing this pop up more and more as we continue. They start turning into just straight up propaganda films, and they start getting worse and worse and worse. So I mean, yeah, from this point on, there's one or two decent ones, but for the most part, most of these are going to be trash. The next one's Endgame. Yeah. I mean, unless y'all have more to say about fucking Captain Marvel.
I have one thing.
It's bad. Actually. It's where it should be. No other issues.
Honestly, I believe we should open a new tier just called F. Just throw it in there.
I think it needs F.
It's so awful. It is just that bad.
No, but there's some other ones that are going to be really bad. There's some other ones here that are going to be really bad.
I thought the casting for Belle, like, it was a miscast. You had Jude. You could have just had him play Marvel and have him turn evil, but instead they decided to go
You
with
could
the
have done
feminist.
literally anything, and it would have been a better movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was a bad movie. This was a bad movie.
And the Nick Fury thing.
All right.
Pissed me off.
Next up, we have Endgame. I don't like this movie. I'm sure I'm gonna have some pushback from that. I really don't like this movie. It was supposed to be the ending of an entire saga of films, and it was supposed to be meaningful, and it's the ending is like the end section of the battle is cool, I suppose, but the whole film is just a bunch of fucking jokes and nostalgia bait, and just repeats of shit that we've already seen in the past. And everybody was like, well, what did you expect it to be? It's the end. I expected it to be closer to all the lines of something like fucking Infinity War that took itself seriously and added to the story, and completed the story in a way that was satisfactory. And while I think the ending of both Iron Man and Captain America were satisfactory, the movie leading up to that point I was not a fan of. Again, a nostalgia bait and dumb jokes pretty much throughout the whole thing. A lot of the movie was set up for future MCU stuff, like Loki's escape and things like this. There was a lot of stuff that they were just setting up future things, which was a weird thing to do for the ending of the saga. You probably should have wrapped it all up, and then maybe had something small towards the end that would let into the future, but not like just have all these little seeds constantly lead in. Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of scenes in here that I do like. I like when Tony cuts back and he has this conversation with Captain America, and he's like, "You fucking liar," basically, just like really pissed off at him because he's like, I wanted to build a suit of armor around the world, and you didn't let me, and blah blah blah. And he blamed him for anything. He's like, you weren't there, and it was unfair to Cap because Cap was there. He was trying. He just wasn't where Tony was. But I get it. Emotions were high and all that kind of stuff. I will say this one big thing, like outside of just the humor and the way this is, I don't give a fuck about this version of Thanos because they killed the version of Thanos that was built up.
It was so weird.
Yeah, they killed the better version, honestly.
Yeah, and then the one that they added didn't even know these people. That was a really bad decision.
Didn't even know. Okay, I remember I've heard a couple of times the criticism. They call it Rat Thanos. He's just lurking in the background, and finally when the Infinity Stones freaking show up, he shows up and he's just like, I'm here now. I want the Infinity Stones. I'm Thanos. I don't know who any of you are. And that
gimme.
But they do the same thing with Gamora, right? Because Gamora also, we get a new Gamora too.
A new Gamora and a new what's the name of, not Thanos' sister.
New Nebula.
Gamora. Nebula.
I wasn't able.
We don't. We do not get a new Nebula. Where are you guys getting that we get a new Nebula?
Yeah.
There is a new Nebula, but I think she just gets killed in the movie.
Yeah, she's the evil. Yeah, she doesn't replace our Nebula. She
doesn't replace our Nebula. No.
Okay, good. Yeah,
Nebula
it's just they just go into the world or whatever.
By the way, I can't really complain about the new Gamora because it sets up a really good storyline in Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
No, it doesn't.
There is no new Gamora. It's just the old Gamora.
Yeah,
not new Gamora, but like time travel shenanigan Gamora. That would be the best word to describe it.
No, there's no time travel. There's only one. Oh, Gamora. Oh, Gamora. No, okay.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Gamora.
Nebula.
You said Nebula the first time, right? Did he say Nebula the first time?
No, I said Gamora.
I was mentioning Nebula.
Oh, you were saying okay. Yeah,
there's a
I
new
actually.
Nebula, new
Okay,
Gamora,
I'm sorry. I misheard you. I thought you were saying
really
Nebula.
Complain.
I can't
really complain about
100%.
the new Gamora because it sets up an amazing.
No, it doesn't.
I don't think. I think he did. I think he did his best with what he was left with, but I think it would have been much better if he had the original Gamora, so that he can actually finish the story in the way that he wanted to.
There wasn't a good storyline of Gamora though in Guardians 3.
It wasn't a good story. No, it was really just him. It was really just him trying to get her back and then realizing that he had to accept that she was gone, which was basically the best you can do with it, since he literally his Gamora's dead.
With what's there.
What else could he do? Like what could he have done? Being like, okay, well, I'm going to replace my dead girlfriend with an alternate timeline version of herself. The only thing they really could have done is like, no, my Gamora's gone. I have to accept it. So they really kind of like they wrote him into a corner by killing off Gamora while he wasn't with the company, and then when he came back with the company, they're like, "Oh, here you go. We killed off like your main love interest in your fucking movie."
Yeah, that's not a great storyline.
I wouldn't say it's a great storyline. No, I think it would have been better if they didn't kill her off. But it it is what it is. I think that In-Game has a lot of problems. I don't think it's bad necessarily, but I generally don't like this movie.
Does it reach bottom of S or top of A in your mind?
I mean, only about like what the last 30 minutes of it are really any great.
I like the battle. The battle's cool. Yeah. The battle's worth watching the movie for the battle. You know what the funny thing is? No joke. I've only seen this movie once. Yeah. I never watched it again. I've seen Avengers like 5 or 6 times. I've seen Avengers 2 at least 3 or 4 times. Most of Civil War I've probably seen 8 times. Like a lot of these movies I've seen many, many, many times. I've never felt a need to go back and watch Endgame one time because I just didn't care for it. Like I would go back and watch the last bit of it again. Like I'd watch the battle and stuff and all those. But that I would never revisit the whole movie as a
What is your most watched MCU
movie?
I have no idea.
Like just MCU movie.
I don't know. I couldn't.
I mean, I can tell you mine. I'm kind of embarrassed by the number though.
I mean, it's fine.
Deadpool versus Wolverine, and I watched it like 10 times.
Okay.
Like in theater or when it came to freaking.
In theater, I watched it twice. And then when it came to streaming, I watched it like 8 times.
I don't think I've ever seen a Marvel movie in theaters more than once.
I saw.
Get the chance to say this earlier, but
it's just a really good movie.
Let him
what
talk.
Can I say?
Let the other guy talk. What were you saying, man?
I think the only time.
Not you. The other guy. God damn. The other guy.
Me to specify, right? Just sure.
I didn't give a chance to say this earlier when you were talking about Tony, but I personally really liked the scene with his dad, just because of the subtle nods it had to his one rule he had throughout the movies where he doesn't like getting stuff handed to him, and how he just sat there completely star-shocked as his dad handed something to him and he just let it happen.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying there's no good. I'm not saying there's no good scenes. I'm not. I mean, there's some good stuff. Oh, we haven't even talked about fucking Fat Thor.
Fat Thor.
We haven't talked about Fat Thor.
I didn't want to talk about it. It's just such an awful part of that movie.
Yeah, but like there's a lot of. I'm not saying there isn't good stuff. There is.
There's a lot of awful too.
Like there's even some really good jokes. I actually did really laugh hard when Ant-Man was like, "That's America's ass." I thought that was funny. I'm not gonna lie, that made me laugh my ass off. However, when Captain America later, when he beats himself and he's like, "Damn, that is America's ass," I didn't laugh at that one. I didn't think that one was funny.
That was weird.
I thought it was it seemed out of character for Captain America. Like Captain America don't even like cursing. Like he straight up is like he's straight up like, oh, watch your mouth. Like he's like that was a whole joke in too. Like watch your language. Like he doesn't even like cursing, and now all of a sudden he's like America's that. And they just started writing him kind of different in there, which is weird because they've always been so good at the Russo brothers have always been pretty good at writing Captain America, but in that particular scene, it seemed uncharacteristic for him to stop for a second and be like.
So they were just trying to get a
They were trying to get a joke. They were trying to get a laugh, and they do that a lot in this movie where they're just trying to get like cheap laughs. And I don't know. I don't think it fits the characters oftentimes. I don't think all of them are that funny. Some of them are funny. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they're not funny. There are some funny ones, but I don't know. It just bugged me. The killing off of Thanos was really weird and replacing him with a shitty one. All of the Thor stuff was really weird and
Gamora
stupid.
Getting replaced.
Gamora getting that happened via the last movie with Infinity War. That was kind of something that or they could just write her out of the movie entirely. No, I understand. No, I mean, but they killed off the choice to kill off Gamora happened in the previous movie. That was where it kind of went off the rails with. But
that wasn't
Guardians.
That was like not great, but I was like bringing her back made it worse.
I don't know what they could do with that. It was weird. Like they did it with. I don't know why you would do that with 2 characters. Like I feel like I don't even really get the point of killing Thanos at the beginning of the film.
I didn't get that either.
Like, what was up with that? Like, there's no way you could write that and be like, this is a good idea. Yeah, we just spent our entire last movie building this motherfucker up, and we're gonna kill him and replace him with someone who doesn't know anything, has no connection to these people.
the worst thing, I think you would have had a perfectly good plot line if you had him just checking up to make sure no one was trying to fix what he had done, and then him realizing, oh, they went back into the past and are now bringing the Infinity Stones back, so that he ensures that it's staying the way it is by just like killing the heroes this time, getting them out of the way fully.
It's just some way not to literally have a version of him who is lesser.
Yeah, I feel like that would be a halfway decent way of trying to get about that.
I think there's a million different ways you could have done it better. Just not having a lesser version of Thanos as your main villain.
Wasn't his left hand destroyed?
Yeah.
If I'm remembering right.
I mean,
I don't know if you. I don't.
Give him a cool bionic one then. Like. What?
Yeah, well, I don't know if you. I don't actually know if you've watched the Marvel movies. I'm slightly convinced you haven't. He doesn't really need that. He whoops most of them without really trying, so you can give him a fucked up hand.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so
was it his left or was it his right?
I don't care.
It doesn't matter. There's a weird like. It was a massive. Why the fuck did they get rid of Hulk, Savage Hulk, to replace him with Professor Hulk, and then us never get a scene with like these characters? Like Hulk does nothing. I there's so many things about this movie that annoy me about just like things that we like they had to have known fans would have wanted to see. Now some things they give us. I think every fan wanted to see Captain America holding Mjolnir. I think everyone wanted to see that. We all knew that he was capable of doing it, and that the whole thing in Avengers 2 was bullshit. He can absolutely lift that hammer. If he can't lift that hammer, Thor can't lift that hammer. So the fact that he was able to lift it made sense. But like you're gonna make Hulk not come out. Then when Hulk does come out, it's just Mark Ruffalo, so we don't even get Hulk anymore. And now Hulk's not gonna do anything. Vision was murdered. He's out of the fucking story now. Like I don't know. It was just there were so many things that was. It was just weird. Fucking Thor is a bitch now. He's fucking overweight and all this kind of stuff. It was very odd. There was a lot of really weird decisions in the movie. I'm very mixed on it, and for the most of it, other than a couple of scenes here and there, I just straight up didn't fucking like it. So for me personally, I would watch Captain America before I watch this movie, the first Captain America movie for sure.
Rouga?
What?
Okay, so one thing I forgot what I was gonna say.
Oh no.
Okay, so
I forgot what I was gonna say.
What was so what do you look? Okay, hold up. No, never mind. Okay, does anybody think that it should be anywhere other than below Captain America?
I do.
I think it's below Guardians.
I do want to mention the super chat just real quick. That's down there.
I saw it. I was gonna read it out. Give me 1 second. Sorry, a little bit. My mic.
Oh yeah.
Don't hold up. Gotta read reading the super chat. Don't forget the terrible ass girl power scene where several female characters who never interacted team up and begin the fights, and she's not alone. Laughing my ass off. It's like girls get them done, man. Didn't you watch The Boys?
The funniest part about that scene is like Captain Marvel is shown as being so much more powerful than everyone. They literally don't even matter to her.
Yeah, Well, no. So originally, this is actually funny. The behind the scenes shit. What people were saying is that they originally wanted Captain Marvel to be a massive part of the entire movie, and they edited her out because of all the hatred that she got for Captain Marvel. So she only has like 2 scenes in the movie when she was originally supposed to be in the whole thing.
That makes her seem even worse.
They were trying to build her up. See, Kevin Feige, dude, he's fucking. I don't think Kevin Feige got for years. Kevin Feige got credit for a lot of stuff in the MCU, and I think that Ike Perlmutter should have gotten credit for a lot of that stuff, because the moment he left, everything went downhill. But because one thing that was big with Kevin Feige and Ike Perlmutter, and something that they disagreed on, is that Ike Perlmutter did not believe that they should make any movies with female leads, and his reasoning for this was twofold, really. One, he said that Marvel is a boy-centric thing, so putting boys just makes sense. And 2, superhero movies with female leads don't make as much money. That's his main point. And there's actually an email that was leaked where Ike Perlmutter sent an email to Kevin Feige because Kevin Feige said he wanted females in the movie. as female heroes as the leaders of the thing. And he sent them a list, and it was a list of all of the movies that came out, all the superhero movies that came out with female leads, and their budgets and how much money they made, and were all bombs. Who is fucking making sounds? You see, the fact that it stops the moment I ask means the person knows what they're doing, and then they just stop and try and hide it. Please don't do that. If it's you, just say it's you, and then just mute yourself. Like, I don't know why you're trying to hide away from me. Like, it's weird. Like, everyone heard it. And then it just stops the moment I ask about it. I'm going to stop asking about it. I'm just going to click on the fucking Discord and watch and see whose shit is lighting up. Like, because like y'all are
silly.
Some of y'all are like dishonest, and I don't know what the point is. You weren't going to get in trouble, but you know it's you because like
You're going to get told off.
So weird. Okay. What was I saying? I was saying something. Fuck, was I saying? God damn it, Liam. What was I saying? Do you remember?
You talk about Perlmutter
worst female superhero movies.
Yeah, he sent him a list of the worst female superhero movies, and then like all of them were bombs. And then the moment Kevin Feige left, I'm sorry, not Kevin Feige. The moment Ike Perlmutter left. Perlmutter, yeah, well, he used to run Marvel Comics. He was the head of Marvel Comics before Disney bought it. And then when Disney bought it, they put him in a position over the films. So he helped out with a lot of the films. And that's when the films were actually pretty decent. And then when he left, Kevin Feige took over, and Kevin Feige is a far more liberal-leaning guy, which, again, is fine. You could be conservative, liberal, whatever. Just don't allow your messaging in your movie to ruin your fucking movie. And he started doing that. And I'm not saying that a movie can't have a female lead character, but what Kevin Feige wanted to do was he wanted to put Captain Marvel as the main for his first female ever movie. By the way, after Wonder Woman had already released and was successful. He made it a feminist power fantasy film, female power fantasy film, and which was not a good idea. Again, it was a boy-centric franchise. And then he wanted to set her up as the new leader of the Avengers after Tony and Captain America left, despite the fact that she did not earn that shit at all. There's like fucking 4 or 5 other characters that would have been easily better than her. I mean, shit. If you want to do a female, why not Natasha? Because you killed her off. Like, why would you kill her off and then put Captain Marvel as trying to set her up as?
Well, that's the annoying thing. They were almost leading to it at a certain point.
Yeah, Captain Marvel.
What do you mean they were?
She was basically, well, like in Endgame, she was basically running everything.
Yeah, right. And then they kill her off, and then they try. Well, like the idea, like this was what was leaked out of the studio. It was leaked that Captain Marvel was going to be set up as the new leader. And I remember when they announced that, people were pissed off about it. Because no one knew who this bitch was yet. This was before the Captain Marvel film came out. Everybody was like, why not Doctor Strange, Black Panther, not Spider-Man because he's too young, Hulk, fix fucking Thor, and then make him the lead. Well, actually, at this point, this was before Endgame came out. So Thor was still cool at this point. So it's like, why not Thor take over the event? Literally any one of these characters could have done it. And then Endgame comes out. All of these characters are kind of shit on. Captain America's okay. You know, Captain America's fine. Tony's fine. Their stories end perfectly fine. Hulk is shit on, and Thor is shit on. So now you've either gotten rid of or shit on all of the original Avengers. And then yeah.
So Captain Marvel is back with the Captain Marvel thing you were saying about earlier. She is the most what makes it look worse for Kevin Feige is she is the most forced character in all of Marvel Comics because she had like 26 different Captain Marvel #1s that all flopped in the comic books.
Yeah, they've been trying to get her to succeed for a long time. They've been wanting Captain Marvel to be the head of Marvel. Like the main selling point of Marvel, and she keeps failing because no one likes her because she's an unlikable, horrible person. She's also a fascist. But like the Captain Marvel, but the thing is that when Captain Marvel was really cool when she was Miss Marvel. Like everyone liked her. Dude, I'm sorry, guy. I gotta mute you, man. I have to mute you.
Okay.
It's just you just won't stop interrupting, and yeah, he muted himself, which was funny.
No, I got him.
Oh, you got him? Did I make you a mod? How did you do that?
You did.
I don't remember. I don't even remember.
Remember you did a
fastest
while
mute
ago.
in the West.
You're supposed to make Liam a mod, but he wasn't there yet. So
oh, you are. I'm sorry. I thought that was Liam talking. My bad.
No.
I saw Liam's thing turn green when you spoke, so I thought it was.
I'm not Canadian.
Yeah.
Nah, I did that.
Look, no, Seal, dude, I'm sorry,
Canadian?
but man, you got to build up some fucking social skills, man. You're not following along with what we're talking about at all. You're very confused most of the time. You constantly interrupt people and trying to talk over them and talk through them. You start going off topic about things like you got to learn social skills. I'm not hating on you or nothing, but you have virtually no social skills, and you need to build them back up before you get back on these streams. Anyway, what was that? What was I saying? What were we talking about? God damn it! What was I talking about?
Liam called me a Canadian. You were talking about Miss Marvel not really being that successful in that she was a fascist.
Well, yeah, her comics weren't very successful. Everyone liked Miss Marvel when she was she wasn't a fascist when she was Miss Marvel. Everyone liked Miss Marvel. She had a better costume. She was likable. She was bubbly. She was sexy and fun, and she had a cool character. She like Miss Marvel was cool. There was nothing wrong with Miss Marvel. And then they tried to make her Captain Marvel, and then she became like some weird intergalactic space fascist. They did another Civil War storyline.
Yeah, Civil War 2.
Where they set up Tony as a bad guy, and Tony's thing, and the whole thing was like the story was about these people who could look into the future.
A mutant came by. He was able to predict the future with like I think it was something like 99% accuracy.
Yeah. And she was like, okay, well, we're gonna use this to stop crimes. And then Tony thought that this was wrong because it's like you're arresting innocent people before they did any crimes. And she's like, there's a 99% chance that they're going to do the crimes. He's like, yeah, but there's a 1% chance they won't. And and she starts arresting people, throwing them in like literal gulags. She gets a bunch of child soldiers to join her.
Interdimensional gulag.
And then
Hulk could get shot by Hawkeye.
Yeah,
Miles was supposed to kill Hitler America.
Yeah, and the fucked up thing about it is that the woman who was writing the comic set her up as being the hero of the story, and Tony is the bad guy because he doesn't want to jail people who haven't commit crimes yet. And that's the thing that like people, I guess this was also around the time when Marvel Comics was starting to lose its it's been losing its mind for a while, but it was really starting to lose its fucking mind, and it literally was just being written by left-leaning fucking authoritarian assholes, and they were writing some wild fucking stories, and like a lot of the good guys that they would write as good guys in their mind, everybody was like, this is a bad guy. Like, you wrote a villain here.
So that's what I'm doing the shows too.
What was the like superhero team that's supposed to be made? Where it was just like a bunch of really.
I don't even remember. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
it was like
the new Warriors.
The fucking Snowflake, the superhero and shit.
That it? Yeah,
New Warriors. Yeah.
Snowflake. Yeah.
And, no, it wasn't actually Snowflake. Weird... I was making fun of him, but there's
I think one was actually
maybe it was I know Safe Space.
Safe Space.
So it was. I remember people were making fun of this dude because the guy came out and he was like talking about the original New Warriors, which was a comic that came out in the 90s. That was a very edgy, hardcore comic about like edgy heroes doing like anti-hero things. And in the video they released of this guy advertising the comic that came on Marvel website, he was talking about like, the New Warriors always kind of like, they kind of scared me, I always like thought they were like really and I was like, oh no,
I was intimidated by crime.
Yeah, it literally said like I think he said that they intimidated. I think actually he used the word intimidated them, and everyone just roasted the fuck out of him as like a massive pussy. And it was hilarious to watch this dude just get roasted. It was very funny. But yeah, everyone was like, who is this fucking who the fuck goes and picks up a comic? He's like, oh, I'm so terrified by the cover of this comic because the heroes on the front cover are kind of badass looking and they fight crime and punch people. Like, I just feel like you shouldn't be reading superhero comics if you don't like people being badasses and fighting crime.
He's like looking at the cover. He's like pointing at the big muscular white guy. And he's like, that guy is drinking Soylent.
So Key Ninja is saying Minority Report. Yeah, it is a literal ripoff of Minority Report, Civil War 2.
I think I can explain a little bit of the New Warriors. So Daniel Kibblesmith is the guy who made it, and he is a writer for Colbert, which is
Colbert.
Shocker.
Colbert, like a late night.
Yeah, shocker.
Yeah, Colbert.
And he made, I think their names, if I remember correctly, we had Snowflake, Safe Space, B Negative, Green Time, and then Trailblazer.
Yeah.
And I remember there was like a set of twins who were both non-binary or something, and it was like a boy and girl, but they were non-binary, and they had to be called they the whole time, and I was like, God, this is the gayest fucking comic ever. Jesus Christ.
Safe Space, he said in the video, was like, oh, Safe Space is a burly jock. It's like, I'm not sure what kind of burly jocks
he was
looking
no
at
he was tiny.
Like,
no, it was ridiculous, dude. It was you know what it looked, honestly though, like it's the type of video that if it would have came out 10 years earlier, you would have thought that it was like a joke parody, you know, like, oh, what, isn't this
like
this funny joke? Like, I've thought in the past about making videos where I literally do like parodies where I talk, like I do things where I like exaggerate stuff in that similar nature, where I make myself look like a fucking pansy or an asshole or whatever. But I don't do it as I don't go as far with it as I would like to, mainly because I honestly don't believe people would pick up on the parody of it all and think I'm serious, because so much shit has gotten so ridiculously over the top that it kind of does resemble parody now.
I feel like his wife's boyfriend asked him to make that comic.
I mean, yeah, I do think that's fair. I mean, I still can't believe that you're stronger than Steven Seagal because you beat Steven Seagal in like a fight 20 years ago.
I didn't beat Steven Seagal. I blitzed him. I outran him.
Right, you blitzed him. Right.
That's true though. That's not even. That's a true story.
That is true. You did.
No,
that,
you're saying it sarcastically. It's true.
No, since Steven Seagal also beat Chuck Norris, that means that you're also at least Universal.
I suppose. No, well, I think Chuck Norris is more than Universal. Yeah.
Yeah, he's at least like omniversal or something. So that makes you like multi-omniversal.
That's a true story though.
Chuck Norris.
That's not a false story. Not the me being Universal. The fucking Steven Seagal thing. That's a true story.
We were clearly multi-omniversal.
I didn't make that up. It was very funny when it happened. No, but okay. So let's go on to the where did I put it? I put it at the top of B. Are we okay with the top of B?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up, we got Spider-Man: No Way Home. Every scene with the Spider-Mans together is awesome, and every scene without the Spider-Mans together fucking sucks.
Have we missed the
exception of the Green Goblin scene?
That's Far From Home, not No Way Home. No Way Home ahead of the.
Oh, I don't give a shit about this movie. I'll be honest with you. I don't know.
It was awful. It was terrible. I didn't care. I hate Zendaya as MJ. It was awful.
I don't care about Zendaya as MJ. I don't hate her. I don't hate her or love her. She exists.
She's terrible acting.
I somewhat liked the villain. I thought he was fine.
I thought the villain was okay. Yeah, but I don't care for the movie. Again, I'm biased. It continues this version of Spider-Man that I don't like, that has to do everything and follow in the footsteps of Tony Stark and constantly fucks up and makes stupid decisions and incompetent. He literally gives the future of Tony's entire future to some dude he just met. Like he's like they make this dude have no fucking common sense whatsoever, and it's
and he loses his spider sense again.
No, he gains it at the end. It gains at the beginning of the movie.
No, but he lost it at the beginning.
Yeah.
Didn't he gain it at the beginning of the first one?
No, he didn't have. He did not. He had it in Infinity War. He did not have it in his first Spider-Man movie, and now he has it again here at the end of this movie.
Oh yeah, they tried to explain it too. They're like, oh, it just sort of sometimes works, sometimes doesn't.
Because they realized they forgot to put it in the last Spider-Man movie, so they tried to explain it in this movie, but nope, they just forgot it. And then it gets like upgraded or whatever. And this movie's fine. I don't know. B, I guess, middle of the road.
I think the bottom of B.
Below Hulk.
Yep.
Best way to sum it up is.
I'll be honest. I don't care where this one goes.
It doesn't even have good action scenes, so there's like no redeeming. It's not terrible. There's just no like real reason to watch it.
Yeah,
I don't know. I didn't hate the Ferris wheel scene.
Did anyone
Did
anyone like the romance between MJ and Peter in this one?
No.
It fell out of
Nobody,
nowhere.
not a single person liked the romance between the two.
No, because Zendaya is terrible at acting, and she plays the same character, and it's just not MJ.
It's not MJ. Well, it's Michelle Jones.
Oh,
not, yeah,
God,
it's not Mary
Which I
Jane.
don't understand the reason
romance-
for the name change. Like, why not just call her Mary Jane?
Because Zendaya is a bitch.
No, it has nothing to do with Zendaya. Why are you hating on the actress so much? What does Zendaya do?
Because I just hate her in every movie.
But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean she's a bitch just because you don't like her at acting. She's probably like a fine person, you know. It's fine.
Yeah, her romance felt very shoot-in. It felt like they just kind of took like Lois Lane and just copy pasted it.
Well, no,
So,
it
like,
was
No,
it was basic.
She's not.
No.
She's nothing like Lois Lane. She's not a journalist. She's not like trying to get her man. I don't get where you got that one from.
Zendaya in this movie is I'm gonna pretend I don't like you, but I really do like you. But I'm gonna pretend I don't.
Oh no,
That's
I
her
didn't mean
during the whole
like-
movie.
I don't know.
I didn't mean
That's
like
her. That's also her and Dune.
Yeah, I didn't mean like a literal carbon copy.
Oh, this is my problem.
Can I request Miss Marvel be moved down? Not Miss Marvel, but Captain Marvel.
You can request it, but it won't go anywhere.
It was paid for.
Yeah, I did pay for that.
Oh, you did pay for it. I didn't realize that. Oh, you
Capitalism,
did.
baby.
Oh, you know what? You're right. You're right. You made the
I
F.
said the wrong movie. I said the wrong movie.
What movie did you say?
I said Miss Marvel when I should have said Captain
No,
Marvel.
it's
I
fine.
honestly
It's
forgot
fine.
it was Captain Marvel.
This is my bad. I created the F tier, and then I forgot to move her down in it. So there was just an F tier with nobody in it. So that was my bad. I just forgot to move her. But I did create the tier. You can see I created the tier.
You did. You did.
F tier with Captain Marvel, messed up Spider-Man. Oh, Tyler. Okay, well, Tyler
I respect that.
Yeah, more. Yeah, there you go. Double F tier. Messed up Spider-Man.
Miss Marvel will be going there soon. Don't worry.
Messed up Spider.
No, it would have been way better than Mary Jane. We would never get it, but I think it would have been really interesting if you. Miss Marvel.
Oh, and Miss Marvel.
Oh, yeah.
No, not Miss Marvel from
Miss Marvel.
Kamala
Harris.
No.
Kamala Khan.
Carol Danvers, Miss Marvel. Spider-Man has dated. Yes, Spider-Man has dated Captain Marvel in the comics before.
It wouldn't really work with the age difference.
I'm saying yes because she's not Miss Marvel. She's Captain Marvel.
Yeah, in the comics.
They're the same age, and they're both teenagers at the same time.
Oh,
that's what I'm saying. They could have introduced Captain Marvel not as Captain Marvel, as Miss Marvel, like she was in the comics. In this one, there was no Miss Marvel. She just skipped it and became Captain Marvel, and they could have done a Spider-Man Miss Marvel romance that would I think would have been pretty nice. There's a lot of cool stuff that you could have done with with a Captain Marvel character and a Spider-Man character. I just don't care about the Spider-Man. I don't think the Spider-Man's bad. I just don't care about him at all. I have no connection to this character whatsoever, other than the fact that I do actually like Tom Holland. Like, as an actor, he seems like a nice guy. He seems like a down-to-earth guy. He hates Hollywood. He hates all like the nature of Hollywood. He seems like a very family-oriented guy. He wants to get married, have kids, and he doesn't want to be anywhere near Hollywood and the shit that's over there. He just wants to go live in a small.
He's done. He said that too.
Yeah, and he's like, he just seems like, I'm like, dude, get your shit and get the fuck out. Do it before this awful place ruins you.
That's basically what he said.
That's I'm fucking fine with it. Like, go live your life. I actually do like him as an actor, and I think that if he kept doing it, he could probably become a really, really good actor. I think he's a little too samey in all of his roles currently, but he could definitely do other stuff. I like him. So I think the best thing about this Spider-Man is the fact that he's played by such a likable actor.
He's only playing Spider-Man from now on, apparently, is what he said.
Damn. Yeah, so he's like done. So he must have ran into some shit with Hollywood that he's just like,
I saw a video, this is a bit older, but this was a few years ago, where he basically said, I'm going to keep doing Spider-Man for as long as I think there's value in doing it with the character, and then I'll probably retire from acting.
Yeah, no, he's I've seen him in interviews before. He hasn't directly stated, but he has given very clear indicators that he does not like Hollywood and the lifestyle that Hollywood has. He's just directly stated that he doesn't like Los Angeles. He doesn't like the whole Hollywood system and the movie making system. He's not a fan of any of it. I mean, I'm sure he's gotten into I'm sure he's seen some wild shit being out there for as long as he has been at this point.
100%.
And I mean, he went out when he was 19. And I mean, and it seems like his parents raised him right. I mean, he likes Zendaya. They're together. He wants to marry her. Like, he's already talked about, like, I want to marry, have kids, and I want to settle down. I'm like, this dude seems like a perfectly normal, down-to-earth guy. I wish him the best. If he wants to fucking retire, please go do it. If whatever's best for you, man. But yeah, no, he's literally the only thing that I like about these movies is the fact that he is likable. But I don't actually like, if you actually look at the way the Spider-Man is written, there's really not a whole lot to get attached
Bad
to
writing
here to this character. He's not particularly heroic for the most part. Sometimes every once in a while, he's, like I said, he's incompetent. He's not particularly bright, even though they're trying to get you to believe that he's super intelligent, like just giving away the fucking glasses to some random asshole. It just, I don't know. It's just, it is what it is. Let's move on.
Yeah.
I'm
He's just
done-
Iron Boy Jr.
Done with fucking Spider-Man. Okay, I haven't seen this
You got-
movie, so
you
I
gotta
can't.
put him in F.
I can't speak about it. Black Widow, who's seen it?
Spider-Man needs to go in F, by the way.
I'm not putting him in F. Why do I gotta put him in F?
I've seen Black Widow. I'd say it's low D, like bottom of D.
Okay, fine. Who else has seen Black Widow? Anyone else thinks?
I've seen Black Widow.
All right, where do you think he should go? She should go.
I'd probably say probably around Black Panther. No, she's D. I really like David Harper, but yeah, the movie's trash.
Someone just said that the Mysterio actor was terrible. Jake Gyllenhaal?
Oh, who's out here dissing Bubble Boy?
Yeah, what you just fucking Bubble Boy. 100 different movies that you could have said fucking Bubble Boy. Did anyone see the Roadhouse remake?
Yeah.
I actually, a lot of people said they didn't like it. I actually dug the Roadhouse remake.
I did.
I thought it was pretty cool. I liked it a lot,
I
actually.
I liked it.
I didn't think it was great, but I did like it. Like, I'm not
Conor
gonna say it was an
McGregor was
amazing
fucking
movie.
hilarious as an actor. He was just clearly just coke.
Just Conor McGregor.
It was coke that was mind. Fucking doing crazy shit.
It was just Conor McGregor. Like, they literally introduced him by jumping naked out of some chick's window after her husband came home, and then he just like walks down the street bare naked, steals a dude's jacket, and sends fire to his store and walks off. It's like, this dude's fucking nuts. Oh no, you haven't seen the Roadhouse remake?
I have not.
It's worth watching.
It's pretty good. Yeah, I liked it. Again, like, that was another movie where all the reviewers were like, "This movie's terrible," and I was like, "What the fuck are you guys looking for?" I don't understand what reviewers are looking for anymore. Like, it was fun. It was a fun movie. It
No
had
entertainment. Clearly.
The action was cool. I liked Jake Gyllenhaal. The villain was
The
fun.
action was actually really good.
The action was nice. Yeah, the camera. It's fucking Doug something. I'm forgetting his name. The dude who made that movie. But I've seen a lot of his movies before. They were fun. Roadhouse is a cool little film. I liked Roadhouse. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Jake Gyllenhaal. I like Southpaw is another one. It's a really good movie with Jake Gyllenhaal. If you've never seen Southpaw, it's a boxing film. That's really good. But let me see. Not the actors. I've actually thought before about making a boxing specific survival challenge where I put just a bunch of boxers from movies, but I wasn't sure like what the survival challenge should be. So I haven't made it.
Can they survive?
Mike Tyson? No.
Never back down.
Never. Why never back down?
That's
not even
movie.
That's not even yeah, but it's not a good movie, and it's not
But
even. It's not even a boxing movie.
The main character in the first movie was a boxer.
Maybe Can They Survive?
No, he wasn't. He was a football player.
No. Oh no, Never Back Down. The one with the black actor. What's his fucking the martial arts actor?
Jamon Hansu.
No, Michael Jai White.
That's not Never Back Down. Never Back Down is an MMA movie.
What am I thinking?
Hey, Rouga, you
Oh,
could
Undisputed. Fuck.
Undisputed. Okay. Yeah, if I was gonna do Undisputed, it wouldn't be Michael Jai White. It would be I'd do Boyka.
Yeah, Boyka's good.
Well, he's in more movies. He's got like 4 movies.
Well, he's the main character.
He's
the main character after the first one.
No, he's the main character after the third one. Michael Jai White is the main character of the second movie, and Ving Rhames is the main character of the first movie.
I've not watched these movies in a long time. I'm getting them very confused.
Yeah, so Michael Jai White and Ving Rhames play the same character, but Ving Rhames is in the first one, and then the second one it comes back and Michael Jai White replaces him as a character, and then after that, the villain of the second movie is Boyka, who's played by, I forget the name of the actor, really good martial artist. He's in the last John Wick movie actually, and then every movie after that has just followed Boyka because he was the more interesting character of the two. So we've had like 3 or 4 Boyka movies after Undisputed 2. I've seen all the Undisputeds. I like.
There is another Never Back Down.
Wait, let the guy who's been calling my name talk to me. What's that? What were you saying?
I was gonna say for a boxing survival challenge, you could do Who Could Survive Punch Out and just replace Little Mac.
No, because every single movie, because every movie boxer would immediately get fucking throttled. I would have to come up with a good one. I'll come up with a good one. I've seen enough stuff that I'll come up with something.
Yeah, just excluding Donkey Kong, obviously.
I feel like the only ones that they'd probably be able to beat is Glass. A majority of human boxers would be able to beat is like Glass Joe and maybe the German guy, like the second one.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening to anything you were saying because I was reading the comment section. What were you saying?
I just said that they'd probably only really be able to beat like the first 2 in Punch Out, or at least get through the minor circuit. That's what I was saying.
Gotcha.
There's a couple you could use.
They'd beat Shang-Chi's ass, that's for sure.
You could use Balrog and Ippo.
I'm not worried about it right now. It's not like that's the fucking thing I'm gonna be filming tomorrow, so it's not really relevant. Next up we have Shang-Chi. I don't like this movie personally.
I think it's awful.
I don't even think it's terrible. I just don't like because I like martial arts films, and this has some trash ass martial arts in it, and it's like
thank God, yeah.
It's like trying to be. It's pretending to be a martial arts film. Yeah, I just don't like it.
It's so bad. I think the actions do. I think the characters are fucking boring.
Yeah, and it pushes this idea of like white people treating Asians like shit or something, and it's like why? Like I mean, haven't we had enough of that shit with the fucking people trying to convince us that like black people are being treated like shit all.
I don't know what's like in America,
hitting us over the head with that shit. Like it's just I'm so sick of it. And honestly I think normal Asians, normal black people are fucking sick of it too. I think everyone's sick of the preaching, and this is just more of it. And even if you take the preaching off the table, it's just kind of a below average martial arts movie.
Well, it's the Mandarin too, right? Like we said about earlier, the Mandarin gets done, and it's like, so this is like the real Mandarin, and
it builds itself up as a martial arts film, and it's kind of sells itself as a martial arts film, and then you get into it, and there's a little bit of martial arts towards the beginning, and then it just starts turning into fucking over the top superpower bullshit. And I'm like, I mean, you could have made a fucking Marvel martial arts film. Like this could have been the best Marvel martial arts film, but instead it just turned into a fucking generic martial arts film. When fucking Rush Hour is beating you in the martial arts department, you know you got problems. This is not. I just saw Rush Hour like 2 days ago or whatever with my nephew, and it was like, yeah, it's better than this. The martial arts is way better than in this movie, and it's not good in that movie. So yeah, this is I don't care for this movie. Does anybody?
I think
like
it's a C tier easily.
I would probably agree. Yeah. The only thing I would say is that it's. I don't know. I'll put it.
It's one of the better recently.
I don't think I would put it below Black Panther. Well, yeah.
Black Panther at least has entertainment value.
At least it's got the villain. It's got a good soundtrack. Yeah, I'll put it below Black Panther.
Shang-Chi doesn't even have the martial arts part, which is the whole part of the fucking movie.
Yeah, whatever. It's not great. It's not great. All right. Somebody was gonna say something. Not Jim. What were you gonna say?
I'm pretty sure Shang-Chi was just made. I think there's a statement Kevin Feige said somewhere where like they made it for Chinese representation.
I know. That's the only reason why Kevin Feige does anything. like I said, like when they lost Ike Perlmutter, everything went to shit because Kevin Feige doesn't care about making good movies.
And it's like the whole thread with the Mandarin. It's like I know there was a video released 10 years ago that teased it, but it's like this is Iron Man's arch nemesis. Why did you just rewrite him into a Shang-Chi villain?
Because they're both Chinese.
Yeah, basically.
That's literally the only reason. They're both Chinese. Let's put the two Chinese people together. Sure, why not?
Like I loved old school Iron Man, where Mandarin was his arch nemesis, and it was tech versus magic, and then in Shang-Chi, it's just magic versus magic.
Yeah. And you already had the Mandarin earlier.
I'm sure. Look, I'm sure. I don't know Shang-Chi in the comics. I've never read a Shang-Chi comic. I've only seen Shang-Chi like appear in other comics, so I don't know what his whole what his rogues gallery is, or if he even has one. But I mean, he's got to have somebody out there, right? Like if he doesn't have a fucking rogues gallery, like why did you even like if he doesn't have a rogues gallery and there aren't really any Shang-Chi comics, why did you make a whole movie about him?
So they basically retconned him.
And if you don't have any fucking Chinese people to represent because you didn't make any Chinese superheroes, whose fucking fault is that? Like, you fucked up. Like, that's not. How is that on? You've had the last fucking 10 years to you're in control of Marvel movies and you're in control of the comics. You can write any kind of comics you want to write. Hire some fucking Chinese writers to write some Chinese comics if that's something you want to do, and then you can add them to the movies or whatever. But Shang-Chi is not interesting. He's just like some martial arts dude.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't even know his villain.
They basically retconned him into being his movie. Originally, he was just some dude with martial arts skills, but then like they took the Mandarin out of Iron Man's mythology, renamed him Wenwu, and just made
the comics, like I said, the comics are shit. They just follow whatever the movies do at this point. They were shit before that, but now they're even more shit. Fucking news to me, whatever, you know. Anybody? Okay, who likes Eternals?
It has some cool fight scenes. It's got that.
Surprisingly, I probably won't put it at D.
It's a perfectly average movie.
I think it's better than Shang-Chi.
I like Makari and the dude who can control people and their relationship. I found that very sweet. And the dude who can control people I found very interesting as a character. I honestly think they should have been the main character. I don't even necessarily think this movie's bad because it's bad. I think this movie's bad because they chose the wrong protagonists. Like all of the most interesting protagonists are not the main characters. You could have had a kind of cool story here that just did. I do think it's dull. It's tedious. I'll never watch it again. I didn't find it interesting enough to watch a second time. But I guess I can really the only thing that I really liked about it is I liked the Makari and I liked the character of the guy who could control minds and his whole storyline where it was like like I'm tired of watching the humans just fucking kill each other and we can't do anything about it, and like I'm an immortal who keeps watching all of this suffering and pain, and I'm basically guiding this planet just so they can all be killed anyway, and it's kind of starts getting to him and starts driving him a little nuts. And then
I hate the movie with the burning passion.
Yeah, and then Makari has to eventually come and like bring him back from that, and then they have a very sweet relationship with Makari. Basically Makari and the dude who can control people's minds is the only thing that I got attached to in the movie throughout the whole thing. It's literally just that storyline. I will watch those scenes with those two together throughout the movie and his story specifically. Like I can watch that whole thing and cut out the rest of the movie and I'd be okay with that.
It created a massive plot hole.
Which one? What plot hole?
So the plot hole is like, why didn't the Eternals intervene with Thanos? Yes, they said in the movie that they'll only intervene when deviants are involved. And it's like, okay, maybe MCU Thanos is not related to them in any way. But at the end of it, like in the post-credit scene where Harry Styles plays Thanos' brother, they just straight up say, oh yeah, Thanos is a deviant. And it's like, why didn't they intervene against Thanos in Infinity War? He's a deviant. They could have intervened. It effectively just kind of ruined it. They just introduced new people who could have intervened.
Who could have done something and probably would have been pretty
I mean,
useful.
it's dumb, yeah. I'm not surprised they do a lot of dumb shit.
I don't know. I can't say because I haven't seen the scenes. Well, I have seen the scenes. I just don't remember them. But I don't know. I don't remember. I mean, I'm sure you can come up with some BS reason as to how it works.
But maybe they couldn't make it in time, or they
the
weren't
whole
aware.
thing. Well, no, because the whole thing is that, I mean, he's been a deviant this whole time. Okay, I mean, he's been going to war with every planet on Earth, and they haven't stopped. In the fucking universe, and they've never come out and stopped him. So, the Eternals.
The Eternals.
Yeah.
Oh, the Eternals could have stopped him, but they can only stop. Did they know he was a deviant?
Yeah.
They
in the post-credit scene. So in the comics, Thanos is like an eternal deviant, like on Titan, which that is his homeworld in Infinity War.
No, I know in the comics. I know in the comics he's part eternal, part deviant. Is I believe how it works. Which is why he's basically an eternal that's just like deformed, essentially. Well, maybe they couldn't intervene because he was an eternal.
That is possible.
Like he was a deviant, but he wasn't like a monster like a deviant. He was more of an eternal like they are. You know. Also, there's that theory that people were trying to push a few years back, where they were saying after Eternals came out, where they were saying it wasn't necessarily a control of resources. It was more so they were killing all life because the Celestials come to life when the planet gets populated enough. Basically, like when the planet gets advanced enough and populated enough, the Celestials break open and they're born. It kills everyone on the planet. So he was cutting all life in half because he was doing that to planets where the Celestials were about to awaken, so that he could save the people that were on the planets. My problem with that, even if it's true, is that it's a retcon of what was actually going on, because he literally says what he was going to do, and that's not a part of it.
That would have been a much better reasoning.
At least somewhat better, I suppose. But then that wouldn't make any sense on why he went and destroyed the fucking stones, because you'd think he would have to keep the stones around, because he'd have to do it every once in a while. He'd essentially have to do it every 100 years. He'd have to come back and like re-delete them all.
Hunt down Ego?
What's up?
The other thing is, wouldn't he have to hunt down Ego?
Why?
Ego is also a Celestial.
No, because Ego's not a Celestial.
I
thought he was in the MCU.
He calls himself a Celestial, but he's clearly not the same thing.
He's not a Celestial. No, well, he calls himself. He never calls himself a Celestial. He calls himself a god. He says he's a little god, a minor god.
I swear he says we're like celestial beings.
Well, celestial.
Yeah, I think that's where it came
I don't think celestial beings necessarily is the same as the race of Celestials.
Yeah, he's clearly something different. Is like one main thing. Like he's clearly not the same thing as them.
I think it would have been cool to see Ego interact with the Asgardians and fuck with like Odin and shit. I want to see like what is the difference between like the god Ego and the god like the gods of Asgard, or like a celestial, because we've seen multiple gods at this point. We've seen Zeus and all these different kinds of stuff. I would have liked to see because Ego's whole plan doesn't make sense when you introduce it to the wider universe, because the whole thing is like he can't get it like Ego's whole story. I know we should have probably talked about this when we were talking about the second Guardians, but like Ego's whole thing is he feels alone in the galaxy, in the universe, because every single person he comes in contact with will die in like, you know, in the span of, to him, a couple seconds, because he's immortal. He'll live forever. He has lived since the beginning of time. He's like, there's like people are basically like ants to him. Like if when you're an immortal being who can never die, the people who can die, it's like you're just prolonging the inevitable, and I am eternal sort of situation. So like that's the whole thing. But we know that there are several different gods at this point. I mean, they already,
they're mortal.
They already introduced, huh?
They're mortal. The gods are mortal.
We don't know that. Do we know that? Do we know?
Yeah, Loki literally says they're mortal.
He says they can die. I don't think he says that they're mortal.
No, he literally says like, you know, Odin says we live and we die, and then he's like, you know, give or take a couple thousand years. So we just know they live.
Okay, well,
they just live thousands of years.
You still have the Celestials. You still have the like. It's not like there aren't other godlike beings that are immortal.
I mean, in all fairness, it's not impossible they just didn't know about them. The Celestials.
Yeah, that too. Because I think the Kurt Russell planet.
That's
just
possible, but
I
that
don't
seems
buy
very
it.
unlikely.
I don't buy it. He's gone all over the world. He literally went and planted his bits of himself on every planet across the universe. Like, it would be pretty impressive for him to have traveled to all of these different places and be this knowledgeable about the world and have never met another god or even know they. I mean, just the idea that he exists would be pretty obvious. That there has to be at least one other person like me.
Well, he knows about nowhere, right? And that's a celestial skull.
We know he knows because he straight up says he's a minor god. Because they say, "Oh, you're a god." He's like, little one. Like, so he knows there are gods bigger than himself.
Yeah, little G.
Little G, yeah, that's what he says. Yeah, so he knows that there are other gods out there, and if he knows that there are other gods, that means he knows there are other immortals. So this whole idea of him like wanting to not be like the whole reason he was searching for his son is because he was trying to find one of his kids that were like him so that he didn't have to be alone all by himself forever and he would have someone basically to hang out with, which is kind of an understandable thing, but it does sort of fall apart when you realize, well, there are other gods out there. Like, you could have gone to other places. Can I just say how awesome it would be to be a planet?
Like, be a sentient
planet. We made the whole sci-fi races and fantasy races tier lists. I think being a living planet would have been a pretty cool one to put on the sci-fi.
You regret not putting a living planet on there.
Yes, I am right now. Like, because you would be the planet, but you would also be a dude who could just chill on the planet, who is technically chilling on yourself because you made an avatar of yourself. That would be pretty cool. Like, how cool would it be? Be like, hey, bro, come visit. He comes over, he's like, hey, man, how's it going? Yeah, hey, how's it? You're on top of me right now.
This is what my balls is.
Yeah, those fucking that grass over there and those trees over there. That's all me. And I did like the fact. I did like it. It was funny when Drax is like, "Do you have a penis?" And then Ego's like, "Yeah." And it's a pretty good one if I do say so myself. And then Drax is like, "Oh, nice." It's like, they were like bonding over penis size. I thought it was funny. Anyway, getting back to Eternals. I didn't hate it in the same way that I hated Captain Marvel or Dark.
I think it's above Shang-Chi.
I think it's below. I might put it below. I don't know. I might put it below Shang-Chi.
I think it's above because it's got better fight scenes.
There's almost no fight scenes in the whole movie though. There's one at the end.
And it's a good one, but the characters are also just... There's interesting characters.
Is there?
I would say that yeah, but how many interesting characters are in Shang-Chi?
None.
Hold up.
One. I'd say one.
Mandarin's not totally boring. Mandarin's got some stuff. I don't think he's great, but he's got some stuff.
Yeah.
I think people were exaggerating when they said he was one of the best villains up there with Killmonger. No, but he's
what?
Yeah, there was a lot of people saying that Mandarin was like one of the best villains. It was like another Killmonger or Thanos comparisons being made. But I think that's a bit of an exaggeration. But I mean, he's got some stuff going on that's at least kind of interesting. I really don't like Shang-Chi himself in a movie. I don't find him interesting at all. And Simu Lee annoys me. The actual actor who plays him annoys me. It's almost like an opposite effect of Tom Holland with fucking Spider-Man. But yeah, I don't care. Eternals, like I said, you're gonna start getting into the degree here where I'm just
none of these are good movies.
I just don't care where they're being placed anymore. It like they're pretty much all gonna go below mid, other than a couple. And like most of them I feel totally indifferent about, and there's a couple that I hate. And that's about it. And then the hated ones are gonna go in D or F, and the ones that I'm indifferent about are probably gonna go in like C, and that'll be that. Like it's really, yeah, it's not great. Next up we have Spider-Man: No Way Home. I kind of already described this when we were talking about Spider-Man, the last Spider-Man one. I think that it's unbelievably bad when the Spider-Man or Green Goblin aren't on screen. And then when the Spider-Men come in and they're interacting with each other, that's cool. And the Green Goblin stuff is cool. And everything outside of that, I don't give a fuck about. Because I think it's...
I kind of like the scene where they were realizing they freaking died in the original timeline.
That's a good scene.
I thought that was a fairly decent scene.
Oh, yeah, where they're talking to the cages and stuff.
Yeah, they're in the cages and they're just.
It's a bit jokey. It's a bit jokey, and they're like they literally would find out they die, and they kind of make jokes out of it. But it's fine, I guess. It's fine. it's fine. I think the whole plot of the whole thing about trying to get into college, so we're gonna rewrite time, is stupid. I thought rewrite the universe, not time, but yeah. And then Doctor Strange just goes with it. Stupid.
We have to rewrite the entirety of reality instead of probably like waiting a year or two for just cool down.
Yeah,
Which
I would say simply because of the awesomeness of Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin in that movie and the interactions between the different Spider-Men, which are highly entertaining. I would probably put it at high B.
I would say low A.
That's fair.
I think that everything outside of the two things that I just said is very meh.
That's fair.
Like I wouldn't say.
I think the other villains. I think the other villains are fine.
I think above like Thor.
They retconned. I don't like how they retconned Doc Ock. Because Doc Ock's whole thing in Spider-Man 2 is that he was making those decisions. No one was forcing him to. He was already that kind of a person who would do that, and it didn't take a whole lot of convincing to get him.
It showed he's a little convinced by them.
Convinced, not controlled.
That's true.
In the newer one, they make it very clear that he is being controlled by them, and then when the voices go, he immediately turns good. They made it very and they kind of oversimplified it. Green Goblin was suffering from some form of mind control. You know, Doc Ock was suffering from some form of mind control. Like, that's not the case. Like, the only character that had like Norman Osborn was a bad dude. Like, he was making decisions. Like, the Goblin was doing things he already wanted to do. Okay, and he's the only one that you could say it was even kind of manipulated in a way. When you look at Doc Ock wasn't really manipulated. He already wanted to do those things, and the things kind of...
He was just pushed.
He was talked into it, but it was super easy for him to be talked into it because it was this whole dream thing. And yeah, it was. I didn't like the fact that they made quite a few of the villains just mind controlled because they're really not done in that way.
Only
it was
one
weird
of them,
right? It was weird the way they wrote Norman Osborn when he wasn't the Goblin.
Yeah, there was like
he was like this weird puss kind of guy. He was like pussified sort of guy. He was like, oh, the Goblin. Oh, that's not really. There's one scene in the original movie where he's like on his knees in front of the Goblin, but that's mainly because he doesn't want to bring himself to kill Peter, and he needs the Goblin to like convince him that this is something we're going to do, and he does it. But Norman's not a good dude. Like, they make that very clear in the original movie that Norman is not
he treats his son like shit.
It's not just treating his son like shit. He's okay with the murder of one of his partners and his assistants and stuff. When he finds out that the Goblin's killing people, and he's like, hey, yeah, we're gonna keep doing this. He's not. He doesn't take any.
It benefits him, so he doesn't give a shit.
Yes, basically. He like kind of is like, oh, I don't really like it, but it does benefit me, so whatever. It just kind of is that way. Yeah, and even at the end. It wasn't the Goblin that was trying to kill Peter. It was Norman. Norman stabbed himself in the chest with his own glider.
Yeah.
Norman was in control of his body when he was talking to Peter. And he was like, I've been like a father to you. Be a son to me now. And then he, the whole time that was happening, he was raising the fucking glider up and everything and getting it into position. And it was only after he said no that then the Goblin took over. It was like, Godspeed, Spider-Man, and went to try and kill him after that. But yeah, by the end of the movie, Nolan and the Goblin, they were on the same page about what they were doing. And the movie, I think the people, and this is the kind of the thing, like the guy who made the Spider-Man movies, Tom Watts, who made the 3 Spider-Man movies that have come out thus far, I don't think he understands Spider-Man. Because Spider-Man does not behave like Spider-Man. He accidentally forgot that he had spider sense in the first movie. Like there's he
clearly doesn't know about Spider-Man.
He's obsessed with trying to become an Avenger when Spider-Man in the comics never gave a shit about becoming an Avenger. He's always cared about the little men. In fact, he's been offered to join the Avengers multiple times, and he usually says no. It's
and
only
the
until
X-Men and the Fantastic Four.
Well, not the X-Men because he's not a mutant. But there's he's not a mutant.
No.
You have to
He's been considered a mutant.
You have to be born that way to be a mutant.
No, he's been considered a mutant before. He's been confused for a mutant.
But he's not a mutant. And the X-Men know he's not a mutant. The X-Men do not consider him a mutant, even though other characters might call him that. Like the X-Men know that he's not a mutant. It's a very different situation. But yeah, like I just feel like the guy who made the movies, I'm not necessarily think he's a bad filmmaker or anything, but I do think he doesn't understand Spider-Man at all. And he writes Spider-Man in a very strange way. And I think it's pretty clear he doesn't understand Spider-Man villains either. Although, again, despite Willem Dafoe being very different from his original incarnation, and mostly Norman being different from his original incarnation, I do like Green Goblin in this movie. And there are scenes in this movie that are actually better than anything he had in the Sam Raimi films. Like, he came swinging. When he picks up fucking Spider-Man and he like tombstones his ass or something through the ground, and he smashes through like 3 floors. And that whole fight is fantastic.
No, that was one of the best fights in the MCU easily.
It's so good. It's even the scenes where he's just talking and he's taunting them and the things that he says. And you were correct. The scene where he finds out where he's like Spider-Man realizes that it's Goblin simply because the Goblin personality took over, and his spider sense just immediately knows it's him. That's pretty interesting.
The level of threat is so insane.
There were no interactions between Tobey Maguire and Norman in that movie.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Which I thought was wild. Literally Norman, literally, you would think that the two would have like a legit conversation, and they just never did. It was, and I get it. He's not the main character, and if you're gonna make Green Goblin the main villain of your movie, he's got to be antagonistic against the hero of your movie, which is Tom Holland, not Tobey Maguire. But not a single line was weird.
Yeah, I think.
Like
to be fair, a lot of the villains didn't really have lines. Like, I think Toby interacts with maybe Sandman, and I think that's it.
Toby interacts with Sandman, and Toby interacts with
Doc
Ock. And then Andrew Garfield interacts with the Electro, and I don't know if he interacts with Reptile.
The lizard is a lot more like just a beast in this, and a lot less like Doc Connors.
No, he talks. I mean,
he talks a little bit.
He talks a little bit. Yeah,
he does.
It's very obvious that they filmed this movie during COVID and they couldn't get a lot of the actors out. Like, Sandman is in his sand form the entire movie.
Oh no, that was specifically him. I read about this when it came out.
It wasn't just him. It was the lizard. It was Lizard too.
Like, no, I know that.
When they did the transformation of Lizard turning back into Connors, the footage of him being Connors was deleted footage that they had from Amazing Spider-Man 2, or from Amazing Spider-Man 1.
Yeah.
Like they literally didn't show him, and they didn't show because they couldn't be at set because of COVID's restrictions.
Yeah, so, some of them could, but like him and Sandman couldn't. I think Sandman does show up though, right? Like at the end. I don't know if he's able to get there at the end.
No, but like for him and for the Lizard, I keep trying to say Reptile from Mortal Kombat. Him and the Lizard, both of them, they both transform into humans, and the human version of them are versions of them that appeared in their previous movies from like clips or deleted scenes from what they've already recorded. It wasn't actually them. They only did the voice lines, and oftentimes the voice lines were lines that were ripped directly from those movies as well. They literally took like pre-recorded lines that were recorded for the original films and just had them repeat them here. So yeah, I don't know what was going on. I know that COVID had a big thing to do with it, but yeah.
They
There's one thing this movie. Go ahead.
They reused Sandman's transformation scene from Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's another one. Lost Soul also mentioned. Sorry about the thing, but Lost Soul also mentioned Electro is a totally fucking different person. He was like this nerdy dude with glasses and like, and then
the reasoning is really dumb as well. Why he's different?
Why?
It's the electricity's different. That's literally the reason they give.
That's pretty dumb. They could have. I mean, they didn't have to give a reason at all. They literally could have just said like, "This is a different version of Electro from a different universe." We're just like, this could have been an opportunity for them to slightly alter any of the characters that they wanted to, and just be like, "Okay, so this isn't the Green Goblin from the Sam Raimi films. This is a Green Goblin that is similar to that Goblin, but he's from a different universe."
Yeah,
They
reasoning.
They didn't have to give a reasoning for Electro. They could have just been like, "Yeah, this is Electro from another universe," and we just brought
the
actor back.
electricity's made his body look different for some reason because it's different electricity.
Yeah, that'd be stupid. I would have just said you could have just pulled a different Electro from a different timeline or a different universe where he looked like this. Like it didn't have to be an exact replica. That's like you have an opportunity here to literally make your Electro look like anything, like to just completely redo Electro in the way that you think you should, like improve upon him, because no one liked that Electro anyway.
They just kind of showed up.
There is actually one scene I like of the Amazing Spider-Man where with Electro, where the Green Goblin Harry Osborn is trying to free him from prison. And he's like, "Please, I need you. And he's like, "You need me?" And he's like trying to get him to escape, but he's like, and then he busts out and shit. And I'm like, I know the lines aren't good. Like, I'm not saying the lines are amazing, but the music swelling and the cinematography and like, you know, him trying to like really, and then him getting out. I don't know.
The reasoning.
I think it's cool.
The reasoning for it is really great.
Yeah, I like that one scene. I do enjoy that scene. Even though I don't necessarily love that movie. Okay, what movie's even next? I can't even tell what this is. Oh, Multiverse of Madness. I don't like this movie.
Awful movie.
John Krasinski, Reed Richards is
I think
here for
Sam
the win.
Raimi. I think Sam Raimi tried to polish a turd, and Sam Raimi knows how to make movies. This is not a Sam Raimi movie. I don't blame him for this at all. This was a movie that was already mostly made, and then Sam Raimi came in at the last minute and added a little bit of Sam Raimi touches. But overall, it's not a good movie. I don't like it.
I think it is lower than that. I think it's in D.
I put it in D above Thor: The Dark World.
I'm trying to think of the value for the movie. Like what's there? I'm like, there is really no entertainment value.
I'm trying to think.
The action's not great. The story's not great. The multiverse is kind of cool.
Watching Scarlet Witch murder a bunch of people and throughout the movie is pretty fun to watch.
Some of the action was, a lot of the murdering was good.
Yeah,
I mean,
none of the fights are very good.
No,
that was really the only entertaining thing, and it wasn't even that it was.
Well, you couldn't have fight scenes was the problem because she was so OP in the movie. It was basically a horror movie.
It's another movie where they replace the main character with some random chick, and it's like, yeah, you suck now, and this chick's gonna be the protagonist, but we're just gonna call
what's her name? America.
Yeah, but we're just gonna call it Doctor Strange because no one will go to a theater called America Chavez movie. So we're gonna have you be completely supplanted.
Yeah, and she's gonna punch her till she gives up with superpowers.
Yeah, know what the shitty thing is? I would have really liked to see a Sam Raimi Doctor Strange movie. I think it would have been really fucking cool to watch. And
they do some cool things, but not enough.
You can tell the scenes that are filmed by Sam Raimi. Like there's a scene where they're in the temple after she slaughters all the wizards, and in the temple there's Doctor Strange, and she's trying to get in the room that they're in, and he does that Evil Dead camera thing that's like coming at them from multiple angles, and I'm like, that's Sam Raimi. Like that was a Sam Raimi directed scene right there. I don't know if you guys even remember the scene I'm talking about, but that like
kinda, yeah.
Most of it, not really. Yeah, it's and this is the part where I just start placing a bunch of shit in C and D. Thor: Love and Thunder, hated it. I hated it. I honestly, I don't. I just think this is the thing. Like everyone hated this.
It's more about what you talked about.
Yeah,
replacing male with female.
Yeah, but not even that. Like I hated. I've already talked about how I don't like Thor Ragnarok, and everyone loved Thor Ragnarok and hated Love and Thunder. I just thought Love and Thunder was like a slightly worse version of Ragnarok. All the problems that everyone had with Love and Thunder was already existed in Ragnarok, so I don't understand what people were surprised about. I think they're both shitty. I think they go right next to each other in terms of shittiness, except Thor Love and Thunder is just a little bit worse.
I think a lot of people, from what I've heard, a lot of people didn't really hate the villain. They thought it was somewhat cool.
Gore.
Yeah, Gore. Gore the
But
God.
that's because the actor. That's because the actor. That's because Christian
It's
Bale.
entirely the actor. It's literally
That
nothing.
is
But,
entirely the
it's
actor.
nothing
The actor
but
is
the
just
actor.
a very good actor.
And Gore was fucking ruined in that movie. Writing wise, it was ruined. It made no sense. They skipped over so like the moment he becomes the God Butcher is so fucking stupid. Like he goes to a god and there's just a god slaying sword on the floor in front of him. And the god is like, "Oh, this man tried to kill me using that god slaying sword, but I defeated him. Oh, how pathetic. Oh, hello, guy whose daughter just died because of me. I'm going to taunt you with that god slaying sword on the ground, and I'm going to make fun of you for your dead daughter." Like,
right there.
does this
It's
motherfucker want to
right
die?
on the ground, right before you.
Does this motherfucker want to die? Like, I'm so good. And then he does a thing that literally any human being on Earth would have done, which is pick up the god slaying sword and kill the asshole who just insulted him and his dead daughter. Like, yeah,
He
no
picks
shit.
up the god slaying sword and he slays the god.
Yeah, it's so dumb. It was so dumb, and the whole movie was doing stupid shit like that. It was
They had, what did they had? Thor's axe has like a personality in the movie, and like
Yeah,
gets
Thor's
pissy
axe
with him.
And his hammer both have personalities.
Yeah, that's true. And they're like, what's up?
The axe gets upset with him.
Yeah.
So, the feminist propaganda that is going to be featured a lot later on in this, like the last one, is Thor didn't get sidelined by one female character. He got sidelined by two. Jane Foster stole his name. Valkyrie stole his throne.
Yeah, Valkyrie.
And then in Multiverse of Madness, it was basically.
And it was really, as the kids called it, was really cringy that Valkyrie had to be called King Valkyrie.
Oh,
She couldn't just be called Queen Valkyrie. She had to be called King Valkyrie.
I forgot that was a thing.
Oh yeah, she had to be called King.
They called her King. What the fuck?
Yeah, she's called King. They call her throughout the movie King Valkyrie. Literally.
I didn't like that movie because it felt like Thor had to navigate between three X's. Okay, his axe, his hammer, and then Natalie Portman. Okay,
I don't like it because it was bad. It was really bad.
Yeah, it was
wasn't
awful.
funny. And even the CGI was super shitty, and people forget about it because if you go watch the movie on Disney Plus, they fixed a lot of the CGI. But when the movie actually came out, it looked like Flash levels of fucking
really
bad in theaters, like really bad, like unbelievably stupidly bad. And yeah, it's not a good movie. Has anyone seen Wakanda Forever?
Yes.
No, I haven't seen it. Where do you guys think it should go?
Yeah, I have.
I'll put it wherever you want to put it.
Well, let me look at the placements. It's a bit better than it's better than Shang-Chi.
This is his white guilt talking. I'm kidding.
It is. No, the action's okay. They do have the problem of obviously the actor died, so they replace him with Shuri. But Shuri has a decent storyline. He does evolve.
I haven't seen it. I tried watching the opening and I had issues with it immediately when it started. I don't even remember what my issue with it was. It had something to do with the hypocrisy of them attacking the French people. Something about the beginning. There was some kind of attack, and then Wakanda attacked the French people for some shit, and it was very hypocritical of them to do so. But I don't remember exactly what it was. I don't remember what my issue was, but I was watching it and I was like, okay, I can see where this is going.
I know Riri Williams was introduced and that was done awfully, but the action was fine, and Shuri kind of evolves as a character, so there's some decent storytelling and a lot of this.
I don't mind the actress who plays Shuri. I don't dislike her. I think she needs more muscle before she's believable as a superhero. She is that actress is insanely skinny. She definitely needs to work out more. I don't buy her as Black Panther at all.
I like what they show. I like they show her getting fucked up quite a lot.
Didn't they do a romance between her and
Namor?
Namor, yeah.
No, Namor tries to do it because as Namor tries to romance everyone because he's a weirdo. And
that's
she basically
that's actually pretty accurate to the comics, to be honest with you. Except in the comics, he's very successful.
Where do you talk about the actor or the character?
The character. in the comics. The actor's not in the comics.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
it's very rough memory from what I'm remembering. I think it kind of works, but not super well.
Who remembers this movie enough to actually talk about it?
I remember most of it.
And I've seen it, and what I mostly remember is it's just like not memorable.
Yeah, that's
that
a problem.
sounds like the case if none of you guys remember anything about this movie.
I know there's a scene where she takes him to his like water place and like talks about his history, and like I think he offers to marry her. And then I can't remember what upsets her, but she ends up leaving, and then she comes up with this big plan to get revenge on him and ends up fucking him up. She cuts off his wings.
I remember when they introduced him before the movie came out, the director was saying that he was the new strongest character in the MCU or some shit, and I was like, Jesus Christ.
Bro, you got fucked up by Hold on, wait, that Namor was the new strongest?
Yeah, he fucks.
Yeah, the director. I don't know if he necessarily said he was the new strongest. I think he said he was stronger than Thor or something. He would win against Thor in a fight or something.
He gets fucked up by Shuri.
To be fair, Namor in the comics is strong as fuck. Like people underestimate Namor in the comics. He's very powerful, and he's only gotten more powerful over the years.
Didn't he at like one point raise an entire city, and it was just like, if I don't get a kiss from Invisible Woman, then I'm gonna drop it or something.
No,
yeah,
I don't think so. I mean, he destroyed Wakanda. He destroyed Wakanda at one point.
He does that in the movie.
He fucks Susan Storm. He fucks Susan Storm a lot. Actually, she cheats on her husband with him quite a bit. I actually really So here's the thing. I was really disappointed because I actually really like Namor. After Hulk was ruined, the next characters that I was most interested in seeing. Well, the next one was the Submariner. Like Namor was the one that I was really I was like, I want to see Mariner done justice. And then I saw the actor they picked and how they were changing all this stuff, and I was like, oh, okay, this isn't gonna be good. And then I found out he was going to appear in Black Panther. I was like, okay, this isn't gonna be good. Like Namor, there is a scene, just to describe to you the type of character that Namor is in the comics. So in the comics, there's a scene where Emma Frost comes over to Namor's place, and they're talking, and he's basically like trying to, as the kids would say, riz her up. And she's like, I just want you to know, like, I'm not going to be sleeping with you while I'm here. And she said, and the thing is that she can't read his mind. Nobody can read Namor's mind because Namor's mind is unbelievably strong. Psychics can't enter his mind at all. He opens up his mind. He's like, I'm going to open up my mind for you. Read my mind. I want you to tell me something. Is there any shred of doubt anywhere in my mind that I will not have you tonight before you leave? And she reads it, and she's like, no. And then he slept with her that night. Like, he slept with Emma Frost, and like that's like the unbelievable levels of just cockiness and just ego that this dude has. It's like, I know, like, his personality is the things that people like Doctor Doom for his personality, for just the cool shit that he says and just the confidence level that he puts out there. Namor is exactly like that, but except he's just not like a pure piece of shit. And actually, he's a lot more successful than Doctor Doom at the things that he attempts to do. Namor is great. I think Namor is awesome. I think he's way more interesting than Aquaman. I like Namor a lot. Yeah, Liam's right. He does fuck basically everything that moves, including his own cousin. Like, he's a fucking weirdo, but I really, and he talks weird. He has a very strange way of speaking in the comics as well that they did not give him in a movie, as far as I can tell. I like Namor.
I mean,
yeah,
he speaks fairly normal in the movie. He does. Although, what's his name? Fucking Michael B. Jordan is in the movie. For when Shuri turns into the Black Panther, and he's obviously great in the movie.
How is he in the movie? He's Killmonger as a spirit. Oh, he's a
Black Panther.
She meets him when she goes into the fucking
when you're a Black
place.
Panther, you're permanently connected to the Black Panther, like
but why the fuck?
Whatever you call it.
I guess that was the only person she could talk to since the actual real T'Challa's dead. The actor.
I mean, she could have talked to her dad.
I guess, yeah. I don't know why. I feel like that would have just been like, hey, let's bring back this dude. You know, I guess her dad would have actually, like, story wise, it would have made most sense to talk to T'Challa. Did they ever say why T'Challa wasn't there?
He gets killed. I can't remember how.
No,
They
not
say he
that.
gets-
Not that.
No, in the movie.
No, like in
No, in the movie.
No, in the
movie.
Let me finish my fucking question. In the afterlife, do they say why he's not there?
I don't. I think she just
God
does.
damn,
There's
I just
like
had
two
three
afterlife.
people trying to predict what I was saying instead of just let me fucking say it.
She goes to a different afterlife for some reason. Like, I don't think they do explain it. I think they just say she goes to like the afterlife where Killmonger is for some reason.
They do explain it. This is the one thing I do remember about this shitty fucking movie. It's because she's tortured and pissed off, and T'Challa was like very peaceful in the way just his entire character was, so that her general just outlook,
Spirit.
just her spiritual. I don't know. It's late, but her general being was like more in line with that of like Killmonger's just aggressive vengefulness.
Let me ask you something.
Vengeful.
Let me ask you something. I don't actually mind. It's gonna be a statement and then a question. I don't mind that they made Namor Hispanic and that they made Atlantis instead of the European version of Atlantis. They made it into like this Hispanic version. I don't mind any of that. Did they utilize him being Hispanic by just talking about how how a bunch of horrible shit happened to his people in the past? Was that the reason why they made him Hispanic, so they can continue the fucking whiny train that they did in the first movie?
I'm pretty sure they did. I know he's whining about his past a bit.
I would assume it was because they tried to do the whole Native Americans being slaughtered by white people thing. Yeah, I'm so sick of it. I fucking hate the Black Panther movies, man. It's just they're so whiny and they're from the most entitled people ever, like a bunch of entitled rich pricks who pretend that they're actually had tough lives because they're black when they've had better lives than 99% of people on Earth. It's like, just fuck these guys.
Yeah, that's true. It's just 5 people in a back room deciding what happened.
Yeah, and the fact that I could predict that, okay, he's Hispanic now, and he's not white. I guarantee you his storyline is going to be about him being wronged by other people. I don't even think I had to ask that question. I'm almost positive that's what it's going to be. Like, because it just gets to the point where you can predict these people and everything they fucking think and what they're gonna do and what they post on the fucking screen. It's irritating. I don't like it. It sucks.
But this Namor is pretty fitting for the whole thing of him being a homewrecker. Because I mean, with MCU Reed Richards, he might just willingly give Sue out to Namor.
Oh, because Pedro Pascal. Are you making a Pedro Pascal as a cuck joke?
Yeah.
I don't.
They do say he was driven from his home by smallpox. That was part of his origin.
Yep, that's white people. Yeah, because white people brought smallpox to the Americas. Ugh.
It was very forgettable.
The problem is that I think we brought smallpox to North America. I don't think we brought smallpox to Central and South America. I could be wrong about that.
Here's the problem with that general idea, as far as I understand it, is like we brought disease to America intentionally after we brought disease to America unintentionally. Like, the simple fact that Europeans landed here, disease wiped out like 90% of the Americans.
We didn't bring it intentionally. They didn't have the technology to bring it intentionally.
I know, like, but just the fact that we brought it, we were here, fucking killed everybody.
Yeah, but I'll be honest with you, I'm sick of the whining of the whole Native American like they were fucking innocent people. The Native Americans were fucking monsters.
They were scalping people.
I'm not even saying about the scalping. I don't care if you want to scalp people. I don't care. But they would capture people, innocent people that didn't do them anything wrong. They would capture whether they were white or even people from other tribes, and they had this game that they would play. It didn't exist for any purpose. It wasn't for information. They just did it, and they would basically strip them naked, tie their arms behind their back, and they would force them to run from TP to TP, hut to hut, just keep going down. Every time they went into a hut, someone would open their door and do something horrible to them. And it would start off pretty light, like maybe they would beat them with a stick or something, or you know, like cut them with a knife or something, or stab them or something. And then as they went out, it got worse and worse and worse and worse until the point that they would like slice off a piece of their skin or cut one of their eyes out or something like this. And they had to keep going to TP to TP to TP. And by the end, they would be so fucking exhausted that they would usually die before they got to the end. Like most of the time they would die before they got to the end. If they didn't die, they would have them just run, and then the fucking Native Americans would just finish them off by shooting arrows at them and kill them like that. It was just random, pointless torture for no reason. And I don't actually care about this. Like I said one of my favorite historical characters ever is like Genghis Khan, who was a brutal murderer and rapist. I don't mind that. My problem with, like, I don't care if the Native Americans want to be brutal assholes. That's fine. My problem is I don't like modern people pretending like they were victims of some kind of horrible people who came over and slaughtered them all. Like they weren't absolute pieces of shit that 100% deserve to be slaughtered. And like I don't have any issues with saying that whatsoever. Terrible fucking garbage people that deserve to die. And so you know, I'm not saying that current Native Americans deserve to die, but the Native Americans back then 100% deserve to die. So it's just it is what it is. I don't feel any sadness for them, and I'm honestly really sick of people saying that like white people came in and they're these butchers and these slaughterers and shit like that, and I'm you know, like white people are just supposed to take it and be like, yeah, sure, we're horrible. And there's like this weird like changed history where Native Americans were these awesome people. Native Americans were fucking garbage, dude. I mean, you know that there's this people like to try and rewrite this story where the Spanish arrived to Central America and they started slaughtering all the people. They actually, like, that's the story that they tell, when the truth is that the people under those tribes actually went to the Spanish ships and begged them to slaughter their leaders because they were sacrificing them by the hundreds of thousands every year, and they were treating their own people like shit. So the Spanish didn't technically invade the countries. They were actually asked by the country to save them. And then when they saved them, they actually willingly went under the Spanish. This is one of the reasons why, if you go to Spain, they're not white anymore, because most of the Native Americans in Central and South America actually willingly went with the Spanish because they were so badly abused by their leaders. And the reason why that didn't happen in North America is because Central and South America is where the majority of the Native Americans were. In actual United States, there were estimated less than 3 million Native Americans across the entire country. Like, that's the less than the population of my state across the whole country. There weren't that many Native Americans here. So when you say, like, oh, they killed 90% of Native Americans with smallpox and diseases and stuff, yeah, but it's actually not that many people. Like, the Native Americans in North America, there weren't that many. Like, they say absolute top estimates, like max estimates, are less than 10 million across the whole of the United States.
That's ridiculous numbers.
There weren't that many. Yeah. So like when settlers started coming over here to the United States, we very quickly outnumbered them, and there were actual, like, we have legitimate evidence that most settlers who came to the United States didn't even run into Native Americans until after they were here for multiple generations. Because there just weren't a lot of Native Americans to run into in the first place.
10 million over America. You'd have countries.
No, that's the high end. The low end, they say the high end, it was around 10 million, and the low end, it was around 3 million in the entirety.
You'd
of the
have
United
countries.
States. Yeah, like if
countries
you look,
of space.
If you look at like
people.
Yeah, if you look at like old populations, like the populations before the settlers got here, and I saw it once. It was like a map. And like the map was like green, and then the red spots would be where all the population was. There was super heavy population of Native Americans in Central and like the northern kind of South America, but mostly in like Mexico and Guatemala and all those sort of places. And then the United States was basically completely barren except for some of the coastline, and then around like the New Mexico kind of southern Texas area had some people. But the vast majority of the United States was completely barren. There was like a couple nomads here and there that were traveling around, but there was like nobody here. So it's
reality.
Reality is very different than what people like to say. You know, the vast majority of settlers came here didn't really do shit, and it was a lot like you ever heard about the story of Manhattan and how we got Manhattan?
I have not.
So
I have not.
Yeah, we bought it. We didn't steal it. We bought Manhattan from Native Americans, and we bought it with a lot of shit. We gave them a ton of shit. We gave them gold. We gave them like tens of thousands of pelts. We gave them weapons. We gave them all kinds of stuff. And we were like, okay, we give you all this stuff, and you give us the island of Manhattan, and we're going to settle on Manhattan. So we did. They traded. They agreed. We traded with them, and then we settled Manhattan. After a couple of months, they got tired of not being on Manhattan. Apparently, there is some talk about the possibility that they didn't understand the concept of a permanent trade because they didn't really they weren't aware of ownership in the same way that we are, and that like purchasing and money and stuff. It was a concept they weren't really used to, so they felt kind of, I don't know, gypped or whatever. So they decided to basically tell them to leave, and they're like, no, we bought this land from you, you sold it, you agreed to it, but they didn't understand the concept of buying and selling. So they attacked the island of the Manhattan Island with the settlers that were on there, and the settlers fucking killed them, because of course they did. And there's a lot of stories like that of settlers defending themselves against and I'm not saying the settlers didn't do shitty stuff and kill people. I'm not the one who's trying to put like moral measurements on the Native Americans and the settlers. I think a lot of people do a lot of bad things. I just don't like this thing where they're all innocent people. We came over, we slaughtered them, and that was that. There's way more to the story than that. And I just feel like you're just getting like a lot of people who complain about this shit. They're just mad because they lost. They're sore losers, man. Super sore losers.
It kind of does go both ways. Because I mean, like the OG Passport Bros did bring some diseases over, but at the same time,
yeah, but
it was unintentional.
Yeah, fine. They brought disease over, but to act like these people weren't slaughtering their own people and the settlers. At a ridiculous rate.
I'm not going to say
I guarantee this. I guarantee this. At the time, the settlers did not give two shits that their sicknesses were killing the Native Americans, because the Native Americans were a pain in the fucking ass. Like they were constantly causing problems for them. And there's all kinds of stories. Like the whole thing about Texas and Texas being invaded. Like Mexico invaded Texas. They tried to take that shit from the settlers. Much of Texas was. I mean, the settlers were in Texas. No, this is what happened. This is an interesting story too. So the Native Americans were in Texas, and the Native Americans, the Native Americans were getting slaughtered by another group of Native Americans. There was like a sort of war going on. So the Native Americans in the south of Texas invited the settlers to come into Texas and offered them land for free. It was the land between them and the Native Americans up north that were coming down and killing them. But what they expected to happen is that the settlers would settle that land, and then the Native Americans who were attacking them would then start attacking the settlers, and the settlers would start getting murdered by a ton, and then the settlers would just leave, and basically two of their enemies would deal with each other. So they invited the settlers in. The settlers came in. They did the land. The Native Americans tried to attack them, and they did, and it caused problems. But the settlers did something that surprised the Native Americans on the south side. They stood their ground and fought back, and they killed off all of their enemies. And then the Native Americans on the south was like, okay, cool, you can leave our land now. And they're like, no, we fought for it. It's ours now. We're gonna stay here. And they're like, oh, and then the settlers from the south also invaded the land that they gave because they wanted to sacrifice them up to their enemies in the north. They and then invaded the land again after the settlers just killed the northern natives that tried to kill them, and then the settlers then killed the southern ones too. Basically, all of these stories you look at is just the natives and the settlers are kind of both screwing each other over, but the settlers are just way fucking better at killing than they are. And that's what happened. It was those two, obviously those are two stories that paint the natives in a bad light and the settlers in a much better light. There's stuff that was going on between that. Yeah, absolutely. The settlers that were invited into Texas the first plane were fucking with the natives, but the natives were fucking with them too. it's almost impossible to narrow down who started what situation, all of these different situations. But my point is that there's all sorts of situations where natives were in the fault and settlers were in the fault. But as a general society, when the native Pocahontas, the Disney movie Pocahontas, is full of shit. When that movie shows that the settlers were calling the Native American savages, and the Native Americans were like peaceful dudes who were calling the settlers savages, that's not true. The settlers were calling the Native American savages because they were fucking savages. Because they did very, very savage fucking shit to people constantly. They tortured, they maimed, they were unbelievably brutal. They skinned people alive. They did all kinds of horrible things that the settlers would have considered completely inhumane. And there was a reason why they were called savages. So and this was almost all tribes. This wasn't like it's not like it was like, oh, you're talking about the Aztec. No, this is basically all of them. This is there weren't really any peaceful Native American tribes. There were a bunch of different groups of nomadic tribes that all kept fucking with each other, and they would all fuck with the people that they came into contact with. It was fucking constant. And again, I'm not like gonna paint the Native Americans as bad and the settlers as good. I think, back in the day, there's some, like, everybody was kind of shitty. Everybody was equally shitty. I'm just sick of, like, I'm not even I don't know my heritage at all. I have no idea. I don't know if I'm even related to the settlers. Like, it's just as equally possible that I'm related to the settlers as it would be possible for me to be related to people who came out after World War II. Like, I could be a Nazi. I don't know.
It could be the English.
I have no idea. No, that's not possible. I could be
British Rouga. Impossible.
That's not
strictly not possible. That's a 0% chance.
0% chance.
I want to do a DNA test, and it's going to be like 90% English.
I will never do that. I think it's bullshit. I have a sneaking suspicion that if you do the DNA test at the same place twice, you'll get two different responses because it's all bullshit.
People have done that though.
Does it come back the same both times?
Yeah.
Is there proof that they're not just taking the blood and they get a match, so they just give you the same answers?
I think it's saliva. I don't think it's blood, right?
Whatever.
It's usually saliva.
DNA, whatever it is. Okay, then give someone your saliva and then give someone like your piss and then be like, all right, here's two different people, and then see if you get the same answers back. Because if they're different answers. If they're different answers, that's not the same. It's not. So what is my like? It would be funny if you gave someone your spit and it came back and it's like, oh, I'm fucking 100% Irish, and then you gave someone, your piss and it came back, it's like, you're fucking Somali, and I'm like, yeah, black.
I think the main issue there would be you're giving someone your piss. It's not I don't think that's how that works.
It's DNA. I don't see why it wouldn't work that. Why can you get my spit and tell where I'm from, but not my piss? It's still DNA.
Because your piss is waste.
But it's my DNA.
It's not your DNA. That's
it is my DNA.
There's gonna be a bit of DNA in there.
There's gonna be a shit ton of DNA in there. It's gonna be a ton. It's gonna be entirely DNA.
Your body produces spit.
Okay.
Your body just cycles through everything, and it's piss.
All right. Fine. We'll prove this. You leave your house right now. Go somewhere. Murder someone. Piss on their bodies, and see how long it takes for them to catch you. If they never catch you, then you're good. You don't have to worry about it. But if they catch you and they can match match that shit with your DNA, then I'm right. It's the only possible way to solve this, to figure this out.
You also don't tell any of us, or you'll get caught if the pizza open.
Why?
No, he has to get caught because then they have to test his DNA against the piss.
No.
Don't worry, I'll say the serial killer MO is Pissmaster.
Pissmaster. That's a Rick and Morty character, right?
Yeah. What I was referencing.
Yeah. When are they gonna add the new season to Max? I started Peacemaker today. I actually really enjoyed it. It was pretty good the first episode.
You should do a tier list or something on Peacemaker. That show is amazing.
I'm not gonna do a tier list on a single fucking show.
Maybe not a tier list, but something on them.
The best helmet tier list.
Best helmet. I'll tell you one thing. Dude, James Gunn's got some good taste. Because his wife's in the movie, Harcourt or whatever. That chick got ripped as fuck for this movie. She looks good. She looks like her. Like there are scenes where she's punching the shit out of people, and you can just see her fucking muscles. I'm like, this bitch worked out.
Yeah, she
for
has a
this
fight
movie.
in the bar, right?
Yeah, but I mean, even when not, like she's just walking to. She's like the scene where she meets Peacemaker for the first
Clearly in
time,
good
and
shape.
they're walking towards the apartment, and she's just wearing a muscle shirt. I'm like, you put that muscle shirt on her on purpose because her arms are fucking huge compared to last season. Like she doesn't look like a bodybuilder or anything, but like I get Sarah Connor, Terminator 2 vibes from her, you know, where she was like,
she's noticeably bigger.
She is definitely bigger. And there's a scene where like she beats up a bunch of dudes in a bar, and I'm like,
That was a really
it's not
good
like
scene.
it's not like I'm gonna buy that this like 80-pound woman is beating the shit out of all these dudes, but at least she's like ripped enough that I'm like,
She does.
I can
She
get
does
lost
get her
in
ass
the
beat a
fantasy
bit
of
though.
it.
It's not like she destroys them.
Well, she does it first. Well, I mean, she beats like 3 dudes that are way bigger than her, and then like after 5 more dudes jump in, then she fucking loses. But like, I can get into the fantasy just fine of the chick beating up all the dudes because at least the chick is like well
suspension
built.
of disbelief.
Yeah, I can do the suspension of disbelief, especially considering this bitch clearly like worked to look like that, and it's like you did your thing. Okay, you look.
She's
good.
not built like Shuri.
Also,
yeah, I would never buy Shuri, even with a super soldier serum. I would never buy Shuri as any kind of superhero character.
It
I
also
can't
helps that she was diagnosed with toxic masculinity.
That was funny. I laughed. That was funny.
I like that.
That was funny. And like her face afterwards, she's like, "What the fuck?" And then she's like, "I have a vagina. How do I have toxic masculinity?" It's like, and the guy who was interviewing like, "That's pretty sexist." like you know, toxic masculinity. Anyone can have toxic masculinity. It was just, I thought that was pretty funny.
Rouga definitely has it.
I have toxic masculinity. I 100% have toxic masculinity. No doubt about that.
I have toxic masculinity, and I'm proud.
I didn't say I was proud.
Hey, take it this way. Unless you're a certain actor who's put everywhere, you're toxically masculine.
Oh yeah, Aztec Batman. Did you guys hear about Aztec Batman?
Yes. I was actually going to bring that up.
Oh my god.
I was actually going to bring that up. They rewrite the whole. It's the whole revisionist that you were saying.
Oh yeah,
I'm so
100%.
What is that?
It's coming up.
Is this like
always
Batman?
It always.
Well, like
it's Batman.
Historical.
It's Batman if he was an Aztec and they were invaded by white people and it's Aztec. You know, I thought DC was done with this bullshit. Like they had to have made this before you know James Gunn took over and David Zaslav, because David Zaslav don't care about this shit. The current
was this recent?
I've only heard about it. I haven't. I saw a clip once someone sent to me that's of the trailer. I don't think it's out yet or anything. I don't know. I haven't watched it. But David Zaslav is the type that doesn't care about politics. He just likes money. He's not an activist at all, which is one thing that I was happy about him gaining control of Warner Brothers, because I was like, okay, cool. Maybe we'll just get like movies and stuff that's like doesn't care. And I think he's gonna do a good job in certain areas and a bad job in other areas. I don't see him green lighting something like fucking Aztec Batman. That just doesn't seem like something.
There's a trailer.
Yeah.
There's a trailer.
You guys never told me where y'all want Wakanda Forever at.
Oh, I saw behind Black Panther.
Horrible. Right above.
Really?
I think they're just about the same.
I think it's slightly worse, but I think that's just because Chadwick Boseman was a better main actor. Also, the main villain was Michael B. Jordan, so they had like 2 really superior main villains.
I don't even know.
I
what
like
this next
literally
one is.
I think the next thing on D tier better.
I think the next one is Quantumania. I think. I didn't see this one either.
Ooh, Quantumania.
I
Everyone
did.
loves Quantumania.
Where do you want to put it?
Nice.
Wakanda Forever is in here.
Around there.
It's
Oh
trash.
shit tier.
Okay. Well, F. I'm putting Captain. Well, the only reason there was no F tier. The only reason why there's an F tier is because fucking Jim wanted to add the F tier. But all these characters are at the bottom of the fucking.
Okay, genuinely, it's not as bad as Love and Thunder, so I'll put it above that at least.
I liked Love and Thunder. No, wait. No, Love and Thunder sucked. I was thinking of Ragnarok.
Go learn what a good movie is.
Next up, the probably final good movie. that they've made.
Oh,
Guardians
that's
of
a
the
hot
Galaxy
take.
Volume 3. That's not a hot take.
It was a good movie.
People
yeah.
liked Wolverine and
say-
Deadpool.
Oh.
I'd say high B.
I like-
We might get to it. Guardians of the Galaxy, I thought was awesome. I had my issues with it, but I mean this Rocket story is amazing. I don't think I have to say anything about that. I really like what they did.
Scene.
There's multiple great action scenes. I really like what they did with
the corridor one's the one which stands out to me.
It was a good one. I really like what they did with Nebula. And how they kind of made her like the mom of the group, and almost like, is she gonna like strike up a possible romance with fucking Star-Lord, or was that just jokes? I couldn't tell.
That was jokes.
There were multiple, but there was more than one. So I was like,
I think the whole joke was that, like, obviously he's like pining for love, and then someone like mentions her to him, and he's like, oh.
Yeah, but I don't
never realized
think it was
how
just
black
one,
her eyes were.
I don't think it was just one scene.
Well,
I thought there was
is-
multiple scenes though. Maybe I'm misremembering.
No, I
but
think it's just one.
I thought there was like multiple
is
scenes where they had like this sort of look, and they were just kind of a little closer than normal. I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong. The villain, I think he yelled too much, and I think him constantly yelling made him seem weaker than like when a villain just won't stop fucking yelling, it makes them seem like a bitch.
Yeah.
But other than the constant yelling, I actually did like the villain of this movie.
He wasn't a threat though, was the only problem.
I mean, he kind of was. I mean, physically, no, but I mean, he had a whole army, and he was way smarter than all the other characters.
Adam Warlock was an absolute monster when it came to physical threat.
Yeah, but he wasn't a villain. I thought it was weird that they made him a fucking himbo, though. I did find that kind of strange. Wait, hold up. Let me read. We got this thing. $50. Thank you, Slick Spade. I'm heading off to bed. Wanted to give some support. Also, Thunderbolts should go in A tier below the first Avengers. God damn.
That's a take. That's a take.
Damn, I haven't seen either of them, so I can't comment.
I've seen both of them.
But gosh darn it! Thank you for the thing, the fucking
thing.
Super chat. Jesus Christ, I couldn't. Slick Spade. Thank you for the super chat. It was much appreciated. I hope that you get blown awesomely this week. That is my wish to you, by a woman with a particularly small mouth. All right, what's next? Let's see. Okay,
Guardians.
Yeah, we're still doing Guardians. Where would you like to put Guardians at?
I think it's S, somewhere in S.
I really liked it. I really did. I very much enjoyed it.
I think it's better than the solo movies. I'd say that.
I felt more watching it, I think. It had more to say.
Yeah.
It had more to say. It was more emotional. It had a lot of stuff that was like, man, that's cool. There's scenes that I saw here that I just won't forget. His Rocket's arc to like learn and rise up against High Evolutionary, and then finally accepting that he's Rocket Raccoon, is really cool. I really like it.
I don't like what happened to Peter, but I felt like James Gunn did a good job considering how fucked over he got.
Do you think that Guardians 3 is better or worse than Guardians 2?
I think
I'd say better.
I don't know, man. That's really close movies.
All right.
Yeah.
The action was better in 3. The action was better in 3.
In 3?
I think the action. Yeah,
my reason is
I wouldn't be mad at either one going ahead of the other. To be honest, I think they're both really great movies.
Okay. Well,
my reason...
he said above, so I'll put it above. I think that works. I like the Guardians movies. Which again, this is like the whole thing. I just don't understand what the hatred for James Gunn is. Like the dude's made 3 solid superhero movies, 4 when you count Suicide Squad, and I count 5 Superman. So the dude's fucking got made.
He hasn't had a.
Yeah.
Even if you think it's like got some bad writing decisions, that's a good movie. He hasn't made a bad movie yet.
I haven't.
Bad superhero.
Well, I don't think he's made a bad movie. I don't think even the movies that he was making before. Like if you guys haven't seen Slither, go watch Slither, because that was a movie he made way before anyone ever knew him as a superhero guy. It was a small movie. I don't want to go as far as to say it was like a small indie movie or anything, but it was a smaller movie. It stars Nathan Fillion, and it has the guy who plays Yondu as
Michael Rooker.
Yes, it's got Thank you. It's got Mike Rooker. Yeah, it's got Michael Rooker.
Rooker.
Rooker. Yeah, it's ROO. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but it's got Michael. It's got Michael Rooker, Nathan Fillion, and I'm forgetting the mom from Brightburn. I'm forgetting her name. Whatever. Anyway, those are the three characters. Those are the three actors. It's about an alien invasion, but it's got a decent sense of humor. But it's also kind of like gross, and it's a good movie. Check it out. I really like that movie. It's a really good movie. But like and you'll notice like that was when James Gunn was just like making sort of smaller movies. Now that he's making massive movies, he's brought all of the old actors that he used to like working with on his other movies.
I really like what he's bringing in a lot of them.
He brought Nathan Fillion back. He brought Michael Rooker back, even though because those were like two actors that he worked on in Slither. Now he's bringing them back to his later movies. Yeah, no, it's go watch Slither. If you haven't seen Slither, go watch it. It's really fucking good. It's like it's small. It's your basic small town alien invasion movie, but calling it that doesn't. It would be like if I called. I don't know. It's hard. It's got its unique style and it's really good. Just go check it out if you haven't seen it. No, I see when I was younger, like I've seen it. Most of my family has seen it. Most of my friends have seen it. So I don't really know when movies are not well known or not, because when I see something and I like it, I talk about it, and then other people around me watch it, and now we all know about it, and it's not like a rare thing. But I haven't met anyone online that I've spoken to as seeing Slither, which is weird because it's really fucking good. It's really good. All right, next up we have the Marvels.
Ooh, the Marvels. Everyone loves the Marvels.
Yeah, bottom of the bottom.
Yeah, S. Obviously,
the bottom.
S tier above.
Obviously.
Clearly.
Obviously, spoil for post-credit scene.
That might, that is.
There was something I was going to say about the
It might be the worst Marvel movie.
I haven't seen the Marvels. I don't know.
It might be the worst Marvel movie.
It could be, possibly.
Look, I'll put it in F since Jim already had the first Captain Marvel in it. I'll put the second Captain Marvel in it. There we go.
They tried so hard with that movie. It was embarrassing.
No, well, the director literally in interviews said that she was confused about the movie she was making. Like she didn't understand what was going on or why characters would say or do things. Like she just didn't understand.
I agree. I was also confused.
Well, because she was basically just following directions from Disney Marvel, and they were telling her like, "Oh, we do it," and she was just very confused. And I was like, "Lady, then if that was the case, you shouldn't have fucking made that movie."
Probably paid her a shit ton of money.
She wasn't. I don't think so, because she's not a particularly popular director or anything. Like
pay a couple million, I'd do it.
They wouldn't pay her a ton of like millions of dollars to make that movie if she didn't have like a history of, bringing it. You know what I mean? She was a small indie director that they got to do this massive big budget movie, and she had no idea how to do it. And they were just like, "Yeah, it's fine, whatever, it'll work."
Well, I mean, she's probably broke, and like $1 million to her is a lot of money.
I don't think she would get paid $1 million. I do not think she got paid $1 million. Okay, let's see. Next up, we have Deadpool versus Wolverine. I didn't like. This is another movie I didn't like. I don't know.
I didn't like the comedy.
I just didn't like the movie generally. I thought
the action wasn't particularly great either, sadly.
No, I mean, I didn't think it was that funny. I didn't think it was like this. It went
like Blade.
Way overboard. It was entirely nostalgia bait stuff, and I don't care about nostalgia, just in general.
I thought it was like a 50-50 in my opinion.
What do you mean?
I thought a 50-50 because the nostalgia callbacks were good, but at the same time,
I don't like nostalgia callbacks.
The void and that concept they introduced, I thought was a good concept. That way it allows things to be brought back. But also they just kind of undid everything Deadpool 2 ended with. I was going to say something else earlier when you were talking about the Marvels. Well, I'll say those later, but yeah, I thought it was 50-50 just because the nostalgia bait, it was some good things. Like I thought Channing Tatum finally being able to play Gambit was a good thing. whether he's good or bad. I thought,
again,
giving the guy a shot.
That's all just nostalgia bait. I mean, it's like, look, I'll tell you the things that I liked. I liked the car fight. The car fight was good. I liked
between Wolverine and Deadpool.
Yeah, I liked the car fight. It was probably the only fight in the movie that I did like. To be fair, I'm not gonna say that none of the nostalgia stuff. Like, I did actually like Channing Tatum as Gambit, even though I wouldn't say that's nostalgia necessarily. I did like his couple of scenes, only because he actually had a pretty damn decent Cajun accent.
It literally couldn't be nostalgia because he was never there.
I literally, I live here, so I hear Cajuns, and his accent was pretty fucking close. It was funny because I was listening to him talk, and I was like, I understand everything he's saying, and I feel like a lot of people who are watching this aren't going to understand anything he's saying.
I felt like people were really overplaying how hard he was to understand.
I could understand it.
I understood him, but I heard people saying they couldn't understand him, so I assumed it could just be my ears being better attuned to the accent.
I don't think it was that hard to understand.
I have heard Cajun accents that you cannot understand. Even I can't understand them. Like there are some that are way worse than that.
No, yeah, I know that. His in particular, I didn't feel like it was important to understand if you're really listening. Like, maybe if you're not really paying attention to what he's saying, it would be hard to understand.
Yeah.
You know what, Rouga? I'm a fellow person in that area too, and I can completely get what you're saying about not being able to understand some people.
There's some. I mean, I understand most of them, but there are some that just they all their words just string in together. It's extremely hard to understand what they're saying. And they're speaking apparently English. No, but let's see. Wolverine and Deadpool.
Blade was cool. I like Wesley Snipes.
Yeah, but this is all nostalgia. This is all just like, you saw this guy. Wasn't that cool?
Well, I was gonna say, sadly, his action was shit. Which was honestly I was kind of hoping for some good action from him. I get he's older.
I'm actually kind of glad. I actually saw this movie, believe it or not, with my parents, because they were going to the movies, and they were like, and I was gonna drop by their house, and they were like, hey, we're going to the movies. I mean, since you're coming by anyway, do you want to just meet us at the movies and we go to the movies? And I was like, yeah, okay, that's cool. So I went to go. I asked them what they were watching. They're like, we're watching Deadpool and Wolverine, and we're like, okay, that'll be cool. We went to go watch it. So I actually watched it with two people. I watched it with my mom and my dad. And my mom doesn't know any. Well, no, my dad doesn't know any of these people, and my mom does, but she doesn't really. Like me, she doesn't really get nostalgia. My mom thought it was funny, but she didn't think the movie was that great, and my dad just outright hated the fucking movie. Like he didn't understand. Like he didn't care about or understand any of the characters that showed up. Like he wasn't like he didn't
that
care.
Makes sense.
He didn't like I think he recognized Blade, and he was like, oh, cool. But like he didn't connect. Like when he saw Wesley Snipes, he was like, oh, Wesley Snipes, I haven't seen him in a while. And he didn't. It took him forever to connect that was the same character as from Blade. You know, like he didn't get like he's the type of guy who's like, oh, we're gonna go see the new Marvel movie, fucking Batman, and like he's like one of those guys. So it's yeah, like he's not aware necessarily. So it took him forever to like connect the dots. Like my mom was like, oh, that's she's the chick from Daredevil, and oh, that's the chick from this other movie. Like she's pretty good at remembering movies and stuff, and she kind of got it. My dad didn't, but neither of them really liked the movie. So and while my mom recognized them, she doesn't have the nostalgia for it. So two people that went to go watch the movie that didn't have the nostalgia factor didn't like the movie when they got out of the movie. I'm generally not affected by nostalgia either. I didn't like the movie. I thought it had some funny scenes here and there. The jokes were way too long. I think it did get to the point where the jokes were dragged down the movie.
Too many, too long.
Yeah, like the plot just straight up suffered badly. What bullshit plot they had. All the character development and shit was basically 2 scenes for the most part. I think Wolverine was probably the best part of the movie. It was
carried by the actors.
It was carried by the actor. It was carried by Hugh Jackman. Like I don't know. I feel like because he's Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool has become a parody of his own character. He was a comedy character in the first one, but he did have a story about wanting to fix his face because he was this woman that he fell in love with, and he wanted her to go and accept him, and he couldn't accept himself. And like there was some characterization there. I think there should be more in these movies than there is, but there at least the first one had some. By the third movie, there's almost nothing. Like he misses his girlfriend because she left him. That's it. And then at one point he shows some sadness because Wolverine said that, like, yeah, no wonder your girlfriend left you. That's his entire character in this movie. Other than that, it's just jokes. And I don't.
Isn't his girlfriend dead in the third movie?
No, she's alive.
No.
He went back in time at the end of 2 and brought her back to life.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, stupid shit. I know.
Yeah.
I didn't like this movie. I thought it was whatever. I didn't care for it at all. So whatever. I'll put it in the middle of the road. Middle of the road is fine. And I'll just be honest with you. I haven't seen these last 3 movies, so I can't put them anywhere.
I've seen all of them.
Which ones are they?
You should be watching the stream. I shouldn't have to tell you that.
It's first it's the new Captain America, Brave New World, then it's Thunderbolts, then it's Fantastic
We got
Four.
one rule. We got 2 rules in the stream. Don't curse in the first minute the stream starts because you demonetize the video, and you have to be watching the stream so that you know what's going on in the tier list. Those are the only 2 rules to be in the Discord. If you're not doing those, then you shouldn't be here. I'm just letting you know.
All right.
No, you're good.
Did not know that.
No, you're good. Okay, so I don't know. Someone Brave New World. Where should it go?
I would.
It's pretty
say-
fucking bad. Probably about where Shang-Chi is. It's awful.
All right.
Yeah.
Where fucking Sam is just terrible. The action's fucking retarded. Absolutely retarded. Action.
It's retarded action. They're trying to hit each other, but they're retarded and they're like fucking hitting.
No,
walls
like
and
Sam
themselves.
blocks it. Red Hulk picks up a metal pole, swings it at him, and he catches it with his hands
That makes sense.
and stops it.
Doesn't he not have a super soldier serum?
He doesn't. His jetpack. He has a jetpack, and his jetpack is going because his jetpack. He's able to stop the attack from the Hulk. I was like, right. So he's not a super soldier, right? And I was like, okay, cool. This movie's fucking stupid.
It's extremely on the nose with its political commentary.
Yeah, it is.
Extremely on the nose.
Like the last fucking 15 movies we've gone over here,
Yeah.
it hasn't been. I told you that's basically what happens from pretty much after Spider-Man and on. It just kind of slowly keeps doing that throughout the years. It
Brave
just
New
gets
World
worse and
is
worse
the
and worse.
worst out of them. Yeah, it's the worst, even worse than Thunderbolts and Fantastic
What's the
Four.
plot again? Oh, yeah.
Worse than fucking Captain Marvel with the feminism. It's not like there
Yeah,
are
the
other
whole thing-
insanely like political movies.
Yeah, it's
like,
not
you
that bad.
Black Panther with the fucking Black Lives Matter shit.
I'll tell you the basis of the plot, and you can tell me what you think. Thunderbolt Ross is becoming president, and
I already knew that.
yeah, the guy who gets the shit on his head from the original Hulk movie
Yeah, the leader.
becomes the leader.
Which, can I just say how
bit-
fucking stupid it is that Red Hulk and the
Yeah.
leader are Falcon villains? Like,
Oh, I know.
is that the dumbest
Well,
shit ever?
They're like at odds though. So the plot is fucking Red Hulk, I just forgot his name, had him basically imprisoned this whole time. And the leader's been feeding him these pills which are like helping him, but they're slowly turning him into the Red Hulk over time.
Dumb.
Until he turns into the Red Hulk and basically gets exposed. Yeah, that's basically the whole plot summed up.
In the comics,
Really.
MODOK turned him into the Red Hulk, but I guess they couldn't do that because they ruined MODOK in Quantumania.
Yeah.
Oh right, MODOK was in Quantumania.
Yeah, they terrible
Yeah.
CGI.
He became a meme.
Yeah,
People
apparently,
didn't like him. That's not his
apparently
name.
the best Avenger.
What?
I think Ant-Man calls him an Avenger in that movie.
Oh. Yeah, whatever. I don't know.
Like,
MODOK's whole thing is that he's obsessed with murder. Like he loves murdering people, killing people.
I think he's like Paul Blart, not fucking Paul. He's basically Paul Blart. he's I can't remember. He's Ant-Man's like rival, like some old rival. I can't. He fucks him up, and he like
Darren Cross, and then he gets sent to the quantum realm.
He's literally like in the comics. I forgot the exact what the MODOK means exactly, but it's like the last one is like designed for killing, or designed on kill, something like that. It was like something designed on killing or something. It's like it stands for something, but it's about how much he loves murder, and like his whole thing is that he loves murder. He's a super intelligent machine dude.
He's just really petty.
Who uses all of his intelligence to try and come up with like worse ways to fucking murder people. And let me see. I'm looking this up because I forget what exactly it stands for, but it does stand for something. Oh yeah, mental organism designed only for killing. That's literally what MODOK means. And you're gonna take a character like that. And you're going to be like, oh, no, we're going to like make him a good guy and he's an Avenger and shit. He's literally he is a mass murder obsessed super genius. That's his whole thing.
He is a bad guy through most of the movie. He's just like, he's like a bad guy for like a really petty reason. And then I think he gets convinced to be good at the end.
But you can't redeem MODOK.
No, you can't.
Like it's literally in his name. MODOK. Designed only for killing. It's literally in his name that you cannot redeem him. It's a part of it's what he is.
He's Kang's henchman.
Yeah, it's not even Ant-Man that convinces him. It's Ant-Man's daughter that says, "Stop being a dick," and then he instantly turns and runs into Kang's force field and starts screaming, "I'm not a dick!" And then he says to Ant-Man, "Am I an Avenger?" And he's like, "Yeah." And he dies.
You're not
like, what?
I think it would have been funny if he was like, "Nah." And just let him die.
No.
Just die not being an Avenger.
He just says nah, and then it's just like, wait, what? And then he just crashes in. Explodes.
No, sorry, man. You didn't make it. You didn't make the cut. Your best wasn't good enough. Sorry.
Yeah.
Still, no one likes it.
So, quick, I'm getting tired, and there hasn't been a Super Chat in a very long time. So, last two, Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four, where do you want them?
I have watched Thunderbolts. I think it's a A tier. It's pretty good.
It's an A tier.
I like Century.
Okay, F.
I don't know about A tier.
Where's
maybe top of B.
I really like Century, and the action's good, and they definitely did.
The action's good. What?
So remember when I said that one of the characters that I was really excited for after they fucked up the Hulk, like one character, not excited because I haven't been excited for Marvel in a while, but one character that I've really wanted to see in Marvel, since all the big ones were already there, I said was Namor.
Mariner.
Yeah. The second one I wanted to see most was Sentry.
Sentry was done well, at least.
I hope so.
He was done well.
They do him well. They do.
He's the drug addict.
The problem is the action.
I've heard that joke that he was on meth.
The action wasn't great.
What scene are you talking about? Because I know the first action scene I remember was pretty entertaining.
The one where it's all of them fighting and then they kill off Taskmaster.
I'll tell you this, one thing I find very goofy. One thing I find very goofy about the Thunderbolts. No, I'm sorry. I interrupted you. Continue what you were saying. I can do it, Dave.
I'm honestly not that sad that he killed off Taskmaster. Like, I rather the comic one.
I wish they killed off. What's her face? Yelena. I wish they killed. I don't like Yelena as the main character.
You don't.
I just think
I can kind of.
No, she's boring. She's really fucking boring. She is incredibly dull.
No, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just personal opinion.
There's like nothing that I couldn't describe. She doesn't really even have a personality.
Yeah, her whole character trait is, so far that we've seen, is just Black Widow's sister following in her footsteps.
Yeah.
Her appearance is just her fixing Black Widow's messes or getting involved with them. Like, she confronts Hawkeye and Kate Bishop, and then we see her perspective during the blip, and then she just does what her sister does and founds a new Avengers team.
I don't know. I haven't seen her in anything. I haven't seen her in Hawkeye or.
Yeah, it feels like a terrible. It just feels like a terrible version of Black Widow. Like
I think this movie was a horrible idea.
Agreed.
Like I don't know if the movie's good or bad. I'm not judging it, but I do think the movie was a terrible idea. The idea that we're gonna make a Thunderbolts movie, and then we're probably gonna have the worst roster that we could probably have of characters.
I think I know why they did it.
No, but like if you look at the Thunderbolts roster in the comics, it's a really cool roster. Characters like Punisher and Elektra and Red Hulk are in the Thunderbolts. And they're called the Thunderbolts because Thunderbolt Ross is the
Punisher was meant to be in this, but he didn't end up being in it for some reason.
That would be really like the Thunderbolts have always had a relatively cool roster. And I get it. Okay, it's not the Thunderbolts, it's the New Avengers. All right. Well, the New Avengers have always had an even cooler fucking roster. The New Avengers have had Wolverine and Spider-Man and all kinds of other characters on it. So it's like what the fuck were they thinking with this team?
So they named it the Thunderbolts because I guess one of them played in the high school basketball team.
No, I get that. I get that, but I don't care about that. I'm talking about
it's the comic team. It's
specifically the roster of the team.
I think they just wanted to use these characters, but none of them could ever have a movie by themselves and make any sort of money. I think that's the main thing.
We didn't have to pay them a lot of money because none of them were being played by super big actors, so it's fine. Well,
I feel like Sebastian Stan, like Bucky, is barely in the movie.
Yeah, honestly, like all of the biggest heroes, like Sentry's cool, right? I'm glad that Sentry showed up, but I just don't give a shit about any of the other characters in this movie. I've heard good things about John Walker that I would actually
He's the highlight.
But even people say, like, even in this movie they're still trying to write him like he sucks, like they're still trying to write him like he's a bad person.
I kind of like it what they're doing this because they're so bad at it, but they're still writing him as a good character by accident.
Yeah.
They were supposed to have the Abomination as a part of this roster, but
the original roster was way better.
Yeah, they had Abomination.
Bro, think about that for a second. Sentry, Punisher, Bucky, Abomination. You've already got a way better team right there.
Oh my god, that's a crazy team. That movie sounds sick.
That would have gotten me excited to watch the movie. Now, to be fair, Abomination has been ruined after She-Hulk. He's a joke of a character now. They literally make him like this anti-violence sort of. Yeah, it's ridiculous. He's like this peaceful dude who goes.
They can fix it though.
Goes to therapy. They can retcon it. I don't know if you could say they could fix it. They could retcon it.
Well, the whole show was retconned in the show. There's no continuity to that show. The end episode, she goes to Kevin Feige, who's a robot, and she retcons the whole first half of the episode to never happen.
Oh, thank God. Because I was about, actually that means the Hulk getting hit by a Jeep Wrangler and getting knocked back is canon.
Yeah, but
it depends on how much she makes. It depends on how much she makes not canon. Does she make I don't think she makes the entire show not canon.
No, just the first half of an episode. But like, what I mean is like they could. I don't know how much they can.
He's still a fucking.
It was retarded. It was a terrible joke and it ruined the whole show.
I thought the show was already pretty bad, but
it made the.
I tried watching the first episode, couldn't get through it. I thought it was terrible, and then I checked out the Daredevil episode,
the ending's just
which I thought
terrible.
Was okay. I thought the Daredevil episode was okay, and I thought the first episode I couldn't get through, and that I was done with the show. I was like, no, I can't do this. But I still haven't even seen the Daredevil show, which I'm getting mixed messages about the Daredevil show. But I think that Thunderbolts was never gonna, like, I don't know how they're surprised that Thunderbolts didn't make any money with the fucking shitty ass roster that they like if you're gonna make a team, you have to make sure that the members on the team are people that we want to see again.
They could have added like 2 people to the roster and it would have all of a sudden been way better, and it literally been like Frank, like Punisher and like Abomination, and like you could get rid of like Ghost and fucking Taskmaster and all these like shit characters I don't give a fuck about.
You wasted Red Hulk in not the Thunderbolts movie, but in the fucking Captain America movie.
They could still use him.
Should have used him in Thunderbolt Ross should have been in the Thunderbolts movie.
They could still use him.
Well, no, because I wouldn't do Thunderbolt Ross and Abomination. So
one or the other.
I would do one or the other. I wouldn't do both. That would be a killer fucking team, though. A team with Sentry, Red Hulk, and Abomination. all on the same
they'd
team.
actually be stronger than the Avengers.
They'd be stronger than the Avengers. Well, they already say that Sentry can solo the Avengers by himself.
Yeah, but I don't know. But that's like
I would have kept Ghost.
we don't know if that's true at all.
In the comics, it is.
In the most of the
comics,
time.
in the movie with the shadow form, probably. Like, I doubt any of the Avengers have really anything against that, or the Void, or whatever.
Yeah.
No, the Void's yeah.
Well, I mean, all they have to do is be nice to him, and they get let out again.
Yeah, exactly. Captain America, bro.
beat him.
Captain America's a great guy. Like,
I could easily beat him. Yeah.
Like Captain America's a great guy. Like Captain America would be great to deal with that.
Yeah, no, he'd do it. I actually made a video about that. How Superman would be able to beat Sentry because his whole thing is his strength is kindness, and all it takes is kindness to defeat Sentry in that movie.
No, he's right. Yeah, it makes sense.
He's just a good guy.
He's like talks to people about suicide quite a lot in comics. It's like a common thing. He's really good at like talking to people. Just a great guy. Like
Lost Soul saying they should have just added Abomination to the team and not acknowledged She-Hulk. Like basically She-Hulk's
just like it never existed.
Yeah, it never.
I don't think She-Hulk. I don't think She-Hulk's theme would even fit the Thunderbolts at all because her character is so. Yeah.
So
it wouldn't fit basically any.
It only gets worse.
Avengers MCU type thing outside of its own show. It's a very specific thing. Like what other show in MCU would they be able to just like go talk to a robot that can retcon the stuff that's going on in the
Deadpool?
Like what other? Yeah, but that's not MCU either.
Yes, it is.
That hasn't entered. That hasn't actually entered. Well, no, it is technically, but they haven't actually run into. Like Deadpool's not in the Avengers, for instance. Like we don't know how that would even work as of right now.
I'm still waiting for when he meets Thor. Still waiting on
that. I think if Deadpool can have his own little solo adventures he wants to have, but if Deadpool enters an Avengers movie and then starts cracking jokes, breaking the fourth wall, everybody like all of the other characters, it's gonna pull everybody out of the fucking movies of the Avengers movie. No one's gonna be able to take any of the Avengers movies seriously as movies at all, as long as you put this version of Deadpool in it. Because all this Deadpool is a giant reference machine of other movies.
Yeah.
He's basically a Family Guy cutaway gag.
Like kinda, yeah. Like in the comics, Deadpool occasionally does something like that. Very occasionally. His jokes are usually more based on the in world if he's being written properly. But in the Deadpool movies, that's every joke is just a reference to some other like thing, and it's just. And then we're just gonna have to like bypass that. And, like will just ignore the things that he says forever, always. They won't like look at him and be like, what the fuck, like nothing. Because if they ever actually engage in it, then it's like it completely breaks everything. It like breaks the MCU down and like you can't put him in a serious movie ever.
Yeah, he's like, hey Vanessa, remember that time I was in the Void?
Remember when you died in like the comics or whatever?
Yeah, no, I'm not. Okay, next up we have Fantastic Four.
Mid.
Has anyone seen this actually?
Liam said he saw it.
I want.
I've sadly seen all the MCU properties.
Gross. Okay, which one? Where would you guys? The people who saw it, where would y'all put it?
Top of B.
Top of B?
I think Thunderbolts should be a top. Should be like
top of B. Yeah.
Yeah, Thunderbolts should be in like the B as well.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe it should be above Shang-Chi at least, and like the Eternals.
Yeah.
You hated Shang-Chi. Well, that's a big difference, dude. It sounds like you don't know where this shit should be. You just moved it behind. You just moved it behind like 15 fucking movies.
Yeah, it's got a lot of like problems, but it's still like it's Shang-Chi and like.
I think it should be the
Captain
top
America.
of B. Oh, you know what? Never mind. Let's put it behind these 15 all the way back to the bottom of C. It's like, gee, that's a big gap, motherfucker.
This movie has a lot of fucking gaps in it. That's why.
It's a up and down curve. It has a good bit of good moments.
There's like some redeeming factors. Like Sentry's done really well, and Bucky's cool a little bit. He's in it. Walker's done great, but then like Yelena is like probably my least favorite besides Captain Marvel. As a
Are they
main
gonna have
protagonist.
Yelena get with Sentry? Is that what they're setting up in this movie? Are they setting it up?
They a little bit, not really. Like
a little bit, but it's just like I doubt it.
Yeah, it's possible.
The MCU. I haven't seen many.
I remember how Endgame slightly hinted at the fact that Captain Marvel might get with Rhodey, and then they immediately like forgot about her character, and she never showed up until the Marvels. But there's like one scene in because they did date in the comics. Rhodey dated Captain Marvel in the comics. So it was like there was one scene where Captain Marvel looked at Rhodey and like gave her this like flirtatious look, and like he kind of looked back at her, and I'm like, are they really gonna do Captain Marvel and fucking Rhodey? Don't do that to Rhodey. And then and then they didn't, and then like it never happened again. It was like, and this was like short-haired Captain Marvel too. This was dykey Captain Marvel. So it was,
don't do that to my boy Rhodey. He was in some of the good Iron Man movies. Christ.
The man already became a cripple, and now you go and fucking torture him with Captain Marvel. What are you doing?
He deserves a woman with a little ass.
Okay, here's how you do it.
I'll say this. Say what you want. Say what you want about Brie Larson. She has a very nice rack. There's no doubt about that.
She do.
There's this one image of her where she's like, I don't know if she's on like a talk show or something, and she's wearing a dress. It's like, God damn, why are you hiding all that underneath this fucking Captain Marvel outfit? She has no ass. Somehow. I don't know. I never looked at her ass, but she looks relatively. What's her name? Brie Larson. Let me see. I saw this one image one time, and I was like, God damn, dude. Let me see.
Saved on his phone.
Let's see if I can find it, because it looks.
Boobs.
Yeah, it's like, goddamn, like these, like it's not, like look at that shit, like it's not bad, like it looks good, just fine, it looks fine. It's like she, look at his dress, look at his dress, that's crazy. It's like I don't know, it's a lot for I don't know for someone who went on the whole feminist tirade that she went on. With the like men and all this kind of stuff, not like them being Captain Marvel, the feminist, icon where they dress her up to look like a dude. She was dressed nice. I don't know what to tell you. She looked good. Is what it is. All right, we're at the end. See, we said all this negative stuff about him, and then I said something positive about Brie Larson right at the end. That's nice.
It was more top heavy than I thought it would be.
It's more top heavy.
Well, remember, remember, F wasn't supposed to exist. So the two Captain Marvels was supposed to be right there. So it's definitely more bottom heavy. It's definitely more bottom heavy than it is top heavy.
Yeah, also, I forgot that.
There's quite a few of these that I would have put in D that you guys did not want to put in D, that you guys wanted to put above that. Like I would have put. I don't like the Black Panther movies. I don't know if I would have put them in D necessarily. I actually was surprised y'all put Brave New World not at D. Because y'all wanted to put it at C. I've only heard bad things about that movie, but you guys wanted to put it.
It's awful.
I wanted it at D.
Yeah, but y'all put it at C. I don't know why. Y'all chose.
No one put it at C here.
Yeah.
No, I was told C. Someone said C.
It was the people who left. Those were the ones.
Yeah.
I do have a question for you, Rouga. Which placement do you think is the most inaccurate in your opinion?
Let's do a tier list of that.
Let's rebuild the tier list from scratch based on who was the most off from where I wanted them to be. That would be the most complicated, unnecessary tier list.
Would be. I'm just asking. Looking from the top down, which one do you think deserves to be much lower than it should be?
Lower?
Much higher.
Yeah, either or. I don't think that's a much higher for him here, though.
For me, I would put Fantastic Four at bottom of C.
Ant-Man and the Wasp I would put lower. For sure.
Ant-Man and the Wasp.
I would put Ant-Man and the Wasp lower. 100%.
For me, I just didn't like Fantastic Four because Reed Richards was the smartest dude in the
That's
solution.
fair.
And his solution was, let's take Bikini Bottom and push it somewhere else.
Sounds like a pretty good solution to me. Just cook it
Alex
for
said
the
Alex
next
said he thinks he's the only one who said C. Well, you fucked it up then, Alex. You fucked it up big time. So, you have to now go and what's it called? Fledge yourself? Flogs? It's late. Fledge. It's where you take the thing and you smack yourself. Flog. Thank you. Jesus Christ.
Flog.
I'm tired, dude. I'm having trouble keeping my eyes open. I stayed up. I want you guys to know this. I made up for last week. I made up for last week because last week I did. I went to bed after like 3 hours. So this week you get your full 8 hours, and I'm only gonna make like $100 for 8 hours of doing this. So I'm just gonna let you guys know I won't be doing this the next coming weeks. I was just making up for last week. But if we're not getting, if we're gonna go back to normal where it's like if we're not very busy and slow and whatever, then I'm just gonna like, I mean, we've only had 543 people watch this. By this point in the same, like after 8 hours, we almost always have over 1,000. Like this is like, I don't know what is going on with the algorithm. I really don't. I don't know if it's the algorithm or if it's just people losing interest, or I honestly have no idea what's going on or how to fix it. But it is what it is.
I think it's just that it's not really summer anymore.
I wasn't doing well in summer. I was doing well before summer.
Yeah, everyone keeps coming with these time of months things. I don't think the time of the year is really affecting it.
Yeah, like the last like my streams have been bad for like the last 2 months. Yeah, it was really before summer where it was like really good, but this is probably one of the worst. I was actually doing better last week when I got off after 3 hours, and even then I was like, ugh, I'm doing terrible.
Maybe you need to starve people.
Like, don't do a stream for a couple of weeks. Like, don't do a stream for a couple of weeks, and then after they're like, oh, we're gonna come back with the streams, and then boom, but big thing.
100,000 views.
I mean, you could do it. You could do it be like a bi-monthly thing or something. Not bi-monthly, but
bi-monthly.
Like bi.
Weekly.
Lordy Fitzgeordy. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. But I mean, I'll still do it weekly. I just have to be a little more. I gotta be more strict with the. I'm not making anything. I gotta get the fuck off, because it's like, what's the point of me doing this? Because again, you gotta remember, like it says right here, $147, but a third of that gets taken by YouTube, and a third of that gets taken by taxes. Not a third of the 147, but a third of whatever's left. So a third of the 147 is going to be taken, so like $50, and then a third of the 100 is going to be taken by taxes, which is about $7. So I made $70 for 8 hours. Why am I here? You know what I mean? That's how it works. So it's just it's not great. But it is what it is. I'll figure something out, maybe, or maybe not. I don't care. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're at the end. I'm super tired, bro. I'm really tired. I haven't even brushed my teeth. I'm probably just gonna pass out and brush my teeth in the morning because I don't even feel like walking over to the bathroom to brush my fucking teeth.
I'm gonna go cook myself breakfast.
I'm very right. Yeah, for you it's like 8 o'clock in the morning for you, right?
I fell asleep. Yeah, I fell asleep very early yesterday, and I woke up at like 10 a.m. I was like, oh, I might as well stay awake for the stream.
10 a.m.
PM.
Oh, I was about to say. I was like, it was like 1 a.m. when we started. So you're gonna pass out today for sure.
No, I might. I don't know. Might go train later. See if I go to sleep after.
I mean, I know I'm following because freaking it's like 4 where I'm at, and I've been up since like 8 yesterday.
It's 3:14. I mean, I don't sleep a lot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to sleep and wake up 4 hours from now, and I'll be wide awake. I don't sleep very long. The longest I sleep is around 6 hours. So it's
That's
fine.
fair.
Anyway, okay. Thank you for everybody for coming. I think this might be the first tier list in a while that we actually finished. Although we didn't, finish it because the stream was doing so good. We finished it just out of my sheer inability to stop. For some reason. Yeah, no, I was making up for next. It made me feel bad because there were some people last week who were like, "Man, I like watching your streams, you know, during my workday," and they're like, "You only live 3 hours, so I don't have enough to do it." And I was like, "Yeah, but you know, it is what it is." You know what I should be? The people who like to watch it during their workday, you know, I should be like, "Well, why don't you guys? If you guys want these 8-hour videos all the time, you know." Why don't you
join
guys
the
do
membership?
some no, I mean not necessarily join the membership, but you know, like get some super chats because it's 8 fucking hours. I could have been asleep hours ago.
I mean,
that's a long time.
It means they're probably sleeping while you're streaming.
No, I see that, but it's like, people who watch my videos, I actually got like 3 or 4 this week. People who watch the videos, they have the option that they can actually like donate to the channel, just donate to the channel. Yeah. So it's like if that could counterbalance because I might stop doing this depending on if it just keeps doing this slow. But if people who don't necessarily are capable of staying for the stream, but they watch it the next morning or whatever while they're at work, then you know they can counterbalance that by doing the donations then, and that might make it worth it actually doing this. But as it is, I don't know if it would be worth it doing this.
I did not know you could do that.
Yeah, you could.
I actually had one more question.
What's up?
Have you ever considered merch at all?
I have multiple times. I just haven't gotten around to doing it.
Have you considered just merch that's just your face superimposed on a shirt?
I'm not doing that.
Not doing that.
He's not
That's a great idea.
on that.
That's a great idea.
That's a terrible idea.
I mean, come on,
like you staring directly at anyone that's looking at the shirt. That's a great idea.
It's not at all.
That's wonderful. That's a wonderful idea.
You just see a bunch of people wearing Rouga's face on there.
He's just staring.
Everyday life. You go to a grocery store.
No, I've definitely thought about it. I actually live in a pretty art centric city. So I've actually thought about going down to the art district and like paying people to draw designs that I can then bring to like t-shirt manufacturers and shit and get like specific like local art done on the shirts. I don't know what I would do, but I have talked about it. I just have to actually go through the actions of doing it, which I haven't done yet, but we'll see. I also have to start like an online store, which is like a whole thing in of itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, we're done for tonight. I would have liked to have a new video come out on Monday. I don't know how much wait, hold on, damn it. Give me this. Fuck you. Okay. I don't know how that's going to actually happen because I have a date tomorrow, so I don't think I'll be able to finish the video. So you probably won't get a video until Tuesday, most likely. Which is a bummer. I wanted you to get it by Monday, but hey, shit happens. I'll try and make up for it next week. I mean, and get more. Not maybe next month, but
unless the date goes well, in which case it will be next month.
Oh, of course it will. I'm a fucking stud. But yeah, no, it's getting it's a fine ass Chinese chick. So we'll yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna get off. I'll talk to you guys next week. We'll be back here again. And we'll do something. I don't know. Debate stream, tier list, maybe something else. I don't know. I'm not thinking about it right now. You guys all have a good and enjoy your Sunday and your week and your time and stuff. Cool?
Yep. Go get them, man.
Awesome. Good night. See you guys.
Go get those sheep. Oh, Rouga wasn't the first one to leave.